Chapter 1. The Widow's Midnight Knock. Alas, yet another failure. After years of toil, I am still unable to ascend to the rank of a mid-tier alchemist. At this rate, not only will I struggle to establish my foundation, but even reaching the mid-stage of Qi refinement seems a distant dream. In the cramped confines of the alchemical chamber, thick black smoke wafted from an ancient alchemical furnace. Huan, clad in a slightly yellowed alchemist's robe, gazed despondently at the charred remains of a failed elixir within the furnace. This marked his 8th unsuccessful attempt to concoct a Qi condensation pill in recent days. The reason for his repeated failures was simple. The Qi condensation pill was a mid-tier elixir, while he was merely a low-tier alchemist. Since the day Huan was identified as possessing 4 spiritual roots at the age of 16 and brought to the outer regions of the Qing'er sect for cultivation, he had now spent 10 years in the realm of immortality and 8 years as an alchemist. Currently, he was at the peak of the 3rd layer of the Qi refinement stage, a low-tier alchemist. While not entirely devoid of accomplishments, his achievements could only be described as mediocre. The once spirited youth was now nearing his 30s, and the years of exposure to the smoke and flames of alchemy had marred his once fair and handsome visage. "I am truly a disgrace to those who traverse the realms," Huan remarked with a bitter smile, shaking his head slightly. Lacking a golden finger and burdened with a mixed set of spiritual roots, his situation in the world of cultivation could only be characterized as humble. The only silver lining was that among his 4 spiritual roots, the wood and fire attributes were slightly stronger. By fortunate chance, he had acquired a fragmented alchemical text and had managed to become an alchemist through self-study. In this dilapidated neighborhood on the outskirts of the Qing'er sect, he had established a foothold as an alchemist. Despite his modest cultivation at the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, he had made a few friends who were at the 4th and 5th layers. "Well, it seems I shall not be advancing to mid-tier alchemist anytime soon. I might as well focus on my cultivation," Huan sighed, shaking his head as he opened the tightly sealed door of the alchemical chamber and ascended the narrow stone stairs. The alchemical chamber was located underground, once a storage cellar, which he had rented and transformed for his alchemical pursuits. As he stepped out onto the 1st floor of the wooden house, he was greeted by a cacophony of noise from outside, seemingly emanating from next door. The neighboring cultivator, Xiaoyang, was at the peak of the 5th layer of Qi refinement, a formidable figure in this impoverished enclave, living with a wife and a sister who both possessed striking beauty, evoking envy in others. A few days prior, Huan had heard that Xiaoyang had ventured to the nearby ancient mountain in search of opportunities. Was the commotion outside a sign that something had befallen him? Without further contemplation, Huan stepped outside. At that moment, the sun was high in the sky, its scorching rays momentarily blinding Huan, who had not seen the light for some time. He then heard a middle-aged cultivator's sinister laughter ringing in his ears. "Madam Qin, your husband has perished in the ancient mountain. Why not follow me? You shall still live a life of luxury and pleasure. Otherwise, as a mere mortal, and with a delicate little girl by your side, this place is fraught with danger." "No, I must decline, senior. Please leave." A woman's voice, trembling with sorrow, responded, soft yet laced with fear. It was unmistakably Xiaoyang's wife, Qin Qing'er. Don't test my patience. I will give you 3 days to ponder this. If you make me lose interest, The middle-aged cultivator fell silent, but the threat in his words was all too apparent, followed by hurried footsteps. Once Huan adjusted to the sunlight and opened his eyes, he beheld the departing figure of the middle-aged cultivator, alongside a woman in a simple white dress, kneeling on the ground, her curves exquisite and her form reminiscent of a ripe peach. Indeed, Xiaoyang had encountered trouble. Gazing at Qin Qing'er, whose eyes brimmed with tears and whose beauty was heart-wrenching, Huan could not help but sigh inwardly. In this world, everyone yearns for the path of immortality, yet only those who embark upon the journey truly grasp the blood-soaked reality it entails. Every opportunity is seized at the cost of one's life. Once one perishes, their family becomes prey to the wolves. Before him stood the most poignant example of this harsh truth. Regrettably, another protector was lost in the past. The amicable Xiaoyang had provided him with a sense of security. Sister-in-law, please accept my condolences. Having shared a cordial relationship with Xia Yang, referring to her as sister-in-law felt entirely appropriate. Upon hearing this, Qin Qing'er lifted her gaze, revealing a delicate and lovely face, and offered Su Huan a gentle nod, tears glistening in her eyes. Thank you, Senior Su. If it weren't for your timely appearance, I fear I would have been taken by that Wang Hu. Su Huan shook his head, offering no further words. He simply produced a few pieces of silver from his sleeve and handed them to her, before turning back towards his dwelling. The middle-aged cultivator named Wang, who was also from this dilapidated neighborhood, at the peak of the fourth layer of Qi refinement, known for his ruthless nature. However, due to Su Huan's identity as an alchemist, he had garnered a number of acquaintances in this area, which afforded him a modicum of respect. Yet, this did not compel him to act heroically. He understood well that those who seek to stand out in the realm of cultivation seldom live long. Moreover, with his current cultivation being inferior to Wang Hu's, offering a few pieces of silver was already a considerable act of kindness. Returning to his room, Su Huan seated himself on the tattered mat, attempting to banish the recent events from his mind, quickly entering a state of cultivation. Meanwhile, outside, Qin Qing'er stared at the silver pieces in her hand, glancing back at the closed door of Su Huan's abode, a flicker of melancholy and helplessness evident in her captivating eyes. Sister, it is my fault that has led to my brother's demise. A gentle, quivering voice echoed from behind the door, revealing a girl with a face so exquisitely flawless that it seemed sculpted by divine hands, her self-reproach and sorrow palpable. What was most astounding was the girl's silver hair shimmering in the sunlight, contrasting sharply with her pale complexion, resembling liquid mercury flowing in divine light, a sight both striking and blinding. Her frail form leaned against the doorframe, like a fragile boat adrift in a tempestuous sea, as if it could be swallowed by the waves at any moment. Qin Qing'er turned to face the ailing girl, her gaze filled with compassion. Do not blame yourself, our fate has simply been unfortunate. As she spoke, she wiped away the tears gathering at the corners of her eyes, gently guiding the girl back inside. Yet just before closing the door, she cast another glance at Su Huan's humble dwelling, her expression revealing a fleeting struggle and hesitation. Later that night, a soft knocking at the door disrupted Su Huan's meditative state. Furrowing his brow, he instinctively grasped the ordinary sword resting beside his mat and called out coldly, "Who is it?" "Senior Su, it is I, Qin Qing." Sister-in-law Qin?" Upon hearing her uniquely tender voice, Su Huan was momentarily taken aback. What did she possibly want at this hour? Given the circumstances, coupled with the earlier encounter, he felt a surge of speculation arise within him, his expression growing peculiar. After a moment's contemplation, he proceeded to approach the door, sword in hand. Despite his suspicions, when he opened the door, he was still left in a state of astonishment. Before him stood Qin Qing'er, clad in a silky white gown that clung to her figure, accentuating every curve to perfection. The hem of her dress swayed gently in the night breeze, revealing her long, fair legs that seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow. Her raven black hair cascaded like a waterfall over her alabaster shoulders, complemented by a blush on her cheeks that made her look even more enchanting, her eyes glimmering with a hint of shyness yet captivatingly inviting. She was breathtaking, utterly mesmerizing. Even the typically resolute Su Huan found his thoughts momentarily scattered, secretly acknowledging her as a dangerously alluring temptress. "Sister-in-law, what brings you here?" Qin Qing'er bit her lower lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she implored, "Senior Su, I beg you, help me and he. As long as you are willing, I shall give you anything." Her desolate demeanor and the quivering lilt of her voice stirred something deep within Su Huan. If he so desired, he could indulge in her beauty without restraint. Yet, after a brief moment of distraction, Su Huan forced himself to quell the burgeoning desires and replied calmly, "Sister-in-law, that Wang who is at the peak of the fourth layer of Qi refinement and skilled in combat. Should he truly disregard all caution, I may not be able to protect you." This, Qin Qing'er, being a mere mortal with little understanding of the cultivation world, was left in a daze upon hearing Su Huan's words, tears trickling down her cheeks. Thus, you must think carefully. Even if I am willing to help, it will be within my limited capacity. Su Huan continued. He was no saint, incapable of remaining indifferent in the face of such beauty. Yet he was also not so naive as to risk his own life for a woman. Having said his piece, seeing Qin Qing'er still lost in thought, Su Huan sighed and turned to reject her at the door. Suddenly, a warm, soft body wrapped around him from behind. I am willing. The girl's voice, soft as a whisper, shattered the last thread of restraint in Su Huan's mind. He turned swiftly, kicking the door shut behind him, and scooped up the blushing Qin Qing'er, striding directly towards the bed. In the night, the candlelight flickered dimly, the bed swayed gently, and soft songs and whispers filled the air, lingering long into the night. After a night of dual cultivation with Qin Qing'er, Alchemist Experience 5. Current partner rapport, 65. Alchemical skill level, low tier 995-1000. Listening to the gentle chime that resonated in his ears, Su Huan, who had just concluded an earthly pleasure, momentarily froze before decisively rolling over and pressing down once more. Within the silken drapery, the air was imbued with a unique, soothing moisture, prompting the beauty to gasp repeatedly. This night was destined to be sleepless. Chapter 2. Promotion. Intermediate Alchemist of the First Rank. A night of tumultuous grandeur. Before long, the eastern horizon began to blush with the faint light of dawn, heralding the rise of the proud sun. On the bed, Qin Qing'er remained in a deep slumber, her exquisite, fair visage still bearing traces of tears. Yet Su Huan was wide awake, showing no signs of fatigue from the previous night's exertions. Instead, he was gently closing his eyes, savoring the invigorating knowledge of alchemy that had freshly infused his mind. Indeed, the string of chimes from last night was no figment of imagination, it was a veritable reality. After enduring 2 consecutive battles on the field, the familiar chime sounded once again in his ears, signaling that his experience points were full and he had successfully ascended to the rank of an intermediate alchemist of the first rank. At that moment, it felt as though he had received a profound enlightenment, and his mind instantaneously overflowed with an abundance of alchemical knowledge and insights. The once obscure and perplexing phrases in the alchemical text were suddenly unraveled, like a delicate veil slipping away from a beauty, inviting one to partake in her allure. After a brief pause, Su Huan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze remarkably bright, and his lips betraying an uncontainable joy. He had flawlessly absorbed the vast reservoir of alchemical knowledge in his mind, akin to having gained over a decade's worth of experience in an instant. It turned out that I did possess a golden finger. I simply had not discovered the correct way to unlock it. Su Huan felt a wave of incredulity wash over him, never having anticipated that a sincere heart dedicated to cultivation had inadvertently hindered his progress. Fortunately, it was not too late. At the age of 28, if he could break through to the mid-stage of Qi refinement before 30 and advance to the latest stage before 35, then there remained hope to establish a foundation before 50. Indeed, he must express gratitude to Madame Qin'o. Now Qin Qing'er was already his woman. Reflecting on this, Su Huan couldn't help but recall the pleasures of the previous night, a faint smile gracing his lips as he turned to gaze at the still sleeping Qin Qing'er, gently leaning down to place a soft kiss upon her flawless, pale forehead. Unexpectedly, this small gesture roused Qin Qing'er from her slumber. As she blinked sleepily and beheld Su Huan, who was so close at hand, she instinctively thought he was still unsatisfied. Her delicate complexion paled slightly, and a flicker of panic flashed in her dark eyes. The bond with her partner decreased by 5. Current bond level, 55. Hearing the chime echo in his ears, Su Huan was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that his prior insensitivity had frightened Qin Qing'er. Though he was unaware of the significance of this bond level, it was clear that a higher score was preferable. Moreover, with his mindset entirely transformed, Su Huan no longer viewed Qin Qing'er merely as a convenience or tool. After a brief moment of contemplation, he wore a look of contrition and spoke in a gentle tone. "Do not be afraid. Last night, I acted rashly without considering your feelings. No, it was not the fault of the esteemed one, it is I, Qing'er, who am foolish and failed to serve you well. Having endured the tempestuous night, Qin Qing'er felt like a startled bird, her body weary and achy, unable to recover momentarily. With her head bowed, she spoke in a faint voice. Seeing this, Huan did not delve into lengthy explanations, but instead retrieved a greenish-blue pill from his robe and offered it to her lips. Here, this is a revitalizing pill. It will alleviate your fatigue and be beneficial for your body. This, as Huan's warm and sincere voice reached her ears, Qin Qing'er could hardly believe the scene unfolding before her. She recognized the revitalizing pill, having seen Shayan consume it numerous times, yet she had never had the privilege to partake in it herself. After all, she was merely immortal. Even though Shayan had treated her kindly during his lifetime, he had never been generous enough to bestow upon her such a crucial, life-saving remedy for her recuperation. This was far too extravagant. No, Su Xianbei, such a precious pill would be wasted on me. Qin Qing'er instinctively began to refuse, but the moment she spoke, she felt a chill at her lips. Huan had already placed the revitalizing pill into her mouth. Be obedient, you are now my woman. What significance does a mere revitalizing pill hold? His actions were assertive, and his words bore an irrefutable dominance. Yet at that moment, Qin Qing'er felt an overwhelming wave of emotion, her eyes instantly glistening with unshed tears. Xianbei. Still calling me Xianbei? Husband. What a good child you are. Huan chuckled softly, turning to rise from the bed, only to find the delicate and enchanting figure behind her once again pressing closer. Husband, allow me to serve you just one more time. Feeling the warm and fragrant softness against her back, Huan paused momentarily in her descent, a sudden surge of heat igniting within her. Wordlessly, she turned around, bending down as the sheer curtain fell. The delightful creaking sound resumed its gentle sway. From Qin Qing'er, the couple's intimacy increased by 15, current intimacy level, 70 engaging in dual cultivation with Qin Qing'er, alchemist experience 6, alchemy skill level, intermediate grade 1, 10065000. Has the experience truly increased? It appears that the enhancement of intimacy bears such remarkable effects. Thus, Huan dedicated herself even more fervently. An hour slipped by in silence. Huan tenderly caressed the delicate and beautiful face of the beauty beside her, who had once again fallen asleep from exhaustion, a smile gracing her lips as she gently rose from the bed. Truly a captivating little enchantress. It seems I must concoct a potion for physical strengthening soon. Otherwise, this intense and concentrated training might prove to be overwhelming. Huan mused silently as she descended the steps and arrived at the alchemy chamber. She intended to test her current alchemical skills. Having exhausted the materials for refining qi condensing pills, she resolved to first try her hand at the more familiar qi gathering pills. Igniting the furnace, she sequentially added the required spiritual herbs for the qi gathering pill. Focusing her mind and controlling the flames point one by one, the herbs withered, melted, and then fused together under the searing heat, solidifying into pills. What had once been a routine procedure over several years now displayed an extraordinary flair. The fluidity of her movements was remarkable, and her alchemical techniques had become increasingly agile, shedding any previous clumsiness that a quarter of an hour later, Huan, her expression tinged with nervous anticipation, lifted the lid of the alchemical furnace. The scene before her left her both astonished and elated. Inside the dark furnace lay a total of 20 pills, each perfectly round, their color as white as frost, with a faint halo shimmering around them. These were indeed the highest quality qi gathering pills. While qi gathering pills are only classified as inferior grade 1, there exists a distinction between quality. In the past, Huan could only manage to refine a maximum of 12 qi gathering pills at once. And to produce even a single superior quality pill would have been a stroke of luck. But now, this transformation was nothing short of astonishing. It was indeed a world apart. This the prowess of an intermediate alchemist. No wonder the few intermediate alchemists I encountered in the past were so haughty, hardly deigning to glance my way. Even mid-stage qi refinement practitioners had to grovel before them, eager to please. It was like the difference between a wild chicken and a peacock, and now I too have become one among them. A glimmer of uncontainable excitement sparkled in Su Huan's eyes as the frustrations of a decade spent in obscurity began to dissipate. Were it not for the poor sound insulation of this dilapidated house, she might have laughed heartily at the heavens. Now I have become an intermediate alchemist, while Wang Hu is but a late-stage qi refinement practitioner. Mere earth chickens and tile dogs. Chapter 3. The dazzling qi gathering pills. Perfected stage of qi refinement 3. That said, Su Huan was not yet blinded by arrogance. After all, she had merely ascended to the status of an intermediate alchemist. While her standing had risen, her strength still remained at the humble late stage of qi refinement 3. Over the years, she had relied on her alchemical skills, primarily producing qi gathering pills, half to sell for spirit stones to sustain her living, and half for her own cultivation. However, her four-element mixed spiritual root was exceedingly poor, and despite the assistance of qi gathering pills, her progress remained painfully slow. Moreover, after 2 years of prolonged use, the efficacy of qi gathering pills had diminished significantly. Yet, as Su Huan gazed at the 20 superior quality qi gathering pills within the furnace, her eyes shimmered with anticipation. Previously, she had only consumed ordinary quality qi gathering pills, even when fortune favored her and she produced a superior quality one. She had sold it to other practitioners in the slums. This was done both for spirit stones and to forge connections with more mid-stage qi refinement practitioners, thereby expanding her network and ensuring her safety. This seemingly humble slum was, in truth, a chaotic realm filled with both heroes and villains. Those like Wang who, with their ruthless hearts, were not few, and violent crimes were a common occurrence. But now, the situation has improved. She no longer needed to hold back an intermediate alchemist. Not only are these superior quality qi gathering pills within her grasp, but even higher tier qi condensing pills are no longer mere fantasies. With this thought, Su Huan hesitated no longer. She grasped a superior qi gathering pill and swallowed it, then settled into a meditative position to begin her cultivation. The superior qi gathering pill dissolved into medicinal liquid within her. Tendrils of medicinal power rapidly converged in her dantian. The pure spiritual energy, far more potent than that of ordinary qi gathering pills, was born in just a short span of 15 minutes. Her cultivation, which had stagnated for over half a year, began to show signs of growth. Filled with joy, Su Huan swiftly consumed 2 more superior qi gathering pills. Streams of spiritual energy flowed through every meridian in her body. Then came the 4th and 5th pills. Half an hour later, as the power of the 10th superior qi gathering pill was fully digested, Su Huan's meditative posture suddenly trembled. Boom! A faint rumble resonated within her body. Su Huan's aura surged upward. Perfected stage of qi refinement 3. It is done. Su Huan opened her eyes, clarity illuminating her gaze as she exhaled a breath of turbid air, rising to stretch her stiff limbs. Truly, the efficacy of superior quality qi gathering pills is extraordinary. Yet, my own talent remains painfully glaring. Had it been a practitioner with better aptitude, perhaps 3 pills would have sufficed for their advancement. Shaking her head with a wry smile, Su Huan quickly found solace. If her aptitude is poor, then so be it. With this golden opportunity at hand, her progress in alchemy is merely a matter of time. At worst, she could treat the pills as candies. To be an alchemist is to be extravagant. The distance from perfected stage 3 to stage 4 may be but a step, yet the difficulty is magnified. Even superior quality qi gathering pills may not yield significant results. After all, they are merely inferior grade 1 pills. To rapidly ascend to qi refinement stage 4, one must rely on higher tier qi condensing pills. It is time to visit the market once more. To procure additional alchemical materials and daily necessities that Su Huan's thoughts stirred present. Only one portion of materials for qi gathering pills remained, and the materials for qi condensing pills had been squandered earlier that morning. While household items like rice and oil were still available, she was no longer alone. With Qin Qing'er around and Summer Yang's sister, Xiaohe, perhaps moving in as well, it would be wise to stock up. Resolute in her decision, Su Huan did not rush to leave. Instead, she reignited the furnace, focusing her mind as she added the last portion of materials for the Qi gathering pill. Another quarter of an hour later, as the alchemical furnace opened, it revealed yet another 20 superior quality Qi gathering pills, neatly arranged and exuding a rich herbal fragrance. Huan felt a wave of relief wash over her, breaking into a wide smile as she divided the 30 superior Qi gathering pills into 3 batches, placing them into 3 small jade vials before departing the alchemy chamber. Upon stepping onto the first floor of the wooden house, she caught a whiff of a faint aroma of kanji. "Husband, you've worked hard. I prepared some breakfast for you. Do give it a try." Huan looked up to see Qin Qing'er, adorned in a flowing white gown, her fair face tinged with a hint of shyness as she approached. "Why didn't you rest a bit longer?" Huan, accustomed to a solitary lifestyle, momentarily struggled to adjust, gazing at the enchanting figure before him, her eyes glistening with warmth. He found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Hearing this, Qin Qing'er lowered her head in guilt, saying, "It is entirely my fault for indulging in too much sleep. Not even realizing when you awoke, I should have assisted you in changing your clothes. I truly deserve to be punished. Husband, if you wish, you may punish me to—" Huan's heart skipped a beat at the sight of her delicate demeanor and the graceful figure outlined beneath her gown, causing him to quickly avert his gaze. "Is quite all right. No need to be overly concerned as for punishment. Let us discuss that upon my return. Husband, are you going out?" Upon hearing this, Qin Qing'er's face turned pale. Noticing her reaction, Huan understood she must have recalled Xia Yang's tragic fate and reassured her, "There is no need to worry. I'm merely heading to the market for a short while to purchase some items." Only then did Qin Qing'er breathe a sigh of relief. "Husband, you've worked hard. Please have some breakfast before you go. I prepared this from the rice and vegetables I brought from my previous home." "That sounds good." Huan nodded, feeling increasingly satisfied with her. Indeed, not only is she beautiful, but her thoughtful nature and meticulous actions demonstrate great consideration. Seating himself at the table, Huan cautiously took a bite to ensure everything was fine before indulging heartily. Qin Qing'er's cooking skills were commendable. Though it consisted merely of simple rice porridge and side dishes, it was quite delicious, far surpassing his own culinary efforts. "You must be hungry as well. Come, sit and eat together." "This is obedient." "Yes, my lord." Qin Qing'er sat down quietly, taking small bites, yet her peripheral vision was constantly on Huan, ready to serve him with more rice at any moment. Such subtle actions naturally did not escape Huan's keen eye. He smiled slightly, allowing her to act as she pleased. After the meal, Huan prepared to venture out, equipped with 3 vials of high-quality Qi gathering pills he had recently refined, along with several other potions he had concocted over the past few days. He secured a long sword at his waist, stuffed a few high-priced defensive talismans into his bosom, donned 2 pieces of inner armor, concealed a dozen poison needles within his hair, stored a small crossbow in his left sleeve, and tucked a pouch of lime powder in his right sleeve. Finally, he set up a few small traps on the inside of the wooden door, ensuring that Qin Qing'er could hide in the underground alchemy chamber. Then covered the underground entrance with weeds, placed a wooden board over it, and pressed a massive stone on top. Mission accomplished. Huan finally stepped outside. What he sought was stability. Were it not for his insufficient funds, he would have adorned himself entirely with defensive talismans. Alas, lacking the requisite cultivation, he could only make do with minimal defenses for now. Once he sold the potions this time, he would update his equipment. With these thoughts in mind, Huan traversed the flagstone path of the shanty town, selecting the busiest route as he hurried towards the market. Chapter 4. The Anomaly of the Market. The Treasure Pavilion sells medicine. The market is located 30 miles south of the shantytown. Exiting the shantytown, Huan followed the main road southward. The distance was not short, yet at the pace of a cultivator, he could reach his destination within the time it takes to burn an incense stick. The main road was shrouded in dust, with hurried cultivators passing by, their expressions serious and vigilant, clearly on guard. After all, those with nefarious intentions often lay in wait along this essential route to the market. Seeking easy prey, Huan, however, was an exception. His pace was neither hurried nor slow, as though he were strolling leisurely. Regardless of whom he encountered along the way, he greeted them with a smile, exuding an air of relaxed nonchalance. Clad in a white alchemist's robe, he stood out amidst the swirling dust. As the breeze blew, the edges of his robe fluttered, occasionally revealing a glimmer of crimson light to the unknowing observer. He might appear as if he were merely out for a day of leisure. Yet this was all a fa ade, an amalgamation of experiences and insights he had meticulously gathered over the past decade. Those with ill intentions were not foolish. They would not act recklessly, but would instead scout in advance, seeking suitable targets and ensuring absolute certainty before striking. Those rushing along, drenched in sweat and seemingly eager to flee, undoubtedly bore a label of easy prey on their foreheads. Conversely, to feign the role of a god of war, slaying any who dared to impede his path, was a daunting task. While one could simulate an aura of dominance, the pressure emanating from genuine cultivation could not be mimicked. Thus, Huan cleverly balanced these two aspects, embodying an air of ease that left others perplexed, as expected. As he walked along, 3 or 4 pairs of watchful eyes glanced over him, but they merely lingered for a moment before moving on. After a brief while, Huan arrived at his destination in Scathe, a bustling market nestled within the mountains. The market served as a hub for the multitude of cultivators to trade and communicate, akin to a mortal marketplace, and it was one of the few safe havens in the vicinity of the Qing'er sect. Within the market, not only was fighting prohibited, but there were also patrol teams composed of disciples from the Qing'er sect maintaining order day and night. Inside the market, alongside stalls set up by cultivators, various shops opened by major factions offered an array of goods and entertainment. Even the brothels were specifically designed for cultivators, as long as one had enough spirit stones. The female cultivators would willingly open their hearts for intimate conversations by candlelight. However, such hedonistic lifestyles were of no concern to Huan, a lowly cultivator residing in the shantytown. After passing through 3 waves of patrols, Huan entered the main gate of the market. Before him lay a broad street wide enough for 3 large carts to pass side by side, paved with green jade stones and remarkably clean. Flanking the street were an array of vibrant stalls, with the sounds of merchants hawking their wares filling the air. There were potions, talismans, cultivation manuals, and even spiritual tools for sale. Yet the quality of these items varied greatly. One could not guarantee authenticity, let alone quality, especially those who peddled cultivation manuals with a mystical air about them. Few were worth their salt. Huan had once been deceived upon his arrival, purchasing what was claimed to be a divine technique penned by a foundation-building cultivator, only to discover it was nothing more than a ridiculous farce. Freshly minted tiger demon strength pills. Upon consumption, one gains immense strength, unstoppable. The last 3 vials, only 2 low-grade spirit stones each, a middle-aged stall owner shouted, quickly attracting a throng of cultivators clamoring for the pills. That I want them. I was here first. I can add an extra low-grade spirit stone. Just you. I can add one too. Get out of my way. These 3 tiger demon strength pills are mine. 10 low-grade spirit stones, with the booming voice of a wealthy and imposing cultivator. The rest reluctantly dispersed, their expressions soured. Huan furrowed his brow at this scene. The tiger demon strength pills were rare low-grade combat-enhancing potions, and while they indeed boosted a cultivator's power for a short duration, their effects lasted only half an incense stick, with a maximum of 3 pills to be taken at once. The side effects were considerable. Consuming 3 at once would leave one's spiritual energy depleted for at least 3 days. Why, then, was there such a frenzy for these pills today, and why were they being bid up so high? Sensing something amiss, Huan's instinct alerted him. The market today seemed unusually lively, the atmosphere palpably charged. Words like ancient mountain and opportunity echoed through the conversations around him. Didn't Qing'er Daoist die within the ancient mountain? It seems this opportunity is quite significant, Huan murmured to himself, an involuntary sense of crisis rising within him. This sudden intuition prompted him to abandon his original plan to set up a stall and sell potions, instead guiding him to the end of the street, where he paused in front of an elegantly adorned shop, Treasure Pavilion. The plaque bore 3 grand characters, inscribed with a flowing style, the ink sinking deep into the wood. The interior was tastefully decorated, adorned with various artworks, and even the wooden shelves used to display goods were crafted from a century-old agar wood. At the entrance stood 2 imposing stone lions, serving as a concealed defensive formation. Truly, the treasure pavilion lived up to its reputation as a place of all treasures imaginable, exuding wealth and grandeur. Huan silently sighed in admiration. This establishment was not run by the Qingyang sect, but belonged to a faction known as the Wanbao Merchant Alliance, which was solely focused on commerce and remained neutral in the realm of cultivation. The leader was shrouded in mystery, rumored to be at least at the nascent soul stage. A figure of considerable stature. Not to mention, even the manager of this small branch possessed a cultivation level at the 8th layer of qi refining, underscoring the alliance's influence. As Huan stepped inside. A faint, elegant fragrance wafted through the air. "Dear friend, what might you wish to purchase?" The lazy voice of the old shopkeeper reached him. Lacking any pretense despite Huan's low cultivation level, though it was not overly warm either. After all, being a major force, a bit of arrogance was to be expected. Huan shook his head and replied, "Excuse me, does the shop buy potions?" "We do buy, but the prices cannot compare to those at the stalls outside." The old shopkeeper casually remarked, "In no matter, could you please assess how much spirit stones I could get for these few vials of qi gathering pills?" Huan produced 2 small jade vials from his robe and placed them on the counter. "Qi gathering pills? 1 low-grade spirit stone each," the old shopkeeper responded, instantly losing interest as he casually picked up a vial. However, as he began to speak, the moment the cork was removed, a rich medicinal aroma wafted into the air, causing his expression to shift, sitting up straighter. These qi gathering pills are of quite high quality. Continuing, he opened another bottle of qi gathering pills, confirming that they were all of the same superior quality. Turning around, the old shopkeeper scrutinized Huan before him, disregarding his cultivation level at the 3rd layer of qi refinement, and instead gazed at the alchemist's white robe adorning him, inquiring, "Esteemed friend, how shall I address you?" "Huan Su Dao Yu, if this old man is not mistaken. These 2 bottles of qi gathering pills must surely be the fruits of your labor." "Indeed, splendid." A broader smile spread across the old shopkeeper's lips. "To refine such high-quality qi gathering pills, Su Dao, you should not remain inconspicuous, and must have recently ascended to the rank of a mid-tier alchemist, correct?" Huan, upon hearing this, shyly smiled. "To be honest, esteemed shopkeeper, I have been meandering through the path of alchemy for nearly a decade, until last night when I had a sudden epiphany, allowing me to refine these 2 batches of superior qi gathering pills." The old shopkeeper nodded appreciatively, saying, "In the realm of alchemy, it is common to see the accumulation of experience yield sudden breakthroughs. Su Dao Yu is still quite young. Perhaps in the future, you could ascend to the rank of a high-tier alchemist, with boundless prospects ahead. You flatter me, esteemed shopkeeper. May I inquire about the value of these 2 bottles of qi gathering pills?" Huan, with a touch of politeness, posed the most pressing question. Ordinary qi gathering pills typically sell for 1 low-grade spirit stone per bottle at stalls, while superior ones fetch a high price of 3 low-grade spirit stones per bottle. The purchasing price in shops tends to be lower than that of stalls, but it offers safety. After all, conflicts are not permitted within the market. However, outside its boundaries, no one would intervene. His current cultivation was too low, making it overly conspicuous to sell such superior qi gathering pills at a stall, which could easily attract the covetous eyes of malevolent cultivators. He was uncertain about how much he might lose. The old shopkeeper pondered for a moment before stating, "According to the consistent purchasing price at my buyouge, this quality of qi gathering pills is valued at 2 low-grade spirit stones per bottle. Indeed, he would be losing a full 2 low-grade spirit stones in total. In the past, that amount would have represented his earnings for an entire week." Upon hearing this price, Huan inevitably displayed a hint of discomfort. However, the old shopkeeper swiftly added, "Nonetheless, my buyouge has always cherished the company of talented individuals like Su Dao Yu, hence I can make an exception and acquire these 2 bottles of superior qi gathering pills at the market price. I hope Su Dao Yu will continue to support my buyouge in the future." Hearing this, Huan was overjoyed and clasped his hands in gratitude. Certainly. The old shopkeeper then retrieved 6 low-grade spirit stones from a counter and placed them before Huan, asking, "Su Dao Yu, do you have any other elixirs for sale? For instance, those that restore spiritual energy or possess healing and detoxifying properties?" "I do have some, but they were crafted some time ago and are of rather ordinary quality. I refrained from presenting them, fearing they might not meet your expectations, Huan replied. Though puzzled by his specific inquiry, he then produced several small jade vials from his robe and placed them on the counter, explaining, "These are the elixirs I refined a while back, totaling 2 varieties. They're the revitalizing pill for treating internal injuries and the detoxification pill for alleviating minor toxins, both of which are low-tier grade 1 elixirs." The old shopkeeper took the jade vials, examined them one by one, and smiled at Huan. "Su Daoyu, I presume you have been engrossed in alchemy these days, unaware of the happenings outside?" Upon hearing this, Huan immediately appeared contemplative. "Are you referring to the opportunities arising from the ancient wilderness mountain?" The old shopkeeper nodded. "Indeed, the ancient wilderness mountain has recently been abuzz with activity. Numerous cultivators have discovered treasures within, including many intact, low-grade spirit weapons and countless damaged ones. Some speculate that a relic or cave abode may soon emerge within the mountain, drawing many wandering cultivators here. Of course, throughout history, treasures have always favored the virtuous, leading to increasingly fierce conflicts among cultivators. For example, the prices of battle-enhancing elixirs or healing and detoxifying pills have soared, with demand far exceeding supply." Upon hearing this, Huan suddenly understood. No wonder the tiger demon power pill at the stall was being snatched up frantically at exorbitant prices. Indeed, his instincts had proven accurate. This area was never particularly safe. And with such opportunities arising, the danger had only intensified that a storm was brewing. Huan felt his joy at ascending to the rank of mid-tier alchemist diminish slightly in light of this news, making his desire for progress even more urgent. Lifting his gaze, he addressed the old shopkeeper. "Esteemed shopkeeper, I would also like to purchase some materials for Qi condensation pills and talismans." "Certainly." The old shopkeeper smiled and turned to retrieve several packaged material from shelf made of 100-year-old agarwood. Materials for Qi condensation pills are priced at 1 low-grade spirit stone for 3 portions, plenty to go around. However, regarding talismans, their prices have also surged recently due to the opportunities at the ancient wilderness mountain. And stocks are low. Grade 1 mid-tier talismans are out of stock, leaving only the more common items. The old shopkeeper pulled out a stack of talismans from a hidden compartment beneath the counter, showcasing a variety of colors, mostly comprising common grade 1 low-tier talismans. There were attack-type fireball talismans, defense-type golden body talismans, and utility-type lightness talismans, among others. Suddenly, Huan's sharp eyes caught sight of a particularly unique talisman within the stack. Unlike the others, which appeared pristine, this purplish-red talisman was quite worn, with frayed edges and even some damage, yet both its paper and vermilion ink were of superior quality compared to the rest. He decisively pointed to this purplish-red talisman and inquired, "Esteemed shopkeeper, what is the significance of this talisman?" The old shopkeeper turned to look, smiling broadly. "Su Daoyu, you possess keen eyesight. This one is indeed an exception, a damaged grade 1 mid-tier talisman. The Lightning Conduit Talisman." Lightning Conduit Talisman? What is its function? Huan had limited knowledge regarding talismans, primarily familiar with some common grade 1 low-tier varieties. After all, talisman makers were even rarer than alchemists, and grade 1 mid-tier talismans were notoriously expensive, making them something he could hardly dare to consider. The old shopkeeper promptly explained, "This Lightning Conduit Talisman is extremely rare among grade 1 mid-tier talismans. It contains the power of thunder, possessing immense destructive capability, and is particularly effective against malevolent forces. However, due to its damaged state, its effectiveness is significantly diminished, and it can only be used once before losing its spiritual energy, which is quite unfortunate." Huan nodded silently. In this world, talismans were not single-use items and could typically be reused up to 3 times, with high-quality ones even capable of being used 5 times. Thus, it was indeed a pity for such a rare lightning conduit talisman to be damaged. However, for him, this might actually be a blessing in disguise. After all, he could not afford an intact one. Huan suppressed his excitement and raised his head to ask, "Esteemed shopkeeper, may I inquire how many spirit stones this lightning conduit talisman costs?" Chapter 6. Returning Home. Sparring and Swordsmanship. Su Daoyu. Travel safely, and I welcome you to visit Bai Baoj again. Certainly, certainly. Upon exiting the treasure pavilion, Su Huan's form appeared to have expanded noticeably, exuding an air of affluence. And a smile involuntarily graced his lips as he gently caressed the textured, intermediate, thunder-repelling talisman nestled within his sleeve. He mused that this journey had not been in vain, and the tension in his heart, stirred by the tumultuous circumstances, had eased somewhat. Although the talisman bore some damage and its efficacy was slightly diminished, it was still sufficient to serve as a life-saving trump card. When deployed, it could instantly annihilate any cultivator below the 5th level of Qi refinement. Even against a 6th-level Qi refinement practitioner, if used unexpectedly, it could at the very least buy him some precious time to escape. It could be said that with the thunder-repelling talisman in hand, as long as he did not encounter a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator, Su Huan was confident of his survival. The only drawback was its exorbitant cost. Even in its damaged state, it had cost him a full 10 low-grade spirit stones. In the past, Su Huan would never have dared to even contemplate such a steep price. Fortunately, he had brought an ample supply of medicinal pills on this trip, and the old shopkeeper had purchased them at the market stall prices. After selling 2 bottles of superior Qi gathering pills for 6 low-grade spirit stones, he had sold another 7 bottles of ordinary pills for 14 low-grade spirit stones, totaling 20 low-grade spirit stones. After spending 10 on the thunder-repelling talisman, Su Huan also procured a batch of alchemical materials, 10 sets of Qi gathering pill ingredients for 3 spirit stones, 20 sets of revitalizing pill ingredients for 2 spirit stones, 20 sets of detoxification pill ingredients for 2 spirit stones, and 10 sets of Qi gathering pill ingredients for 1 spirit stone. Clutching the 2 remaining low-grade spirit stones in his hand, Su Huan hastened back to the stall area, seeking out several small vendors specializing in selling spiritual rice and wild delicacies. He purchased 2 stones of low-grade spiritual rice, 3 stones of ordinary rice, and several wild game items, spending another low-grade spirit stone. This quantity would be sufficient for 3 individuals to sustain themselves for over 3 months. Having completed his purchases, Su Huan left the bustling market with an array of bundles in tow. The moment he stepped beyond the market's threshold, he sensed several furtive gazes directed at him, or more precisely, at the packages he carried. It was unavoidable. The sheer volume of his purchases precluded any attempt at discretion. However, even so, Su Huan remained remarkably unperturbed. Though his visible acquisitions were numerous, they merely consisted of provisions, and even the low-grade spiritual rice could hardly be considered a valuable commodity. Any cultivator above the mid-stage of Qi refinement would not find it worthwhile to ambush him over such a trivial matter. The malevolent glances he felt were from a group of early-stage Qi refinement practitioners, some of whom were even less formidable than he. With a light click of his tongue, Su Huan remained unfazed, stretching languidly as a gentle breeze wafted by, lifting the edges of his alchemist's robe and revealing several low-grade talismans affixed to its lining, with colorful spiritual lights flickering from them. This is a bit too much. Time to slip away. In the shadows, the expressions of a few eager early-stage Qi refinement practitioners shifted dramatically, and they hastily averted their gazes. After all, they were merely a handful of impoverished low-tier cultivators. And collectively they might not even possess a single talisman. What a joke! No matter how dire my circumstances, I am still an alchemist. Observing this, Su Huan shook his head, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Once he confirmed that no other troublesome figures were around, he felt reassured enough to depart from the market area. A short while later, Su Huan returned home to the shabby housing district. Qin Qing'er had been waiting anxiously in the alchemy chamber, her delicate visage pale and drawn, her mind racing with unsettling thoughts. Soon as the wooden panel above her was lifted, revealing Su Huan's face, she immediately let out a soft whimper, hurriedly ascending the steps to throw herself into his embrace. My husband, you have finally returned. Su Huan held the lovely figure in his arms, offering her comforting words until a surge of fervor ignited within him. His attempts at soothing her gradually took on a different flavor. As Qin Qing'er's exquisite face flushed and her body grew warm, the dragon sparrow sword at his waist emitted a soft hum, unsheathing itself instinctively and rising with vigor. The scorching sword intent surged throughout the room. My husband, your sword is poking me. Oh, it wishes to cough. It wishes to return to its sheath. But my husband, it is still daytime. That is a valid point. Let us retreat to the alchemy room. Qin Qing'er exclaimed, her voice filled with surprise, before being engulfed by the rampant sword intent of the dragon sparrow. After a half hour, Huan returned to the small first-floor room, supporting the slightly injured Qin Qing'er, who had been inadvertently harmed by the sword's intent. My husband, please refrain from practicing swordplay in the alchemy room next time. It is too dim, and the dragon sparrow may struggle to return to its sheath. Cough. Recalling the earlier incident where the dragon sparrow had missed its sheath, Huan felt his face heat up. Nodding repeatedly, "It is entirely my fault. I nearly injured Qing. I will concoct a batch of revitalizing pills for you to take shortly." Qin Qing'er's entrancing blush had yet to fade, and upon hearing this, her gaze towards Huan grew increasingly affectionate, and my husband has already treated Qing'er very well. There's no need to waste precious pills on me. Huan did not press further, though he found it curious that Qin Qing'er's rapport with him had not increased despite their interactions. Could it be that his earlier missteps had rendered even the art of sweet talk ineffective? Observing the gentle glimmer in Qin Qing'er's eyes, he keenly detected a hint of worry lurking beneath. "What troubles you?" "Oh, right, I was so busy honing my swordsmanship that I nearly forgot this mattered," Huan suddenly recalled, tentatively suggesting, "By the way, Qing, I remember that Summer Daoist has a younger sister. Would it be safe for her to be alone next door? Shall we invite her to move in with us? Are you truly willing, my husband?" Upon hearing this, Qin Qing'er, momentarily forgetting her discomfort, looked up with surprise. "It seems you are indeed concerned for Xiaohi. It appears the sisterly bond is quite strong." Huan understood this now. It was no wonder that when Qin Qing'er visited the previous night, she had spoken of helping the two of them. "Of course I am willing, as long as you do not mind the cramped quarters of this little abode." "How could that be? My husband's willingness to care for both me and he fills my heart with contentment." Qin Qing'er's eyes sparkled with joy, the tender affection in her gaze almost overwhelming, making it difficult for Huan to maintain his composure around the dragon sparrow's sword. "We have already become partners. There is no need to refer to yourself as a concubine." After a moment's pause, Huan spoke softly. Yet in this matter, Qin Qing'er seemed unusually stubborn to know. "I am but a fading flower, and for my husband to take notice of me is a stroke of great fortune. I dare not overstep." Seeing the determination in Qin Qing'er's eyes, Huan recognized that she was thinking of her own reputation. Touched, he decided not to press the issue further. Whether she referred to herself as a concubine or a wife was merely a title and did not hinder anything. "Then let us not delay. She should move in at once." From Qin Qing'er, the rapport with her partner increased by 10. Current rapport. 80. Chapter 7. Xiaohi moves in, crafting qi gathering pills. Hee. From now on this will be our home. Before long, Qin Qing'er assisted a silver-haired young girl through the door, gently speaking to her. Huan looked up and was momentarily taken aback. He had a slight understanding of Summer Daoist's sister. Xiaohi, knowing that she too was a practitioner, possessing a rare four-element spirit root like himself. However, due to a peculiar illness, she had been bedridden for years, her progress in cultivation exceedingly slow, and she rarely ventured outside. Thus, the last time they met was several years that time. Xiaohi had been merely 13 or 14, a delicate child with unrefined features, merely a young girl with pale yellow hair. But now, the young woman supported by Qin Qing'er wore a simple, elegant light blue gown, her features radiant, petite, and charming. Her skin was as pale and translucent as snow, her figure, while not as voluptuous as Qin Qing'er's, bore an exquisitely slender waist that could be grasped with ease. Most striking was her long silver hair, cascading down like mercury, which did not appear odd on her, but instead accentuated her ethereal beauty, making her resemble a fairy born atop a snow-capped mountain. Wang, who was not mistaken. Xiaohi was indeed exceptionally enchanting, that a quintessential beauty of the cultivation world with white hair. Furthermore, the subtle frailty in her delicate face evoked an irresistible desire to embrace and cherish her. Of course, that would be an act of beastliness. Although Huan was momentarily taken aback by her beauty, he quickly redirected his gaze between politeness and propriety. Quickly greet Senior Su before her sister-in-law. Qin Qing'er was at a loss as to how to address Su Huan, and could only pull at Xiaohe and say as such. Upon hearing this, Xiaohe blinked her eyes and looked at her sister-in-law with a complex expression. It was evident that she was urging her, with an implicit plea in her demeanor. Reluctantly, she lifted her head and performed a bow towards Su Huan. Younger generation Xia, he pays respects to senior Su. Su Huan paid little heed to the girl's slight emotional turmoil and nodded in acknowledgement. Now that you've moved here, we are family, so there is no need for such formality. Having said that, he did not look at Xiaohe again, but stood up and naturally took Qin Qing'er's small hand, leading her to the stove in the corner of the small room. He opened the cloth bag he had brought back from the market, revealing the spiritual rice and meat within, explaining each item in detail. My dear husband, this spiritual rice is too much, Qin Qing'er exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment. It is known that while Xia Yang had high cultivation, the expenses of his practice were exorbitant, and he lacked skills in alchemy or talisman making, often wishing he could split spirit stones in half to make ends meet. Even when he occasionally bought spiritual rice to improve their meals, it was merely a small bag, and compared to the 2 large sacks before her, it was hardly 1%. Moreover, that little bit of spiritual rice had all gone into Xia Yang's own stomach. She had never even had the opportunity to taste it herself. After all, being merely immortal, she had grown accustomed to such a life. But since she had hit a dead end and chose to follow Su Huan, not only had she not experienced the mistreatment she had initially feared, but she had instead been lavished with affection. First, there was the rejuvenation pill, and now 2 large sacks of spiritual rice accompanied by a heap of wild game. This life was indeed more lavish than that of many mid-stage Qi practitioners in the shanty towns. Not only her, but even Xiaohe, who had been deeply saddened by her brother's death and her sister-in-law being forced to marry another, was momentarily stunned. This is too extravagant. Starved for most of the day, she couldn't help but swallow hard at the sight of the 2 large bags of fragrant spiritual rice and the assortment of peculiar wild delicacies. Yet, this was but a fleeting moment. Realizing her inappropriate reaction and fearing Su Huan might notice, she quickly diverted her gaze to the wall, falling into silence. Meanwhile, Su Huan, having withdrawn his discreet observation of Xiaohe, chuckled internally, thinking to himself that this little girl was rather prideful. This is nothing. Our lives will only get better from here. You need not feel guilty. Feel free to use whatever you wish. I am off to refine pills. You both stay safe at home and do not venture outside. That IT may be somewhat dangerous these days. Should anything arise, call for me immediately. Su Huan, finding Qin Qing'er's surprised expression utterly endearing, couldn't he help but ruffle her hair as he instructed. Qin Qing'er obediently nodded. Husband, you may go about your business, and he will stay at home and wander off. Only then did Su Huan turn and, with a bundle of medicinal materials, descend the steps to the alchemy chamber. He did not rush to refine the Qi gathering pill, but instead took out a package of rejuvenation pill materials and placed them into the alchemy furnace. Supporting the sides of the furnace with his hands, he channeled his internal spiritual energy into it. With a whoosh, a faint red flame erupted from beneath the furnace, flickering gently. Following was a series of skilled and fluid refining motions. After a quarter of an hour, the furnace yielded 20 rejuvenation pills, each of superior quality, their rich fragrance wafting throughout the alchemy chamber. Su Huan carefully collected the rejuvenation pills into a small jade bottle, nodding in satisfaction, before picking up a set of detoxification pill materials to continue his work. Another quarter of an hour passed, and the detoxification pills were completed, again yielding 20, all of superior quality. Next came the Qi gathering pill, following the same pattern. After 3 consecutive successful refinements, Su Huan's sense for alchemy became increasingly attuned, and his mind settled like still water. With preparations complete, he wasted no time, opening a package of Qi gathering pill materials and placing them into the furnace. Unlike the rejuvenation pills, the Qi gathering pill, being a mid-grade pill, required more complex and numerous materials, thus elevating the difficulty of the refinement process. Even though Su Huan had already ascended to the rank of a mid-grade alchemist, he still felt the pressure. Time ticked away. Beneath the furnace, the flames alternated between fierce and gentle, hot and warm. Su Huan not only had to control the intensity of the flames, but also sequentially add the materials for melting, a process exceedingly intricate and detailed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. As the spirit-gathering grass was successfully refined, the next material, dragon bone flower, awaited a moment's inattention. The flames were slightly too hot, and the dragon bone flower that had just been added was scorched to a pile of ash. This marked the first failure of the refinement. Though a tinge of disappointment lingered, Su Huan had anticipated this. After all, he had only just advanced and was still unaccustomed to the refinement process for qi-gathering pills. Experiencing failure a few times was only natural. Without dwelling on it too long, he swiftly cleaned the interior of the furnace and proceeded to the second attempt a quarter of an hour later. A dull thud echoed as wisps of black smoke billowed from the furnace. Another failure. This time, he had been too hasty during the condensation phase, the various materials not yet fully integrated to Su Huan. While reflecting on the lessons learned from failure, hastily began the third attempt. 3/4 of an hour later, another thud resounded. This time, during the pill formation, his excitement caused him to raise the flames a tad too high at the critical moment. One must remain humble and patient. Do not celebrate too early. Onward. The fourth attempt ended in failure. The fifth attempt also met with failure. The sixth attempt, too, ended in disappointment. Time flew swiftly amidst repeated failures in the refinement process. Before long, evening descended. Yet within the alchemy chamber, Su Huan remained oblivious, his eyes bloodshot, his hands trembling slightly from the effort of controlling the flames, yet his spirit was exhilaratingly high. For he had an inkling that this time, he might succeed. Chapter 8. Ascending to the fourth layer of qi refinement. Wang Hu comes to visit. The flickering candlelight cast a dim glow, and wisps of blue smoke danced in the alchemy chamber. The fragrance of the spirit pills lingering in the air. Drip, drip. Large beads of sweat cascaded from Su Huan's jawline, yet they did not hinder his control over the flames. His previously trembling hands steadied at that moment. Resolute as a rock, within the furnace, the red, blue, and white liquids hissed and crackled under the intense heat, gradually merging together. Once the liquids had completely blended, Su Huan freed one hand, waving it lightly to evenly divide the slowly solidifying liquid. Pill formation. The previously gentle flames surged upward, resembling a fierce beast finally revealing its sharp fangs after lying dormant for ages. The hissing sound from the furnace grew clearer, and the speed at which the liquid solidified increased. Through a small transparent observation port atop the furnace, Su Huan could vaguely see the uneven surfaces of the semi-finished pills within. The qi-gathering pill was beginning to take shape. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Su Huan. Yet his mind grew even more tranquil, devoid of any distractions. Another quarter of an hour passed. The last ember flickered out in the air, signaling that Su Huan had completed the entire refinement process for the qi-gathering pill for the first time. It was time to unveil the results. Su Huan could hardly contain his excitement, and his hand trembled slightly as he lifted the lid of the furnace. Finally, bang! The lid was lifted. 0.6 greenish, round qi-gathering pills appeared before Su Huan's eyes. I did it! Su Huan couldn't help but exclaim softly, gently clenching his fist, then began to inspect the quality of the qi-gathering pills. In total, there were 6 qi-gathering pills, all of ordinary quality. The small quantity and mediocre quality didn't dampen Su Huan's excitement in the slightest. After all, this was not a qi-gathering pill, but one tier higher, a qi-gathering pill. Only by being able to refine mid-grade pills could one truly claim to be a qualified mid-grade alchemist. After reveling in his accomplishment for a moment, Su Huan cautiously picked up one qi-gathering pill and brought it to his nose to inhale. The rich fragrance of the pill was laced with strands of pure spiritual energy, and just the scent made him feel rejuvenated, alleviating much of the fatigue from nearly 2 hours of refining. Truly worthy of being a mid-grade pill, even of ordinary quality, the spiritual energy content far surpassed that of high-quality qi-gathering pills. Su Huan marveled inwardly, then sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes gleaming with fervor as he placed the qi-gathering pill in his mouth. Today, he would use the qi-gathering pill to officially break through to the fourth layer of qi refinement. As soon as it entered his mouth, it transformed into a refreshing medicinal liquid that flowed down his throat. Immediately, A surge of pure spiritual energy rushed through Su Huan's internal organs and meridians like a mighty river. Su Huan felt himself engulfed by a torrent of spiritual energy, his entire being radiating with shimmering light. However, the price he paid was the immense pain inflicted upon his frail and narrow meridians. Stretched to their limits, the excruciating agony seemed to mock his audacity for daring to consume such a potent mid-tier elixir during the early stages of his cultivation. Yet despite this, Su Huan gritted his teeth. Utilizing every ounce of his strength to guide the tumultuous waves of spiritual energy, striving to widen his meridians, he was acutely aware of how perilous his actions were, but given the current tumultuous situation, fraught with danger, he felt compelled to take risks in order to secure his safety, having neither the talent nor the cultivation level to navigate these chaotic times without such measures. Fortunately, his efforts were not in vain. After enduring the initial agony, the rewards soon followed. As his meridians expanded and the barrier of the fourth layer of Qi cultivation was breached by the relentless waves of spiritual energy. The chaos within him finally subsided, transitioning to a soothing balm that nurtured his battered body. Like the heavenly dew falling from the sky, Su Huan reveled in the warm embrace of the spiritual force. Akin to a gentle spring breeze, concurrently, a vortex of spiritual energy quietly formed around him, drawing in the sparse spiritual essence from the surrounding air, which he absorbed into his being, causing his aura to steadily rise. After a short incense stick-esque time, Su Huan opened his eyes, feeling the abundant and incomparable spiritual energy within him. A smile gracing his lips, he had now stepped into the mid-stage of Qi cultivation, no longer among the lowest echelons in this chaotic slum. With the in his possession, he felt confident he could survive any confrontation with a mid-stage Qi cultivator, provided they lacked similar devastating artifacts. However, such talismans were exceedingly rare among mid-stage cultivators in the slum, as they were prohibitively expensive. While he could not yet assert dominance in the area, he could at least walk with a modicum of confidence. Su Huan contemplated quietly, then carefully placed the remaining 5 from the furnace into a pale blue jade bottle, concealing it within the innermost layer of his clothing. These were treasures, if he were to sell them. It would not be by the bottle, but by the piece. Each could fetch a minimum price equivalent to a low-grade spiritual stone, and in the current turmoil, prices had surged by at least 50%. Moreover, due to their high rank and the difficulty in crafting them, they were quite rare in the Qingyang market, accessible only to cultivators of the 5th layer or above at that moment. A series of loud knocks echoed from the wooden boards above, which served as a barrier for the underground alchemy room. This was the signal he had previously arranged with Qin Qing'er. A rapid knock meant urgent business. Su Huan furrowed his brow, abandoning his intention to continue alchemy, and quickly ascended the steps. Lifting the heavy wooden board, he emerged into the first floor of the wooden house. Qin Qing'er's delicate, pale visage came into view. Beside her, Xiaohi stood alert, gazing warily towards the door. Her slender fingers gripping a kitchen knife, the knuckles whitening from her grip. Were the situation not so dire, Su Huan would have liked to tease her a bit. What has happened? Before Qin Qing'er could respond, a raucous banging resounded at the door. Bang, bang, bang. Open up. You little wretch, you think you can show me disrespect? And you, Su Huan, dare to snatch away the woman I've set my sights on? Don't you dare hide like a turtle. Wang Hu, hadn't they agreed on 3 days? Why was he here, frantic for revenge, after just 1 day? Recognizing the voice, Su Huan discreetly glanced at Qin Qing'er, noticing her face had drained of color, her eyes wide with panic, and her petite hands clenching her clothing. Clearly, she was at her wits' end. It's right, don't be afraid. Just leave it to me, he reassured her. And Xiaohi, you can put down that kitchen knife. It's merely mundane iron. Even if it were to break, it wouldn't harm a cultivator. That if you truly wish to wield a weapon, you can use my dragon sparrow next time. With that, Su Huan continued towards the door, his concealed hand poised over the, ready to unleash justice upon the rude interloper. Chapter 9. The most fatal pretense is the invisible kind. As the door swung open, 3 burly men stood before him. Aside from Wang Hu, whose fury was palpable, Su Huan was taken aback by the imposing figure standing between them. This man, tall and robust, sported a shiny bald head and a scruffy beard. A subtle smile playing on his lips, he was none other than Jiang Qing'er, the overseer of rent collection in the slum, a full 6-layer Qi cultivator known as the Smiling Tiger. What was he doing here? Was he also here to back Wang Hu? Surely, Wang Hu did not possess such influence. Su Huan's confusion deepened as Wang Hu's gaze pierced through him, fixing upon Qin Qing'er and Xiai, who were supporting each other. His expression soured, as if he had just swallowed a fly. Retracting his gaze, Wang Hu spoke darkly to Su Huan. "Su Daoist, you truly are impatient. Just after Sha Yang's death, you, his neighbor, have taken his wife and sister-in-law into your fold, reaping the rewards of their affections." In response, Su Huan merely smiled faintly. "Wang Daoist, please do not slander me. I merely offered assistance to the widow and her sister during their time of need." "Assistance? More like you've taken them to your bed." Wang Hu spat, his teeth grinding. These exquisite beauties had been his for the taking. He had merely delayed his advances for a couple of days due to their need for recuperation. Yet, in just one night, he received word that they had moved into Su Huan's home. All of his meticulous plans had been for naught, merely serving to clothe another. How could he endure such humiliation? Hearing Wang Hu's crude words, Su Huan's smile vanished, and he replied coldly, "Wang Daoist, exercise caution with your words. Damn it, it seems I've given you too much face. Do you truly believe that just because you are a low-tier alchemist, you can offend me?" Wang Hu's rage boiled over, and he was ready to strike like a tea that moment. Su Huan too summoned his internal spiritual energy, his left hand drawing forth a fireball talisman. Just as tensions escalated, a deep, hearty voice, tinged with surprise, interrupted them. "Su Daoist, have you advanced to the 4th layer of Qi cultivation?" The speaker was none other than Jiang Qing'er, who had remained silent until now. Su Huan did not respond immediately, instead casting a glance at the restless Wang Hu, and upon seeing him halt, he donned a smile once more, offering a respectful bow to Jiang Qing'er. "To be candid, Jiang Guanshi, I have indeed fortuitously ascended to the 4th layer of Qi cultivation." "Remarkable. The last time I saw you, you were in the late stages of the 3rd layer, and in just a few days, you have broken through 2 small realms." Jiang Qing'er marveled, his tone laced with astonishment and a hint of veiled curiosity. Wang Hu, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow slightly, his eyes fixated on Su Huan as if he were trying to strip him bare. Su Huan was acutely aware of the underlying implications in Jiang Qing'er's words that he silently cursed, realizing that Jiang Qing'er, despite his apparent praise, was beginning to suspect he had encountered some fortuitous opportunity. If Jiang Qing'er were to focus his attention on him, the danger would far surpass that posed by Wang Hu. Jiang Guanshi, you flatter me that I am but a dullard, squandering countless elixirs. It has taken me 10 years to barely reach the 4th layer of Qi cultivation. "I am truly ashamed," Su Huan replied dismissively, then inquired out of curiosity, "Might I ask if Jiang Daoist has come with a matter to discuss, perhaps regarding the widow of Sha Yang?" Jiang Qing'er chuckled heartily. "Indeed, but not solely for that reason. Apart from wishing to mediate the conflict between you two Daoists, I'm also here to collect rent." "Collect rent? But I paid my rent just last month," Su Huan replied, puzzled. With a sigh, Jiang Qing'er lamented, Due to recent events surrounding the ancient mountain opportunity, many outsiders have flooded into the slum, including several nefarious cultivators. This has made our routine patrols more arduous and perilous. To ensure everyone's safety, we had to increase the number of patrol teams, which, as you can imagine, incurs additional expenses. Consequently, we have no choice but to raise the rent. After all that, you are simply here to collect protection fees? Su Huan scoffed inwardly. What good were patrols if Qin Qing'er still sought refuge in his arms at night? However, on the surface, he silently nodded in understanding. It is only right, for Jiang Guanshi has exerted himself tirelessly. Saying this, Su Huan retrieved a small jade vial from his bosom, poured out several superior qi gathering pills, and handed them to Jiang Qing'er. "This is but a small token of my appreciation, intended to support the work of the patrol team. I hope Jiang Guanshi will graciously accept it. Thank you. Thank you. Su Daoyu truly understands matters, doesn't he?" Observing Su Huan's thoughtfulness, the smile on Jiang Qing'er's lips widened. Just as he was about to exchange pleasantries, a rich fragrance of elixir, suddenly wafted into his nostrils. He was momentarily taken aback, then instinctively glanced at the Qi-gathering pills in his hand, his pupils narrowing in astonishment. Are these truly superior Qi-gathering pills? Indeed, Huan affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, Wang Hu also turned his gaze, fixated on the several superior Qi-gathering pills in Jiang Changhai's hand, his eyes brimming with longing. How could there be so many? Did you personally concoct these, Su Daoyu? Jiang Changhai's voice rose a notch. He had encountered superior Qi-gathering pills before and had consumed quite a number, but never had he received so many at once. After all, such quality was rare and could only be claimed by a first-tier intermediate alchemist. Wait, a thought suddenly struck Jiang Changhai's mind. Before he could delve deeper, he heard Su Huan's voice drift over. Yes, I happened to have some leisure time earlier and concocted a batch of Qi-gathering pills to warm up my skills. Jiang Changhai. Wang Hu, you use superior Qi-gathering pills as a warm-up? Wang Hu scoffed immediately. Su Huan, stop pretending to be a big shot. With your alchemical skills, it must have taken you years to gather these few superior Qi-gathering pills. Initially, Jiang Changhai had not fully trusted Su Huan's words. But as he cautiously stroked the Qi-gathering pills in his hand and felt the lingering warmth, his expression abruptly changed. This warmth indeed suggested they had just been produced. He looked at Su Huan anew, his previously casual gaze now tinged with hesitation as he tentatively inquired, Su Daoyu, could it be that during this time, not only have you improved in cultivation, but your alchemical skills have also advanced? Su Huan smiled and nodded. To be frank with Jiang Guanshi, it is precisely because my alchemical skills have progressed that my cultivation has seen such rapid advancement. Jiang Changhai's heart jolted, followed by a sudden understanding. No wonder. This lad, who usually was timid as a mouse and cautious to the point of avoiding the slums, now dares to claim the affections of a woman coveted by Wang Hu. If he had no backing, how could his temperament have changed so dramatically? Even if he had not yet truly become a first-tier intermediate alchemist, he was certainly not far from IT. IT seems today's plans must be altered. Jiang Changhai discreetly cast a glance at Wang Hu, who still appeared bewildered and inwardly scoffed, then looked back at the composed Su Huan, the disdain in his eyes dissipating instantly. This lad, no, this Su Daoyu must not be offended. Chapter 10. What on earth are you doing with my dearest sister-in-law? At this moment, Wang Hu, sensing Jiang Changhai's unexpected demeanor and the inexplicable camaraderie growing between him and Su Huan, grew anxious. He had expended a considerable sum to invite Jiang Changhai here, not for idle chatter with Su Huan. Jiang Guanshi, why waste breath on this fellow? I suspect he has usurped Xia Yang's inheritance and insulted his widow. Such a heinous criminal must be expelled. Upon hearing this, Jiang Changhai's expression immediately turned cold as he shot Wang Hu a dispassionate glance. Wang Daoyu, are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? Wang Hu dared not respond. The mere glance from Jiang Changhai enveloped him in an immense pressure, the chill racing down his spine, compelling him to submit. This scene left Qin Qing'er, who had been observing, utterly astonished. So, it seems her husband shares such a close rapport with Jiang Guanshi. Truly admirable. Xiaohe was equally stunned, but her thoughts diverged drastically. Su Huan possesses such remarkable influence. Even the feared Jiang Changhai grants him such deference. Openly rebuking the more powerful Wang Hu in this light, does it not render her poor sister-in-law's plight even more desperate? No. Her sister-in-law was forced into this predicament to protect her. I must find a way to safely escort her from this den of peril. To her, Su Huan and Wang Hu were no different, perhaps merely more adept at flattery and seducing women. The goodwill they currently displayed was merely a fade, and once their initial allure wore off, their true natures would inevitably emerge. This moment, Su Huan, who had witnessed the entire exchange, felt a slight relief as he clasped his hands before Jiang Changhai and said, Jiang Guanshi, your keen insight is truly commendable. I have long held you in high regard. Should there be any doubts regarding the widow of Xia Yang, I shall fully cooperate with the investigation. With that, he shifted his focus to the still startled Wang Hu, coolly stating, however, if it is merely Wang Daoyu harboring personal grievances and deliberately seeking trouble, I must beg your pardon. My alchemical duties are pressing, and I have numerous orders from other Daoists yet to fulfill. You, Wang was infuriated and poised to retort, but once more, Jiang Changhai's gaze silenced him, leaving him awkwardly standing in place. Su Dao, you needn't be so courteous. Given our similar ages, we may refer to each other as Daoist friends in the future, Jiang Changhai said with a familiar and amiable smile, then returned the gesture that today's events were purely a misunderstanding. I am all too aware of Su Dao's character. I, Jiang Changhai, would never believe the slanders of malicious individuals against a good person. Su Huan smiled. Then I thank you, Jiang De, and no need. Jiang Changhai waved his hand, yet his expression bore a hint of hesitation. Su Huan, understanding this, inquired, is there something troubling you, Jiang Dao? If I can offer any modest assistance, I shall not decline. Jiang Changhai chuckled awkwardly. To be honest, Su Dao, I have been striving to break through to the 7th layer of qi refinement and require the assistance of qi condensing pills. Unfortunately, these pills are often scarce, which has been quite bothersome. Is that so? Su Huan pondered for a moment before breaking into an easy smile. I was wondering what the difficulty was. It is merely qi condensing pills. Jiang Dao, you need only wait a few days, and your wish shall be fulfilled. Really? Naturally. Upon receiving Su Huan's affirmative response, Jiang Changhai's eyes brightened, and his gaze towards Su Huan became increasingly amiable, even tinged with a hint of flattery. Then I shall trouble Su Dao. If ever there is anything I can assist you with in the future, do not hesitate to speak. In this slum area, I, Jiang Changhai, still hold some influence. After some more light banter, Jiang Changhai, satisfied, turned to leave, taking with him the perplexed, disgruntled, and unwilling Wang who, watching the 3 men depart, Su Huan's smile gradually faded as he turned back into the house, closed the door, locked it, and reset the trap array. After completing these tasks, he finally let out a long sigh. Damn it, dealing with these people is exhausting. They're all cunning and have ulterior motives, and my husband has worked hard. It is all my fault for putting you in such a difficult position and causing you to lose so many precious pills. Qin Qing'er immediately approached, her face filled with guilt and her voice laced with self-reproach. Su Huan gently embraced her and shook his head. Qing'er, now that you and I are family, there is no need for such formalities. As for those qi-gathering pills, they're no longer a rarity for me. Not only is it a matter of financial loss, but it also allows me to forge connections. This transaction is hardly a loss. This was the truth. Although Jiang Changhai was no fool, he was indeed a solid practitioner at the 6th layer of qi refinement, also serving as a manager for rent collection in the slums. Wielding considerable power, establishing a relationship with him through this matter would greatly benefit future security in the area, as long as my husband does not disdain me. Qin Qing'er possesses a gentle disposition, displaying a lack of understanding regarding these matters. She is inclined to believe whatever Su Huan asserts. Following this incident, her admiration for her husband has only deepened, her captivating eyes brimming with the reflection of Su Huan. In contrast, Xia, seemingly frail, possesses a keen intellect, having discerned subtle shifts in Jiang Changhai's demeanor. Standing to the side, she observes the affectionate couple, her clear gaze filled with a complex array of emotions. There is youthful shyness, a tinge of wariness towards Su Huan, and, more prominently, a deep-seated concern for Qin Qing'er. Her sister-in-law, so naively entranced, appears to have entrusted her heart entirely to this man, that if he were to reciprocate her feelings sincerely, it would be one matter. However, if he were merely deceiving her, how could her sister-in-law withstand such betrayal? Yet before long, Xiao's distress dissipates, for it seems that Su Huan, not content with mere embraces, has extended his hands, roaming indiscriminately. Ultimately, he lifts Qin Qing'er into his arms, disregarding the presence of a mere maiden, striding directly towards the bed. Husband, wait. He is still here. Qin Qing'er's exquisite visage flushes crimson. Whispering bashfully in Su Huan's embrace, that moment. Su Huan is oblivious to her concerns. Leaning down to capture her delicate lips with his own, he gestures dismissively at Xia, who remains stunned, signaling her to find a corner to occupy for a while. Soon after, the sheer silk curtains fall, and an inevitable tumult ensues. The sounds of their passionate struggle echo, intermingled with soft pleas that resemble a symphony, resonating throughout the wooden cottage. Meanwhile, Xia stands frozen, gazing at the undulating figures upon the bed, her usually sharp mind rendered momentarily incapacitated. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? After what feels like an eternity, she finally regains her composure, her fair face flushed with embarrassment. What on earth is that lecher doing to my dear sister-in-law? Chapter 11. Xiaohe, you come here too, from Qin Qing'er's partner Affinity 5. One dual cultivation session with Qin Qing'er, Alchemist Experience 7. Qin Qing'er's partner Affinity. 85 alchemical skill level. Intermediate grade 1, 10195000. Half an hour slips by in the blink of an eye. As the rain ceases and clouds disperse, Huan does not hasten to rise. Instead, he embraces the unclad Qin Qing'er, both nestled together, savoring the post-battle warmth. Husband, it has been ages since Qing'er has enjoyed such a languid, leisurely sensation. Qin Qing'er's gaze remains somewhat dreamy, a hint of lingering blush upon her fair cheeks. Her voice quivering with uncontainable happiness, Huan chuckles, gently caressing her silken shoulder, speaking softly. Fear not, the days ahead will only improve. Qin Qing'er buries her face against his chest, softly nodding in agreement. Yes, Qing'er believes in her husband, in stark contrast to the tender intimacy shared between Huan and Qin Qing'er, in a secluded corner of the wooden house. A silver-haired maiden teeters on the brink of despair, a full half-hour. Do you have any idea how I have endured this time? I beg you, act like a person. Xiaohe huddles in the corner, her hands cradling her head, her delicate face etched with desolation. Hey, why are you crouched over there? It's quite chilly. Once the warmth subsides and she is dressed, Qin Qing'er rises first, ready to prepare dinner for Huan. Spotting Xiaohe's despondent figure, she expresses concern. Xiaohe mechanically lifts her head, gazing at her once-beloved sister-in-law, a look of utter dismay on her small face. Sister-in-law. Qin Qing'er realizes the absurdity of what has just transpired, and upon hearing this address, she becomes flustered. Xiaohe, sensing her sister-in-law's discomfort, hurriedly stands. Sister-in-law, I am not angry with you. I simply feel for you. Leaning closer to Qin Qing'er, she whispers, I will strive to cultivate diligently, so that you will no longer have to endure such humiliation from the Su family. Upon hearing this, Qin Qing'er panics slightly, hastening to clarify, no, he has not humiliated me. He merely has a more fervent disposition in that regard. But he is otherwise very good to me. Xiaohe, please do not act impulsively. After all, Huan is our benefactor. Seeing Qin Qing'er defend Huan so fiercely, Xiaohe purses her lips, choosing to remain silent. She understands that Huan has indeed aided them. Without him, it is likely they would have already fallen prey to that Wang who, thus, she never contemplated harming Huan, merely wishing to take her sister-in-law away from this place that does not belong to them. Yet, it appears that such aspirations must now be set aside, unless Huan turns out to be a hypocrite. Even if she were to attain great power one day, her sister-in-law would likely not wish to abandon him. With a resigned sigh, Xiaohe glances at Qin Qing'er, whose eyes are filled with worry, and forces a smile. Sister-in-law, let's not dwell on this. Let us prepare dinner. All right, let sister-in-law take the lead. You should avoid the cold water. And simply accompany me. Qin Qing'er finally feels reassured, affectionately taking Xiaohe's hand as they begin to prepare the evening meal together. Meanwhile, on the bed, Huan, who has been observing their interactions, allows a slight smile to grace his lips. Such loyalty to her husband is truly commendable of my dear Qin. As for Xiaohe, the clever little girl, though she possesses a multitude of schemes, she is not devoid of reason. She can remain, he is not a fool. And even if Xiaohe's beauty and figure rival those of Qin Qing'er, and she bears a rare spiritual root, should she harbor any ill intentions toward him, he would not hesitate to cast her aside. The notion of eliminating his sister to secure his path is not beyond consideration. Fortunately, she is merely an impulsive girl concerned for her sister. Still a haughty little white-haired girl. Husband, dinner is ready. Good. I'm coming. Huan concludes his cultivation and takes a seat at the dining table. 3 large white porcelain bowls sit before him, filled with mushroom-stewed wild chicken, cold tossed fragrant tree buds, and a soup made of jade green vegetables. 1 meat, 1 vegetable, and 1 soup. each dish exquisitely aromatic, enticing one's appetite. Huan samples a piece of wild chicken, savoring its tender juiciness. Mingled with the rich flavor of mushrooms, an explosion of delectable essence. Delicious. Qing'er's culinary skills surpass even those of the chefs in the taverns. Huan exuberantly praises. Qin Qing'er approaches with a bowl of spiritual rice, and upon hearing his compliment, her eyes light up with joy, forming a crescent shape. Gently placing the bowl before Huan, she softly replies, "As long as my husband is pleased, that is enough. How could I possibly be displeased?" Huan lifts the bowl, ready to indulge, but his peripheral vision catches sight of the bowls of rice before them, which appear vastly different from his own. Merely ordinary rice. His brow furrows in concern. "What's wrong, husband? Is the food unappetizing? I shall redo it immediately." Noticing Huan's expression, Qin Qing'er stands up in alarm, eager to rush to the kitchen to prepare another portion. Xiaohi, seeing this, silently prepares to join her sister-in-law. Huan quickly calls out to them, "Qing'er, you misunderstand. I merely observe that the rice you are eating differs from mine." Qin Qing'er, initially tense, relaxes, responding gently, "Husband, you work so hard. Naturally, you should indulge a bit more. He and I can suffice with ordinary rice." Xiaohi nods in agreement with her sister-in-law's words. However, Huan shakes his head, taking their bowls to the kitchen, where he combines the rice from all three bowls, mixing it together before serving anew. Placing the bowls of mixed spiritual and ordinary rice back on the table, he speaks, "We are a family. If Qing'er feels that having only spiritual rice is too extravagant, let us prepare it this way from now on." From Qin Qing'er, Partner Affinity 3. Husband, Qin Qing'er is moved to tears, while even Xiaohi stands in stunned silence. Gazing at Huan for a long while, her previously cold demeanor beginning to shift. After dinner, Huan seizes Qin Qing'er, who is clearing the table, producing a jade vial from his robe and dispensing a rejuvenation pill, which he unceremoniously places into her mouth. "Dear, do not feel sorrow. You have also worked hard." Fujian, upon swallowing the rejuvenating pill, appeared as if she had indulged in honey, her smile radiant like a blooming flower. She playfully kissed Huan's cheek like a dragonfly skimming the water before gliding towards the kitchen, her graceful steps causing her skirt to sway gently. The blush on her cheeks, reminiscent of rouge, mirrored the enchanting glow of the setting sun, a beauty beyond compare. Huan was momentarily entranced, only to regain his senses after a while. Meanwhile, Xiaohi was unexpectedly fed a mouthful of dog food, letting out a soft huff of annoyance as she turned to leave, only to be stopped by Huan's voice from behind. "Xiaohi, do come here for a moment." Chapter 12. Huan, it's best to just be a warm bed maid. Me? Xiaohi turned around, blinking in surprise, pausing for a moment before noticing the remnants of blush on Huan's face, her heart racing with alarm. Could it be that this Su was contemplating something for her? "Extend your hand." Huan's calm voice interrupted Xiaohi's fearful musings. Though somewhat reluctant, she hesitated, and given her current situation relying on Huan's hospitality, she complied. Unlike Qin Qing'er's delicate and soft hands, Xiaohi's were notably fair, with long fingers and rounded tips, suitable for playing the piano in a former life. Grasped by an unfamiliar man's hand for the first time, Xiaohi felt her cheeks flush, her dark eyes fixated on Huan with a wary heart. Fortunately, Huan's expression bore no hint of lewdness. Instead, he slightly closed his eyes, adopting a serious demeanor. As Xiaohi pondered, she sensed a warm stream of spiritual energy emanating from Huan's firm palm, flowing into her meridians. What is he doing? As time trickled by, beads of sweat began to form on Huan's forehead. Xiaohi, witnessing this, dared not utter a word, nor did she attempt to withdraw her hand. After a considerable while, Huan finally released her hand, exhaling deeply, and observed her perplexed expression as he spoke gently. "There is no need for alarm. I am an alchemist and possess a modicum of knowledge in pharmacology and medicine. I heard you have been afflicted by a peculiar illness, hindering your cultivation progress. So, I just conducted a brief examination." Xiaohi was taken aback. She never anticipated that Huan would go to such lengths to attend to her health. Perhaps this Su wasn't as malevolent as she had imagined. Had she indeed misjudged his intentions? Hesitantly, Xiaohi nodded, her face slightly awkward. Su Huan continued. Indeed, there exists a chill within you. Rather unusual, I currently lack an effective method for a complete cure. But he produced 2 exquisite jade vials from his robe, extracting several superior rejuvenating pills and superior gathering pills, placing them on the table. While I cannot cure you entirely for the time being, I can alleviate the symptoms. Take 1 rejuvenating pill every 3 days, and use the gathering pills to assist your cultivation. Should you require more, simply ask me. Observing the precious pills, which could even move Wang Changhai. Being offered so casually, Xiaohi was taken aback, hastily shaking her head. No, I don't need them. You should give them to my sister-in-law instead. Su Huan, however, regarded her with a knowing smile and replied, do not misunderstand. I hold no interest in young girls. The reason I provide these to you is that you possess spiritual roots and the potential for cultivation. Though I am an alchemist and not required to compete for opportunities like other cultivators, there will be times when I am away from home, and at those times, I need you to take care of Qing'er in this household. These pills are not a gift without reason. With that, Su Huan raised a finger, stating, 1 month, in 1 month, you must advance to the 2nd level of Qi cultivation. Should you fail to do so, well, you may as well abandon your cultivation and resign yourself to being a warm bedmaid. With that, Su Huan turned, leaving Xiaohi standing at the dining table, contemplating his departing figure for a long while, her cheeks aflame with indignation as she stamped her foot in frustration. What a warm bedmaid. A lecher, I refuse. Is reaching the 2nd level of Qi cultivation so difficult? If I, Xiaohi, cannot achieve this with so many pills to assist me, it would be the greatest disgrace in the realm of cultivation. In the alchemy room, Su Huan chuckled at the faint sound of stamping from above. After all, she was merely a naive girl, suddenly bereaved of her brother. Though her cultivation was low, under the protection of Xia Yang for many years, her heart remained pure. She had a bit of temper, but was clear about her grievances and favors. Perhaps in the future, she could become a valuable ally, or at the very least, a capable maid. As for Wang Hu, his visit was clearly not benign. His fierce gaze seemed to yearn to eliminate him on the spot. He had refrained from acting out in the presence of Wang Changhai, but it was uncertain if he harbored resentment, potentially causing further trouble. The prudent course of action would be to take the initiative and eliminate this latent threat in its infancy. However, that would not be now. It would be when he was utterly certain of his capability to eradicate him without resorting to lightning talismans or sustaining injuries. For now, the only path forward was to cultivate diligently and master alchemy in tandem. Oh, and there was one more crucial matter. Dual cultivation with Qing'er for the time being, thrice daily would suffice. She should be able to endure it, right? Yes, this shall be the plan. Set a small goal. The next day, I venture out shall be the day Wang Hu meets his demise. Su Huan resolved silently. He then set this matter aside and immersed himself wholly in the art of alchemy and the practice of pills. Besides that, he engaged in unabashedly joyful dual cultivation with Qin Qing'er. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. For most cultivators, who often seclude themselves for a year or more, 3 months is but a fleeting moment, hardly enough to affect any change. Yet for Su Huan, it had been a transformative period. During these 3 months, he had not stepped outside, focusing solely on alchemy and cultivation, as well as attending to his routine with Qin Qing'er upstairs. Of course, this routine was far from monotonous. It was filled with delight. In Su Huan's words, it was rather fulfilling. The results were evident. With nearly unlimited access to gathering pills, his cultivation had progressed remarkably. He had transcended 3 minor realms, reaching the 4th level of Qi cultivation, surpassing Wang Hu at least in terms of realm. However, Su Huan remained skeptical, as he had not seen Wang Hu during these 3 months and could not ascertain whether Wang Hu had made any progress. Considering their last encounter, it seemed unlikely, as Wang Hu was not as extravagant with pill consumption as Su Huan. Moreover, his alchemical skills had grown exponentially. The daily thrice dual cultivation with Qin Qing'er had never ceased. And occasionally, when passion surged, they would extend their sessions. Alchemy skill level. Intermediate grade 1, 365,000. After 3 months of diligent effort, he had surpassed the halfway mark to becoming an intermediate grade 1 alchemist. Now he could refine gathering pills with increasing proficiency, achieving a success rate of 90% and producing at least 18 pills per batch. The only regret was that he had yet to refine a single superior quality gathering pill, always falling just short. But at this moment, within the alchemy room, smoke curled in the air. Before the alchemy furnace, Huan, adeptly adding herbs, suddenly felt an inexplicable premonition. This batch of gathering pills was likely to herald a significant breakthrough. Chapter 13. Superior Gathering Pills. Xiaohi's mindset crumbled. A quarter of an hour later, a muffled thud resonated from within the alchemy furnace. Huan lifted the lid and immediately broke into a smile. His intuition had indeed been correct. Within the furnace lay 20 gathering pills, 10 of which shimmered in a delicate azure hue. Unmistakably superior quality gathering pills. There was no need to approach closely to inhale. The entire alchemy room was suffused with a refreshing fragrance of pill essence. It was as if someone had sent a pillow just as he was feeling drowsy, perfectly timed after consuming too many ordinary gathering pills, whose effects were waning. Now, with the superior quality gathering pills, the 5th level of Qi cultivation was within reach, suppressing the overwhelming joy within. Huan carefully divided from the alchemical furnace into 2 small jade vials, refraining from hastily consuming them for a breakthrough. Instead, he took a moment to tidy his appearance before ascending the steps. Recently, his cultivation had progressed at an astonishing rate, and this upcoming breakthrough to the 5th level of Qi refinement would surely not be as swift as the previous one to the 4th level. To avoid any disturbances during his breakthrough and to spare the 2 women upstairs from unnecessary worry, he felt it necessary to first provide them with an explanation. Yes, Huan entered the 1st floor of the wooden cabin. Qin Qing'er greeted him with a radiant smile. Although her charming face still bore a hint of shyness, it had softened considerably compared to 3 months prior, exhibiting a demeanor that suggested familiarity. On the other side, Xiaohi cast a nonchalant glance at Huan as he ascended the stairs, before expertly retreating to her secluded corner, silently crouching down, hands clasped over her head, ears covered. Over the past 3 months, she had gradually acclimated to the situation, evolving from initial disbelief to complete numbness. She had once believed that the man surnamed Su was merely infatuated with his sister-in-law. However, it was now painfully evident that he was simply a lecher. Poor sister-in-law, subjected to this villain's relentless torment day after day. And yet, she showed no signs of waning, her figure becoming increasingly voluptuous. Akin to a ripe peach, her skin more radiant and supple. Curse that alchemist! At that moment, Qin Qing'er had already taken the initiative to assist Huan in loosening his garments. Husband, you must be weary. You were busy all night again, weren't you? I shall attend to your rest. Observing the enchanting and graceful Qin Qing'er, Huan momentarily halted his thoughts of discussing serious matters. Indeed, it was essential to clear one's mind before attempting a breakthrough. What better method than to enter a state of sage-like tranquility? Qing'er truly is my confidant, he mused, yielding to the moment. Without hesitation, he reached out and began to remove her garments. Thus, Xiaohi found herself reluctantly subjected to an hour-long symphony. It was only when her legs grew numb that the commotion from the bed gradually subsided. What a beast, she lamented. How can my poor sister-in-law endure this? After 2 sessions, Huan successfully entered a sage-like state. His mind as tranquil as water, unaffected even by the sight of the exquisite beauty beside him. Following the dual cultivation with Qin Qing'er, his alchemical mastery had increased by 14 points, and his compatibility with his partner stood at 88. His alchemy level. Intermediate Grade 1, 300500. To my husband, your prowess this time is truly remarkable. I can hardly withstand it. Qin Qing'er lay languidly at the head of the bed, her cheeks flushed, the porcelain-like skin glowing with a hint of color from her elevated emotions. Her breath soft and delicate, Huan gently caressed her face, smiling as he replied, "It is only because you are irresistibly alluring, my dear Qing'er, that I was unable to restrain myself. By the way, I will be in seclusion for the next couple of days in the alchemy room. You and Xia, should remain at home and wait for my return." "Very well, husband. There is no need to worry about us." Qin Qing'er obediently nodded. After ensuring everything was settled with Qin Qing'er, Huan dressed and made his way to the other side of the cabin. Noticing Xiaohe's disgruntled expression, he felt no embarrassment. After all, this was not their first encounter. "Xiaohe, you heard me mention my seclusion, didn't you?" Xiaohe glanced at him, turning her head away, initially unwilling to respond. However, after a moment's hesitation, she reluctantly mumbled, "I heard." Huan, accustomed to her aloofness, retrieved a jade vial and handed it to her. "Here, take this that I still haven't finished that you gave me last time," Xiaohe replied. Huan shook his head. "This is not the... but rather an intermediate grade 1 poisonous dan. When crushed, it releases a toxic miasma. Cultivators below the mid-stage of Qi refinement will succumb to decay within the duration of an incense stick. Even mid-stage practitioners would find their spiritual energy severely diminished upon contact, suffering great damage. Is it truly that potent?" Xiaohe gasped, startled by his words. All anger forgotten, she sprang to her feet, her large, expressive eyes brimming with curiosity and excitement. It was evident that despite her initial frailty, she was remarkably clever. While most would shy away from such a terrifying poison, she was instead exhilarated. Huan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly before teasing her. "Don't believe me? Then you can try it, and see if you can last through an incense stick." "Humph, I'm not foolish." After spending time with Huan, Xiaohe had shed her earlier coldness. Pouting defiantly, "Wait a moment, does that mean you are now an intermediate grade 1 alchemist?" Just as Xiaohe was about to retort, a realization struck her, her eyes widening in surprise that Huan remained silent. Yet his demeanor clearly conveyed his affirmation. Wow. Xiaohe was genuinely astonished. She knew well the significance of being an intermediate alchemist. Her brother, Xiaoyang, had desperately sought one for over a month without success, ultimately opting to reside next to Huan to benefit from his lower-tier alchemical skills. This alone underscored the lofty status of an intermediate alchemist. Yet now, the man surnamed Su had quietly ascended to such heights. Xiaohe's perspective crumbled. Over the past 3 months, she had tirelessly practiced to achieve the latter stage of the second level of Qi refinement, believing herself to be rather impressive. However, now, not only was her cultivation still beneath Huan's, but his status as an intermediate alchemist was enough to render her aspirations to rescue her sister-in-law from hardship utterly futile, even if the current circumstances seemed more akin to a paradise of joy than a sea of suffering. "Haha, little Xiaohe, perhaps it is best to remain a warm bed servant," Huan teased, unable to suppress a grin at her despondent expression. "Absolutely not. I'm not a child. I'm 16, Xiaohe protested, instantly transforming back into a feisty little kitten. Huan silently acknowledged this. Indeed, she was now a legally recognized young lady. Choosing not to continue their playful banter, Huan handed Xiaohe the antidote for the poisonous dan and offered a few more instructions before returning to the alchemy room. Now he could finally focus on his breakthrough. Chapter 14. 5th Level of Qi Refinement. Ambushed upon departure. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Huan awoke from his meditative state, his aura now unmistakably that of the 5th level of Qi refinement. His eyes bright and clear like a beacon in the night. This time he had expended a total of 3 superior to barely achieve this advancement. It was not that the medicine lacked potency, but rather that his rapid progress had left his foundation somewhat unstable. Should an ordinary cultivator attempt to force a breakthrough as he had, they would likely incur significant future risks. Fortunately, he had managed to fortify his foundation with the pure spiritual energy of the superior. Huan murmured to himself, reflecting on the arduous process of his breakthrough, which had been comparable to a difficult childbirth. A sense of trepidation lingered in his heart. In the coming days, he must proceed with caution. This time had been fortunate, with sufficient reserves of superior, but next time might not be so assured. He must not jeopardize his future opportunities by being reckless. After concluding his internal deliberations, Huan reveled in the overwhelming spiritual energy surging within him, a broad smile spreading across his face. With his current cultivation level, he could be considered above average in this impoverished district. It was time to venture out after more than 3 months of confinement. To ascertain the state of the outside world, sell some dan at the Baibao Pavilion, and replenish his supplies. That he also intended to look for any dual cultivation techniques. Otherwise, the strain of his thrice-daily endeavors would be too taxing on his body. As this thought crossed his mind, a wry smile crept onto Su Huan's lips. It was only after this breakthrough that he realized his unstable foundation had resulted in a hint of kidney deficiency. How could he endure such a fate? Time to go. Husband, you have finally emerged from seclusion, Qin Qing'er exclaimed upon seeing Su Huan exit the alchemy room, rushing towards him. Yes, I have reached the 5th level of Qi refinement. Su Huan replied, enveloping her in a warm embrace. You are truly impressive. Qin Qing'er's eyes sparkled with admiration. All right, I need to step out for a bit to procure some items. You two stay at home. Ah, my dear husband, you must return safely. I shall obediently await your return at home. Although Qin Qing'er harbors concerns, she remains ever sensible. Good Qing'er, you are truly obedient. Su Huan gently kissed Qin Qing'er before striding towards the door. As he passed by the Dai Xiaohe, he couldn't help but reach out to tousle her soft silver hair. Little Xiaohe, don't daydream. If you keep this up, you'll turn into a little fool. Remember to keep an eye on the house. With that, he pushed open the door and walked away. Xiaohe, meanwhile, stared at her disheveled hair, her dark eyes nearly ablaze with indignation as she shouted after Su Huan's retreating figure. I'm not a little fool. And I've grown up already. Unfortunately, Su Huan had already walked far away, leaving only the gentle breeze that slipped through the door to answer her. Whoa, how is it that Su has reached the 5th level of Qi training? He, like me, has a mixed elemental root. Why am I still only at the 2nd level of Qi training? This is so unfair. No, I cannot endure this humiliation any longer. I must cultivate, I must advance. Xiaohe seethed with frustration, her silver teeth clenched tightly. Consumed by indignation, she occupied Su Huan's worn mat and tossed a high-quality Qi gathering pill in her mouth, muttering angrily to herself. Humph. I will also consume pills frantically, draining you dry, so you cannot mock me again. Observing this scene, Qin Qing'er chuckled softly, but a trace of subtle melancholy flickered in her beautiful eyes. After all, she possessed no spiritual root and could only live as a mortal for all her days. When the time comes, and she grows old and frail, who will care for her husband with the utmost devotion? He labors so diligently in his cultivation. How can he spare the energy to care for himself? Qin Qing'er understood better than anyone the vast chasm that existed between mortals and cultivators. She felt unworthy of being Su Huan's partner. A cultivator's companion must at least be another cultivator. This thought plunged Qin Qing'er into a deep melancholy, her emotions swirling tumultuously. After a long while, she suddenly focused her gaze on the fiercely determined Xiaohe. Indeed, isn't she also a cultivator? Meanwhile, on the other side, beneath the low-hanging full moon, the silvery light spilled over the earth. In a grove where the slums met the main thoroughfare, Su Huan remained unaware that his beloved Qing had begun to fret to the point of wanting to play matchmaker. He was instead glowering at the 3 unsavory figures before him, his dragon sparrow sword already drawn, gleaming coldly in the night. Not long after he had stepped out, he felt several prying gazes upon him. Upon closer inspection, he discovered 3 early-stage Qi training cultivators lurking about, clearly up to no good, as expected. After he deliberately took a more secluded path, the 3 men abandoned their concealment and pursued him directly. What are your intentions? Su Huan asked coldly, gripping his sword tightly as he glared at the trio. The tallest among them, whose cultivation was at the early 4th level of Qi training, let out a sinister chuckle. We brothers have heard that you, dear Su, are an alchemist, quite affluent indeed, and we merely wish to borrow a few spirit stones from you. The 2 shorter cultivators snickered wickedly, subtly shifting to flank Su Huan on either side. Clearly attempting to encircle him, Su Huan saw through their intentions but paid them no mind. He was no longer the naive fool he had been 3 months prior, in his presence. These 3 were nothing but insignificant pests. After a brief moment of contemplation, he suddenly asked, How many spirit stones did Wang Hu give you? Spirit stones. The tall cultivator, who had been halfway through a scoff, abruptly realized his blunder and fell silent. His face contorted with rage. You little brat, you tricked me. Just as I suspected, Su Huan remarked, shaking his head. It was evident that he had been targeted the moment he stepped outside, and these 3 were far too familiar with him to be mere opportunists. Since they were neither evil cultivators nor had any personal vendetta against him, they must have been minions for someone else. Over the years, he had maintained a low profile, never making enemies, and had even earned the reputation of a generous benefactor. Forming good relations with numerous neighbors, the only one who could orchestrate such a scheme was Wang Hu, who had a grudge against him over a woman Ta. I haven't sought him out, yet he comes to find trouble with me. Su Huan chuckled wryly. Boss, stop wasting time talking to him. Just kill him. An alchemist like him must have plenty of valuable items. When the shorter cultivators urged eagerly, the tall one nodded in agreement. Yes, this kid is quite slippery. Don't hold back. Give it your all and kill him. With that, the three exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them as they closed in on Su Huan, their faces betraying greedy and cruel smiles. Chapter 15. Slaying the Three. The emergence of a damaged spiritual artifact. The night was as cool as water, much like the frosty gleam of Su Huan's dragon sparrow sword, facing the relentless advance of the three men. Su Huan remained completely unperturbed, that a smirk played on his lips as he thought to himself, "It is not I who am surrounded. Rather, it is you who are surrounded," though he was not particularly skilled in combat. He understood that in such a situation, eliminating the weakest opponent first was the most prudent course of action. You shall be the one, he decided, focusing on the loquacious little man who was approaching him with a menacing grin. Su Huan's once languid gaze transformed into one sharp with intent, brimming with murderous resolve. His spiritual energy surged within him as he took a stealthy step forward, leaping into action. The blade of the dragon sparrow sword flashed onto the night sky, aimed precisely at the most vulnerable part of the little man's neck. What the little man gasped in shock, raising his long knife in a desperate attempt to defend himself. But before he could react, a cold glimmer swept past him, followed by the sound of metal clashing. As he felt a chill at his neck and looked down, he was greeted by the sight of a thin line of blood appearing, crimson flowing forth. Ugh! The next moment he collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open, devoid of life. He was dead. "Brother!" the tall one cried out in despair, the entire event unfolding too swiftly for him to process. This can't be. The intel was wrong. He couldn't possibly be at the 3rd level of Qi training. He must be at least at the late 4th level. The other little man stammered, trembling in fear. The tall one realized too late that Su Huan's burst of spiritual power surpassed his own, confirming that he was indeed a 5th-level cultivator. "Brother, run! We are no match for him," the tall one shouted, turning to flee without a moment's hesitation, not even casting a glance at the lifeless body of his fallen comrade. The second little man was even quicker. Before his leader could utter another word, he dashed away, already several meters ahead. TSK. This is the true face of the cultivation world. There are no grand ideals like those in novels. Survival is the only truth, Su Huan observed, shaking his head with a wry smile. However, he had no intention of letting the two escape. Eradicate a threat. One must eliminate it at its roots. The next moment, he drew a talisman from his robes and affixed it to his leg. With a flash of green light from the talisman, he stepped forward, his figure darting away like a leopard. A low-grade lightness talisman. It could enhance the user's speed by 30% for a duration of 15 minutes. Just enough. 3 breaths later, Su Huan caught up to the fleeing little man. Without uttering a word, he swung his sword down. Swish! The head rolled away. Su Huan did not pause, swiftly changing direction to pursue the tall cultivator. Utilizing his higher cultivation level combined with a lightness talisman, he quickly closed the distance to the tall man. Meanwhile, the tall cultivator, glancing back at the approaching Su Huan and at the bloody dragon sparrow sword in his hand, realized that both of his comrades had perished beneath that very blade. Overwhelmed by fear, he collapsed to his knees, his head banging against the ground like a drum. Su, dear friend, I was blinded by greed. Manipulated by Wang Hu. Please, spare my life. Su Huan halted a yard away and spoke coolly. Where is Wang Hu now? He said he had matters to attend to at the market tonight and instructed us to keep watch near your home. He also mentioned that you had interfered with his carefully laid plans, and he vowed to make you pay in blood. The tall cultivator replied hastily, his words tumbling out in a rush. He then pulled out a pouch of coins from his robes, pleading, Su, this is the spirit stones Wang Hu gave me. They now belong to you. I only ask for the mercy of your life. Upon hearing the words, Huan raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement gracing his lips. At least you are perceptive that in that case, I shall show mercy. As soon as the word mercy left his mouth, he abruptly hurled the dragon sparrow sword from his hand. Simultaneously, his left sleeve slightly lifted, revealing a concealed sleeve arrow aimed at the kneeling tall cultivator, unleashing a barrage of rain-like pear blossom needles. His freed right hand swiftly brushed against his chest, affixing a low-grade protective talisman there. The entire sequence unfolded with fluidity and precision, and before the tall cultivator could comprehend what had transpired, he was pierced like a hedgehog. The sword striking true at his brow, he collapsed lifelessly, his eyes filled with unwillingness and confusion. With a soft thud, a palm-sized black dagger fell from the sleeve of the deceased cultivator. Observing this, Huan exhibited no surprise, merely shaking his head in disdain. You thought to deceive me? With that level of intellect, you are sorely lacking. Just moments ago, he had claimed that Wang Hu had not provided you with any spirit stones. And now his testimony has shifted. Tsk, a master of survival. Caution was etched into Huan's very being, and he promptly recognized the tall cultivator's grave error. Moreover, the hand that had been hidden in the sleeve was a trick he was all too familiar with. It was easy for him to see through it. Had an inexperienced person approached him to snatch the pouch, they would likely have met a fatal end, caught off guard by the coins within. Reflecting on the treachery of the world, Huan stepped forward to retrieve the fallen black dagger. At first glance, it startled him. The small dagger, pockmarked and battered, shimmered with a faint spiritual light under the moon's glow. It was unmistakably a low-grade spiritual weapon. Oh no, a damaged low-grade spiritual weapon, its power likely diminished to a mere fraction. Yet even so, it was a spiritual weapon, an instrument coveted by countless cultivators in a confrontation between two cultivators of the same realm. The one wielding a spiritual weapon could easily slay the other. With this thought, Huan casually swung the black dagger at a tree that could be embraced by a single person. With a soft slice, it met little resistance, the pockmarked blade cutting through the trunk as effortlessly as slicing through tofu. Huan gasped, realizing the true nature of the spiritual weapon. Had he not acted first, he would have certainly fallen victim to this black dagger's treachery. Even his protective talisman would have proven ineffective. Merely contemplating this sent shivers down his spine, beads of cold sweat forming on his back. Indeed, one must never underestimate any cultivator. They are truly cunning. Fortunately, I have the upper hand. Henceforth, I shall graciously accept this damaged spiritual weapon. Chapter 16. Wang Hu's Anomaly. An invitation from the treasure pavilion. A spiritual weapon is forged by a craftsman imbued with spiritual essence, capable of withstanding a cultivator's infusion of spiritual power. Its materials far surpassing those of mundane weapons, that a spiritual weapon that aligns with a cultivator's attributes can significantly enhance their combat prowess. Unfortunately, due to the stringent requirements to become a craftsman, countless lineages have faded into obscurity, resulting in a drastic decline in the number of craftsmen in today's cultivation world. This has led to a severe shortage of spiritual weapons. It can be said that among cultivators at the Qi refinement stage, only 1 in 10 possesses a low-grade spiritual weapon, and in the dilapidated quarters where Huan resides, such odds dwindle to 1 in 100. Even this damaged, low-grade spiritual weapon is an exceedingly rare find. This explains the uproar that ensued upon the discovery of a spiritual weapon within the ancient mountains, compared to consumables like talismans. The allure of possessing a spiritual weapon is simply overwhelming. Thus, with this unexpected boon, Huan's spirits soared, the anger from the ambush dissipating entirely as he decisively replaced the sleeve arrows in his left sleeve with the black dagger. He then searched the 3 corpses, but regrettably found nothing of value. Apart from this damaged, low-grade spiritual weapon, the 3 individuals were thoroughly impoverished, unable to even scrape together 2 low-grade spirit stones. No wonder they had fallen to the depths of being mere spies. After hastily burying the 3, Huan sheathed the sword and resumed his journey to the market, his gaze glinting with a hint of coldness. What had begun as a simple outing to shop for goods had transformed. If Wang Hu truly lingered in the market, he would be dealt with too, eliminating future troubles once and for all. A stick of incense later in the bustling Qiang market, Su Huan located Wang Hu amidst the vibrant stalls. However, it was peculiar to note that Wang Hu was unusually low-key tonight, clad in a loose gray robe. The brim of his hat nearly obscuring his entire face, leaving only his eyes visible. Were it not for Su Huan's profound understanding of him and prior knowledge of his presence in the market, he might have gone unrecognized at that moment. Wang Hu was huddled at a stall selling elixirs, competing with others for a bottle of mid-grade anti-miasma pill, originally valued at 10 low-grade spirit stones. The price had surged to 18 from the grimace etched across his face. It was evident that he was resolute, willing to sacrifice everything to acquire that anti-miasma pill, spending extravagantly on a bottle of anti-miasma pill. Could it be that Wang Hu had stumbled upon some opportunity? Su Huan mused silently from the shadows that a mid-grade elixir. Crushing one of these pills could dispel miasma over a vast area. Its efficacy undeniable, yet its worth was contingent upon its timely use. Compared to elixirs that restored spiritual energy or healed wounds, the anti-miasma pill had a narrow application, making it rare for cultivators to spend a fortune on it unless they were certain of its necessity. In light of the current circumstances, Su Huan immediately recalled the opportunities rumored to be present in the nearby ancient mountains, like Xiaoyang. Wang Hu was also known to frequently venture into the ancient mountains in search of fortune, and it was he who had brought news of Xiaoyang's demise there. With this in mind, it was likely that he had discovered something within the mountains, but had been obstructed by toxic miasma. Perhaps Xiaoyang's death was intricately linked to him. This speculation arose in Su Huan's mind, considering the numerous instances where companions seeking fortune had turned on each other due to tempting opportunities. For now, it was best to disregard it. Given Wang Hu's demeanor, he would not be leaving any time soon. It was prudent to visit the treasure pavilion first. The treasure pavilion Su Daoyu. It has been a while. As Su Huan entered, the old shopkeeper greeted him warmly, stroking his white beard, a stark contrast to their previous casual encounter. 3 months apart, and Su Daoyu's cultivation has advanced remarkably. The old shopkeeper, upon noticing Su Huan's aura of the 5th level of qi refinement, was taken aback, inadvertently pulling out a few strands of his beard. Su Huan had not anticipated being able to deceive the old shopkeeper, a master of the 7th level of qi refinement, so he readily admitted it, attributing his progress to mere good fortune. Good fortune? Could it be that Su Daoyu has stumbled upon some opportunity in the ancient mountains? The old shopkeeper conjectured. Lately, the matter of opportunities in the ancient mountains had only grown louder. With cultivators frequently returning with tales of fortune, Su Huan shook his head. I have yet to muster the courage for such perilous pursuits. As for my advancement, I owe it to you, esteemed shopkeeper. Oh, the old shopkeeper's interest peaked at Su Huan's words. Su Huan proceeded to share his success in refining superior qi consolidation pills, albeit with slight embellishments. For instance, he changed his previous certainty of a 90% success rate to merely a stroke of luck. And the 10 superior pills he had refined became 3. Thus, while still astonishing, the tale was not so outrageous as to invite skepticism. Yet, Su Huan was still somewhat naive, despite his efforts to downplay the shocking aspects of his tale. The old shopkeeper remained speechless, staring at him wide-eyed for an extended period. His gaze was akin to that of one beholding a rare treasure. Only when Su Huan felt uneasy under the old man's scrutiny did the shopkeeper finally speak. Su Daoyu indeed possesses boundless potential. To ascend to mid-grade alchemist status in just over a month and already be capable of refining superior qi consolidation pills, even if by chance, it is evident that you possess extraordinary talent in the art of alchemy. Given time, you shall certainly reach the realm of high-grade alchemist, and even the second-grade alchemist status is not beyond your grasp. Please, esteemed shopkeeper, do not jest with me, Su Huan replied, feeling a twinge of regret for revealing so much. The old shopkeeper's extensive knowledge made it exceedingly difficult to deceive him. However, the next words from the old shopkeeper immediately dispelled any regrets he might have had. The old shopkeeper looked at him, gently stroking his beard, and with a smile at the corner of his mouth, asked, "Might I inquire, my friend Su, if you would be interested in becoming a guest elder of my Baibao pavilion?" Su Huan was taken aback for a moment, and then a wave of disbelief and elation surged within him become a guest elder of the Baibao Pavilion was a stroke of fortune that countless alchemists could only dream of. It was akin to the disparity between a wandering cultivator and a disciple of a sect, a chasm of difference. Having the support of a powerful organization made all the difference, and such truths were even more pronounced in the perilous, treacherous realm of cultivation. Take, for instance, the Qingyang sect, where even those outer disciples, who were merely at the mid or early stages of Qi refinement, could roam this region with impunity. They had no fear of malevolent cultivators. Once a Qingyang sect token was displayed, even those in the late stages of Qi refinement would steer clear. Yet, obtaining a position through sect selection was no simple task, unless one was truly extraordinary. Talent, background, and spirit stones were all essential. Comparatively, aspiring to be a guest elder of the Baibao Pavilion was an even greater challenge. It was said that even rare, seemingly ethereal high-ranking alchemists did not necessarily earn this honor. At this moment, such a windfall had unexpectedly fallen upon him. Chapter 17. A night of dark winds and high stakes. Huan forcefully suppressed the excitement bubbling within him, striving to calm his emotions before speaking. Shopkeeper. I, Huan, am but a fledgling alchemist, having only just stepped into the realm of intermediate alchemy. How could I possibly shoulder such a responsibility? His fluctuating emotions did not escape the keen observation of the old shopkeeper, who, instead of finding it amusing, regarded him with newfound respect. A mere wandering cultivator at the lowest tier of the cultivation world could maintain such composure in the face of a monumental opportunity. Such temperament was indeed rare, as for the notion of being entirely unperturbed. That was preposterous. If Huan had truly appeared indifferent, the shopkeeper might have reconsidered his previous statement. Individuals with overly profound schemes were not ideal candidates for a neutral entity like the Baibao Pavilion. Ha, my friend Su. There's no need for excessive modesty at your age. Achieving the rank of intermediate alchemist is certainly commendable, yet to have produced a high-quality Qi condensation pill in such a short span is exceptionally rare. Your accumulated experience has only served to fortify your composure, which greatly benefits your alchemical pursuits. As for the qualifications, I shall not conceal the truth from you. Recently, due to opportunities arising from the ancient wilderness mountain, the Baibao Pavilion has encountered a significant shortage of medicinal supplies and is in urgent need of fresh talent, which is why we have slightly lowered the requirements for guest elders. The old shopkeeper explained. Now, I understand, Huan said, feeling a sense of reassurance wash over him. He continued to inquire, May I ask, esteemed shopkeeper, what specific duties would I be required to fulfill as a guest elder of the Baibao Pavilion? The shopkeeper replied, The Baibao Pavilion is a business establishment, unlike the rigid sects of the cultivation world. The requirements are quite simple. First, as a guest elder, you will need to produce a specified quota of medicinal pills each month, which the Baibao Pavilion will purchase at market price. Second, as a guest elder, you must refrain from any actions that would tarnish the reputation of the Baibao Pavilion. Failure to comply may result in the revocation of your guest elder status or even severe punishment. The specifics of which I trust you can surmise. That Huan nodded, pondering what that might entail. Likely an internal cleansing. Is there anything else? The shopkeeper shook his head. No, those are the only stringent requirements. Other minor matters can be negotiated. As for the benefits of being a guest elder, they are numerous. First, as a guest elder, you will receive discounts on purchases at the Baibao Pavilion. Currently, as a third-tier guest elder, you are entitled to a 10 discount. Second, the Baibao Pavilion will provide you with comfortable accommodations and a conducive environment for alchemy. That if you prefer, this can be exchanged for an equivalent amount of spirit stones. Third, guest elders may attend the monthly auctions held by the Baibao Pavilion free of charge. Beyond these tangible benefits, the hidden advantage is the protection offered by the Baibao Pavilion, regardless of the dangers you may encounter. As long as you can reach the gates of the Baibao Pavilion, you will receive safety assurances. Of course, this only applies to hostile cultivators below the foundation establishment stage, should a foundation establishment expert arrive. I fear I would be in the same predicament as you, the old shopkeeper jested. Huan chuckled. Rest assured, esteemed shopkeeper, even if I were emboldened by the hearts of bears and leopards, I would never dare provoke a foundation establishment cultivator. Then, does my friend Su accept my invitation? Su Huan nodded. It would be my honor to become a guest elder of the Baibao Pavilion. That a quarter of an hour later, as Su Huan exited the Baibao Pavilion, a pale blue guest elder token now hung at his waist, and the joy within him was nearly overflowing. Become a guest elder of the Baibao Pavilion was akin to soaring to greatness. At this point, not even Wang Hu nor Jiang Chanhai would dare to look down upon him. Furthermore, his visit to the Baibao Pavilion had yielded substantial rewards. After selling a large quantity of medicinal pills, he had accumulated 60 low-grade spirit stones, enough to form a small mountain, the glittering luster enough to drive all cultivators in the slums into a frenzy. With newfound wealth, he made a lavish purchase of 2 intermediate-grade talismans. One, a binding spirit talisman capable of restraining cultivators below the late stage of chi refinement for a brief duration, and the other, a concealment talisman, which allowed one to evade detection by cultivators' spiritual sense. Both were highly functional intermediate-grade talismans, costing 30 low-grade spirit stones in total. Additionally, he acquired 30 low-grade talismans and a small defensive formation, suitable for placement within his residence, expending another 10 low-grade spirit stones. With the remaining 20 low-grade spirit stones, Su Huan opted to save them for unforeseen circumstances. At this moment, the night sky grew increasingly desolate. The round, bright moon seemingly draped in a veil of mist, shrouded in a hazy glow that a wind howled, rustling the corner of his robe, creating a whispering sound. Su Huan clicked his tongue on a night as dark and windy as this. It is a time for murder and arson. Everything was in place. He merely awaited Wang Hu's head to claim as a trophy. Gazing at the brightly lit stalls in the marketplace, Su Huan's expression gradually shifted from joy to sternness, a fleeting glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. In the next moment, he vanished into the vastness of the night. Wang Hu's mood was particularly tumultuous that night. Not only had he finally acquired the coveted breaking miasma pill, but he had also stealthily infiltrated the wooden cabin next door, where Su Huan's predecessor, Xiaoyang, had resided, and discovered the very item he had long sought to. That Su kid is truly too young. Thinking that I would go to great lengths for 2 women. Meanwhile, he is blissfully asleep with 2 women by his side, leaving such a treasure right next door. How utterly ridiculous. Wang Hu shook his head, lost in his thoughts, while caressing the unique fragment of a scroll in his hand, overcome with excitement as he nearly howled at the sky. Now that he had gathered 2 fragments and purchased the breaking miasma pill, he could set off for the ancient wilderness mountain at dawn. That time, the immense opportunity would be within his grasp. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, even beginning to fantasize about how he would indulge himself in the major brothels of the marketplace once he had turned his fortunes around. That proud courtesan. Humph. When Tiger Master returns, I shall ensure to tame you. Let us see if you still maintain that pure and innocent demeanor in bed. However, just as he became lost in his fantasies of the brothels, a shadow, ghostly and elusive, silently approached from the darkness behind him. The newcomer was, of course, Su Huan. Utilizing the concealment talisman as a master of stealth, he would never make the mistake of wasting a talisman due to any misplaced sentimentality. His modus operandi was to exert full effort, even when hunting a mere rabbit. Observing Wang Hu swaying in the distance, Su Huan, concealed in the shadows, wore a subtle smile. Listen, the sound of death approaches. Chapter 18. A fireball technique like no other in the cultivation world. Beneath the hazy moonlight, a glimmer of cold light merged with the chilling night wind, carrying a murderous intent that descended silently. The black little sword thrust forth, aiming directly for Wang Hu's vulnerable back. Su Huan's surprise, the black little sword did not penetrate Wang Hu's back as intended. Instead, upon contact with his body, a flash of earthy yellow light flickered, effectively blocking this lethal strike. Though it was merely a momentary obstruction, it was sufficient for a seasoned killer like Wang Hu to react. His pupils suddenly contracted, and his body instinctively shifted to the right. It was this muscle memory, honed over countless years, that enabled him to narrowly escape disaster. The black dagger merely grazed his vital area, leaving a deep crimson mark on his back. It was not fatal. Witnessing that this meticulously planned ambush had not succeeded in its entirety, Su Huan felt no resentment, nor did he foolishly engage with his assailant. Instead, he took a decisive step back. Retreating swiftly, with the effect of his concealment talisman still intact, Huan once again melded into the shadows, silently awaiting the next opportunity. However, in stark contrast to his composure, Wang was far from calm at that moment. Had it not been for a stroke of luck in the ancient mountains a few days prior, where he had stumbled upon a damaged defensive spirit artifact, he would have already perished. Now, one hand was clasped behind his back, protecting his wound while his right hand drew out the long blade at his waist. He cast terrified glances around, desperately trying to locate the assassin who had nearly ended his life with a single strike. "Show yourself! Which scoundrel dares to ambush me?" Wang bellowed, brandishing his blade to bolster his courage. Yet the surroundings remained eerily silent, save for the whispering winds rustling through the treetops, as if the recent brush with death had been naught but an illusion. Yet the searing pain radiating from his back and the trickling scarlet blood were undeniably real. Under the oppressive darkness of the night, Wang's fear escalated, and his tone grew less assertive. "Who is this formidable individual? If I have inadvertently disturbed someone of consequence, I shall withdraw at once." Seeing that no one responded, Wang summoned his courage, cautiously moving towards the more bustling main thoroughfare. However, Huan had no intention of granting him such a favor. He stealthily approached within several paces, retrieving a concealed dart from his robe, and released a flurry of shots. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sharp sound of slicing air echoed as slender darts pierced through the atmosphere, reaching their target in an instant. Wang's ears perked up, and he quickly swung his blade to defend himself. Clang, 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 the iron-crafted darts collided with the tempered blade, failing to create any significant disturbance, producing merely a series of metallic clinks before falling to the ground. Wang looked down and furrowed his brows. Darts? How could someone who uses such mundane weaponry possibly be a high-ranking cultivator? At this speed and power, not only would they miss their mark, but even if I were to endure, the damage would be minimal. Yet that previous strike was no ordinary attack, that a rapid mental calculation ensued, leading Wang to a conclusion. This individual, so stealthy and prone to ambush, evidently dared not confront him in open combat. Their cultivation level likely did not exceed his own, and they were perhaps even inferior. As for that previous strike, it was likely a result of sheer luck in acquiring a damaged, low-grade spirit artifact, much like his own. With this thought, the tension that had gripped Wang's heart finally eased, his gaze turning cold as he surveyed the rustling shadows around him, sneering, "Ha! I was expecting a formidable opponent. Turns out, it's merely a coward lurking in the shadows. Surely, they're relying on a talisman with stealth capabilities to conjure such illusions, not even daring to show their face. What a spineless cultivator!" As he mocked, Wang attempted to provoke the hidden figure while striding boldly towards the main road, with the realization that his opponent was not a formidable cultivator. His movements became less cautious. As long as he reached the thoroughfare, he could ensure that the hidden individual would hesitate to act against him, allowing him to escape unscathed. This was a brazen strategy, betting that the figure lurking in the shadows would not dare to reveal themselves or possess any long-range lethal capabilities. To be fair, Huan indeed hesitated to engage Wang in close combat. Though his cultivation was higher, he was not adept at direct confrontation. Moreover, he preferred a steady approach. Risking his life in reckless abandon was the hallmark of a fool. As an alchemist with a promising future, why would he jeopardize himself? Regarding long-range offensive capabilities, Huan felt the talismans nestled within his robe, including the most treasured thunder-summoning talisman, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Since he wished to play, then let us indulge in this game. With that thought, Huan produced 3 lower-grade fireball talismans, infusing them with energy. Instantly, the talismans activated, conjuring red spiritual light, the surrounding air filled with fire element energy. Coalescing into 3 blazing fireballs the size of human heads before him. Go! Huan commanded sharply, and the 3 fireballs shot forth, searing the air with sizzling sounds as they sped towards the charging Wang. Damn! More talismans! Upon hearing the commotion, Wang glanced back, cursing in anger, forced to halt his advance and channel his internal energy to shield himself, slashing his long blade outward. Bang! 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 The 3 fireballs collided with the protective energy surrounding Wang's blade, dissipating upon impact, Yet the explosive heat wave left him in disarray, his gray robe tattered and scorched. But this was merely the beginning. As soon as the 3 fireballs vanished, another trio of fireballs came hurtling toward him. Wang Hu, both astonished and furious, could only raise his blade in defense, cursing incessantly, unleashing a torrent of insults upon Su Huan and his ancestors. Yet Su Huan remained unfazed, drawing another 3 fireball talismans from his robe and unleashing yet another barrage. In this world, talismans could be reused, but each consumption required a period of rest, sometimes lasting several hours or even an entire day before they could be activated again, akin to a cool-down period. However, for the affluent Su Huan, this posed no issue. He currently possessed a total of 15 fireball talismans, ample to slowly wear Wang Hu down. Nevertheless, he knew that the concealment talisman would soon expire, and thus he decided against prolonging the torment. Let us end this. With that, Su Huan simultaneously withdrew the remaining 6 fireball talismans, infusing them with energy and launching them forth, a veritable Gatling gun of fireball technique from the realm of cultivation. I refuse to believe you possess any more talismans. Meanwhile, Wang Hu, having just finished cursing, was met with the sight of 6 massive fireballs barreling towards him, igniting the entire area, the very air distorting under the intense heat. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, Wang Hu was nearly reduced to cinders, his eyes filled with resentment as he collapsed to the ground. In his final moments, a familiar, soft voice echoed in his ears. Wang Daoyu, safe travels, no need for farewells. With his last ounce of strength, Wang Hu glared wide-eyed, finally catching a glimpse of the face he had so recently mocked, Su Huan. Chapter 19. Come here, let me show you a great treasure. Cultivators at the mid-stage of Qi refinement truly proved more difficult to kill than anticipated. Su Huan gazed at the charred remains of Wang Hu and couldn't help but express his astonishment. It took a full 15 fireball techniques to barely bring him down, and that was after he had initially ambushed him with a strike. Reflecting on Wang Hu's ferocity in deflecting fireballs, Su Huan felt immensely relieved he had not succumbed to arrogance, but rather opted for this cautious strategy. Subsequently, he rummaged through Wang Hu's scorched corpse, retrieving 2 fragments of peculiar scrolls, 3 low-grade spirit stones, and a severely damaged earth-toned armor. Well, Wang Hu certainly had his share of valuable items. Su Huan observed the spoils before him, his eyes gleaming with delight. However, he did not immediately investigate further, instead casually stowing them in his satchel. Turning away, he vanished into the moonlit night. 15 minutes later, Su Huan knocked on the wooden door of his home. "Who is it?" A cool, youthful voice inquired from within, accompanied by the faint rustling of movement and the sound of gears turning, as if a mechanism was primed to unleash a barrage of arrows at any hint of danger. Yet Su Huan, upon witnessing this, smiled instead of fuming. "Xiao Xia, it's me. No need to waste arrows." Only then did the vigilant Xia He, who had been on high alert, exhale a sigh of relief and open the door. Upon seeing Su Huan's teasing expression, she scrunched her nose in confusion. "Why did you take so long to return? You even forgot the agreed-upon signal." "Hee, I encountered a little incident and had to handle it. I just want to test your vigilance." "Well done, you passed the test." Faced with the young girl's probing question, Su Huan responded calmly, his heart steady and his cheeks unflushed. In truth, he had simply forgotten, having experienced 2 significant events that very night, including the slaying of 4 individuals. Even one as composed as he could not help but feel a touch disoriented. However, Xiaohi was no naive fool. She immediately caught a whiff of blood on him and opened her mouth, about to speak. Yet before she could voice her thoughts, she was interrupted by Su Huan's sister-in-law, who stumbled over and embraced him tightly. "My dear husband, you have finally returned," Qin Qing'er said in a voice tinged with a unique tender lilt, her eyes slightly reddened, clearly having shed tears earlier. Su Huan, keenly observant, noticed this change in her demeanor, causing his expression to shift subtly as he instinctively glanced at Xiaohi, his gaze filled with unspoken questions. For the first time, Xiaohi felt the chill emanating from Su Huan's eyes, sending a tremor through her. Nevertheless, she maintained her composure, merely pouting. "Rest assured, we have been well at home," sister-in-law cried, "only out of concern for you." With this reassurance, Huan felt his worry ease, and he began to comfort Qin Qing'er in a gentle tone. The stark contrast in his attitude was evident, inciting Xiaohi's frustration, causing her to turn her head away in irritation and reclaim her spot on the tattered mat to practice her cultivation. Out of sight, out of mind. Humph, you insufferable man. After all my concern, you return only to scold me. Reflecting on the blood she had sensed earlier, she wondered if he was merely pretending, as he appeared uninjured. Ah, I refused to fret over that heartless scoundrel. The more she pondered, the more vexed she became. Not only was she unable to cultivate, but her heart was also restless, glancing at the two, oblivious to her presence. She felt increasingly disheartened. Resolving not to cultivate any longer, she strode over to the bed and lay down, her silver hair cascading chaotically over the bedding. Her lively eyes widened as she stared at the yellowed beams above. Letting out a soft huff, "You dare scold me? From now on, I shall never sleep on the floor again. Let us see how you go about your mischief then. I have wonderful news. We shall be moving soon." Huan's voice drifted in. "Xiaohi." Moving? Upon hearing this, Qin Qing'er immediately thought of the earlier mention by Jiang Changhai regarding the rent increase and nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, rents in the shantytown had been soaring, and their current street was among the most expensive. Relocating to a less costly area would certainly alleviate some burdens for her husband, but on the other hand, Xiaohi, having just seized the only bed and reveling in her triumph, felt her expression collapse. Just as she had conquered her territory, the adversary was changing the battlefield. Silently, she rose, her expression blank as she asked, "To which street are we moving?" Huan smiled slightly. "Lingxi-do. Then I shall go pack our things." Xiaohi moved mechanically, but halfway through, she suddenly froze. Qin Qing'er looked equally bewildered. "Lingxi Street? Is there such a place in the shantytown?" "It is not Lingxi Street. It is Lingxi Alley," Huan clarified with a smile. Xiaohi's face turned blank as she rubbed her ears, repeatedly asking for confirmation until she was sure she hadn't misheard. "Lingxi Alley?" The young girl nearly shrieked in a soprano, and had it not been for the soundproofing enchantments of the wooden house, half the street would have heard her exclamation. Qin Qing'er, startled, dropped the dishes she had just picked up, her beautiful eyes blinking in disbelief, unable to process the disparity of the situation. The name Lingxi Alley was well known throughout the shantytown, and no one would wish to be unaware of it. This was a residential area within the Qingyang market, located less than a mile away from the marketplace. In terms of location, it was leagues ahead of the shantytown, which was situated 20 miles away. Security would be significantly enhanced, no longer requiring residents to live in constant fear. Moreover, Lingxi Alley derived its name from being adjacent to a tributary of a spiritual vein belonging to the Qingyang sect. Though merely a small stream, almost dried up, it was still a conduit of spiritual energy, a convergence of natural essence. Consequently, the spiritual energy within Lingxi Alley was several times denser than ordinary places, making it akin to a paradise for cultivators. However, due to these very advantages, the difficulty of moving there was exceedingly high. Not to mention that prospective residents needed to possess at least mid-stage qi refinement capabilities. Even the rent was daunting enough to intimidate the vast majority of cultivators. Even the most basic wooden house in Lingxi Alley commanded a monthly rent of 5 low-grade spirit stones. It was no wonder the two women were so taken aback. This amount of rent could sustain them in the shantytown for 3 years. "Husband, you must be joking," Qin Qing'er said, her voice slightly hoarse. Xiaohi, even more skeptical, added, "You didn't encounter any danger on your way back, did you? Have you lost your mind?" This was nearly tantamount to suggesting he had lost his wits. Huan suppressed the urge to lash out and beckoned Xiaohi. "Come here, let me show you something impressive." Chapter 20. The Incomplete Spirit Tool 1. The true form of the human skin scroll. Skeptical, Xiaohi approached, thinking Huan was genuinely about to reveal something remarkable. Her face flushed crimson as she instinctively covered her face and shouted, "Pervert!" Huan, feeling exasperated, silently produced the blue token symbolizing his status as a third-rank guest of the Baibao Pavilion and placed it against Xiaohi's face. "Shut it, you little girl. Who would have thoughts about you when you haven't even grown up yet? Open your eyes wide and take a good look at what this is." Xiaohi was both embarrassed and furious at Su Huan's crude words. Just as she was about to retort, she noticed the ornate characters Baibao Pavilion on the token, leaving her momentarily speechless. From this day forth, I am a third-rank guest of the Baibao Pavilion, Su Huan declared. Xiaohe. Once again, Xiaohe's path to a comeback faced an epic setback, causing her to forget her previous intent to occupy the bed, watching in disbelief as Su Huan embraced his sister-in-law and climbed into bed. It wasn't that she had entirely forgotten. Rather, the man surnamed Su had unexpectedly transformed into a guest of the Baibao Pavilion. It was akin to a mud-legged ruffian who had been teasing respectable women just the day before, suddenly becoming the county magistrate. Even if she harbored aspirations of being a heroine, she dared not confront the authorities. Oh dear, life seems to be losing all hope, she lamented. The man surnamed Su was utterly insufferable. Xiaohe, feeling dejected, consumed a significant portion of a high-grade qi gathering pill, and, accompanied by her sister-in-law as tender size, commenced a session of vengeful cultivation. After 3 rounds of dual cultivation with Qin Qing'er, alchemist experienced 24 compatibility with Qin Qing'er, 90. Alchemy skill level, intermediate grade 1, 30445000. Watching Qin Qing'er drift into a deep slumber beside him, Su Huan finally dressed and descended to the alchemy room. He did not rush to concoct any elixirs, but instead retrieved the spoils he had looted from Wang Hu's corpse. The earth-toned armor appeared battered and worn, with nearly half of its plates missing and marked by numerous burn scars. Yet, it felt smooth and resilient to the touch, unaffected by the damage. The craftsmanship and materials were of commendable quality, clearly indicating it had once been a decent low-grade defensive spirit tool. The very bottom of the armor. The name Yuling armor was faintly inscribed by the craftsman. Upon donning the armor, Su Huan found it fit him perfectly. After channeling a bit of spiritual energy into it, the layered plates of the Yuling armor emanated a soft glow. It's usable. Su Huan's heart surged with excitement as he drew a small black sword from his sleeve and, channeling 50% of his strength, thrust it toward the Yuling armor. Clang! With a resounding clash akin to the collision of metal and stone. The earthy yellow glow emanating from the spirit armor surged forth, manifesting a protective aura that encased him like a luminous shield, successfully repelling the pointed tip of the black dagger. Concurrently, rippling waves of ethereal light radiated from the protective barrier, dispersing the force of the dagger from a singular point across the entirety of the spirit armor. Su Huan scarcely felt a prick of pain, let alone sustain any injury. The outcome of this experiment filled him with elation, prompting him to decisively increase the intensity and continue testing the limits of the armor's defense. T60, 70, and then 80% of his strength. He exerted greater force until, at last, with 90%. The protective aura of the spirit armor began to falter. The area struck by the dagger experienced a slight tremor. Reluctantly, Su Huan ceased his attempts, still yearning for more. According to his studies, the spirit armor could be categorized into 2 states, passive defense and active activation. During his earlier ambush on Wang Hu, the armor functioned in passive defense mode, which, while effective, was limited without a continuous influx of spiritual energy from a cultivator, thus allowing Wang Hu to sustain a wound from the residual force of Su Huan's strike. Conversely, the active state was significantly more formidable, capable of withstanding a full force attack from a 5th-level Qi refinement cultivator, provided the opponent wielded no formidable weapon. However, should a flawed low-grade spiritual weapon, such as the Black Dagger, be in hand, the armor's protective barrier would undoubtedly shatter under the assault of a 5th-level cultivator, resulting in Su Huan's injury. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. The spirit armor boasted the advantage of being inner armor, discreetly worn beneath clothing, rendering it undetectable to the average cultivator. This concealed it as a life-saving asset, perfectly aligning with Su Huan's disposition. Reflecting on his 2 incomplete low-grade spiritual weapons, he mused on their peculiarities, a black dagger for stealthy strikes, and a spirit armor for survival. It seemed the universe had orchestrated these peculiar arrangements. Su Huan felt a wave of sentimentality wash over him. After stowing away the 2 incomplete spiritual weapons, his attention shifted to another prize, a pair of yellowed scroll fragments, crafted from an unusual material that was neither paper nor typical parchment, but rather bore a texture akin to beast hide, yet was more refined and devoid of discernible patterns that resembled human skin. Huan was startled by this unsettling thought. While he was no stranger to taking lives, he could hardly accept such a twisted penchant for crafting scrolls from human skin. One could only imagine the bloodthirsty cruelty of a person who would resort to such practices, likely indicating a deeply troubling mental state. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. Shaking his head, Huan refocused on the contents of the two human skin scrolls. Before him, the yellowed scrolls revealed exquisite depictions of mountains, roads, and rivers, marked with distinct symbols, collectively forming a complete map. The destination indicated was a concealed area within the ancient wilderness. This was no ordinary map, but rather a treasure map. Huan quickly grasped the true purpose of the human skin scrolls, his heart racing with excitement. Although he had never ventured to seek fortune within the ancient wilderness, it did not imply he had no need for opportunities. Furthermore, rumors suggested that a legacy cave of a golden core elder might be hidden within the ancient wilderness. The golden core stage, a full realm beyond the foundation establishment stage. Even the current sect leader of Qingyang sect was merely a golden core cultivator, not to mention the legendary elder who was shrouded in mystery, whose existence was uncertain, yet had never ascended beyond the golden core, in the southern domain of the cultivation world, where Huan resided. Golden core cultivators were deemed top-tier powers, capable of moving about without hindrance. Securing the legacy of such a notable figure would undoubtedly propel him forward, ensuring that even a mere foundation establishment cultivator would be within his grasp. If luck favored him, Huan inhaled sharply, the mere thought igniting a fervor within him that was nearly uncontrollable. Yet curiously, alongside this exhilaration, an inexplicable sense of dread welled up within him. Chapter 21. Conspiratorial Speculations. The Betrayal of Xiahe. Huan found himself unable to pinpoint the source of his unease. Perhaps it stemmed from the sudden demise of his neighbor, Xiaoyang, a fifth-level qi refinement cultivator 3 months prior in the ancient wilderness. Or perhaps it was the fact that the original owner of this opportunity had just met a grim fate at his own hands. Or maybe it was the perilous nature of the ancient wilderness, fraught with toxic miasmas and ferocious beasts, coupled with his own lack of combat prowess, leaving him a high risk of an untimely demise. Or perhaps it was simply the increasing number of bloody incidents reported in the ancient wilderness over the past 3 months, prompting his instinctual desire to remain hidden. Various conjectures flitted through Huan's mind, yet he dismissed each one. They were not incorrect, but rather lacked precision. It was as if behind these myriad factors lay a singular, most ominous reason. Suddenly, a thought struck Huan. The ancient wilderness, vast as it was, had been thoroughly explored over the centuries, whether for trials or fortune, by countless sect disciples and solitary cultivators. Why, then, had a legacy cave of a golden core cultivator seemingly materialized overnight? With this realization, the fog in his mind began to part, and he recalled the signs he had unconsciously overlooked. For instance, from where had the rumor of a golden core legacy cave in the ancient wilderness originated? It was worth noting that, while numerous cultivators had indeed discovered opportunities within the ancient wilderness over the past 3 months, these were mostly low-grade spiritual weapons, many of which were incomplete as for other elixirs and techniques. While they existed, none were of particularly high caliber. For cultivators of the qi refinement stage, these treasures were indeed valuable, but when viewed through the lens of a golden core legacy, they were nothing more than dross. What grounds did they have to support such an absurd rumor? Even if one were to concede that someone had indeed stumbled upon a genuine opportunity, yet chose to keep it hidden, silently reaping the benefits without revealing their fortune, it raised the question of why those who opted for discretion would propagate such rumors. Was that not counterproductive? What sent a chill down Huan's spine was the alarming speed at which this baseless, dubious rumor had spread. In a mere 3 months, it had drawn hundreds, if not thousands, of solitary cultivators. The bustling marketplace of Qingyang was testament to this frenzy. In the past, nighttime was perilous, even if a few cultivators were audacious enough to brave the dark. Such numbers were unprecedented. The fervor among the cultivators resembled a collective celebration, an atmosphere that was unsettlingly peculiar. The only explanation was that there was someone orchestrating this rumor, perhaps even fabricating and disseminating it themselves. But what could their motives possibly be? Su Huan was at a loss, feeling a profound sense of dread, his hands and feet turning cold, when he glanced again at the human skin scroll he had previously treasured. A shiver coursed through him, and instinctively, he cast it aside. Initially, he had merely felt discomfort at its material and the nature of its creation. But now, the stakes were different. If his suspicions were indeed correct, then this human skin scroll must have been the handiwork of that shadowy figure. My word, a pervert lurking so close to me. In that moment, Su Huan felt as though the world had shifted from a thrilling cultivation journey to a nightmarish horror. How absurd! Seeking fortune. What a fool's errand. Let others pursue it. He had finally found his golden opportunity and the prospect of establishing a foundation. He could not afford to falter now. Su Huan's senses sharpened, reflecting on his earlier excitement with a grimace, as if he had swallowed a fly. Even he, who prided himself on being a cautious survivor, had momentarily lost his wits upon acquiring the human skin map. It was no wonder Wang, who had taken such an unusual path that night, inadvertently paving the way for his own easy victory. Now fully awakened, Su Huan's thoughts gradually calmed as he scrutinized the human skin map he had discarded in the corner. Contemplating how best to handle this dubious treasure that reeked of a trap, T.O. discard it. That seemed too wasteful, T.O. keep it. Far too perilous, an idea struck him. While he might not dare to utilize it himself, surely others would. Why not simply sell it? This way, not only would it prevent waste, but it would also spare oneself from falling into any peculiar and perilous traps. With a resolute determination, Su Huan carefully stowed the human skin map away, wrapping it in several layers of oiled paper for camouflage, planning to sell it the next time he visited the treasure pavilion. After completing this task, Su Huan exhaled a long breath, dismissing any further thoughts, and settled down on the ground, consuming a qi condensing pill to commence his cultivation. As for the crisis lurking behind the ancient mountain's opportunities, he chose not to dwell on it, deeming it unnecessary. Idly speculating was futile. The only sensible course was to elevate his own cultivation prowess. After all, he would soon be relocating from this most dangerous shantytown, which was already a stroke of good fortune amidst misfortune. Senior Su, may I ask you for a favor? The next day, bright and early, just as Su Huan finished his cultivation and descended to the first floor, he spotted Xia stealthily approaching him. After a moment of hesitation, she spoke with a bashful demeanor. Su Huan chuckled. Oh, is the sun rising from the west today? Even Senior is being addressed. Xia had referred to him as Senior before, but that had been during their initial meeting. Urged forth by Qin Qing'er as pleased that on ordinary days, she had always quietly called him by his surname, Su, without acknowledging it. What is it? He inquired. I had a shortage of pills. Xia shook her head. No, it concerns sister-in-law Dado. Go on, Su Huan said, now somewhat serious. Xia cautiously glanced towards the kitchen, confirming that sister-in-law was preoccupied preparing breakfast for Su Huan and would not emerge, before leaning in to whisper urgently into Su Huan's ear. What? This is outrageous. Do these shameless women truly believe no one can rein them in? Su Huan's expression darkened with fury as he learned the unfolding events. It turned out that during the 3 months, he had secluded himself to refine pills and cultivate. Qin Qing'er had faced harassment and insults from a group of female cultivators whenever she went to the street corner well to fetch water. The reason was evident without Xia needing to elaborate. It was undoubtedly tied to the fact that Qin Qing'er had recently lost her husband and had swiftly remarried him. Moreover, there was an underlying cause. Qin Qing'er possessed extraordinary beauty, which naturally incited jealousy among those women. Previously, they had refrained from causing trouble due to the presence of Xia Yang, who had attained the 5th level of qi refinement, fearing retribution from him. However, the situation had shifted. Though Qin Qing'er had him as her support, to those women, he was merely a 3rd level qi refinement cultivator, scraping by with rudimentary pill refining skills. Even if they were aware of his true abilities, they would not dare confront them, as each of them was bolstered by their own male counterparts, most of whom were stronger than him. With this realization, a cold smile crept onto Su Huan's lips. Very well then, before we leave this shantytown, let us show them who truly holds the upper hand. Chapter 22. a favor for Qin Qing'er's defense. Jiang Changhai was in remarkably high spirits today. 3 months prior, he had fortuitously met Su Huan, a middling alchemist concealed within a shantytown, from whom he had procured a considerable number of qi condensing pills. After a period of dedicated cultivation, he had finally shattered the long-standing barriers to his own realm and successfully advanced to the 7th level of qi refinement. This news quickly spread, attracting numerous cultivators from the shantytown who had been similarly hindered by their inability to obtain qi condensing pills and sought his guidance, while they referred to it as seeking advice. Their true intention was to discover the source of his qi condensing pills. Jiang Changhai was well aware of this and remained tight-lipped, until today, when an old friend brought a significant gift and pleaded for over an hour. Jiang Changhai finally relented, deciding to introduce him to Su Huan. Brother Chun, while our friendship is well established, I must clarify that I am only responsible for the introduction. Whether or not you can purchase the pills will depend on your sincerity. Jiang Changhai remarked, glancing at his old friend. Of course, please rest assured, Brother Jiang, Chun Ting replied eagerly. Approaching 50, he had been stuck at the late stage of the 6th level of qi refinement without progress. If this continued, not only would he struggle to establish a foundation, but even breaking through the late stage of qi refinement would be in jeopardy. He had resolved to go all out this time. Discarding all dignity and face, willing to do whatever it took to acquire the qi condensing pills, he would risk everything. A quarter of an hour later, guided by Jiang Changhai, the two arrived at Su Huan's doorstep. They knocked for quite some time, but there was no response. Brother Jiang, could it be that this esteemed alchemist is not at home? Chun Ting inquired. Jiang Changhai nodded. It seems we have come at an opportune time. We shall have to return another day. Though reluctant, Chun Ting had no choice but to sigh deeply. Just then, a communication talisman in his possession vibrated, and a shrill, panicked voice reached his ears. Chun Ting. Where have you been? Your wife is being bullied. Hurry and come to my aid. Chun Ting's expression changed instantly, turning to Jiang Changhai and clasping his hands. Brother Jiang, my wife is in danger. I must take my leave. Jiang Changhai was taken aback. What? This is preposterous. Let us go together. They hurriedly departed, heading straight for the well at the end of the street. Time rewinds to a quarter of an hour earlier. At the end of the street, beside a massive well, a group of female cultivators were queuing to draw water, engaging in idle chatter reminiscent of gossiping villagers. Their topics ranged from who had recently given birth to which cultivator had broken through. However, their conversation shifted dramatically as 3 youthful figures appeared in the distance, igniting excitement among the women, akin to flies discovering carrion. Look, that vixen is back again. The frail one beside her must be the alchemist she remarried. Right? He is rather handsome, but unfortunately, they say he is a four-spirit root, and his alchemy skills are mediocre at best, lacking any real prospects. Just look at that vixen's seductive demeanor. It's no wonder she has bewitched that young alchemist. Whispers of jealousy and disdain filled the air, their gazes directed at Qin Qing'er, tinged with envy and a hint of admiration. After all, most of their own partners were middle-aged men in their 40s or 50s. Their appearances hardly comparable to Su Huan's. The one solace they clung to was the belief that Su Huan's weak cultivation and poor reputation in the shantytown meant he was hardly a threat. Meanwhile, on the other side, husband, these are merely trifles. It's of no consequence. You toil so hard in your alchemy and cultivation. Truly, there is no need for you to make an extra trip for me. Qin Qing'er gently tugged at Su Huan's sleeve, her voice soft, feeling guilty for taking up his time. That Su Huan shook his head, gently grasping her small hand, his eyes conveying undeniable resolve. That is out of the question. You are my Su Huan's woman, and you shall not endure such indignities. Perceiving her lingering concern, Su Huan guessed her thoughts and smiled. I understand your worries about offending those women as husbands. But, he paused, a hint of disdain flickering across his lips. They no longer deserve my caution. His tone, though calm, was imbued with unwavering confidence and authority. Qin Qing'er found herself momentarily entranced. Husband. From Qin Qing'er, the bond with her partner increased by 5. Current partner bond with Qin Qing'er, 95. A notification chimed, and Su Huan's lips curled upward slightly. Who said defending Qin Qing'er was a waste of time? This was a splendid opportunity to enhance their bond. He had now grasped the pattern of his unique ability. For every 10-point increase in partner bond, the experience gained from dual cultivation would rise by 1, though it seemed a modest increment. Over time, it would yield a remarkable transformation. Whether he could swiftly advance to a first-tier high-level alchemist depended on this very factor. This was indeed a step up. With that, he continued onward with the two women. Nearing the well, when he overheard the whispers of the female cultivators, his expression instantly darkening. Yet that was not the worst. Upon seeing him approach, the women lowered their voices, a testament to his current cultivation at the 5th level of Qi refinement, which allowed him to catch their words that Huan had no desire to engage further with these women. Turning to Xia, he casually, among them, who is the most vociferous? Xia, he perked up immediately, pointing to a burly, pockmarked middle-aged woman among the crowd. Her, the most unattractive and venomous individual, relying on her man who has reached the later stages of Qi refinement, has nearly taken this well as her own. Just last time, she even attempted to extort my sister-in-law. Huan could naturally discern that the young lady deliberately mentioned that woman-s man was at the 6th stage of Qi refinement, clearly seeking to inquire about her own standing, yet she remained completely indifferent. Understood. You may proceed. Huh. You want me to go? Xiaohi was taken aback. Huan rolled his eyes in exasperation. What else? Do you expect me to personally handle a middle-aged woman at the 1st stage of Qi refinement? I won't stoop to such a disgraceful act. It is only fitting for you to take on this task. Xiaohi bore no grievances. Instead, she was filled with excitement, eagerly stepping forward, faced with the crowd of women casting puzzled glances. She said nothing further, striding directly in, seizing the plump woman and delivering 3 resounding slaps. How exhilarating! Xiaohi felt a surge of satisfaction as she avenged her sister-in-law, her entire being flooded with comfort. However, the plump woman, utterly dazed by the blows, with disheveled hair and a swollen visage, took a moment to gather herself before realizing she was no match for Xiaohi, who had reached the 2nd stage of Qi refinement. Screaming, she pulled out a communication talisman. Qin Qing'er, where have you been? My wife is being bullied. Come quickly to my rescue. Chapter 23. Those Qi gathering pills, were they all crafted by him? TSK. She strikes the elder. And now a more senior figure is about to arrive? This plot is rather cliché. If it were to appear in any of those novels from my past life, the readers would surely be outraged. Huan couldn't help but scoff at the plump woman's actions. Nevertheless, it served as a reminder. That communication talisman is a marvelous item. I must remember to purchase a few when I visit the treasure pavilion next time. At this moment by the well, the plump woman had set down her talisman, glaring fiercely at both Xiaohi and Huan. Well, you little wretches dare to bring a man for revenge, do you? Just wait and see if I don't make you regret it today. Her voice dripped with malice, as if she wished to consume them alive. Seeing this, Xiaohi turned to Huan and asked, She has called for help? What should we do now? Huan chuckled lightly. What else can we do? We shall return home. Do you truly expect us to wait here foolishly? Ah, Xiaohi clearly did not anticipate Huan's response. Muttering to herself about how this differed from the plot she had read, yet she obediently retreated. By the way, your previous strikes lacked sufficient force. That woman still has the energy to curse. Go, silence her. Midway through her retreat, Huan seemed to remember something and spoke again. Xiaohi was momentarily speechless, yet she conceded that he had a point and turned back, familiar with the route she had taken. This time, the other women immediately stepped aside, creating a sizable space, leaving only the plump woman sitting there in a daze. What do you want? Don't come any closer. Xiaohi grinned mischievously. I am quite obedient. You told me not to leave, so here I am. With that, she employed the same tactic, grabbing the plump woman and delivering another series of slaps. Only when the plump woman's eyes glazed over and her cries filled the air did he finally cease her assault. Feeling satisfied? Indeed. Feeling comfortable? Absolutely. Then hurry back to your cultivation. Look at how lightly you strike. A dignified practitioner at the 2nd stage of Qi refinement, yet you struggle to subdue a mere woman at the 1st stage. What a disgrace. Huan regarded Xiaohi, who was joyfully returning, with disdain. Thank you, my lord. Xiaohi beamed. her heart filled with gratitude as she witnessed the scene unfolding due to her. Qin Qing'er's face radiated with emotion. Had it not been for the public setting, she would have wished to throw herself into Su Huan's embrace. Yet Su Huan paid no heed to such considerations, immediately wrapping his arms around Qin Qing'er for a moment of tender intimacy. Xiaohe, I initiated this. I was the one who struck. Yet here I am, watching as I'm fed dog food, suffering injury while you bask in affection. How infuriating. Having effortlessly resolved the situation for Qin Qing'er and garnered her heart, Su Huan was about to turn away when he noticed two figures hastily approaching with fierce expressions. One of them was none other than his recent acquaintance, Jiang Changhai. Su Huan chuckled. What a coincidence. Why is he everywhere? It seems evasion is futile. Well then, I might as well embrace this. It appears someone is eager for me to make a grand display, so I shall oblige. Sure enough, a booming voice rang out from the rushing middle-aged practitioner. Who dares to harm my wife? Upon hearing that powerful voice, the plump woman, who had moments ago been sprawled on the ground, instantly revived as if imbibing a life-saving elixir, her eyes blazing with fury. Chen Ting, you old good-for-nothing finally arrived. Where have you been gallivanting? I was nearly beaten to death. Chen Ting's face shifted from green to white as he was publicly chastised by his wife, causing him to hasten his steps. Yes, he reached the well to assist the plump woman. Emboldened by her support, she immediately began hurling insults at Su Huan and the others. Its those two wretches. And that audacious little alchemist. Ungrateful soul, what are you waiting for? Hurry and help me take revenge. Don't forget, if it weren't for my father saving your life back in the day, you would have perished in the streets. Now that you've gained some status as a great practitioner, do you intend to become a heartless cad? As the plump woman continued her tirade. Shoving the increasingly awkward Chen Ting aside, she showed him no mercy. Her tone resembled that of scolding a dog, causing the surrounding women to exchange strange looks, torn between laughter and restraint. Having heard tales of Chen Ting being under his wife's thumb, the reality was indeed, as the rumors suggested, that a practitioner at the 6th stage of qi refinement, yet he could be so humiliated by his own wife. He truly was a pitiable figure. Feeling the numerous mocking gazes directed at him, Chen Ting's embarrassment deepened, yet he felt powerless. Redirecting his ire towards Su Huan, he trembled with suppressed fury, striding towards Su Huan. However, just then, a loud voice interrupted. Chen, do not. Chen Ting looked up in confusion, seeing Jiang Changhai rushing over to block his path. Brother Jiang, what do you mean by this? Chen Ting frowned. Jiang Changhai wore a pained smile, gesturing towards Su Huan. Brother Chen, do you know who he is? Chen Ting's eyes narrowed. Isn't he the one who brutally assaulted my wife? Jiang Changhai nodded in affirmation. Indeed, but he's also the esteemed elder you so willingly referred to as a hard-working ox. Brother Chen, this is the renowned alchemist I intended to introduce to you, the intermediate alchemist Su Huan. Jiang Changhai leaned closer to the bewildered Chen Ting, speaking softly. Upon hearing this, Chen Ting's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. His previous cold demeanor vanished as he stammered. Brother Jiang, are you saying that those qi gathering pills were all crafted by him? Indeed. Chen Ting glanced at the solemn Jiang Changhai and then at the quietly standing Su Huan. Utterly dumbfounded that moment, the plump woman, sensing his hesitation, resumed her relentless barrage of insults, each more scathing than the last, as if she wished to drag his ancestors into the fray. Yet, even amidst that, Chen Ting remained silent, contemplating for a moment before, disregarding Jiang Changhai's attempt to intervene. He approached Su Huan, clasping his hands together. Friend Su, I am Chen Ting, the husband of that woman. Might I inquire why you felt compelled to treat my wife in such a manner? Sighing, Jiang Changhai observed the scene with dismay. His old friend, a man of great character and kindness, had been excessively indulgent toward his wife. In a situation like this, any practitioner from the slums would have unhesitatingly silenced that plump woman, perhaps even personally delivering a lesson to vent their frustration on Su Huan. In doing so, they would have resolved the conflict and garnered Su Huan's favor, making the acquisition of qi gathering pills a mere formality. Yet here was Chen Ting, choosing to confront Su Huan for the sake of that foolish woman. This would surely offend him gravely. However, unbeknownst to Jiang Chanhai, Su Huan's thoughts were entirely different. Chapter 24. A shift in narrative. An elderly love story gazing at Qin Qing'er, who appeared to be merely in his 50s yet bore a head of gray hair, his dusty robes a testament to his neglect, and his expression a complex blend of defiance and turmoil. Su Huan found herself inexplicably intrigued. When confronted, he remained silent, instead casting a sidelong glance at Xiaohe. Xiaohe, quick to understand, promptly recounted the events in detail, without embellishment, leaving no misdeed of the portly woman unmentioned. As Qin Qing'er listened to his wife recount one disgrace after another, the defiance in his eyes gradually transformed into shock and shame. By the end, he felt utterly humiliated, his face flushed crimson. Ironically, the portly woman remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, continuing her tirade from behind. The last vestige of Qin Qing'er's defense for his wife shattered within him. He turned, his countenance dark and foreboding, as if he could weep, and approach his wife step by step. With a swift motion of his right hand, his broad sleeve swept through the air, striking the portly woman's face with a fierce gust. With a resounding thud, the woman's corpulent form soared several meters before crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. She sat there, stunned, gazing blankly at the icy demeanor of Qin Qing'er. Utterly bewildered, in over 30 years, this was the first time Qin Qing'er had laid a hand on her. You, Qin Qing'er, you heartless wretch, how could you repay my life-saving grace in such a manner? The portly woman wept and pounded the ground, throwing a tantrum. Enough! Qin Qing'er's thunderous shout interrupted her. The woman sat there, dazed, for the first time feeling fear towards this man who had been weak for over 30 years. Then, without another glance at her, Qin Qing'er turned his back, his form slumping as if all vitality had been drained from him, appearing a decade older in an instant. His voice, raspy and heavy with sorrow, broke the silence of Ashio. We have been wed for over 30 years. I have indulged and spoiled you. Did you truly believe my affections stemmed from a sense of obligation? Do you not realize that 36 years ago, I merely passed through your village and was not injured at all? The portly woman, initially taken aback, retorted, How could that be? Why then did you faint at my doorstep? Because of you, Qin Qing'er replied. I had no intention of entering the village, but upon catching sight of you by the creek, clad in a yellow dress, standing gracefully like a lotus emerging from the water, I was immediately captivated. Hence, I stealthily followed you home and pretended to be gravely injured, collapsing at your door, all in hopes of meeting you. Though his tone remained calm, the bittersweet smile tugging at his lips betrayed his turbulent heart. Yet, memories are but memories, and all his emotions ultimately coalesced into a sigh. It is my fault for having coddled you, allowing your temperament to grow ever more arrogant and overbearing. That I once believed your harsh words masked a good heart. But now it seems that it's changed. This moment. The portly woman stood frozen, confusion and regret flooding her being. Tears streamed from her swollen eyes, soaking her pockmarked face. You, she began, but a mere glance from Qin Qing'er silenced her. He then approached Su Huan, bowing deeply, his white hair cascading onto the stone tiles. Su Daoyu, today this incident arose from my failure to discipline my wife. Should you still feel aggrieved? I, Qin Qing'er, am willing to bear the consequences on her behalf. As he spoke, anxiety churned within him. His chastisement of his wife and the public revelation of their past were not only aimed at instigating her repentance, but also motivated by a more pressing concern. In his earlier approach to Su Huan, he had inadvertently noticed the green token at his waist, the exclusive qualification token of the Baibao Pavilion's honored guest. If Su Huan were merely a mediocre alchemist, relying on his connections and cultivation, he could likely navigate this situation without severe repercussions. However, the circumstances had shifted dramatically, if word spread of Su Huan's status as an honored guest of the Baibao Pavilion. Not only would his connections prove futile, but some would likely seek to retaliate against his wife to curry favor with Su Huan. In such a case, a mere slap would not suffice, and his wife's very life might hang in the balance. Now, he could only hope that this Su Daoyu would choose not to pursue the matter further. Meanwhile, witnessing the rapid and tumultuous turn of events, shifting from a confrontation to a tale of elder love, Su Huan remained momentarily dazed before shaking his head and saying, Let it be. It is not a grave enmity. Let us put an end to this. Thank you, Su Daoyu. Immediately, Chun-Ting felt as if a great weight had been lifted from him, and he refrained from mentioning the matter of the qi condensing pill. He turned back to the portly woman, helping her to her feet, his expression still placid, though a hint of sorrow lingered in his gaze. After all, encountering a distinguished alchemist from the Baibao Pavilion in this dilapidated area should have been a tremendous stroke of fortune. Yet it had turned into a complete reversal of fate. Come, I shall escort you back to the village today, Chun-Ting sighed. The portly woman trembled, her voice quaking as she asked, Chun-Ting, are you abandoning me? Chun-Ting paused, then a bitter smile crept onto his face. How could that be? On our wedding day, I promised you a lifetime together. How could I wish to part with you? Then why? It is nothing. I simply grow weary of the life in the realm of cultivation and wish to return to a mortal existence, Chun-Ting replied after a moment of silence. Yet, he did not speak. While Jiang Changhai, a longtime friend, could no longer contain himself and solemnly declared, were it not for your failure to recognize the good and offending Su Daoyu, why would Brother Chun forsake the path of cultivation? Jiangge, enough, Chun-Ting snapped. The portly woman looked at Jiang Changhai, bewildered. Seeing Chun-Ting on the verge of giving up his cultivation path, Jiang Changhai could not heed his warning and laid bare the truth. Upon learning that her husband had risked offending a mid-level alchemist for her sake, sacrificing his chance at advancement, the portly woman felt the world darken around her, as if plunged into a frozen abyss. Coupled with Chun-Ting's revelation of the past, her lingering grievances towards him evaporated, replaced by profound regret. Ignoring Chun-Ting's attempts to stop her, she staggered and crawled towards Su Huan and his companions. Collapsing to the ground before them, her head bowing like a turnip. With each thud of her forehead against the cold, hard stone, blood began to flow, and she cried out, Master Su, it is all the fault of this old woman. All my fault. It has nothing to do with Chun-Ting. I beseech you, show mercy. Do not hold him accountable. It is all my fault. As she spoke, she began to strike herself, her hysteria rendering her nearly unrecognizable. Ashio, do not act this way. Chun-Ting rushed to her side, embracing her as tears streamed down his face. The couple wept together, a poignant scene that moved all onlookers, even those women who typically reveled in gossiping about others' misfortunes. Now wore expressions of sympathy. Dear husband, Qin Qing'er's eyes brimmed with compassion, yet she merely tugged at Su Huan's sleeve, refraining from speaking out of turn. Even Xia He, who had been so fervently engaged in the earlier altercation, now found herself tearful, touched by the moment. Su Daoyu, typically reserved and self-interested, could not resist stepping forward, wishing to plead on behalf of the couple. However, before he could utter a word, Su Huan interrupted him with a serious expression. There is no need for further discussion, that I have made myself quite clear. This matter has been resolved, and there is no lingering animosity. Moreover, the issue of the qi condensing pill is a matter of business. I have always drawn a clear line between personal feelings and professional matters. I would not forsake a legitimate transaction over trivialities. Goodness, if I don't clarify my stance soon, I might as well transform from a righteous enforcer into a villain. In light of this, Su Daoyu, is this truly the case? Upon hearing these words, Chun-Ting immediately lifted his head, tears drying as hope filled his eyes. The stark contrast in his demeanor left the onlookers momentarily stunned. Su Huan regarded him intently and replied with a smirk. Indeed, just ensure you bring enough spirit stones. The emphasis on enough was pronounced, realizing that Su Huan had seen through his hidden intentions and was likely raising the price. Chun-Ting's face flushed with embarrassment. That goes without saying, of course. As he spoke, he discreetly cast a glance at his wife, observing her still wearied by guilt, unaware of any peculiarity, which consequently eased his mind. Su Huan expressed his disdain for his wife's fear-induced behavior with a mere glance, before greeting Jiang Changhai and turning to leave. Xia He, still foolishly teary-eyed, remained rooted in place, captivated by the poignant drama unfolding before her. It was only upon turning her head that she realized Su Huan had already taken Qin Qing'er far away. Hastily, she scampered after them, exclaiming, Hey, wait for me. At midday, Chun-Ting arrived at the door, his bulging pouch and a large parcel in tow. Upon recognizing him, Xiaohi harbored no animosity. After receiving Su Huan's permission, she graciously welcomed him inside and even served him a cup of tea. Qin Qing'er, taken aback by the unexpected hospitality, stepped into the room with small, hurried steps, and upon sighting Su Huan, instantly donned a sheepish grin. "Su Daoyu, I've come to offer my apologies that tea that moment." Su Huan reclined languidly on a bamboo chair, basking in the sun, casting a lazy glance in Qin Qing'er's direction. "But oh, is this not the devoted Qin Daoyu? What brings you here? Have we not settled our matters?" Despite the sardonic remark, Qin Qing'er was not irked. Instead, he chuckled awkwardly. "I apologize for the jest. Su Daoyu, I am indeed at my wife's mercy, and thus I seize this opportunity to counsel her. It is all thanks to you." Su Daoyu, this was no exaggeration. Ever since that morning, his once fierce wife had transformed, becoming gentle and compliant, even personally cooking him a warm meal at noon. Witnessing the blissful expression on Qin Qing'er's face, Su Huan was thoroughly convinced that a practitioner at the late stage of qi refinement, completely subservient to a wife at the first stage, if that was not love, then what was? "Enough, Qin Daoyu. Let us speak of business," Su Huan declared. Qin Qing'er wasted no time and promptly articulated his desire to purchase some qi condensation pills. Su Huan casually produced a vial containing the pills he had just refined that very afternoon. "You have arrived at a fortuitous moment. These are freshly concocted as for the price." He paused, glancing at Qin Qing'er's increasingly tense expression before allowing a satisfied smile to grace his lips. "Let us raise the market price by 50%. As a fee for your utilization of my wife training services. How does that sound?" "That is perfectly acceptable. Thank you, Su Daoyu." Qin Qing'er exhaled in relief, repeatedly affirming his agreement. This was far better than he had anticipated. A mere 50% increase hardly constituted an exorbitant price, especially since qi condensation pills were a rare commodity. Should Su Huan announce their availability, no practitioner would deem the price too steep. Instead, they would commend his integrity. The transaction was swiftly concluded, augmenting Su Huan's resources by 15 low-grade spirit stones. Yet for him, this hardly represented a significant sum. He had readily acquiesced to Qin Qing'er primarily due to his character. While somewhat cunning, Qin Qing'er's unwavering loyalty to his fierce wife and his willingness to be henpecked demonstrated that he was indeed a trustworthy individual, more reliable than the majority of practitioners from slums. Consider it a simple act of goodwill to this juncture. Qin Qing'er, unable to conceal his elation at having acquired his long-desired pills, earnestly addressed Su Huan. "Su Daoyu, great kindness warrants no thanks. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I may not pledge my life, but I assure you my utmost efforts, never to betray your trust. Just grant me the chance to return home to my wife." With that, he unwrapped the large parcel he had brought, revealing an assortment of herbs, spirit rice, game, and even several lengths of fine silk. "Su Daoyu, these are gifts my wife specifically instructed me to bring as an apology." She was unaware of Wang Hu's coercion towards Madame Qin, and thus misjudged her. Now, filled with remorse, she has vowed to clear Madame Qin's name and will do everything in her power to ensure Wang Hu becomes notorious in this slum. Detested by all, as a form of reparation, Su Huan chuckled softly at this, holding faith in the formidable reputation of that plump woman's tongue. Unfortunately, making Wang Hu infamous would be of no consequence, given that the dead are indifferent to reputation. However, the former was feasible, and thus he silently acquiesced. Once Qin Qing'er took his leave, Xiaohi began to grasp the implications of their earlier exchange. Exclaiming, was his earlier performance merely a charade for his wife? Su Huan shrugged. Not entirely. He initially intended to perform for me, hoping I would cease my inquiries. How outrageous! Feeling deceived, Xiaohi became infuriated, regretting her earlier gesture of serving tea to Qin Qing'er and vexed at having embarrassed herself before Su Huan. Fearing he now viewed her as a foolish girl, turning to Su Huan, she realized he had not concealed his amusement, clearly laughing aloud. "Little Xiaohi, do you now comprehend the treachery that pervades the cultivation world? Take heed. Be wary lest you be sold and count the money for someone else." Su Huan admonished in a tone befitting an elder, his face a mask of mockery. This only served to further incite Xiaohi's ire. In the ensuing days, Su Huan did not hasten to break through to the next realm, but instead indulged in rare leisure, occasionally refining pills and taking the two women out for outings, attempting to alleviate the frustrations of 3 months spent in isolation. This served to both soothe his mind and consolidate his cultivation, while also allowing him to observe the recent circumstances as he had anticipated. Within the slum, multiple incidents of practitioners being slain occurred daily, while outside, traces of malevolent cultivators were rampant, with no fewer than 10 practitioners falling victim to ambushes each day. The entire slum was fraught with apprehension. Those of lower cultivation even found themselves needing companions merely to venture outside for basic necessities. The well, once a hub of lively chatter among the womenfolk, now stood silent as they hastily collected water, eager to flee home. Fortunately, these dangers did not encroach upon Su Huan. Ever since Jiang Changhai had learned of his status as a guest elder at the Baibao from Qin Qing'er, he ensured that every time Su Huan stepped out, he personally accompanied a group of guards to remain vigilant in the shadows, providing a profound sense of security. Before long, the day of their relocation arrived. On that fateful morning, representatives from Baibao came to personally oversee the move. Chapter 26. Departing the slum. Xiaohi's secret thoughts. In the early morning, a gentle rain fell incessantly, rendering the flagstone paths of the slum muddy. The dismal weather seemed to echo the sorrow of parting. Of course, this sorrow was primarily felt by Jiang Changhai and Qin Qing'er, who had only recently forged a connection with Su Huan, a promising and approachable mid-tier alchemist, only to find their joy short-lived as he prepared to leave. Su Xiong, as we part ways today, I wonder when we shall meet again. Qin Qing'er lamented, his weathered face etched with melancholy as he grasped Su Huan's hand. Jiang Changhai, standing alongside, echoed the sentiment. Su Xiong, having been the steward of this slum for over a decade, I can confidently say you are a true hidden dragon. Seeing the profound affection displayed by the two men, Su Huan burst into hearty laughter. There is no need for such sorrow, my friends. Though I may relocate to Lingxi Alley, you both are always welcome to visit me. Are you speaking the truth? The two elderly men exchanged glances, their previously gloomy expressions now brightening. Indeed. Just remember to bring some food and drink. Nothing comes for free, Su Huan chuckled. The two elder men immediately slapped their chests in jovial agreement. Rest assured, we shall provide the finest delicacies from Hongyun Tower. Hongyun Tower was the most renowned restaurant in Xinjiang Fangshi, where even a single feast could cost hundreds of taels, with some special ingredients requiring low-grade spirit stones for payment. Su Huan nodded thoughtfully. That sounds splendid. I must admit, I've never visited Hongyun Tower. What? You've never been? The two elderly men exchanged excited glances, seizing the opportunity. If you would honor us with your presence, we shall prepare a feast right away. And after you finish moving today, we can celebrate your new beginnings at Hongyun Tower. Su Huan hesitated briefly before nodding. Very well. I appreciate your generosity. Of course. With Su Huan's agreement, the two elderly men were elated. Eager to cultivate a closer relationship with him, a mere banquet at Hongyun Tower was trivial. They would gladly sacrifice their entire fortunes to forge a connection. After all, Su Huan was a mid-tier alchemist who had achieved the status of guest elder at Baibao at such a young age. For them, who were rootless and without connections, Su Huan was truly a dragon among men. Su Qing'er, your belongings have all been packed. Shall we set off now? At this moment, a young attendant from Baibao approached respectfully and inquired. Qin Qing'er and Xia, he had also gathered their personal items and stood quietly to the side, awaiting the conclusion of the men's conversation. Behind them, a crowd had gathered at the street corner, comprised of the local residents who, upon learning that their previously inconspicuous alchemist neighbor had suddenly ascended to the status of a guest at Baibao and was moving to the coveted Lingxi Alley, emerged to observe the spectacle. Each person craned their necks to gaze at Su Huan, who stood prominently in his alchemist's white robe, tall and slender, their eyes filled with envy and a hint of reverence. Is that not Su Huan? Is actually a guest at Baibao? Is it true? How could it be false? Did you not see how respectful that Baibao attendant was towards him? Indeed, I visited Baibao once, and that attendant was exceedingly arrogant, barely sparing me a glance. Now look at his demeanor. How incomparable! Alas, If only I had known such a significant figure resided nearby, I would have surely courted favor daily. Look at Qin Qing'er, how discerning she is. She is about to rise above the common folk. It is evident that she is destined for greatness. Qin Qing'er, with her ethereal beauty and soft-spoken demeanor. Is no wonder Huan is drawn to her. Ordinary women like us can only envy her. In that moment, all eyes were fixated upon Huan, as if he were the sole beacon of light amidst the drizzling rain, radiating a brilliance that was nearly blinding. Extending his hand, Huan felt the chill of the raindrops, his gaze sweeping over the crowd in the dilapidated area. This should have been a moment of unparalleled glory. Yet an inexplicable chill settled in his heart. It was as though the rainwater seeping from his palm penetrated his skin, flesh, and even to the marrow of his bones, just as a fierce wind rose. And the rain began to pour down with vigor. He shivered involuntarily, the joy of moving dissipating, replaced by a heavy sense of impending danger. The storm clouds were gathering ominously, should the winds of change arise one day. Bringing disaster, it would likely be the ramshackle quarters of the lower-level cultivators that would first crumble. Contemplating this, Huan felt no lingering attachment. He turned his gaze towards the direction of Qingyang Square. The half of the sky there seemed untouched by ominous clouds, with rays of dawn still managing to pierce through the thick layer of gray. Let us depart. Two majestic steeds pulled an exquisitely adorned carriage, progressing slowly along the muddy main road, the wheels, as large as grinding stones, carving deep ruts in the mire. The discerning observer could easily tell that the carriage bore not only precious passengers, but also valuable goods. From the shadows of the trees flanking the road, a group of rogue cultivators peered out, their eyes gleaming with greed at the sight of the carriage. "Boss, this must be a prime target. Let us make our move," exclaimed one eager young rogue. Another middle-aged rogue raised a hand and smacked the back of his head. "Make a move. Are you out of your mind? Open your eyes and look at the insignia on that carriage. It's by Daoist." The young rogue, initially defiant, inhaled sharply upon hearing the name by Daoist, quickly retreating his head, no longer daring to steal a glance at the carriage, fearful of attracting deadly retribution. The carriage continued its slow journey. And while such spying was common, none of the reckless youths dared to attempt an assault on a Daoist carriage. The reputation of Daoist was simply too formidable. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, the air was perfumed with expensive incense, and the table was adorned with exquisite pastries. Huan was meditating with his eyes closed, while Qin Qing'er sat somewhat nervously beside him, her hands resting gently on his thigh, kneading it softly. Only Xiaohi, feeling a bit bored, occasionally lifted the curtain to gaze at the scenery outside, only to be unexpectedly treated to a mouthful of dog food when she turned back, with the impending move. She would finally have a room of her own, but the joy of escaping the unwanted scenes of spring palace paintings was somewhat diminished, now that her brother was gone, and her sister-in-law had found her own place. She was left all alone to make matters worse. Her peculiar illness, which had stabilized thanks to the use of medicinal pills, had quietly resurfaced. Every time she practiced her cultivation, it felt as though she had fallen into an icy abyss, enveloped in a frigid chill that made her shudder uncontrollably. The pain, as if it were freezing her very soul, had driven her to the brink of an inexplicable impulse to seek solace in Huan's embrace. After all, from her sister-in-law's demeanor, it seemed Sue's warmth was quite comforting. Lost in her thoughts, Xiaohi's gaze inevitably drifted towards Huan. Chapter 27. The Carriage's Ambience. An encounter with the enchantress of Lingxi Alley. "What is the matter, Xiaohi?" In nothing, as Xiaohi was lost in her reverie, Huan's voice suddenly broke through her thoughts, causing her to startle and retreat as if caught in a guilty act. Remembering her earlier peculiar thoughts, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she stammered, "Why are you staring at me? Are you captivated by my formidable presence?" Huan teased deliberately. "Huh." Xiaohi looked up to meet his playful gaze. Feeling increasingly annoyed and flustered, she huffed and turned away, refusing to engage further. Huan refrained from teasing her further, well aware that this young lady was quite proud and would require a gentle approach to coax her. Meanwhile, Qin Qing'er observed their interaction, particularly Xiaohi's strange reactions, and a faint smile crept onto her lips. From the outset, she had no desire to monopolize Su Huan. Moreover, considering her relationship with Xia, he is sisterly rather than merely in-law. She would be overjoyed if her unfortunate younger sister could marry Su Huan. Previously, living in the ramshackle quarters had left them in constant fear, hence she had not broached the subject. Now that they had escaped that perilous place, it was time to gauge Xia's feelings at that moment. Within the carriage, the three individuals were lost in their own thoughts. Xia was mortified by the recent intimate moments, reminding herself that Su Huan was her former sister-in-law as husband. How could she harbor any feelings for him? No, absolutely not. Qin Qing'er, on the other hand, pondered how to bring up the matter and whether her husband would be receptive to Xia. Only Su Huan, as the head of the household, was preoccupied with pressing matters, his brow furrowed. Although they had moved away from the most dangerous area, the situation was increasingly tense. A significant event could occur at any moment. When that happened, his current cultivation level of merely the 5th layer of qi condensation would surely be inadequate. While his alchemical skills granted him a lofty status, in true life-or-death situations, only formidable personal strength could ensure survival. It seemed imperative to not only strive for a breakthrough in his cultivation, but also to delve into offensive martial skills. Additionally, there was a crucial task that needed addressing: the development of his unique abilities. The reason he had achieved such enviable success thus far was not only due to his efforts, but largely thanks to these abilities. This was only with Qin Qing'er as his sole partner. If he were to have more companions, the thought was exhilarating. Yet upon calming himself, he concluded that it was wise to deliberate carefully, avoiding haste. After all, suitable partners were not easily found, not to mention that none could compare to Qin Qing'er in beauty or stature. At the very least, they must be visually appealing. Furthermore, they should be wise and understanding. Possessing mere beauty without substance could bring about misfortune rather than support. Lastly, and most importantly, he needed to ensure he could trust them. The secrets he harbored would only multiply. Should he unwittingly bring home a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing, it could lead to calamity. The more he contemplated, the calmer he became, akin to entering a sage-like state. Yet his gaze instinctively wandered towards Xia. These requirements, this young lady seems to fit quite well. However, she is a proud and stubborn one, not so easily won over. Moreover, he needed to consider Qin Qing'er's feelings. After all, they had once been in-law relations, and if he were to carelessly reveal his thoughts, she might find it difficult to accept. If this were to diminish the harmony among partners, that was something Su Huan could not abide. Very well, let us not pursue anything too close to home. Perhaps I shall seek out some delightful and safe wildflowers from beyond. Thus, the three within the carriage fell into a mutual silence, each plagued by their own troubles. An hour later, the carriage came to a halt at Sukiching. We have arrived at Lingxi Alley. The voice of a young lad resonated from outside the carriage, prompting Su Huan to emerge from his reverie. Responding with a nod, he disembarked alongside the two ladies. As they stepped out, they were greeted by the sight of a grand archway, intricately carved from colossal stones, adorned with a jade plaque inscribed with the three large characters Lingxi Alley. Flanking the stone archway stood two burly cultivators clad in standard azure robes, their formidable presence indicative of their cultivation at the 6th level of qi refinement. Though here they merely served as sentinels at the alley's entrance in his past life, they would have been akin to security guards. And indeed, Lingxi Alley lived up to its reputation, with even the guards possessing a cultivation level superior to his own. Su Huan felt a deep sense of admiration as he approached with the young lad. The two imposing cultivators immediately moved forward, raising their hands to block their path. Pass permit. The young lad skillfully retrieved a gray token from his bosom, prompting the guards to grant them passage. Sukiching, should you wish to enter or exit in the future, you need only present your guest token for them to see. However, for the ladies of your household, they will require this passage permit. The lad explained respectfully while handing Su Huan a passage token. Su Huan swiftly passed it to Qin Qing'er, and the two young ladies eagerly began to examine it. Lingxi Alley, though seemingly small, was in fact far more expansive than a slum, boasting several hundred households, predominantly consisting of 2 or three-story standalone buildings to ensure the privacy of its residents. The spacing between the homes was considerable. The cobblestone path, akin to that of a slum, remained impeccably clean, thanks to simple dust-proof formations set along both sides of the road. Even on this rainy day, one's shoes would not be sullied. Most satisfying to Su Huan was the abundant spiritual energy present. Invigorating and refreshing with each breath, its density at least double that of the slum. Cultivating here would undoubtedly yield twice the results with half the effort, as Su Huan marveled at his surroundings. A young woman emerged, delicately holding an oiled paper umbrella. Dressed in a striking crimson gown, adorned with a resplendent gold hairpin encrusted with jewels, her long hair was casually styled, lending her an alluring femininity. Her exquisite features and beguiling peach blossom eyes exuded a spring-like charm, capable of captivating hearts with the slightest flutter, her subtly upturned lips carrying an enchanting allure. Particularly striking was her slender waist, barely graspable, accentuated by the fitted crimson gown that showcased her stunning curves. Each smile and frown seemed to possess an intoxicating quality that would ensnare any man's heart. Yet, astonishingly, this enchanting beauty was an impressive 8th level of Qi refinement. However, what drew the most attention, aside from her unparalleled beauty, was the dark, mystical talisman that danced playfully at her fingertips, a rare first-grade intermediate heart bewitchment talisman. Once activated, it could ensnare the hearts of cultivators, rendering them puppets under the user's control for a brief period. Should a cultivator of weak will succumb, the user of the talisman could even command them to end their own life. Such a fearsome artifact was both priceless and exceedingly rare. Among 100 intermediate talismans, one might not even find a single heart bewitchment talisman. Yet in the hands of this red-dressed woman, it seemed to be a mere plaything. Enchantress, Su Huan couldn't help but mutter softly. Chapter 28. Talisman Master Mu Hongyao. A new home. Just as Su Huan pondered the hidden talents within Lingxi Alley and the presence of this enchanting woman, the lady in red approached him directly, her oiled paper umbrella held aloft, a teasing smile gracing her lips, capable of bewitching even the most stoic of hearts. Well, who is this young gentleman? Truly striking. Isn't that a line straight out of a brothel? Su Huan murmured, not revealing any displeasure at her bold flirtation. He felt a certain respect for a woman of such high cultivation, who also seemed to possess wealth. Brothel? What do you mean? The red-clad woman paused, slightly taken aback by Su Huan's musings. Su Huan quickly laughed it off. Oh, it's nothing at all. May I ask how to address you, esteemed senior? You call me young gentleman. And I shall call you esteemed senior. It is quite reasonable, don't you think? Esteemed senior. The enchanting smile on the red-clad woman faltered for a moment as her silver teeth ground together, producing a faint creaking sound. Only when she discerned the mirth in Su Huan's eyes did she realize she had been outmaneuvered in jest. Instantly, her smile returned, and she giggled. No need for such formality. My name is Mu Hongyao, and I live right next door to you. Drop by for a visit when you have the time. With that, she swayed her slender waist and departed, brushing past Su Huan. At that moment, she lowered her voice, laced with a tipsy allure. Should you have any needs, feel free to seek out your sister. I am always at your service. The suggestive tone sent a shiver down Su Huan's spine, and he felt goosebumps rise all over. Indeed, a true enchantress, one that seems predatory, he thought, the thrill of fear coursing through him. Wait. Su Huan suddenly realized he had yet to ascertain the location of his home. How did this enchantress know? Could it be he swiftly turned to the young lad? Xiao Si. Do you know that woman? The lad Zhang Si nodded eagerly. Su Qing'er, that lady is also a newly appointed guest of our Baibauj, specializing in talisman crafting. She's a first-grade intermediate talisman master. Oh, it was. Su Huan finally understood, and oh wonder she treated the heart bewitchment talisman so cavalierly. It turned out she was indeed a talisman master. As a fellow guest of Baibauj, he could consider her somewhat of an ally, at least ensuring he wouldn't be abducted to serve as her furnace for alchemical experimentation, only to be drained repeatedly. Yet he couldn't afford to lower his guard. This woman was clearly born with an enchanting charm, her beguiling essence deeply rooted in her being that a classic case of a femme fatale. She was likely to attract trouble. It would be wise to maintain a respectful distance. After traversing a bit further under Zhang Xi's guidance, they finally arrived at the new residence arranged by BA. It was a two-story small building with a quaint little courtyard. Unlike the wooden shanties of the slum, the homes in Lingxi Alley were constructed from exceptionally hard white stone. Though devoid of spiritual energy, these structures offered a cozy warmth in winter and coolness in summer, making them highly favored by cultivators. The grand red door was equipped with a simple protective formation, sufficient to withstand the full force of a fifth-level Qi refinement cultivator. Upon opening the door, a smooth pebble pathway led through the courtyard to the inner door. The courtyard was neither too large nor too small, featuring a small jujube tree, an empty flower bed, and a stone table, ideal for enjoying tea or playing chess with family and friends on sunny days. The overall ambience was incredibly inviting. Su Huan surveyed the scene with satisfaction. This was a significant upgrade from the cramped, dim wooden shack of the slum, akin to an elevation from poverty to affluence. The two ladies followed closely behind him, their eyes sparkling with delight at the charming courtyard. Wow, this is far too luxurious. Sister-in-law, am I dreaming? Summer He's delicate face was filled with disbelief. Qin Qing'er's eyes brimmed with tears of happiness as she gazed at Su Huan, who stood tall and serene, her affection for him deepening. Current compatibility with Qin Qing'er. 5. Current compatibility level. 95. Why the sudden increase? Su Huan was momentarily taken aback by the notification that rang in his ears, turning to see the adoration and admiration in Qin Qing'er's gaze. He understood. Indeed, while love can exist without material wealth, having it certainly makes love more accessible. Su Keqing, your belongings have been delivered to the inner room. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Zhang Xi announced. Su Huan nodded and handed him a low-grade spirit stone. Thank you for your hard work today. Thank you, Su Keqing. It is my honor to serve you, Zhang Xi replied, astonished by the gleaming spirit stone in his hand. His eyes filled with gratitude as he expressed his thanks repeatedly. Should you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out, that I have some connections in the marketplace. If any significant events occur there, please inform me, and I shall ensure ample compensation. Su Huan naturally did not refuse such a convenience. Zhang Xi readily agreed and departed in high spirits. Having an informant in Qingyang Market was an unexpected boon for Su Huan. It merely involved the expenditure of a spirit stone, yet should any significant events transpire, and he missed them, this seemingly casual pawn could prove invaluable. Let us go to our new home. In a surge of exhilaration, Su Huan turned and embraced the two women, leading them towards the inner room. Qin Qing'er had long since grown accustomed to Su Huan's embrace and naturally acquiesced. However, Xiaohe was caught off guard. Her face instantly flushed with heat, and she instinctively attempted to push him away. Yet, as Su Huan's warm breath enveloped her, her curiosity, which had lingered throughout their journey in the carriage, caused her to hesitate, resulting in only a gentle struggle as a form of protest. When her protest bore no fruit, she resigned herself, her cheeks still burning. Today is a celebration of moving into a new home. Let him indulge a little in his triumph. After today, he shall not take any further advantage of me. The small building consisted of 2 floors plus a small attic, thus making it 2.5 stories in total. Upon entering the front door, one was greeted by a spacious main hall, suitable for receiving guests or setting up a dining table. The decor was simple yet elegant, devoid of excessive embellishments. The furnishings were complete, and a few pieces of calligraphy and paintings adorned the walls as tasteful accents. Moreover, the first floor housed 2 guest bedrooms and a dedicated alchemy room, tailored for Su Huan. The second floor featured 2 bedrooms, one large and one small, serving as the master and side rooms respectively, both superior in layout and size compared to those on the first floor. In total, there were 4 rooms, ample enough for each of them to occupy one, with an extra to spare. However, what pleased Su Huan the most was the alchemy room. Within it resided a standard-grade alchemy furnace, ordinary in quality and lacking any special enhancements. Yet, it was sufficient to satisfy Su Huan. After all, the furnace he had previously used was inferior to this one, and over the past 3 months, the high-grade pills he had been concocting had rendered his already dilapidated furnace nearly obsolete. Now, With this new alchemy furnace, he would have the means to continue his work until he ascended to the rank of a superior alchemist. Subsequently, after briefly informing the two women, Huan stepped out, ready to head to Huan Tower for the banquet. Chapter 29, Auction, Low-Grade Spirit Fire Seed. Huan Tower is situated to the north of Qingyang Square, nestled beside Yunfa Lake, comprising 5 stories. The building's surface is adorned with thousands of pale blue glazed tiles, resembling clouds descending from the heavens, with 66 elegantly curved eaves stretching skyward like soaring cranes, overlooking the serene waters of Yunfa Lake and backed by the majestic Qingyang Mountain, creating an enchanting vista. On the third-floor corridor, Huan leaned against the mahogany railing, gazing out at the boats gliding across the lake, momentarily lost in reverie that it felt as though he had transcended the perilous realm of cultivation. Finding himself amidst the misty beauty of Jiangnan, reveling in the freedom of the heights, and overwhelmed by a sense of blissful melancholy, brother, so lost in thought, could it be that you've taken a fancy to one of the ladies aboard a boat? Came the teasing laughter of Jiang Shanghai from behind. Startled back to reality, Huan shook his head. It was somewhat embarrassing. Having spent so long in the cramped confines of a shantytown, he had been momentarily captivated by the vast beauty of mountains and lakes. Quite normal indeed. When I first came to Huan Tower, I was just as awestruck as you'd. If it weren't for my unyielding desire for longevity, I would have longed to return to the mundane world to bask in its pleasures. Qin Qing'er remarked, echoing Huan's sentiments. Before he could elaborate further, Jiang Shanghai, an old friend of many years, interrupted with a smirk. Oh, please, as if abandoning your immortal aspirations would free you from the clutches of your fierce wife. Qin Qing'er blushed in protest. You know nothing. I'm merely indulger, that's all. Ah, yes. I heard that in the shantytown, a 6-layer qi cultivator has been waking up early every day to compete with the women for water. Who could that be? Isn't that just idleness? Qin Qing'er's confidence began to wane, yet he stubbornly retorted, at least I still have a wife at home. Unlike you, who is nothing but a cold bed. Thus, Jiang Shanghai was left speechless. Only Huan watched the two bickering old men with amusement, finding it refreshing to take a break from the tensions of cultivation and indulge in the joys of life. The feast that followed was filled with merriment. And Huan Tower indeed lived up to its reputation as a renowned establishment in Qingyang Square, offering a plethora of exquisite delicacies that left Huan savoring every bite. After a hearty meal, a charming young lady adorned in sheer fabric graced the stage to perform. What a beautiful song! No, what a splendid dance! This girl is quite remarkable, Huan observed with delight, as did Jiang Shanghai. Only Qin Qing'er fidgeted nervously, glancing around anxiously, fearing that a robust and fearsome wife would storm the upper floor at any moment. Noticing this, Huan and Jiang Shanghai chuckled even more heartily. However, when it came time to settle the bill, Jiang Shanghai could no longer muster a smile at the sight of the lengthy invoice. Thus, Huan emerged as the one who laughed last. After bidding farewell to the two old men, Huan departed from Huan Tower and made his way to Daoist. Daoist, are you satisfied with your new home? Upon seeing Huan enter, the old shopkeeper put down his abacus with a smile. Huan offered generous praise, expressing his gratitude until the shopkeeper beamed with joy. Then, lowering his voice, Huan said, Old shopkeeper, I have a significant gift with me today. I wonder if you would be willing to accept it? It pertains to the opportunities within the ancient mountain, of course. I would accept. Daoist gathers all manner of extraordinary treasures. There's nothing I would shy away from. But Daoist, what did you just say? The old shopkeeper's enthusiasm was abruptly halted, his eyes widening in astonishment as he looked at Huan. Huan remained silent, scanning the room, noting the open door and several young assistants busy with chores. The old shopkeeper quickly understood, dismissing the assistants and personally closing the door to activate the soundproofing array. Daoist, now it is just the two of us. We can speak freely. Huan nodded and promptly produced the 2 pieces of human skin map fragments he had obtained from Wang Hu, presenting them to the shopkeeper. Please take a look, old shopkeeper. Upon receiving the human skin map, the shopkeeper merely rubbed it with his hand and immediately recognized its distinct material, his expression changing as he grew solemn. After studying it for a full incense stick's duration, The shopkeeper's demeanor shifted several times before he finally exhaled deeply, gazing at the composed Su Huan with eyes alight with wonder. Su Daoist. Are you truly willing to part with this map? Naturally. From my many years of experience, the location indicated by this map likely conceals an extraordinary opportunity. Su Huan continued to sip his tea, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The greater the opportunity, the greater the risk. I have always been somewhat timid. Having spent 10 years here, I have never set foot in the ancient mountain. With my current cultivation level, I would only be courting death. Besides, I have only just become a guest elder thanks to your support. I would prefer to enjoy a few more peaceful years. That is a reasonable perspective. Su Daoist is indeed not an ordinary individual. The old shopkeeper, convinced by Su Huan's reasoning, grew increasingly fond of him. T.O. remained so calm in the face of such an opportunity. Demonstrating such composure is a rare quality. What do you think? Can this opportunity fetch a good price? Su Huan inquired. Su Daoist. This truly is a tremendous gift. How could it not be valued highly? However, after a moment of contemplation, the old shopkeeper added, for opportunities of such uncertain value, according to Baibo's usual practice, it might leave Su Daoist at a disadvantage. If you trust me, we could place this map at the auction held by Baibo. It would surely attract a flurry of eager buyers, including affluent wandering cultivators and disciples from various sections. Su Huan promptly agreed. I leave it in your capable hands. The old shopkeeper's eyes sparkled with delight at Su Huan's response. And after a round of mutual flattery, he suddenly remembered something. Su Daoist. I just recall that there is something at this auction that may pique your interest at all. Pray tell. Su Huan's curiosity was piqued. The old shopkeeper wasted no time, stating, it is a seed of low-grade spirit fire, known as the devouring spirit fire, which a wandering cultivator unexpectedly acquired from the ancient mountain. Devouring spirit fire? Low-grade spirit fire. Su Huan was immediately taken aback. Spirit fire, as it is known, is a flame imbued with the essence of heaven and earth, possessing extraordinary properties that far exceed ordinary fire and is exceedingly rare. For Su Huan, possessing a type of spirit fire would not only serve as a means of defense, but, more importantly, could be used for alchemical purposes. For an extended period, the flames he utilized for alchemy were merely ordinary mortal flames. Although they proved functional, their inefficiency in refining medicinal materials imposed numerous limitations, rendering them inconvenient for transport. In stark contrast, spiritual flames exhibit an extraordinary prowess that surpasses that of mortal flames. Not only do they possess a remarkable ability to refine medicinal ingredients, significantly reducing the time required for alchemical processes, but they also enhance both the success rate and quality of the resultant elixirs, all while being portable. That it can be asserted that the influence of spiritual flames on alchemy is on par with that of spiritual artifacts in combat and magical duels. Moreover, spiritual flames are even rarer than spiritual artifacts, with alchemists who possess them being exceedingly FEWTO. Encounter such a remarkable phenomenon in this remote locale is truly astonishing. Chapter 30. The Peril of a Rainy Night. A reunion with Mu Hongyao. Upon witnessing Su Huan's rare display of agitation, the old shopkeeper found nothing unusual. Rather, it seemed entirely natural. The emergence of spiritual flame seeds in the ancient mountains had taken even him by surprise when he first learned of it, prompting him to report the matter to the Wanbao Merchant Alliance. The appearance of such a celestial anomaly unequivocally validated that the rumors surrounding the ancient mountains were not mere fabrications. Perhaps there was indeed some truth to them. Su Daoyu. Do not rejoice too soon, the old shopkeeper cautioned. Firstly, this auction concerns merely a fragment of the spirit-devouring ghost flame. And secondly, the characteristics of this flame are exceedingly peculiar, rarely seen in the world, resulting in scarce knowledge regarding its cultivation and progression methods, rendering it a laborious and thankless endeavor. The flame seed is akin to a flawed spiritual artifact, its power significantly inferior to that of genuine spiritual flames. The effort and spiritual stones required to nurture a fragment into a complete spiritual flame are considerable. Furthermore, the spirit-devouring ghost flame is one of the most obscure varieties of inferior spiritual flames. Characterized by its limited power, high maintenance costs, and unclear cultivation methods, compared to other inferior spiritual flames, records regarding it are exceedingly sparse, with most references deeming it the rarest and most inconsequential among them. Upon hearing this, Huan nodded appreciatively. "Thank you for the reminder, old shopkeeper. I am well aware he was not ignorant of these facts. Yet, for him at this moment, the luxury of choice was non-existent. Even if it were a meager option, having something is preferable to having nothing at all. Moreover, should a highly sought-after spiritual flame truly emerge, it would hardly be his place, as a mere fifth-tier Qi practitioner and an average alchemist, to contend for it. Instead, the obscure spirit devouring ghost flame seed might present him with a viable opportunity, as for the exorbitant costs of maintaining the seed and the unclear methods for its cultivation. That could be addressed later. After all, with a golden finger at his side, he need not expend countless hours delving into alchemical studies like other alchemists. Time was his most abundant resource, that be by the way. "Old shopkeeper, do you have any dual cultivation techniques available?" Huan inquired further. Given that Qin Qing'er was merely immortal, the daily discussions on the philosophy of life posed a considerable burden for her. Constantly consuming medicinal pills was not ideal, as even medicine can be toxic in excess. Should there be a dual cultivation technique, it might indeed benefit her, enhancing her physical constitution. The old shopkeeper's lips curled into a knowing smile. As though he were a seasoned individual well-versed in such matters, he turned and retrieved a slender red booklet from the counter. "Here, Su Dao Yu, take a look at this spring breeze harmony technique. Although it is merely a non-grade dual cultivation technique, it is easy to practice and offers various pleasures, enhancing the enjoyment of intimate relations without significantly improving cultivation levels." Huan accepted the booklet and casually flipped through a few pages, his eyes brightening as he marveled at its intriguing content. The complex postures described were far more elaborate than anything from his previous life as premium selections. Truly, cultivators know how to indulge. As for the technique's low tier, that was actually a blessing. If it were of higher grade, Qin Qing'er would likely be unable to cultivate it. "Excellent. I'll take it. How many spiritual stones does it cost?" Huan promptly asked. The old shopkeeper, appearing to have anticipated this, replied with a smile, "The original price is 10 inferior spiritual stones, but considering your status as a third-tier guest elder, I can offer it at a 10% discount. Only 9 inferior spiritual stones." Though not inexpensive, it was reasonable. Techniques of this nature are invariably precious, especially those that offer pleasures of the mortal realm. Huan paid without hesitation and inquired about the auction's specific date before turning to leave the Baibao pavilion. As evening descended, the rain continued to fall, pattering upon the bluestone pavement and leaves, producing a crisp sound. Nevertheless, the marketplace remained bustling with activity, as cultivators from various regions mingled, their calls and bids reverberating throughout. Only settling down as Huan approached the periphery of Lingxi Alley. Just as he relaxed his furrowed brow and headed toward the alley's entrance, he suddenly sensed a scrutinizing gaze upon him. His expression shifted slightly, yet to avoid alarming anyone, he maintained his composure and continued forward, discreetly searching for the hidden observer. Though his cultivation was modest, years of alchemical practice had honed his spiritual awareness far beyond that of ordinary practitioners of his level, allowing him to quickly pinpoint the source of the gaze. It was a tall, lean male cultivator lurking at the street corner, likely at the 7th tier of Qi practice. The dim light obscured his features, but Huan could vaguely discern the deep brown robe he wore, which seemed somewhat familiar. Wait! Huan suddenly recalled that the patrolling squad composed of Qingyang sect disciples donned similar robes within the marketplace. The only distinction was that the patrol's robes were green, while this individual's was brown. Nonetheless, it was sufficient to suggest that this person, if not a disciple of the Qingyang sect, was at least closely associated with them. How peculiar! If he had connections to the Qingyang sect, it seemed improbable that he would stoop to act as a rogue cultivator. Moreover, given the proximity to the marketplace, even a rogue would be unlikely to choose such a location for their activities. Unless he was specifically seeking me. With this realization, Huan's senses heightened, and an old feeling of crisis surged within him, causing his pace to quicken, with less than 100 paces remaining to the entrance of Lingxi Alley. He knew that once he crossed that threshold, even if the individual was a disciple of the Qingyang sect, he would likely refrain from making any overt moves against him. simultaneously, as Su Huan hastened his steps. The tall, lean cultivator behind him sensed that he might have been exposed. A cold glint flashed in his narrowed eyes concealed beneath the brim of his hat, and he chose to abandon his stealth. Striding towards Su Huan with purpose, his figure elongated like a specter in the rain-soaked night. Damn, his speed is astonishing. Hearing the footsteps drawing closer behind him, Su Huan cursed inwardly, instantly realizing that he could never match this opponent. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved 2 lightweight talismans and affixed them to his legs, feeling his speed surge. Meanwhile, his other hand brushed against a thunder-inducing talisman, ready to activate it, just as the tension reached a critical point. Amidst the torrential downpour, a stunning red figure emerged. It was a woman in a red dress, gracefully holding an oiled paper umbrella, strolling leisurely through the rain at Mu Hongyao. What is she doing here? Chapter 31. Entering Mu Hongyao's boudoir. What about the serious business? Isn't this Su Dao Yu? Whatever is the matter? Are you being pursued? Do you need your sister's assistance? Mu Hongyao's teasing voice rang out, laced with charm. The tall, lean cultivator's brow furrowed at once. And he spoke in a low tone. This is a personal matter between him and me. Do not meddle. Be cautious not to draw unnecessary trouble upon yourself. In response to the tall cultivator's threat, Mu Hongyao blinked innocently, pretending to be frightened as she took 2 steps back, turning to Su Huan with a soft, almost fragile tone. Su Huan Gij, this person seems quite fierce. I'm so scared. Quickly protect me. At that moment, Su Huan felt overwhelmed, caught between the oppressive spiritual force of the tall cultivator and the perplexing presence of this enchanting woman. With a wry smile, he managed to utter a few words through gritted teeth. Mu Dao Yu, if you are willing to assist, I shall surely reward you handsomely afterward. Then let me hear you call me sister, as the tall, slender cultivator advanced with a fierce onslaught, seemingly intent on swiftly resolving the situation. Su Huan, disregarding any semblance of masculine dignity, cried out, "What a good boy!" Sister is here upon witnessing Su Huan's capitulation. Mu Hongyao's lips curled into a triumphant smile. Simultaneously, her delicate laughter ceased, and she tossed the oiled paper umbrella upwards. Its ink wash-painted canopy danced gracefully in the rain, causing droplets to splatter about. The charmed talisman nestled between her slender fingers emitted a faint glow, and several strands of spiritual light unfurled along the talisman's intricate lines. A subtle, purplish light blossomed in the rain-soaked night, merging with the cascading droplets, akin to a bone-eating maggot burrowing into the tall cultivator's brow. What wicked sorcery is this? It is a charm of seduction. The tall cultivator was struck with terror, yet before he could fully articulate his alarm, his mind succumbed to a sudden haze, and his tempestuous assault abruptly faltered. This fierce young man is rather unsightly. You frightened me, so please return home, all right, Mu Hongyao replied, her crimson lips parting as her soft voice seemed to possess an enchanting quality. The tall cultivator, upon hearing her, found himself devoid of any inclination to resist, merely nodding vacantly before turning to leave like a marionette. Within moments, his figure vanished at the alley's end, Mu Hongyao, appearing as if she had merely performed a mundane task, slightly lifted the corners of her mouth and elegantly extended her delicate hand, effortlessly catching the descending handle of the oiled paper umbrella. Her demeanor exuded grace, reminiscent of a majestic concubine within a royal palace. Su Huan, rendered speechless by this scene, felt an indescribable shock surge within him. How could a cultivator of the 7th level of Qi refinement be so easily persuaded to depart? No, this was not persuasion. It was clearly a verbal reprimand. Point 1 could only conclude that this charm of seduction was indeed formidable. Su Huan's assessment of Mu Hongyao surged to new heights, accompanied by a tinge of involuntary trepidation. If even a 7th level cultivator could be so thoroughly ensnared, he feared that, despite his formidable consciousness and resilient will, he would fare no better. However, he was currently a benefactor of her assistance, and thus his predominant sentiment was gratitude. I must extend my heartfelt thanks to Daoist Mu for her timely intervention. I shall surely repay this kindness in the future. In response, Mu Hongyao raised an eyebrow, clucking her tongue. You just called me sister, and now you refer to me as Daoist. Truly, men are all the same. Once their trousers are up, they forget their acquaintances. Woe is me with each word. Her tone grew increasingly aggrieved, her enchanting visage suffused with a melancholic air, resembling a spurned woman. That's Huan. What does trousers have to do with this? How can you tarnish my reputation without cause? Once again confronted with the fearsome nature of this enchantress, Huan, feeling the bite of his own words, could only concede, I apologize. I am grateful to Sister Mu for your earlier assistance. Now, that is more like it. Mu Hongyao's expression transformed as swiftly as a summer's day, shifting from a visage on the brink of tears to one radiant with joy. Since my dear brother wishes to express his gratitude, let us not wait until later. Tonight, sister has needs, that might not be appropriate. Very well. Everything shall be at sister's discretion, as she noticed the glimmer of moisture forming in Mu Hongyao's eyes. Threatening to transform her once more, Huan hastily altered his response. He knew better than to provoke this enchanting lady. His slight frame would likely be no match for her whims. It was prudent to endure for now. At worst, he could offer himself. After all, it would not be a loss, and perhaps he might even glean some experience through his unique talents. Yet, Huan was evidently overthinking. While Mu Hongyao often appeared carefree and akin to a femme fatale, upon stepping through her threshold, Huan was met with a shocking sight that upended his previous impressions. The once spacious and tidy hall lay in disarray, littered with crumpled papers, overturned tables and chairs, and candlesticks askew, only a few half-burned red candles casting a dim, yellow light in the darkness. It was difficult to reconcile the image of such a stunning and illustrious fairy with the chaotic state of her home. Cough, it's a bit messy at home. My dear brother, think ill of sister. Will you? Mu Hongyao, only realizing the disorder upon returning home, felt a blush creep onto her alluring face, which appeared even more charming under the dim light. Huan scanned the scattered papers on the floor, recognizing them as failed talismans, and shook his head in admiration. Of course not. I had no idea Sister Mu was so diligently studying talismans in private. It's no wonder your mastery of talismans is unparalleled, rendering even a 7th-level cultivator utterly powerless. Clearly flattered by such earnest praise, Mu Hongyao's smile widened. Oh, dear brother, your words are so delightful. It's no wonder you have such beautiful wives and concubines. Unlike me, who is all alone and rather lonely. Cough. Did Sister Mu summon me tonight for something of importance? Huan, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, quickly redirected the conversation. This lady was truly a born enchantress. Every smile and frown exuded an alluring charm. However, based solely on the heaps of discarded talisman paper, he could almost ascertain that someone like Mu Hongyao, who diligently studied talismans, would not fit the frivolous image he had initially imagined. She was likely merely a bit of a flirt. Humph. Unromantic little brother, Mu Hongyao huffed lightly, clearly displeased with Huan's attempt to change the subject. Yet she chose not to dwell on it further. Instead, she continued to lead Huan through the main hall and into a bedroom. Upon entering a room adorned and arranged distinctly as a lady's boudoir, where the lingering fragrance of Mu Hongyao enveloped him, Huan swallowed hard. Sister Mu, is this really appropriate? With a light melodic laugh, Mu Hongyao covered her mouth. What are you thinking? Sister has important matters to discuss with you. Huan then let out a sigh of relief. That's good. That's good. But just as he began to suppress his more unseemly thoughts, he saw Mu Hongyao gently bite her lip, then turn her back to him. Unfastening her buttons, Huan. What happened to the important matters? Chapter 32. Husband is truly wicked, and Qing'er is truly fond. As the fiery red gown slowly slipped away, Huan felt his heart momentarily halt. It was not merely the sight of Mu Hongyao's exquisitely pale and beautiful form exposed to the air. Rather, it was the 3 deep, jagged scars marring her otherwise flawless back, visible to the bone. The wounds were fresh, resembling claw marks from some malevolent beast. The surrounding blood had only recently congealed, indicating that she had merely used a simple hemostatic powder to staunch the bleeding. Yet, the wounds were still grisly. With a faint, eerie black hue, Huan frowned deeply after a mere glance that you've been poisoned. What beast inflicted this upon you? On the bed, Mu Hongyao nodded gently. That a 7th-level poisonous fog wolf. Quite troublesome. Had it not been for the ample talismans I carry, I might not have survived, if I'm not mistaken. You must have ventured to the ancient wild mountains? Indeed. Thus, the reason you intervened to save me was to have me assist in curing your poison in return. Correct? Gazing at the disfigurement on Mu Hongyao's back that marred her beauty, Su Huan suddenly realized, ah, so that's the case. Yes, Mu Hongyao admitted, her thoughts laid bare. After being caught in her intentions, she fell silent for a moment before breaking into a playful laugh. Were you disappointed? It turns out I merely sought you as a physician. Not at all, Su Huan retorted. Rolling his eyes, he was relieved by this revelation. He hardly believed that his charm could be so compelling as to captivate such a stunning beauty, who had already achieved the 7th level of Qi refinement and was a competent talisman master upon their first encounter. However, after this night, their relationship was bound to deepen. After all, he had glimpsed her bare back. Can you cure this poison? Seeing Su Huan silent, Mu Hongyao's expression shifted to one of anxiety. For her to make such significant sacrifices to treat her injury, first dragging her poisoned body to save his life, and now exposing herself to him. It would be a tremendous loss if he could not heal her. Fortunately, Su Huan soon provided a reassuring response that I can manage, but tonight I can only help suppress the spread of the wolf's poison. I cannot eliminate it entirely. I will return tomorrow to purge the poison from you. After observing for a while, he concluded, why not? Mu Hongyao was momentarily taken aback, then her expression shifted to one of peculiarity. Little brother, you wouldn't want to see me again tomorrow, would you? Su Huan raised his hands in exasperation. Sister, the poison you have is no ordinary toxin. It requires at least a mid-grade detoxification pill of the first rank for alleviation. To completely eradicate it, one would likely need a superior quality mid-grade detoxification pill, which means I must first possess the elixir to assist you, correct? It dawned on Mu Hongyao that she had been remiss, and she offered a sheepish smile. However, recalling Su Huan's latter remark, her brows furrowed slightly. In this current predicament, acquiring a superior quality mid-grade detoxification pill seems quite a challenge, does it not? Why should I purchase it? Am I not an alchemist? Su Huan asked, perplexed that Mu Hongyao was taken aback. But did you not just ascend to the rank of a mid-grade alchemist? Su Huan chuckled. Then what does Sister Mu think qualifies me to serve as a guest elder at Bai Bao Pavilion solely based on my status as a mid-grade alchemist? Mu Hongyao was no fool. On the contrary, she was an astute woman. After a brief moment of surprise, she quickly responded with delight. You are already confident in your ability to concoct a superior quality detoxification pill. You shall find out tomorrow. Sister Mu. Su Huan smiled noncommittally. Then his expression turned serious. All right, now do not speak. Sit still and allow me to apply a bit of the detoxifying powder to suppress the spread of the wolf poison. Mu Hongyao instinctively straightened her posture, but as she moved, her crimson skirt, which had slipped to her waist, slid down further, revealing a glimpse of her snowy cleavage, the alluring half-slipped skirt juxtaposed with her tantalizingly pale skin. Illuminated by the flickering candlelight, created a mesmerizing spectacle that was utterly intoxicating. Su Huan could not help but feel his heart race at the sight, and warmth flooded his nostrils as a trickle of blood cascaded down. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere grew exceedingly awkward. Mu Hongyao bit her lip, her expression a mix of embarrassment and irritation, with a dangerous glimmer flickering in her captivating gaze. Is it beautiful? Shall I say it's due to a recent bout of heat? Do you believe me? What do you think? You've seen it. Can we proceed with the medication now? You naughty brother. Yes. Su Huan's face flushed crimson as he hastily began his task. However, applying the medicine inevitably involved physical contact. As his fingertips glided gently over her smooth, jade-like back, a wave of intoxicating sensations washed over them that a quarter of an hour later, Su Huan exited Mu Hongyao's residence, compelled by an inexplicable urge. He raised his hand to sniff beneath his nose. The lingering fragrance still clung to his fingertips, and the sensation of her silky skin lingered in his mind. No. I cannot engage in such lewd thoughts. A cold night breeze swept past, snapping Su Huan back to reality as he shook his head and walked towards the neighboring house. Upon entering the main hall, he was met with the varying expressions of the two women. Qin Qing'er's gaze was initially complex and sorrowful, but it quickly transformed into understanding and relief as she welcomed him with a gentle smile. In contrast, Xiaohe wore an irritable expression, glaring at him before turning on her heel to retreat to her bedroom on the first floor. She resembled a wronged wife who had caught her husband in a clandestine affair. Su Huan's heart raced at the thought. Could they have seen him leaving Mu Hongyao's abode? Qing'er, what seems to be the matter? Su Huan inquired tentatively. As anticipated, Qin Qing'er hesitated before revealing that she and Xiaohe had been waiting for him in the courtyard when they witnessed him entering the neighboring house with Mu Hongyao. Qing'er, please do not be upset. It is not as you think. Su Huan began to explain, but Qin Qing'er suddenly threw herself into his embrace, sealing his lips with a shy and affectionate kiss. After a long moment, they parted. With glistening eyes, Qin Qing'er softly spoke. There is no need for my husband to explain. I, as a mere mortal, am fortunate to accompany you in this life. As long as I can care for you every day. I am indifferent to everything else. Xiaohe is still young. She is merely having a momentary fit, so there is no need for you to worry. Hearing these words warmed Su Huan's heart immensely. With such a wife, what more could he desire? Embracing the delicate form of Qin Qing'er, he gazed at the soft blush adorning her lovely face. Feeling a rush of heat within him, he swiftly lifted her in his arms and headed towards the master bedroom on the second floor. Good Qing'er, I have brought you a small gift tonight. I'm certain you will adore it. What gift is it? You will find out once we are in bed. You are incorrigible, husband. I truly enjoy this. Chapter 33. Diligently practicing the harmony technique. Xiaohe's strange ailment strikes. In the master bedroom, candlelight flickered seductively. Qin Qing'er lay on the bed, her eyes glazed, her long, lustrous hair cascading around her, her smooth, fair legs entwined around Su Huan's waist, and the longing in her gaze seemed capable of weaving threads of desire. Yet unusually, Su Huan refrained from taking further action. Instead, he pulled out a thin red booklet from his bosom. My husband, what is this? Qin Qing'er asked, puzzled. A mischievous smile crept on Su Huan's lips. You will find out once you take a look. Curiously, Qin Qing'er accepted the red booklet and flipped through a few pages, only to be met with scandalous illustrations that rendered her face crimson. This is too embarrassing. Su Huan feigned seriousness. This is a legitimate dual cultivation technique. It not only strengthens the body, but also nourishes yin and supplements yang, which is beneficial for a woman's beauty. Is that true? Upon hearing this, Qin Qing'er's eyes sparkled with excitement. As she had been worried about the fleeting nature of youth and beauty, Su Huan nodded. Naturally. Do not be fooled by the bold illustrations. This book, The Spring Breeze Harmony Technique, is worth a whole 10 low-grade spirit stones and is quite precious. 10 spirit stones? Qin Qing'er was once again taken aback, and her initial shyness began to fade. What do you think? Shall we give it a try? Su Huan pressed, seizing the moment. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Qing'er, unable to resist Su Huan's good intentions, shyly nodded. Very well, please be gentle, my husband. Her soft, cat-like voice stirred something deep within Su Huan, and he could no longer contain the flames of desire raging within him, promptly leaping forward, following the poses outlined in the Spring Breeze Harmony Technique. The dragon sparrow sword emitted a resonant hum as it was drawn. As Qin Qing'er gasped, the vibrant and lively night unfolded in full. My husband, you are becoming increasingly skilled. I can hardly keep up. No worries. After practicing the Spring Breeze Harmony Technique, Qing'er will also become formidable. I will practice diligently. I promise not to let you down. You are truly obedient. So let us try this move again. While Su Huan engaged in fervent practice with Qin Qing'er, downstairs in the bedroom, Xiaohe, sporting 2 large dark circles under her eyes, looked utterly despondent. Having witnessed Su Huan enter the house with the alluring Mu Hongyao, she was already seething with frustration. She intended to numb her mind through rigorous training, but the incessant sounds of moans and creaking from above had persisted throughout the night. It was dawn, and they showed no signs of stopping. Do you know what I have endured all night? Su Huan, are you a beast? Can you not spare my sister-in-law? As the first rays of sunlight broke through the window, Xiaohe could no longer contain her anger. her face flushed with rage. Just as she was about to storm out to clear her mind, an icy sensation surged through her dantian, swiftly spreading throughout her body. Another episode. Xiaohi's face paled instantly. Her legs buckled beneath her, and she collapsed to the ground, feeling as though she were enveloped in eternal ice. Her lips turned blue, and her silvery hair seemed to shimmer with frost. Becoming increasingly enchanting, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, only to freeze upon contact with her skin, falling to the ground with a crisp, chilling sound. Her consciousness began to fade, and her mind inexplicably recalled the moment she had first arrived at her new home. When Huan had held her tightly, it seemed that only his warm embrace could thaw the icy chill within her. Yet, even so, she stubbornly remained silent, curling up into a small ball, enduring the excruciating cold. After 5 rounds of dual cultivation with Qin Qing'er, alchemist experience 40, compatibility with Qin Qing'er, 95 at alchemy level, mid-grade, first rank, 32665000. That night, with the enhancement of the spring breeze harmony technique, Huan engaged in profound discussions on the philosophy of life with Qin Qing'er 5 times, until she could no longer withstand his advances, pleading for mercy and offering her utmost devotion, which finally allowed Huan to fully indulge himself. Rising from the bed, Huan felt invigorated, without a trace of fatigue from the intense encounters. Marveling at the wonders of the spring breeze harmony technique, the old shopkeeper has truly done me a great service. Gazing at the experience panel that had surged by 40 points overnight, Huan felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration in his heart. This pace. In less than 2 months, he would be able to advance further and attain the rank of a first-class alchemist. At that moment, he would truly astonish the world. Even the disciples of the Qingyang sect would undoubtedly show him the respect and courtesy he deserved when faced with a high-ranking alchemist. And they would not dare to offend him lightly. Perhaps his status as a third-tier guest elder of the Baibao Pavilion could also see another elevation, as for that tall and slender cultivator who had ambushed him last night. Just wait. There would come a time when he would face the consequences. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Huan descended the stairs, ready to concoct the medium-grade detoxification pill for Mu Hongyao. Suddenly, he was struck by a chilling sensation. Was this icy aura emanating from Xiaohi's room? Huan's expression instantly hardened, and he decisively turned to knock on Xiaohi's door. Receiving no response, he disregarded the decorum and pushed the door open. What met his eyes was Xiaohi curled up in the corner, trembling and ghostly pale. Xiaohi. Huan's face changed dramatically as he rushed forward and scooped her into his arms. The bone-chilling cold radiating from the girl sent an involuntary shiver down his spine, even with his current cultivation at the 5th level of qi refinement. How could such an eerie and terrifying chill exist? Furrowing his brow, Huan placed his hand on Xiaohi's wrist, releasing his spiritual energy to probe her condition, and his heart sank that in just a few months, the strange and icy energy within Xia, he had grown several times more formidable. Rivaling the spiritual energy of a 4th-level qi refinement cultivator, it was no longer something that a revitalizing pill could suppress. Only a higher-grade yang attribute pill or treasures like a century-old warm jade could counter this bizarre coldness. Yet, Huan found himself without any such items. The only thing he had that was remotely useful was the fire attribute spiritual energy among his 4-element mixed roots. However, at this moment, merely channeling spiritual energy through his wrist would prove utterly insufficient to quell the rampant cold within Xiaohi. There was no other choice. Little Xiaohi, I'm afraid I must disregard all modesty. After a moment of internal conflict, Huan resolved that saving her was of utmost importance, gritting his teeth and murmuring a few words. He took a deep breath and began to remove Xiaohi's garments. Striving to maintain his composure, Huan extended his hand toward the unconscious girl before him. Chapter 34. The Misunderstanding of Xiaohi. Administering medicine to Mu Hongyao, Xiaohi found herself in a dream. In this dream, she felt as though she were on the brink of death, trapped in an eternal ice cavern, suffering from the excruciating cold. But just as she was about to succumb, a tall and handsome man clad in a white robe stepped forward and embraced her, taking her away from that frigid abyss. His searing body warmth dispelled the cold that enveloped her. What made Xiaohi blush the most was that, in this dream, she was completely unclothed, transformed into a vulnerable little lamb, and the intimate sensation of skin against skin felt so vivid, as if it had truly occurred. As her consciousness gradually returned, she was astonished to discover that the man who had held her in his arms was none other than Su Huan, who shared the same roof with her. Ah! A soft gasp of embarrassment escaped her lips, and Xiaohi jolted awake. Her face was flushed crimson as she stared blankly at the ceiling for a long while, shaking her head vigorously to dispel the shameful images from her mind. Yet, as she lifted the covers, she was stunned by what lay before her, on her bed. There were patches of reddish-brown blood, arranged in a plum blossom pattern, quietly blooming on the pristine sheets, though her garments remained intact. Upon closer inspection, the faint creases and the misbuttoned collar revealed the truth. Xiaohi was dumbfounded. Although she was just an innocent young woman, she could still comprehend the implications of the situation. Could it be that last night was not merely a dream? Did that Su fellow truly come to her? Couldn't he possibly be that kind of person? Could he? Xiaohi murmured in disbelief, wrapping her arms around her knees and burying her head within them, attempting to convince herself otherwise. However, the faint scent of medicinal herbs that lingered on her clothes was unmistakably Su Huan's signature fragrance. Her complexion drained of color. Her heart ached as if it were being torn apart. During their time together, she had gradually come to accept Su Huan, even developing a peculiar fondness for him. Yet, that did not mean she could accept losing her purity in such a manner. Meanwhile, in the alchemy room on the first floor, Su Huan stood in front of a brand-new alchemical furnace, skillfully concocting the medium-grade detoxification pill intended for Mu Hongyao. His alchemical techniques were now second nature, each step executed with ease. However, he felt utterly fatigued, drenched in sweat, his complexion as pale as a sheet. And even his usually steady posture appeared somewhat unsteady, as if a gust of wind could topple him. If others were to see me like this, they would surely think I am suffering from kidney deficiency. Su Huan thought to himself with a wry smile. The reason for his weakness stemmed from the immense consumption of spiritual energy when he had channeled it to Xiaohi earlier, nearly exhausting himself. Had it not been for the restorative pills he carried with him, he would have likely collapsed alongside her. Nevertheless, he had still suffered significant damage to his vitality and even coughed up blood. Fortunately, he had managed to suppress the strange cold energy within Xiaohi by mustering his last ounce of strength. What could possibly be the source of that terrifying chill within her? He resolved to seek the old shopkeeper for answers next time. Perhaps the wise elder would have some insight. With these thoughts in mind, the crafting of the medium-grade detoxification pill reached a satisfactory conclusion. Su Huan opened the furnace lid and allowed a smile to return to his face. 11 superior quality detoxification pills and 9 ordinary quality ones laying neatly before him, a total of 20 pills. Thanks to his nightly discussions with Qin Qing'er about the philosophy of life, his alchemical skills had indeed seen steady improvement. Su Huan sighed in gratitude and began to package the 2 qualities of pills separately. After consuming 1 pill and resting for half an hour, he managed to restore a significant portion of his spiritual energy. With the detoxification pills in hand, he set out toward Mu Hongyao's home. However, in his weakened state, he failed to notice that, just as he was leaving, a girl stood at the window of the first-floor bedroom, lost in thought, catching sight of his departure once more. Such a scoundrel. After doing that to someone, he is now off to find that wicked woman. Xiaohi felt utterly betrayed, her silver teeth nearly grinding to dust. Meanwhile, Su Huan had arrived at Mu Hongyao's doorstep. Moments later, the disheveled and yawning Mu Hongyao opened the door, her expression one of surprise upon seeing Su Huan. "You've already concocted the detoxification pills?" Su Huan nodded, equally astonished by her disheveled appearance. A glance at the floor behind her revealed a fresh pile of discarded talisman papers, leading him to deduce that she had likely spent the entire night working on her talismans. "Have you been studying talismans all night, Sister Mu? Truly diligent." At this, Mu Hongyao shot him a curious glance. What is so surprising about that? Whether it's talismans or alchemy, it requires countless hours of practice. Does it not? Do you expect to gain experience while lying down? Ah, Sister Mu makes a valid point. Su Huan agreed nonchalantly, while inwardly he reveled in amusement. Indeed, he had been gaining alchemical experience through sleep, albeit in a rather unconventional manner. The joys of such experiences were not for outsiders to know. Their second encounter was much more relaxed than the first. Huan navigated directly toward Mu Hongyao's chamber with the familiarity of someone at home. This casualness irked Mu Hongyao, as the vivid memories of the previous night flooded back to her mind. However, feeling the need to ask for his assistance, she chose to endure it. Reluctantly, she followed Huan into her room, obediently lying on her bed and partially lowering her crimson dress. This time, however, Mu Hongyao was much more cautious in her actions, avoiding the awkwardness of the previous night. Having labored through the night and having savored the beauty of 3 exquisite bodies, Huan remained composed. Treating the enchanting scene before him with indifference, he took out a superior-grade detoxification pill, crushed it between his fingers, and began to apply the medicine to Mu Hongyao's wounds. As the medicinal powder made contact with her injuries, a sudden wave of intense pain surged through Mu Hongyao, catching her off guard and prompting a low moan to escape her lips. The alluring sound caused Huan's heart to skip a beat, nearly breaking his calm demeanor. The process of extracting the poison may be somewhat painful. Please bear with it. You should have mentioned it earlier. Oh, I forgot. This is my first time applying medicine for someone. Observing Huan's innocent expression, Mu Hongyao felt a surge of frustration and turned her head away, struggling to maintain her seductive demeanor, and said, somewhat petulantly, "Continue." Oh, Chapter 35. Teasing and counter-teasing. Exchanging pills for talismans. Just a short while later, Mu Hongyao could distinctly feel the agonizing pain from the wound on her back, akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at her flesh. Gradually dissipating, the strange blackness around the wound transformed into a normal blood-red hue. Clearly, the wolf venom had been completely eradicated. The potency of this detoxification pill was evidently of superior quality. She couldn't help but feel a mix of surprise and joy. Her anxiety from the previous night finally easing. Huan, my dear brother, I never imagined you possessed such skill. Just a few months after your promotion to an intermediate alchemist, you managed to concoct a detoxification pill of exceptional quality. This talent is truly enviable. Your 2 sisters are indeed fortunate to have a brother of such remarkable ability. As she spoke, she gazed intently at Huan, unsure whether her admiration was directed at his talent or his person. However, Huan had long since built immunity to her flirtations. He grinned and replied, "Oh, that's quite simple. Sister Mu, with both beauty and talent, I admire you greatly as well. By the way, my room has plenty of space. Why not move in next door?" What? Huan's sudden invitation caught Mu Hongyao off guard. The implications were unmistakably bold, and she immediately felt flustered, her fair complexion flushing slightly. I was just joking, Sister Mu. No need to be nervous. Huan laughed heartily upon noticing her reaction. Realizing that she had just been playfully teased, Mu Hongyao felt a wave of indignation, her chest heaving with emotion, though she lay on the bed. It was evident that she possessed a figure of considerable allure. Huan couldn't help but steal a couple more glances. Noticing his lingering gaze, Mu Hongyao narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. Have you had your fill of looking? Would you like me to sit up for a better view? Well, that is not necessary. Since Sister Mu is no longer in grave danger, I shall take my leave, Huan stammered, suddenly aware that he had crossed a line. His cheeks reddening, he hastily rose to his feet, intending to escape before Mu Hongyao could retaliate. Wait. At that moment, Mu Hongyao called out to him from the bed. What is it? Huan turned back. Do you have any extra detoxification pills? Could you sell me a few? Perhaps due to her need, Mu Hongyao was no longer inclined to take advantage of their relationship. Well, since Sister Mu has asked, I do have some, but Huan pondered for a moment. I wonder if you have any extra talismans to spare. While spirit stones were valuable, given the current circumstances, acquiring quality talismans with them was quite challenging. A direct trade would be far more beneficial. Moreover, this enchanting beauty in a half-open red dress was undoubtedly a skilled talisman master. The quality of her talismans would surpass those available on the market. All right, I shall adhere to your request. Dear brother, Mu Hongyao responded without hesitation. Detoxification pills were indeed a rarity for her, and this arrangement suited them both. However, when Su Huan produced 2 entire bottles of detoxification pills. Mu Honyao was left utterly speechless. These 2 bottles are all detoxification pills? Su Huan nodded and added, 11 of superior quality, 9 of ordinary quality, including the one I used on your wound. That leaves you with 10 of superior quality. Weren't you telling me that you had no successful detoxification pills before? Mu Honyao questioned, raising an eyebrow. Su Huan shrugged. That's right. These were all made by me overnight. Yu Hongyao's expression soured. 20 detoxification pills in total, with 11 of superior quality. And you call that rush work? I labor day and night just to barely produce a few talismans. With a lingering sense of disbelief, she accepted the 2 bottles from Su Huan and opened one, inhaling the rich and slightly warm fragrance of the pills, confirming Su Huan's claims. And Yu Honyao couldn't help but cast another deep glance at Su Huan, initially intrigued by his status as an intermediate alchemist at the Baibao Pavilion. Her interest had only grown due to her urgent need for detoxification pills. Never did she expect that a fleeting whim would lead to the discovery of a genius in alchemy. Now, her perception of Su Huan had completely transformed. The only regret was that his cultivation was still too low. Otherwise, she might have considered his earlier teasing more seriously. Sister Mu, why the silence? You're not unable to afford them, are you? If it's too much, I can always reduce the amount in a way. Seeing Su Huan reach for one of the bottles of detoxification pills, Mu Honyao quickly snapped back to reality, clutching the 2 bottles protectively as if they were treasures. How could she let this prize slip away? Who said I can't afford them? It's just a few talismans. I'm hardly lacking in those. With a swift motion, Mu Honyao pulled the blanket over to block Su Huan's view. When she lowered the blanket, she had already dressed and resumed her charming, alluring demeanor. Stepping barefoot onto the floor, her red dress swaying gracefully, Mu Honyao glided towards her workstation. After some tinkering, she activated a mechanism on her table, revealing a drawer filled with a dazzling array of talismans before Su Huan's astonished gaze. Wow! Su Huan gasped in awe, taken aback by the sheer quantity of talismans. While most were low-tier talismans like fireball techniques, even a small portion of intermediate-level talismans numbered over 20. Furthermore, many were rare talismans that were exceedingly difficult to come by in a market. Hee. Now do you see how formidable I am? Dear brother, Mu Honyao said smugly. Su Huan nodded, then began to focus intently on selecting from the assortment. An intermediate lightness talisman is a great find. It's useful for pursuit and escape. An intermediate earth shield talisman boasts excellent defense. I'll take that. An intermediate blazing sun talisman, an upgraded version of fireball techniques. I'll have one of those too, watching as her carefully accumulated treasures were taken away one by one. Mu Honyao felt a pang of heartache, yet she could not utter a single word of refusal. The allure of his pills was simply too intoxicating. Hey, Sister Mu, where's the heart manipulation talisman you used last time? I don't see it here, Su Huan inquired, turning his head. Yu Hongyao's expression soured immediately. How can you even ask? Such a difficult talisman, and I only had one. I used it up last night while saving you. Oh, that is no problem, then. Su Huan chuckled awkwardly, then added, what about the lightning drawing talisman? Do you have it? Mu Hongyao's expression darkened further. No, I lack the skill to create one. What? The crafting difficulty of the lightning drawing talisman is that high. Luckily, I didn't hastily use it last night. Sister Mu, what else with that look? Why are you so excited all of a sudden? Su Huan noticed that Mu Honyao was staring at him with wide eyes, her expression shifting to one of overwhelming excitement, to the point where her cheeks flushed slightly. There was an inexplicable sense of infatuation in her gaze. He instinctively took a couple of steps back, crossing his arms over his chest nervously. How terrifying. Chapter 36. Perfect harmony with a Dao partner, triggering new bonds. Su Huan, dear brother, are you saying you possess a lightning drawing talisman? Su Huan blinked. I suppose you could say that. Mu Honyao was momentarily stunned. What do you mean by suppose? As Su Huan retrieved the tattered lightning drawing talisman from his pocket, its damaged state was evident. Yet even so, Mu Hongyao's eyes lit up, fixed on the talisman in his hand. Her expression filled with obsession. Dear brother, could you lend me that lightning drawing talisman for some study? Perhaps I can gain some insights from it, and I will definitely repay you handsomely. As she spoke, Mu Hongyao clasped her hands together in front of her chest, her enchanting eyes blinking with a pleading gaze. Okay, Su Huan considered for a brief moment before agreeing, handing the lightning drawing talisman to Mu Hongyao. This talisman had long served as a safeguard, but circumstances had changed. As he encountered more powerful cultivators, its significance had diminished in the face of someone like Mu Hongyao, who was at the 7th level of Qi training and possessed numerous intermediate talismans. The diminished power of a damaged lightning drawing talisman would hardly matter. Now, using it to foster a good relationship with Mu Hongyao was a welcome benefit. Moreover, it was only a loan. You're such a wonderful brother. As fate would have it, Mu Hongyao, brimming with excitement, rushed to embrace Su Huan, her delicate red lips planting a fervent kiss upon his forehead while she stood on her pristine, polished toes. Then, disregarding Su Huan's bewilderment, she skipped away, clutching the thunder symbol, and promptly seated herself at the workbench, diving straight into her research. Instantly transformed into a scholarly figure, she began to meticulously replicate the incantations inscribed on the thunder symbol. Completely forgetting Su Huan's presence beside her, Su Huan, feeling a mix of indignation and amusement, thought to himself, how shameless. She takes advantage and then vanishes. Well, I shall not be so courteous. After a few futile attempts to call out to Mu Hongyao, Su Huan shrugged in resignation, selecting several medium-grade talismans from the overflowing drawer that were equivalent to his medicinal pills before turning to leave her abode. Upon returning to his own residence, he was greeted unexpectedly by Xia He as soon as he stepped into the main hall. Just as Su Huan intended to inquire about her health, he was taken aback to find her eyes brimming with tears. Her gaze filled with a blend of shyness and resentment as she shot him a fierce glare before turning on her heel and departing. What an ungrateful scoundrel, she muttered under her breath as she walked away. A resounding slam echoed through the hallway as the door to Xia He's bedroom was shut with a forceful thud. Su Huan was left utterly confounded. What have I done to deserve this? Why is everyone treating me like air? This is utterly absurd. Perhaps I should seek out my dear Qing'er. However, when Qin Qing'er laid eyes on him, she first displayed a look of surprise, followed by a peculiar expression, lightly scolding him as she playfully tapped his chest. Did I not perform well last night, my husband? How could that be? She asked, her brow furrowing as she pointed at his forehead. Su Huan was momentarily taken aback before hastily retrieving a mirror, his face turning crimson upon seeing a bright red lip print emblazoned on his forehead. Undoubtedly the work of Mu Hongyao Qing'er. If I were to claim this was merely a misunderstanding, would you believe me? He stammered, feeling a pang of guilt. It was no wonder Xia He had been so cold. She must have been upset on behalf of Qin Qing'er. Yet, upon witnessing his embarrassment, Qin Qing'er merely smiled sweetly. Leaning gently against him, it is only natural for a remarkable husband like you to be admired by other women. I harbor no jealousy. As long as you do not disdain me, Su Huan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Unable to resist promising, rest assured, my dear Qing'er, no matter what comes to pass, you shall always remain my most treasured Qing'er, and I shall never abandon you. Qin Qing'er replied, her heart nearly melting with emotion. The bond between them had deepened, their compatibility rating climbing by 5 points. Now reaching a perfect 100, this milestone unlocked a special connection, a silver bond reflecting Qin Qing'er's unwavering affection, which would enhance his alchemical success rate and the quality of his potions by 30%, provided he remained within 10 paces of her during the process. Su Huan was elated upon hearing this string of notifications. He had never anticipated that returning home with another woman's kiss would yield such unexpected joy. After all, achieving a perfect compatibility rating also triggered a unique bond. This was simply marvelous. He meticulously reviewed the effects of this bond. His joy intensified, almost overwhelming him that a 30% increase in alchemical success and potion quality was tantamount to cheating. Other alchemists labored tirelessly, investing countless hours, sweat, and spirit stones to improve their craft. Even a mere 1 or 2% increase was considered a significant achievement. Yet, he merely needed to remain near his beloved to effortlessly gain this additional enhancement. How delightful! If other alchemists were to learn of this, they would likely be consumed by envy, perhaps even spitting blood in despair at the thought of wanting to eliminate him. "Husband, why do you appear so jubilant? Have you thought of something delightful?" Qin Qing'er inquired curiously. Huan looked down at her, grinning mischievously. "No, I was merely contemplating some pleasurable activities with my dear Qin." With a soft gasp, Qin Qing'er was swept up in the moment once more. After their intimate union, Huan gained 10 points in alchemical experience. 3 days swiftly elapsed. Ever since that fateful night of the ambush, Huan had retreated into a state of seclusion. Aside from engaging in daily philosophical discussions about life with Qin Qing'er, he spent his time consuming medicinal herbs and cultivating his skills. Perhaps due to the relaxation of his mindset and the solidification of his foundation, he managed to break through to the mid-stage of the 5th layer of Qi refinement within just 3 days. His alchemical skills soared under the influence of their bond, as he achieved 14 superior quality pills from a batch of 20 medium-grade pills. Meanwhile, Qin Qing'er had also seen considerable improvement in her constitution since practicing the spring breeze harmony technique. In the realm of mortals, she could easily be regarded as a remarkable heroine. The only perplexing matter for Huan was Xiaohe. Ever since that night, the young lady seemed to have taken a strange turn, avoiding him at all costs. Even during mealtime, she would retreat to her room with her bowl, refusing to be swayed by Qin Qing'er's pleas. Whenever they happened to cross paths, she would regard him with disdain, treating him as if he were invisible, muttering about shameless scoundrels and mistaken judgments. After several attempts to inquire into her behavior yielded no results, Huan decided to let it be. After all, she was merely a young girl, quirky in nature, perhaps merely experiencing some personal turmoil. What truly occupied Huan's mind was the unexpected visit from an old friend today. Chapter 37. Xiaohe. Could it be that I truly misunderstood him? Jiang Changhai arrived late at night, swathed in layers akin to a dumpling, his wide-brimmed hat obscuring his features. Had Huan not known him for many years, he might not have recognized him at all. Upon entering, Jiang Changhai wasted no time with pleasantries, diving straight into the matter at hand. "Su, are you aware that Wang Hu is dead?" Huan did not shy away from the truth, nodding in affirmation. "Yes, I know. It was my doing. As expected." Although he had anticipated this, hearing Huan's admission still left Jiang Changhai taking a deep breath, further convinced of his friend's hidden depth. Wang Hu, though only at the 5th layer of Qi refinement, was a seasoned veteran of the ancient wilderness, notorious for his ruthlessness and cunning, with a wealth of combat experience. The fact that Huan had managed to eliminate him without a trace indicated that his strength should not be underestimated. "Brother Jiang, your late-night visit. Has something urgent occurred? Is it related to Wang Hu?" Huan inquired. Jiang Changhai nodded gravely. Since Wang Hu's demise, his household has been thoroughly ransacked. Even the womenfolk have been silenced. Moreover, there have been persistent inquiries about the cause of his death and any enemies he may have had. Initially, I paid it no mind, but in recent days, the focus of these inquiries has shifted toward you. Lowering his voice, he continued, "From what I've gathered, Wang had been working for Su Shan, an outer sect steward of the Qingyang sect. The mastermind behind these events is likely connected to him." Upon hearing this, Huan's expression finally shifted. 3 days prior, on that stormy night, the individual who had been lying in wait had donned a robe identical to those worn by the outer disciples of the Qingyang sect. The ransacking of Wang Hu's home was likely in pursuit of that human skin map. As for the fate of Wang Hu's household women, he felt little sympathy. It was merely poetic justice. After all, had Wang Hu not targeted Qin Qing'er and Xiaohe when Xiaoyang had perished in the ancient wilderness? What concerned him more was the mention of the mastermind by Jiang Changhai. An outer sect steward of the Qingyang sect? What position does that entail? Huan asked. Jiang Changhai promptly elucidated, disciples of the Qingyang sect are divided into outer sect, inner sect, and direct disciples, each level more challenging than the last. Those of mediocre talent who realize they cannot enter the inner sect often opt to leave the sect, managing its enterprises as outer stewards. Although they forfeit the chance to become inner disciples, they can still thrive outside the sect, perhaps even gaining some benefits. Upon hearing this, Huan quickly understood. This outer steward, backed by the formidable Qingyang sect, wielded influence and connections akin to a local tyrant in the Qingyang marketplace, which explained his audacity to act against Huan, a guest of the Baibao Pavilion, He pressed further. Is Su Shan at the 7th layer of Qi refinement? Indeed. When I encountered him not long ago, he was at the same level as myself, the 7th layer of Qi refinement, Jiang Changhai confirmed, then paused, turning to Su Huan with curiosity. How did you come to know this? Su Huan sighed, a wry smile on his face. It appears that he has already sought me out once. Had I not been fortunate enough to have a fellow guest of the Baibao Pavilion come to my aid that night, you might not have seen me here tonight. How audacious of him! Jiang Changhai exclaimed in shock, but his expression soon shifted to one of resigned amusement. Well, this is, after all, the territory of the Qingyang sect. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone to such lengths to disguise myself and visit at such a late hour. As the conversation unfolded, both individuals found themselves ensnared in a fleeting silence under the eaves. One must bow their head, a poignant reminder of the plight of those in the lower echelons of cultivation. Meanwhile, in the bedroom on the first floor, Xiaohe, who was eavesdropping by the door, was utterly taken aback. Initially, she had merely been interrupted from her meditation by Jiang Changhai's late-night arrival and, feeling irked, had sought to discern their conversation. To her astonishment, she inadvertently uncovered the truth about Su Huan's involvement in Wang Hu's demise and the subsequent ambush he faced. So he had clandestinely undertaken so much for me and my sister-in-law. Furthermore, he had encountered such peril that night. Was his late-night visit to the neighbor's abode truly due to that beguiling woman rescuing him? Had I indeed misjudged him? Reflecting on how she had previously regarded Su Huan with disdain, a wave of guilt washed over Xiaohe. After all, these events had transpired because of them. Yet, she quickly shook her head in defiance. No. How could I possibly feel sympathy for this scoundrel? Besides the ambush, he had also brought upon himself his own misfortune. So let that be his recompense. No one owes anyone anything, though she reasoned this way. Her expression darkened once more, her heart a tumultuous mess as she continued to press herself against the door, straining to listen. I could see this moment in the main hall. Su Huan inquired, by the way, Brother Jiang, are you aware of the industry that Su Shan is currently managing, and its location? Jiang Changhai's demeanor shifted slightly at the question, and after a stammering pause, he finally replied, Hongyu Fong. Su Huan, initially puzzled by his reaction, could not help but smile upon hearing those 3 words. A brothel, you say? So, Brother Jiang, you happened to encounter Su Shan there? He teased. Ahem. It was merely a passing visit, Jiang Changhai responded, lowering his gaze to sip his tea, attempting to mask his embarrassment. Su Huan, raising an eyebrow in skepticism, suddenly remarked, I've heard that the most renowned courtesan of Qingyang Fong is in Hongyu Fong. She is said to be exceptionally beautiful. Jiang Changhai, eager to discuss the topic, immediately became animated, only to realize he had fallen into Su Huan's trap, his face turning crimson. Su Huan, do not jest with me, he exclaimed, to which Su Huan burst into hearty laughter, finding the elder increasingly entertaining. Flustered, Jiang Changhai attempted to regain his composure. Do not laugh, Su Huan. Next time, I shall take you to see for yourself. You will surely be captivated. Su Huan, contemplatively nodding, replied, Indeed, to know oneself and one's enemy is the key to victory in every battle. Since Hongyu Fong is his enterprise, it is prudent to familiarize myself with it. At this moment, the eavesdropping girl's teeth clenched in vexation. This lecherous old man, not only indulging in his own escapades, but also attempting to entice others to join him. Truly, no man is to be trusted. With the conversation reaching its conclusion, Jiang Changhai rose to take his leave. However, Su Huan detained him, retrieving a vial of qi-condensing pills from his robe, and gratefully offered it to him. Brother Jiang, I am immensely grateful for your willingness to share such perilous information with me. Without your warning, I would still be in the dark. Please accept this token of my appreciation. Jiang Changhai had not ventured this far for personal gain, yet seeing Su Huan's sincerity, he received it graciously. As he prepared to depart, Su Huan hesitated, contemplating whether to issue one last caution. Brother Jiang, the circumstances surrounding the ancient mountain's opportunity are fraught with mystery. It may not be as straightforward as it appears. Should any upheaval arise, the first to suffer will be the slum dwellers. That if you trust me, it would be wise to vacate that area to avoid unnecessary calamity. I understand. Thank you for the warning. Su Huan, Jiang Changhai replied, Though skeptical, he recognized Su Huan's genuine concern. With a slight nod, he turned and walked away, gradually disappearing into the night. Chapter 38. A Journey with Beauty to the Auction House. In the days that followed, Su Huan's life remained largely unchanged, consumed by dual cultivation, alchemy, and relentless training. The only notable shift was Xiao's attitude, which had improved significantly from her previous hostility. She often blushed and lightly scolded him whenever he was near. Moreover, during his nightly philosophical exchanges with Qin Qing'er, Xiao would occasionally display a hint of sorrowful expression, a sight never before witnessed. It resembled the demeanor of a newlywed bride left alone in an empty home, leaving Su Huan perplexed. Could it be that spring had arrived, awakening feelings within this spirited girl? Naturally, Su Huan welcomed this development. It was impossible not to be moved by a proud, silver-haired maiden seemingly sprung from the pages of a comic. Throughout their time together, he had come to admire Xiao's indomitable spirit. After all, she had witnessed his rise from a mere novice to a formidable contender, all while she diligently pursued her own cultivation, aspiring to surpass him. In a mere 3 months, she had ascended from an initial stage of qi refinement to the latter stage of the second tier, a remarkable feat, albeit aided by an unending supply of elixirs, which nonetheless attested to her innate talent. Additionally, there was an exhilarating sense of fulfillment in nurturing her growth. Each time Su Huan noticed Xiao's progress, a sense of joy welled within him. It was far more gratifying than simply marrying a fellow cultivator. Yet today, he had a matter of greater urgency to attend to. The auction at the Baibao Pavilion was about to commence. In pursuit of that fragment of soul-devouring spectral flame, he had even curtailed his daily supply of qi-condensing pills, dedicating himself to refining elixirs for sale, and had managed to amass 120 low-grade spirit stones just in time for the auction. That should suffice, he mused. While he could not guarantee success, he did not feel overly anxious. He still possessed a human skin map awaiting auction. With these thoughts in mind, Su Huan quickly gathered his belongings. Donning a modest black robe and bringing along several talismans exchanged with Mu Hongyao. After briefly instructing the two women, he stepped out, due to the exorbitant rent in Lingxi Alley, although many houses were available. Most remained vacant, leading to an overall sense of desolation. Occasionally encountering a neighbor or two, they would stroll past, heads held high, without sparing him a glance. Some even cast puzzled looks in his direction, seemingly bewildered as to why a qi refinement cultivator of the 5th tier would be present in Lingxi Alley. Faced with this scenario, Su Huan could only smile wryly, feeling as if he had returned to his former life in the slums. After all, aside from him, all the residents were cultivators of the later stages of qi refinement. No wonder it is said it is better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. It seems my aspirations to leverage my geographical advantage to befriend stronger cultivators must be temporarily shelved, he mused at tea that moment. A melodious laughter, reminiscent of silver bells, wafted through the air, causing his heart to flutter. Soon after, a striking flash of red caught his eye. Familiar, enchanting laughter, a figure clad in a snug red dress. In Lingxi Alley, there could be no other than the captivating Mu Hongyao. Su Huan. Dear brother, what a coincidence. Are you out and about? Aren't you afraid of being snatched away by a villain again? Mu Hongyao swayed her slender waist, approaching Su Huan with a teasing smile, instead of feeling annoyed at the reminder of an awkward incident. Su Huan's eyes sparkled at the sight of the uninvited Mu Hongyao. Sister Mu, you have grown even more radiant in the days I have not seen you. I almost mistook you for a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. Oh, Su Huan, dear brother, your tongue is as sweet as honey today. Could it be that you have a request of me? Mu Hongyao raised an eyebrow, playfully teasing. Clearing his throat, Su Huan feigned innocence. How could that be? I merely speak the truth. But where might you be headed, Sister Mu? If our paths align, let us accompany each other, sharing conversation and laughter along the way. What could be more delightful? Oh, are we truly to accompany one another? Or do you seek to enlist me as your protector? Mu Hongyao replied with a sly smile. Su Huan, adopting a serious tone, stated, to be candid, Sister Mu, your lofty stature is indeed akin to a towering mountain. inspiring in me a sense of admiration and a desire to rely upon you. Su Huan, you are quite greedy. Having seen me, you still wish to go further? In response to Su Huan's subtle invitation, Mu Hongyao showed no signs of fear. Rather, she seemed eager to engage. Hearing this, Mu Hongyao was momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised that he was a rogue with a touch of literary flair, casting him a flirtatious glance. Then do ask, in broad daylight, to have a man of 7 feet plead with a woman? The audacity! Su Huan declared, I beg you. You may not kill, but you may insult. Now, that is more like it. Then today, sister will take on the burden and allow you to lean on me. Mu Hongyao lazily stretched her limbs, a hint of mischief dancing in her eyes. Su Huan noticed this but thought little of it. Feeling a significant boost in his sense of security, just as he had surmised, Mu Hongyao's purpose for venturing out today was indeed to attend the Baibao Pavilion auction, with her by his side. The journey proved to be remarkably uneventful. Nevertheless, Su Huan felt a twinge of regret. He observed that the path to the auction was particularly lively, with a substantial number of cultivators residing in Lingxi Alley, all evidently heading to the same destination. Given such a gathering, it was improbable that anyone would dare to attempt an assassination. Even Su Shan, an esteemed outer disciple of Qingyang's sect, would not be an exception. Sister Mu must have anticipated this, right? Su Huan lamented, and Yu Hongyao feigned ignorance. Ah, what do you mean? Unable to counter her, Su Huan could only swallow his grievances, while Mu Hongyao's spirits soared, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Before long, a lengthy queue appeared ahead, signaling their arrival at the auction. Before them stood a grand and imposing edifice, surpassing Hongyun Tower in magnificence. Surrounding it was a formidable protective array, and the security personnel were all late-stage Qi refinement cultivators. Atop the building, a plaque made of 1,000-year-old spiritual incense would bore the 5 characters, Baibao Auction House. Merely this plaque likely held a value exceeding 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, not to mention the striking calligraphy. Imbued with the essence of a foundation-building expert, that if one could ponder over it daily, they might glean a hint of the foundation-building insight. For Qi refinement cultivator, it was undoubtedly a priceless treasure. Truly, the Baibao Pavilion was lavish and affluent. Just as Su Huan attempted to derive some understanding from those bold characters, a middle-aged cultivator, exuding an air of refinement, approached them, his gaze lighting upon Mu Hongyao's face with evident delight. Daoist Mu, it has been several days since we last met, and you remain as radiant as ever. Su Huan thought to himself, this line sounds oddly familiar. Chapter 39, Parting Ways, the first auction item. Oh, I almost forgot. I had just used this line to get closer to Mu Hongyao. He mused, turning his attention to the middle-aged cultivator. He appeared to be around 50 years of age, his demeanor exuding elegance. Clad in a light blue brocade robe that shimmered subtly, it was clear he had employed some minor defensive array. Furthermore, he wore a deep black jade belt, cloud-patterned boots, and a white jade crown atop his head, all adorned with enhancement arrays, truly extravagant. As Su Huan pondered how much one could sell such an outfit for if stripped away, Mu Hongyao burst into laughter upon hearing the middle-aged cultivator's words. Uft! Lu Chengwen paused, puzzled. Why is Daoist Mu laughing? Mu Hongyao discreetly shot a glance at the person beside her, who was feigning to look at the sky, and shook her head at Lu Chengwen. It's nothing, Senior Lu. I just suddenly thought of something amusing. Although Lu Chengwen was bewildered, he keenly noticed the glance Mu Hongyao had cast towards Su Huan, his brow twitching imperceptibly. This friend appears unfamiliar. Could he be a new acquaintance of Daoist Mu? Why involve me in your conversation? Su Huan instinctively felt a hint of malice emanating from Lu Chengwen and instinctively took a step back. However, Mu Hongyao seized the opportunity, smiling. Indeed, this is the recent newcomer, Su Keqing, who conveniently resides next to my home, and we've grown familiar over time, Su Huan thought. So, you're using me as a human shield. Mu Hongyao, Lu Chengwen nodded at Su Huan. It is indeed a pleasure to meet you. I've heard much about you. To reside next to Daoist Mu is a dream for many cultivators. His tone was quite neutral, devoid of any discernible emotion. Yet Su Huan felt a sudden tightening in his chest. exclaiming, "You must be the esteemed Lu Chengwen that Daoist Mu often speaks of. Your name certainly resonates like thunder in my ears. Meeting you in person, your grace is truly admirable." Now it was Mu Hongyao's turn to be taken aback. When did I ever mention him? Lu Chengwen, upon hearing this, brightened. "Oh, is that so? Daoist Mu has mentioned me." His tone suggested a hint of skepticism. Not giving Mu Hongyao a chance to interject, Su Huan quickly nodded. "Indeed, more than once. She has great admiration for your character." He glanced at Lu Chengwen's numerous enhancement arrays. "And speaks highly of your understanding of formations." Seizing the opportunity, Su Huan thought, "Let's give it a shot. This could turn out well," as expected. Upon hearing this, the skepticism in Lu Chengwen's eyes dissipated, replaced by a more amiable smile. "Ah, it is merely Daoist Mu's flattery, not worth mentioning. Since we are all guests of Baibao Pavilion, let's dispense with the formalities and address each other as fellow Daoists. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to let me know." Daoist. Su Huan immediately agreed, his face a picture of astonishment. This demeanor also caused the last trace of Lu Chengwen's displeasure to fade. After all, what could a sycophant like him be a threat to? In the ensuing moments, Lu Chengwen ceased his attention on Su Huan, instead engaging in casual conversation with Mu Hongyao until their turn finally arrived. "Daoist Mu, once we enter the auction house, mention my name. And feel free to rest in my box to avoid the noise and preserve some elegance." Mu Hongyao feigned a polite smile, dismissing him until he walked away, then quickly turned to Su Huan. Squinting her eyes, "Little brother, I didn't expect you to have such good ears, even knowing Lu Chengwen's status as a top-tier formation master." "Wow, he is actually a top-tier formation master," Su Huan thought, relieved that his improvised words had worked. Otherwise, attracting his attention would be more dangerous than Su Shan. Su Huan, filled with trepidation, feigned ignorance. "Ah, isn't that something you told me, Sister Mu?" "Humph." Mu Hongyao snorted. "Stop pretending. He has already walked far away and can't hear us." Su Huan then chuckled. "Sister Mu, you can't blame me for this. You must take responsibility for your own charm. It's not like I could provoke someone of his stature." Mu Hongyao had not anticipated such a turn of events. She had acted impulsively, failing to consider the repercussions. Now that she realized her misstep, she chose to let it go and not dwell on it. "That I was indeed thoughtless, but you also played a trick on me. Let us consider it even." Agreed. Su Huan readily accepted her proposal. However, despite this agreement, an irreparable rift lingered in their hearts due to this incident. Once inside the auction house, Mu Hongyao vanished from Su Huan's sight in the blink of an eye. Leaving him unaware of her whereabouts, Su Huan could only shake his head. After all, their relationship was merely one of mutual benefit, not even reaching the level of friendship. Given the recent betrayal, it would likely remain difficult to form a genuine bond in the future. No longer dwelling on it, Su Huan found his seat and settled down, patiently awaiting the commencement of the auction. The auction house was divided into 3 levels. He occupied a seat in the main hall on the first floor, which was the most ordinary section, predominantly filled with cultivators at the 7th layer of Qi refinement. The second floor featured numerous private boxes with transparent glass windows, and based on his observations, those ascending to the second floor were either cultivators at the 8th or 9th layers, or individuals dressed in resplendent attire, clearly of notable status. As for the third floor, it was a realm far beyond Su Huan's reach, likely occupied by powerful figures, perhaps even foundation-building cultivators. Surveying the scene, he found himself once again at the very bottom of the hierarchy, struggling to find anyone with a lower cultivation level than himself. The hall bustled with people, the sounds of conversation and pleasantries filling the air, yet he felt like an outsider, utterly ignored. Even the cultivator seated next to him cast a disdainful glance before turning away. A sense of inferiority washed over Su Huan, who silently bit his lip. Indeed, in the world of cultivators, strength was paramount. In this setting, both his cultivation and alchemical skills were painfully inadequate to swiftly alter this circumstance. Obtaining the spirit devouring fire seed was an essential step. At all costs, it must be secured. Just as Su Huan silently vowed to himself, the auction officially commenced on the prominently elevated stage in the hall. An elderly man with graying hair walked forward, flanked by a cadre of guards surrounding a strikingly beautiful maid, who held a tray covered with a red cloth. "Welcome, esteemed friends, to this Bao Pavilion auction. Without further ado, let us unveil the first auction item. A piece of century-old warm jade with slight imperfections. Starting bid, 10 low-grade spirit stones for the century-old warm jade. Chapter 40. Bidding sky-high prices. Below the stage, as she gazed at the translucent stone, exuding wisps of fire-attributed spiritual energy, Su Huan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Truly, the Bao Pavilion's auction was remarkable. Even the first item intended to warm up the atmosphere possessed such exceptional quality. If she could acquire it, it would be a perfect adornment for that little girl, Xiaohe. Regrettably, during the subsequent bidding segment, Su Huan underestimated the financial prowess of the assembled cultivators. The starting bid of merely 10 low-grade spirit stones for the century-old warm jade quickly doubled after just a few calls. Moreover, there was no sign of it slowing down to 21 low-grade spirit stones, 23 low-grade spirit stones. I bid 25. Listening to the cacophony of rising bids, Su Huan silently shook her head, dismissing the thought of participating in the auction. Although the century-old warm jade was splendid, it was not worth such an exorbitant price. If there were no specific goal, it might be different, but today she was resolute about obtaining the spirit-devouring ghost fire seed. She could not afford to lose sight of the bigger picture over trivialities that it was better to conserve her spirit stones. Just as Su Huan was weighing her options, the auction for the century-old warm jade concluded. Fetching a staggering 28 low-grade spirit stones from a middle-aged cultivator at the 7th level of Qi refinement, the next item presented sparked even greater interest in Su Huan. The second item was a mid-level yellow-grade movement technique called the Spirit Serpent Step, with a starting bid of 40 low-grade spirit stones. As the auctioneer's voice faded, the atmosphere within the hall reignited with fervor. 42 low-grade spirit stones, 45 low-grade spirit stones, 47 low-grade spirit stones, 50 low-grade spirit stones, 60 low-grade spirit stones. In a mere few breaths, the price surged by an astonishing 20 low-grade spirit stones, causing Su Huan to involuntarily click her tongue in astonishment. The tiers of martial arts techniques in this realm are categorized into 4 grades: celestial, earthly, profound, and yellow, each subdivided into low, middle, high, and peak tiers. Although yellow-grade techniques appear to be the lowest among these 4, in reality, the vast majority of foundational Qi refinement cultivators do not possess even a single entry-level technique. Su Huan herself was a living testament to this. For as long as she could remember, her battles relied on talismans and concealed weapons, with only a few rudimentary, ungraded martial arts techniques at her disposal. The reasons were twofold: her previous lack of financial means to acquire entry-level techniques, and a significant comprehension and years of practice required to master any such technique. With her focus primarily on alchemy, which demanded considerable time, she had no energy left to learn martial arts. Now, however, she found herself with sufficient time and a modest financial foundation. Yet for the sake of the spirit fire seed, Su Huan had to reluctantly forego this opportunity. It was a pity, as movement techniques were considerably rarer than offensive or defensive martial arts and would have suited her cautious approach to cultivation perfectly. She could only hope that similar techniques would present themselves in the future. With a determined grit of her teeth, she suppressed her urge to bid once more. The auction continued with fervor, presenting one rare item after another. Yet Su Huan could only lament her circumstances. Unfortunately, her recent acquisition of a golden opportunity was still too fresh. Her foundation remained somewhat lacking. After yet another item concluded its bidding, Su Huan's long-awaited human skin map finally took the stage. The elderly auctioneer earnestly proclaimed, "This item is truly a priceless treasure. The ancient mountains opportunities are well known, and this human skin map points to a profoundly concealed treasure trove deep within the ancient mountain, potentially hiding immense fortunes." Upon hearing this, the eyes of the cultivators in attendance gleamed with excitement, and some impatiently shouted, "Elder Yin, stop teasing us. What is the starting bid?" The elder, referred to as Yin Lao, smiled slightly in response. "Since it is a priceless treasure, there will be no starting bid. However, each increment must be at least 10 low-grade spirit stones." Hiss, upon hearing this rule, many cultivators collectively gasped. Although it seemed there was no starting bid, suggesting it might be inexpensive, The interest from cultivators was bound to be fierce, making competition inevitable, coupled with the stipulation of a minimum increase of 10 low-grade spirit stones per bid. One could only imagine the final price it might fetch. Su Huan immediately grasped the significance of this and felt a surge of excitement, eagerly anticipating the ensuing bidding war. As anticipated, the auction did not disappoint. Within the span of merely 10 breaths, the bidding for the human skin map skyrocketed from 10 low-grade spirit stones to 100 just 10 breaths later. 200 low-grade spirit stones. A familiar voice from the second-floor box rang out. Su Huan looked up and couldn't help but smile. This was none other than Su Shan, the external steward of the Qing'er sect who had ambushed her days prior. His expression was particularly grim, evidently taken aback that Su Huan would dare to present this treasure for auction. Yet, at this point, he had no choice but to step forward and, while calling out high bid, gestured respectfully to the cultivators who had just bid. "I am Su Shan, external steward of the Qing'er sect. I kindly ask my fellow friends to grant me a moment of favor and allow me to secure this map. And I promise to repay you in the future." Upon hearing this, the previously vibrant atmosphere in the auction hall came to an abrupt halt, with the few cultivators he had addressed displaying expressions of conflict. Clearly, they began to hesitate, weighing whether it was worth offending a local tyrant over this map. Elder Yin, observing the situation, subtly furrowed his brow. After some contemplation, he refrained from further commentary. Although Su Shan's actions were somewhat inappropriate, he merely asked for a favor without resorting to coercion, and given the Qing'er sect's reputation, it would be unwise to outright dismiss him that moment. Su Huan, seething with indignation and lamenting the loss of her spirit stones, suddenly heard an aged voice echo throughout the hall. "Ha! A Qi refinement 7th-level steward, parading around like a big shot. Today I shall not indulge you. I bid 250 low-grade spirit stones." Where did this old bastard come from? Spouting nonsense here. Su Shan's face turned ashen upon hearing this, but despite searching, he found no source for the voice, which seemed to drift within the hall like a leaf upon water. Impossible to pinpoint. In contrast, Su Huan felt a thrill of delight. Although a peculiar expression crossed her face at the sound of that voice, it was ancient yet had an oddly playful tone. Somehow, it felt familiar. Meanwhile, Su Shan, left with no other option, could only brace himself and continue bidding. Clearly, the aged voice was intent on contesting him relentlessly, consistently outbidding him with substantial increments. Despite Su Shan's frustration, he had a more critical mission at today's auction and could not afford to deplete his entire fortune. Ultimately, the human skin map was sold for an astronomical 350 low-grade spirit stones. Simultaneously, the coveted spirit-devouring ghost fire seed was presented on stage. Chapter 41. The spirit-devouring ghost fire seed in hand. Emergence of the Foundation establishment pill, upon the opening of a glass black box held by a maid on the high platform. A wisp of ghostly blue flame erupted, hissing as it scorched the air, voraciously consuming the surrounding spiritual energy. The ghostly fire danced as if it were a young primordial beast, intent on devouring everything in its path. Witnessing this, the gathered cultivators began to murmur excitedly, this the legendary spiritual fire. It certainly is extraordinary. Just a single wisp of flame possesses such power. If it could be cultivated into a true spirit-devouring ghost fire, its might would be unimaginable. Alas, that is wishful thinking. This is renowned as a gold-devouring beast among low-grade spiritual fires. Maintaining the seed alone incurs a significant expense, let alone nurturing it. An elderly alchemist shook his head. The other alchemists in the hall echoed his sentiments. Indeed, what a pity, merely a wisp of fire seed, tasteless to consume, yet too precious to discard. Truly a dilemma. Despite their words, their eyes betrayed an unquenchable desire for the spirit-devouring ghost fire seed. Elder Yin observed that the atmosphere had settled and spoke. "I believe everyone is familiar with this celestial treasure. I shall not elaborate further. The starting bid for the spirit-devouring ghost fire seed is 80 low-grade spirit stones." As the bidding commenced, the alchemists who had been lamenting moments ago immediately scrambled to raise their paddles. 90 low-grade spirit stones, 100 low-grade spirit stones, 120 low-grade spirit stones. After several rounds of bidding, the price of a soul-devouring ghostfire seed was raised to 150 inferior spirit stones. This price had already far surpassed that of a similarly graded incomplete inferior spirit artifact. Huan couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of alchemists. Their financial resources were indeed significantly greater than those of ordinary cultivators. At this juncture, he no longer wished to remain a mere spectator. After pondering for a moment, he adjusted his black robe, nearly obscuring his face, and declared in a deep voice, 200 inferior spirit stones. Hiss! As soon as this price was announced, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Taken aback by Huan's audacity and wealth, the alchemists who had just been bidding against each other were momentarily stunned. After a struggle of expressions, they reluctantly relinquished their bids, their faces a mixture of regret and unwillingness. Where did this foolishly affluent alchemist come from, treating spirit stones as if they were mere trifles? Oh well, it was merely a rather mediocre fire seed, and he'd only been curious to witness it. Now, encountering this brash newcomer was truly unfortunate. 200 inferior spirit stones was indeed a substantial sum, even for them. Spending such an exorbitant price on a trivial fire seed was extravagance beyond measure. Only someone like Huan, who possessed a golden finger, would dare to play such a game. With several young alchemists withdrawing from the competition, only one elderly alchemist remained interested in the soul-devouring ghost fire seed. Fortunately, after a few more rounds of bidding, Huan ultimately secured the fire seed with an offer of 260 inferior spirit stones. Bang! With a decisive hammering sound, the goal of his journey was finally within reach. A great weight lifted from Huan's heart as he quietly changed his seat and resumed watching the ensuing auction. The subsequent items presented were increasingly precious, with transaction prices rarely dipping below 300 inferior spirit stones. By the time the grand finale item was revealed, Huan was left utterly astonished, his mind racing to it was half of a foundation establishment pill. Although incomplete, it still retained a third of its foundation establishment potency. Enough to make all the Qi refinement stage cultivators present green with envy, driving them to madness. Especially among those in the second floor box were several Qi refinement 9th layer cultivators who were merely a step away from the foundation establishment stage. Could hardly contain themselves, rising from their seats with fluctuating energy, their eyes fixed hungrily on the half pill within its ornate box. Clearly, the allure of such a treasure stirred inappropriate thoughts within them. Cough, cough! Just then a voice, deep and weathered, echoed from the third floor of the auction house, resonating like a thunderclap in the ears of all present. A terrifying aura suddenly enveloped the entire auction hall. In an instant, the previously bustling atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Those who had entertained thoughts of seizing the treasure were struck as if by lightning, their faces paling as they realized this was the territory of the 100 Treasures Pavilion, where they, mere Qi refinement stage lowlings, could not act with impunity that the foundation establishment stage cultivator. This was undoubtedly a foundation establishment stage cultivator. Huan's heart trembled. Merely a seemingly inconsequential cough could transform over 100 Qi refinement cultivators from fierce wolves into obedient lambs. Was this the terrifying power of a foundation establishment cultivator? A mere step apart, yet it felt like an insurmountable chasm. No wonder these individuals reacted so wildly in the face of the half-foundation establishment pill. As the auction resumed, the true highlights of this event began to unfold. Aside from Su Shan, the external steward from the Qing'er sect, various prominent figures gradually appeared, shouting astonishingly high bids. Ultimately, this remaining half of a foundation establishment pill was auctioned off for the staggering sum of 1,200 inferior spirit stones. When converted into medium spirit stones, it equated to a full 12. The eventual winner, astonishingly, was Su Shan. Yet it was clear to discerning eyes that such a grand expenditure could not possibly be afforded by a mere Qi refinement 7th layer cultivator like him. He must have been acting under the directive of a significant figure within the Qing'er sect. Truly, it was a clash of titans. Having broadened his horizons significantly, Huan felt that this trip was far from wasted. He quietly made his way to the back of the auction house to complete his transactions. The bidding price for the human skin map was 350 inferior spirit stones, with the 100 Treasures Pavilion taking a 6-point commission. After purchasing the soul-devouring ghost fire seed for 260 inferior spirit stones, he was left with 69 inferior spirit stones. After the transactions, not only did his wealth not diminish, but it also surged, approaching the 200 inferior spirit stones mark. In order to discreetly carry away his treasures and wealth, Huan grit his teeth and spent an additional 100 inferior spirit stones on an inferior storage bag. The inferior storage bag provided a cubic space, which was more than sufficient for him. He then concealed the storage bag within the innermost layer of his robe, blending into the crowd as he exited the auction house. As expected, there were indeed many unscrupulous cultivators lurking around, targeting those carrying large bundles as they left. However, thanks to the convenience of storage bag, Huan evaded their watchful eyes and made it home safely. Without time to exchange pleasantries with the two women, Huan hurried to the alchemy room to retrieve the storage bag, and, with a thought, an ancient black glazed box appeared in his palm. Chapter 42. Refining the Soul, Devouring Ghost Fire. Xiaohe had another episode. As soon as Huan lifted the lid of the black glazed box, a wisp of ghostly purple flame shot forth, casting an eerie glow in the dim alchemy room. Unlike the searing heat of most spirit fires, the soul-devouring ghost fire was peculiar, at times scorching like the blazing sun, and at others chilling like the depths of the abyss. The interplay of these two contrasting states left Huan in awe. After observing for a while, he discerned the underlying mystery. These two forms, one yin, one yang, represented two distinct effects. In its cold form, it devoured, akin to a gaping abyss siphoning all available spiritual energy. In its hot form, it wrought destruction, reminiscent of a cataclysmic volcano erupting after millennia of dormancy, capable of annihilating all in its path. Of course, the current manifestation of this delicate ghost fire seed was too weak. Even at its most violent, it could only elicit a wave of warmth. Moreover, upon the lid of the black glazed box being opened, the soul-devouring ghost fire seed's temperature began to steadily decline. After all, it was merely a wisp of flame, and prolonged exposure to the air without ample spiritual nourishment would lead to its extinguishment. In light of this, it was time to commence the refining process. With that thought, Huan wasted no time. He drew forth a small black sword and made a long cut in his palm. Blood flowed forth, dripping onto the soul-devouring ghost fire seed, producing a series of sizzling sounds. Gritting his teeth, Huan grasped the wisp of ghost fire, which danced joyfully after absorbing his blood. Sizzle! In an instant, a searing pain, akin to having his very soul scorched, radiated from his palm throughout his entire body, a charred scent wafting through the air. What kind of perverse refining method was this? Alchemists in this world truly were ruthless toward themselves. Huan silently cursed while enduring the excruciating pain. Concentrating his spiritual energy in his palm, attempting to refine the seed. As seconds turned into minutes, the process of refining the soul-devouring ghost fire seed proved far more arduous than Huan had anticipated. Even though it seemed like a flickering flame on the brink of extinction, it was still a legitimate spiritual entity of heaven and earth, coupled with the unique devouring nature of the soul-devouring ghost fire. It continuously siphoned Huan's internal spiritual energy while resisting him, causing him considerable distress. Fortunately, with a continuous supply of superior qi gathering pills, Huan ultimately triumphed in this drawn-out struggle, successfully refining the soul-devouring ghost fire seed into his body. Simultaneously, Huan was elated to discover that after refining the fire seed, his original 4 types of spiritual energy had notably strengthened, particularly the fire attribute. His 4-element spiritual roots, fire, wood, water, and earth, were among the most mediocre of inferior roots, making cultivation a strenuous endeavor. However, at this moment, after refining the soul-devouring ghost fire seed, his fire attribute root appeared to have been purified, upgraded to a medium-grade root. This indicated that his future cultivation of fire attribute spiritual energy would progress more rapidly than the other 3 types. And the potency of fire-based martial techniques would also be significantly enhanced. Could refining a fire seed yield such unexpected benefits? Why had no one mentioned this in the ancient texts, as he felt the transformation of his fire spiritual root? Huan was left astounded. Could this also be a unique trait of the soul-devouring ghost fire? Regardless, it was a fortuitous occurrence, and the 260 inferior spirit stones he spent were indeed well worth it. Pondering this perplexity, he decided to shift his focus back to studying the recently refined ghost fire seed. The soul-devouring ghost fire had manifested. With a gentle reprimand, a wisp of ethereal violet flame quietly emerged from Su Huan's palm. Dancing gracefully in the air, vibrant and lively. Go. Su Huan commanded, rotating his palm to direct the ghostly flame towards a wooden table nestled in the corner of the alchemy room. At his behest, the flame sprang forth, transforming into a flicker of violet fire that erupted instantaneously. Boom! Despite its diminutive size, hardly larger than a fist, the flame possessed formidable power, swiftly incinerating the wooden table into ashes that scattered throughout the room. Indeed, it was impressive, yet Su Huan assessed that it still fell short of being a viable offensive tool against cultivators. He made a mental note and then attempted to retrieve a low-grade spirit stone from his storage pouch. Tossing it into the air, devour. The devouring ghostly flame darted through the air, akin to a relentless parasite, enveloping the low-grade spirit stone in its fiery embrace. Within a mere 3 breaths, when the devouring ghostly flame returned to Su Huan's palm, the spirit stone had met the same fate as the table, reduced to a pile of ashes, its spiritual energy completely consumed. Remarkably, the devouring flame showed no significant change. It merely appeared slightly less dim than before. Su Huan did not dwell on this and retrieved 3 more low-grade spirit stones, feeding them to the devouring ghostly flame in the same manner. This time, the transformation was somewhat more pronounced. The flame flickered with greater vitality, and the inherent ferocity within its violet glow intensified by a third. In a full-force eruption, it could likely incinerate a massive boulder in an instant. However, it was evident that it still could not rival the power of a fragmented spiritual artifact. True to its reputation as a devouring beast, having consumed 4 low-grade spirit stones yielded minimal results. Even with Su Huan's impressive collection of nearly 200 low-grade spirit stones, he could not help but smile wryly at the situation. As ancient texts indicated, relying solely on low-grade spirit stones would not facilitate the advancement of the devouring ghostly flame to its complete form. At best, they served merely to nourish or cultivate it further. One would need to seek out higher quality spiritual materials. While pondering this, a faint knock echoed from outside the alchemy room. Su Huan promptly concealed the devouring ghostly flame and turned to open the door. Standing outside was Qin Qing'er, her complexion as pale as a ghost, tears brimming in her eyes, appearing utterly distraught. What has happened? Has an unwelcome visitor arrived? Su Huan's initial thought was that Su Shan, in a desperate bid, had come to retaliate. However, Qin Qing'er shook her head, her voice trembling with emotion. No, my husband, it is he. She has fallen ill again. What? Su Huan's expression hardened, and he hastened towards Xia He's room. Upon opening the door, he found Xia He lying on the bed, her arms wrapped around her knees, curled up into a small ball, devoid of color, emanating a chilling aura. So cold. So cold, sister-in-law. He is so cold. Xia He murmured incoherently, her eyes tightly shut, her brow furrowed in visible agony. My husband. Qin Qing'er clutched the hem of her skirt tightly, her tearful gaze fixed on Su Huan, utterly beside herself with worry. Fear not, my dear. As long as I am here, you may rest assured that little Xia He will be all right. You should step outside. The cold here is too intense for your mortal body to withstand. Su Huan reassured her, sensing the oppressive chill in the air. I believe in you. Husband, Qin Qing'er replied, wiping her tears and nodding obediently. Once she left the room and closed the door, Su Huan approached the bed, sitting at its edge, and placed his hand on Xia He's forehead, a bone-chilling sensation immediately striking him. In just a few days, the strange coldness within her had markedly intensified. Su Huan was taken aback. Not daring to delay further, he called out, devouring ghostly flame, manifest. As his words fell, a wisp of ethereal violet flame appeared in his palm. The moment the ghostly flame took shape, it began to dance wildly. As if sensing the abnormality of the situation, Su Huan's expression reflected his certainty. Previously, at the auction, he had refrained from bidding on the century-old warm jade, fully aware of Xia's dire condition. Because he believed that the devouring flame's innate ability to consume could not be limited to merely the spiritual energy within spirit stones. It could devour any spiritual substance. Therefore, the cold energy residing within Xia, no matter how peculiar, was still a form of spiritual power. Now, with the devouring ghostly flame's reaction affirming his hypothesis, Su Huan's furrowed brow relaxed. This presented a solution. "Devour," he commanded, allowing the long-restrained, devouring, ghostly flame to finally unleash its full potential and consume the chilling spiritual energy that lingered in the air. In the span of 10 breaths, the room's cold energy was entirely absorbed, and the bone-chilling aura surrounding Su Huan dissipated completely. Simultaneously, the flame's minuscule size expanded by a third, proving to be more effective than consuming 4 low-grade spirit stones. "Continue," Su Huan ordered, unwavering, refusing to indulge in any sense of joy. This time, he commanded the ghostly flame to consume the frigid energy ravaging Xia's body, which was significantly denser than that in the air. Moreover, given that it resided within Xia, the danger escalated considerably. After all, despite being a cultivator, her cultivation level was merely at the second layer of qi refinement, making it challenging for her to withstand the direct intrusion of the ghostly flame. Hence, Su Huan opted for a more cautious approach, that he infused his own spiritual energy into Xia, guiding the frigid energy out of her body bit by bit. This process proved lengthy and mentally exhausting. Even with Su Huan's superior spiritual awareness, it was quite laborious that, in just a quarter of an hour, he was already drenched in sweat. Fortunately, the outcome was promising. Through this meticulous method, the cold energy within Xia gradually dissipated, her body warming back to normal. Meanwhile, the devouring, ghostly flame grew steadily stronger as it consumed the vast quantity of chilling energy. By the time the absorption was complete, the flame, which had initially been as slender as a baby's finger, had now swelled to the size of an adult's thumb, its ferocious power surging by a remarkable 50%. Such a harvest brought immense joy to Su Huan, banishing any remnants of fatigue as he gazed at the unconscious Xia with fervent intensity, as if she were a rare treasure. "Now, this peculiar ailment of yours no longer poses a concern. Rather, it is transformed into a precious boon for nurturing the spiritual flame. Shall we call it an experienced treasure?" At that moment, Xia, in a daze, slowly opened her eyes, meeting Su Huan's heated gaze, which seemed as if it could devour her whole. Xia looked at him quizzically. "Cough, cough." Su Huan's face flushed crimson as he hurriedly explained. "Do not misunderstand. I came because your ailment had recurred, not to intrude upon your privacy." He had learned his lesson from their previous encounter, where she had held a grudge against him for some time. This time, he would not engage in any foolish acts of selfless heroism. "Oh," Xia replied, her mind still a bit foggy, but soon memories of her last episode surfaced, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. If she recalled correctly, during her last episode, he had done something rather intimate. So, he had also... Upon reflecting on this, Xia could not help but emit a soft whimper, instinctively desiring to burrow beneath the covers in a fit of shyness. However, previously, Su Huan had embraced her, substituting his legs for a pillow, creating a makeshift knee pillow for her. Thus, when Xia turned over, her head did not nestle into the blanket, but rather into Su Huan's lap. A sharp intake of breath escaped Su Huan as he felt the unexpected contact. The Lonke sword at his waist, incensed by such provocation, unsheathed itself, eager to unleash its sword aura that spanned 100,000 miles. Xia felt the sword energy brush past her lips, a scalding and proud essence of sword intent, and upon opening her eyes in bewilderment, she was momentarily stunned as an innocent young girl yet to leave the confines of her household. She had never encountered such overwhelming and majestic sword intent. Even though she had lost her virginity last time, it had occurred while she was unconscious, leaving her devoid of any real experience or understanding. Now, in such close proximity, the overwhelming stimulation rendered her mind utterly blank. Her mouth instinctively fell open, and Xia appeared as though she had turned to stone. This adorably naive expression only served to jolt Su Huan's heart, compelling him to exclaim that it was against the rules. Unexpected? Fear not. I shall take my leave at once. As the sword energy threatened to surge forth, Su Huan disregarded his embarrassment and rose to sheath his sword. Yet, just as he was about to depart, a faint voice, as delicate as a whisper, reached his ears from behind. It's all right, since it has already happened. If you truly desire it, I am willing. Su Huan halted abruptly, turning to gaze at Xiaohe, who was nervously biting her lip, her cheeks flushed to the point of appearing as if they might bleed. Are you serious? Why even ask? If you wish to know last time, you could have simply asked. I am not one to refuse a villain. Seeing his dazed expression, Xiaohe shot him an irritated glance. Yet ultimately, under Su Huan's intense gaze, she shyly nodded in agreement. Though I do not comprehend why happiness has arrived so suddenly, the arrow is already on the bowstring, Su Huan thought, setting aside further contemplation as he strode back to the bed, gazing at the ethereal beauty of the girl before him. Akin to a celestial maiden descending from the snowy mountains, he could no longer contain the tumult of emotions within him and lowered his head to capture her sweet lips, reminiscent of cherries. In an instant, garments were shed, and Su Huan once more beheld the most sacred and beautiful sight in the realm. The curtain swayed, and the exquisite sound of the maiden's initial pain-filled moan resonated through the air. As the pain gradually subsided, it transformed into the most intoxicating pleasure known to the world. The young girl, having experienced the forbidden fruit for the first time, began to succumb to the warmth of Su Huan's broad chest. Chapter 44. Misunderstanding resolved. Xiaohe ascends to the realm of the White-Given Maiden. After a single dual cultivation session with Xiaohe, Su Huan's comprehension surged by 7. Current compatibility with his Dao partner, 81. Comprehension, ordinary, 7,100. Listening to the alert that chimed in his ears, Su Huan, who was lying on the bed after a fierce battle, holding Xiaohe close, felt his eyes brighten. It turned out that different partners yielded varying experience points from dual cultivation. To his astonishment, this time it was a boost in comprehension. This was as valuable as alchemy, if not more so. After all, in the realm of cultivation, aside from the 4 mutable factors of companions, wealth and land, the truly decisive elements, which cannot be altered by an ordinary person, are 2: spiritual roots and comprehension. If spiritual roots are the foundation of cultivation, then comprehension is the tool that shapes raw jade. Be it techniques, martial arts, alchemy, or talismans, all rely on understanding. In the legends of this world, there was an old man who, through extraordinary comprehension, broke free from the limitations of his mixed spiritual roots, observing the sea of clouds atop a mountain for decades until he attained enlightenment. Advancing from the Qi refinement stage straight into foundation establishment, golden core, and becoming a nascent soul expert. Though this tale may be but a legend, its implications about the power of comprehension are undeniable. Su Huan, who had unlocked such an incredible enhancement, was overwhelmed with excitement. He turned to Xiaohe, cradling her face, and planted a fervent kiss upon her lips. Why, dear Xiaohe, you truly are my treasure. At that moment, Xiaohe was puzzled as to why, despite this not being her first experience, it still felt painfully overwhelming. Suddenly, Su Huan's unexpected advance startled her, leading her to believe he was still unsatisfied, causing her to curl up in a ball. Wah, you big bad wolf, go find your sister-in-law instead. I can't handle this. Su Huan, instantly amused, reassured her, fear not, I'm not so desperate. You have just lost your virginity. And we must take our time, but I will not force you. Xiaohe was momentarily taken aback. Virginity? Wasn't that lost last time? Now it was Su Huan's turn to be bewildered. What do you mean, by last time? That time when I fell ill. You already took advantage of me. Initially stuttering and shy, Xiaohe grew increasingly incensed, ultimately puffing her cheeks in indignation. Su Huan. Observing Su Huan's dazed expression, Xiaohe finally recognized something amiss. Lifting the covers, she beheld a crimson blossom blooming quietly upon the pristine sheets. Xiaohe blinked, her mind struggling to comprehend. Who am I? Where am I? What has occurred? Didn't I lose my virginity? How could there still be traces? Was it possible that the previous encounter had been a ruse, and she had not been sullied by this villain, Huan? Yet, the reason she had agreed to him just now was precisely because she thought she had already been compromised. The realization struck her, causing her eyes to widen in shock. Ahem, about that last time. I merely removed your clothing to assist you in channeling spiritual energy. I did not actually do anything to you. Huan clarified, noting her ghostly expression. Xiaohi's lips quivered, but I distinctly saw the blood on the sheets. Oh, that was my blood. I exerted too much force and sustained internal injuries. Xiaohi froze. So it was she who had offered herself up for defilement. Her emotions were a tumultuous blend of joy and sorrow. The joy lay in the discovery that the previous incident had been a misunderstanding. Huan was not the type to take advantage of others in fact, he had sustained injuries to save her. The sorrow stemmed from the revelation that she had inadvertently become a seductress, as he was now her sister-in-law's husband. Wah! How could I become the villainess myself? From Xiaohi. Compatibility with Dao Partner 8. Current compatibility. 89. With the misunderstanding resolved, her compatibility surged by an impressive 8 points. In stark contrast to her tumultuous feelings, Huan was nearly bursting with laughter. So, this proud little girl acted so differently tonight. It turns out it was all because of this. Ha ha! He laughed heartily until he noticed the girl beside him casting a resentful glance in his direction. Huan cleared his throat, attempting to soothe her. Oh, not fret. Even if you were given freely, I shall treat you with the same affection as I would for Qin, my dear. Xiai? She then huffed dramatically, turning her head away and snatching the covers, embodying a do-not-approach-me demeanor. Huan, reaping what he had sown, understood that this proud white-haired girl had been significantly impacted by the events of the night and needed time to process. He chose not to further encourage her haughty attitude, and instead resumed his cultivation, donning his clothes. Time passed, and on the other side of the bed, Xiaohi remained cocooned in the covers, her thoughts a whirlwind. Ultimately, she could not resist the urge to sneak a glance at Huan, who was immersed in his cultivation. Despite having spent several months together, he now appeared extraordinarily different, as if a hazy aura enveloped him, rendering him even more handsome in her eyes. Could this be what they refer to as beauty seen through the eyes of a lover? Xiaohi mused, her heart entranced, until Huan became aware of her adoring gaze and, breaking from his meditative state, leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on her forehead. Xiaohi gasped, startled by being caught in her act of observation. Embarrassed, she turned to flee, only to be swiftly apprehended by Huan, trying to run after doing something naughty. And no, I was not. I shall punish you. And how do you intend to do that? Why, of course. Hee. Huan let out a mischievous chuckle before executing a playful move that pinned Xiaohi beneath him. With one hand supporting himself, the other stealthily slipped beneath the covers, engaging in mischievous antics. The fiery sensation coursed through Xiaohi's body, rendering her utterly soft and devoid of any strength to resist, save for her lashes fluttering gently. You wicked one, your words hold no weight. She murmured, her voice devoid of its usual haughtiness, now soft and tender like a cotton candy. Be good. I shall be gentle. Call me husband. Husband. With Xiaohi's tender call, the crimson waves surged once more. Engaging in dual cultivation with Xiaohi once more. Comprehension 7. Current compatibility with partner. 89. Comprehension. Ordinary. 14,100. Meanwhile, in the main hall, Qin Qing'er, having waited for quite some time, could not shake her concern for Xiaohi. Just as she was about to inquire about the situation, she heard a series of sultry sounds emanating from within. She naturally understood the implications, momentarily taken aback, before revealing a knowing smile. Chapter 45. The Anomalies of the Ancient Mountains. The following day, at the dining table, the two women sat across from each other, while Huan, carefree and untroubled, devoured his meal with great enthusiasm. Xiaohi's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she nervously fidgeted with the hem of her skirt beneath the table. Resembling a child caught in wrongdoing, awaiting reprimand from an adult, to her surprise, upon her stammering confession, admitting her misunderstanding and the fact that she had inadvertently seduced Huan into wrongdoing, Qin Qing'er showed no sign of reproach. Instead, she wore a look of relief and concern for her well-being. Xiaohi was instantly moved to tears, exclaiming, Sister-in-law, you are truly kind to me. Qin Qing'er gently ruffled her hair, saying from now on, do not call me sister-in-law. Let us refer to each other as sisters. Husband, what do you think? Faced with the understanding Qin Qing'er, Huan readily agreed. Thus, his dream of embracing two partners was realized, and he found an additional companion to discuss the philosophy of life with. Joyfully dashing between the two rooms each night. The only slight complication was that Xiaohe, being herself, remained stubbornly proud, her nature resistant to change. During their philosophical discussions, she did not exhibit the same docility as Qin Qing'er. On occasions when her mood was good, she would even indulge in attempting postures from the spring breeze harmony technique. Conversely, when her mood soured, rather than cooperating, she would roll her eyes with an air of disdain. It was as if she were on the verge of saying, "Are you done yet? Hurry up, I'm in a rush." Yet, this demeanor, paired with her silvery hair and youthful figure, possessed a unique charm. Reminiscent of an anime character, expressing disdain while lifting her skirt to reveal her undergarments. Leaving Huan utterly captivated, he often teased her just to provoke this delightful reaction. The enjoyment derived from these interactions was something only those who understood could appreciate. Days passed in this manner, and Huan's life gradually returned to its previous rhythm. Each day revolved around 3 locations. The alchemy room, Qin Qing'er's room upstairs, and Xiaohe's room downstairs. Apart from cultivation and alchemy, he engaged in dual cultivation 5 times daily. 3 with Qin Qing'er and 2 with Xiaohe. Both his alchemical skills and comprehension steadily improved in the blink of an eye. Half a month had elapsed. During this period of cultivation, thanks to his audacity in consuming high-grade qi condensation pills like candy, Huan successfully advanced to the late stage of the 5th layer of qi condensation. Additionally, his comprehension level rose from ordinary to that of a middle-tier practitioner. Unfortunately, he currently lacked any martial skills of a higher grade, rendering them temporarily ineffective for his cultivation technique. He had been practicing the widely circulated Changchun Gong, known for its simplicity and balance of spiritual energy in impoverished districts. Nearly 99% of practitioners practice this technique, highlighting its prevalence. After a decade of diligent study, he had long since mastered it. Thus, the elevation in comprehension bore no immediate application. Furthermore, Huan remained vigilant regarding the prevailing circumstances in Qingyang Square Market, with the attendant Zhang Xi reporting every 3 days. However, thus far, no significant events had transpired. The only matter of interest was the neighboring Mu Hongyao family. Ever since the last auction, he had not seen hide nor hair of Mu Hongyao. The once pristine courtyard of the Mu residence now lay covered in a blanket of yellow leaves, giving it an air of desolation. Typically, it was common for practitioners to be away for days or weeks in search of opportunities. However, the situation had changed. The ancient mountains had become a slaughterhouse, attracting practitioners from all directions, with dangers far exceeding those of the past. Most critically, Huan suspected that the mysterious individual who had purchased his human skin map at the auction was likely Mu Hongyao. After all, the playful tone beneath the aged voice was too incongruous, closely resembling Mu Hongyao's enchanting demeanor. Coupled with her sudden disappearance upon entering the auction house, it raised considerable suspicion, though their relationship was merely one of mutual utility. Such connections were rare in these times. Living so close, at least he could find assistance during critical moments. That I hope you return safely. After all, we are neighbors. Please do not follow the unfortunate fate of Daoist Yayang. Gazing at the empty courtyard next door, Huan shook his head, wondering if he possessed the ability to curse his neighbors. Additionally, in recent days, the prospects of opportunities within the ancient mountains seemed to have stagnated, with little of note occurring until one fateful night. After concluding his daily discussions on the philosophy of life with the 2 women, Huan entered a tranquil state of mind, focusing on his alchemy practice. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted from the far northern sky. Startled, Huan stepped out of the alchemy room and swiftly made his way to the courtyard, following the source of the sound. There, in the pitch-black night, a beam of crimson light shot skyward, scattering clouds for miles, resembling a terrifying thunderbolt that illuminated the entire night sky. The location of that blood-red beam was unmistakably deep within the ancient mountains. "Husband, what is happening?" Su Huan, is something serious occurring? Should we flee? I've already packed my belongings and can leave at any moment. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached, and the two women joined him in the courtyard. Su Huan, upon hearing their words, felt 3 black lines form on his forehead. Such casual talk of fleeing could only come from Xiaohe. This girl, who usually addressed him by his name and occasionally engaged in playful banter, would only refer to him as husband when yielding in bed, a typical playful yet sun-shy demeanor. Given the circumstances, it seemed that something extraordinary or a relic had emerged from the ancient mountains, though it wasn't an immediate threat to them. Moreover, Su Huan turned to Xiaohe and lightly tapped her forehead. "When did you pack your things? Planning to sneak away from me?" Xiaohe giggled sheepishly while covering her head. "I packed them a while ago. I would think of sneaking away now. That's more like it. Did you realize your mistake?" Yes, I understand. I'll repack everything shortly." "That's not what I meant." "What do you mean?" "Next time you pack, remember to include my and Qing'er's belongings as well." Xiaohe, observing the playful banter between the two, Qin Qing'er smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped. "Husband, what shall we do now?" "Let us not rush. We'll wait and see." Su Huan embraced both Qin Qing'er and Xiaohe and settled into a chair in the courtyard, gazing at the awe-inspiring phenomenon on the horizon. Listening to the commotion from the crowd in Qingyang Square, he remained calm and unperturbed, unconcerned about any impending calamity. After all, he now resided in Lingxi Alley, distance from the ancient mountains, and the surrounding protective array ensured maximum safety. However, the nearby shanty town adjacent to the ancient mountains would surely face increasing unrest. He wondered how the two old men were faring now. If Jiang Changhai had heeded his advice last time, even if disaster struck, he should have made some preparations. And as for the enchanting Mu Hongyao, even if she had survived, she was likely in the ancient mountains, posing a significant threat. Upon this thought, Su Huan let out a deep sigh. In the midst of chaos, life is as fragile as a blade of grass. Even cultivators find themselves in dire straits. All he could do was hope for their good fortune and resilience. The crimson hues in the sky intensified, and the night breeze turned particularly frigid. Su Huan tightened his arms, and the two women nestled against his chest seemed to sense his unease, leaning into him on either side, seeking warmth amidst the chilling wind. Under the dim glow of the ominous blood-red phenomenon, the silhouettes of the 3 family members gradually blended together, adding a touch of warmth to the otherwise desolate night. Chapter 46. The Emergence of the Golden Core Realm Cave Abode. A great crisis in the slum district at the break of dawn. The door to Su Huan's courtyard was rapped upon, and the visitor was none other than Zhang Si, a young attendant from the Baibao Pavilion, his expression one of urgency. "Zhang Si, has something significant happened in the ancient wilderness mountain?" Su Huan inquired as he opened the door. Zhang Si nodded. Indeed, a relic cave abode surfaced deep within the ancient wilderness mountain last night, likely left behind by a formidable golden core cultivator Dao. "What makes you say that?" Su Huan asked, curiosity piqued. Zhang Si explained. When the cave abode emerged, it triggered a spectacular phenomenon of a flying rainbow that spanned miles, drawing countless scattered cultivators to its vicinity. And then, guess what happened? Su Huan responded without hesitation. "They must have met a gruesome fate, correct?" Zhang Si exclaimed in amazement. "How could you possibly guess that?" Su Keqing. "Truly remarkable." Su Huan merely smiled, remaining silent, thinking to himself that this was an old trope. Whenever such a legacy cave abode appears, it is invariably preceded by the sacrifice of a multitude of unfortunate souls. This was the very reason he had never been tempted by the prospects of the ancient wilderness mountain. After all, cultivators like him were the quintessential cannon fodder. Zhang Si continued. As you surmised, those unfortunate scattered cultivators didn't even come within 100 feet of the relic cave before a terrifying oppressive force erupted from within, instantly annihilating dozens of them without leaving a trace, turning them into a cloud of blood mist. Survivors who were a distance away spoke of the overwhelming might, claiming it far surpassed that of foundational cultivators. At the very least a golden core expert. That's so. Su Huan mused, a newfound respect for Zhang Si blossoming within him. The events of last night were still fresh, and for Zhang Si to acquire such information so swiftly indicated he possessed certain connections. Encouraged by Su Huan's gaze, Zhang Si spoke with even greater fervor. Moreover, what is truly horrifying is that when that oppressive force erupted, it also triggered the noxious miasma that has long pervaded the ancient wilderness mountain. Preliminary reports indicate that over 100 scattered cultivators have perished due to this, and the number of unaccounted casualties is simply incalculable. In short, the ancient wilderness mountain is now a veritable hell on earth, with corpses strewn everywhere and rivers of blood flowing. What? The miasma in the ancient wilderness mountain has erupted as well. Huan's expression shifted significantly upon hearing this. The emergence of a relic cave abode was within his expectations. After all, he had no intention of courting disaster by taking chances, so it bore little relevance to him. However, the miasma's eruption was a different matter entirely. The miasma had lingered for hundreds of years, its sheer volume immense that, if it were to spread now, who could say whether it might extend beyond the ancient wilderness mountain? It was important to note that Lingxi Alley, where he resided, was merely a few dozen miles from the ancient wilderness mountain, an almost immediate distance. Not to mention the slum district, which was practically adjacent to the mountain. When the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat suffer. Seeing Huan's grave demeanor, Zhang Si quickly guessed his thoughts and offered a reassuring smile. There is no need for concern. Qing'er. Earlier today, Qingyang sect dispatched a disaster relief team led by true disciples to our Qingyang Square city. They will establish defensive formations in both the square and Lingxi Alley to shield against the miasma. So you need not worry. Indeed, that was something he could have anticipated. The higher-ups of Qingyang sect had no reason to overlook such matters, as this was their domain. Huan felt slightly reassured upon hearing this. Yet soon another thought crossed his mind, and he frowned. Will they only set up defenses in Qingyang Square City and Lingxi Alley? What about the slum district? What will happen to them? Them? Zhang Si replied, somewhat astonished that aren't they merely ants struggling to survive at the bottom of the cultivation world. However, he quickly recalled that Qing'er had only recently emerged from that very environment, and it was likely that his mindset had yet to shift. He spoke candidly. Qingyang sect has not made any specific arrangements for the slum district. They will likely have to fend for themselves. Although Zhang Si attempted to conceal his indifference and disdain regarding the matter, Huan saw through it with ease that he merely shook his head, refraining from voicing any reproach. In such dire circumstances, everyone was preoccupied with their own survival, who had the luxury to concern themselves with the lives of others. The harsh realities of the world were a lamentable truth. Thank you for your efforts. As customary, Huan produced spirit stones as remuneration, this time offering a few extra. Zhang Si was immediately elated, repeatedly expressing his gratitude, nearly bowing his head to the ground in appreciation, as if he might declare Huan his adoptive father on the spot. That, of course, it was not that he desired such a thing. He merely recognized he was unworthy. Once Zhang Si joyously departed with his handful of spirit stones, Huan remained in place, contemplating for a lengthy period before resolving to venture to Qingyang Square City himself to assess the situation. Although the matter with Su Shan had yet to be resolved, the human skin map was no longer in his possession, and given the gravity of the situation unfolding in the ancient wilderness mountain, he surmised that they would likely not have time to deal with a minor character like himself. With these thoughts in mind, he donned a low-profile gray robe before smudging some dirt on his fair face as a disguise. Lacking any means of altering his appearance, he had to make do. After completing his preparations and providing the two women with a few instructions, Huan exited through the back door, following a concealed path out of Lingxi Alley and heading straight for Qingyang Square City. Along the way, he encountered several neighbors from Lingxi Alley who were also making their way to Qingyang Square City in search of news, traveling in small groups. Yet when it came to him, none paid him any heed. Upon noticing his cultivation at the 5th level of Qi refinement, they turned away in disdain, seeking others to accompany them. Huan had long since grown accustomed to such treatment and felt no anger. Instead, he chose to silently follow behind them, thinking, if you look down on me, at least let me tag along. Thus he arrived at Qingyang Square City without incident. Upon his arrival, he was astounded by the scene before him. Outside the city gates, a throng of people had gathered, packed so tightly that one could hardly move. There were at least 200 to 300 of them. A significant portion of the crowd consisted of families. Laden with various bundles and belongings, Huan recognized many among them as residents of the slum district, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration, surviving for so many years at the bottom of the cultivation world. It was uncertain whether they were clever, but at the very least, their sense of crisis was acute. Given the current circumstances, remaining in the slum district was tantamount to awaiting death. They had to seek alternative paths for a glimmer of hope. Lingxi Alley presented itself as the most viable option, boasting a commendable living environment and safety. Unfortunately, the rent was exorbitant, making it unaffordable for the majority of slum residents. Thus, the Qing'er Square City, which also offered defensive formations without the need for rent, became the only beacon of hope. Regrettably, judging by the current situation, it seemed that this hope was not easily attainable. Chapter 47. Setting an example. Increase the price. Huan's sentiments were rooted in the sight of a dozen young men and women clad in greenish-blue uniforms standing on either side of the square's entrance. They blocked the gate, each wielding a cold iron sword, their expressions indifferent as they surveyed the dense crowd outside, exuding an air of haughty disdain, like deities seated high above, mocking the mortals prostrating beneath. Ironically, these young cultivators possessed relatively low cultivation levels, most merely at the 5th or 6th level of Qi refinement, yet this did not hinder their scornful attitudes towards the scattered cultivators outside, many of whom were older and more experienced. They were, after all, outer disciples of the Qing'er sect. Though they were merely outer disciples, to those residing in the slum district, they were akin to nobility. Thus, even when faced with such blatant disrespect, not a single scattered cultivator dared to voice dissent at that moment. Among the group of Qing'er sect outer disciples, a long-haired youth with the highest cultivation at the 8th level of Qi refinement stepped forward and arrogantly addressed the scattered cultivators. Hear me well. We are here on the orders of the second elder of Qing'er sect, tasked with disaster relief and to assist in establishing a defensive array in Qing'er Square City to shield against the miasma emanating from the ancient wilderness mountain. In order to maintain order within the market and to protect the merchants from any disturbance, henceforth, starting today, all itinerant cultivators and individuals lacking the official decree issued by our Qing'er sect are prohibited from stepping foot into the market. Those who defy this order shall face death. The moment these words were uttered, the majority of the scattered cultivators present were struck as if by lightning, their expressions shifting dramatically. What? We are not allowed to enter. How can this be? This is the only market within 100 miles. After enduring countless hardships to arrive here, I find myself facing certain death. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the cultivators were instantly filled with righteous indignation. To be barred from entering the Qing'er market was tantamount to severing all their paths to survival. Silence. Are you questioning my Qing'er sect? As the situation began to spiral into chaos, the long-haired youth let out a furious roar. Yet his admonition yielded little effect. The crowd quieted for a brief moment, only to descend back into turmoil. Especially those itinerant cultivators who had come from all corners, having survived the clutches of numerous malevolent cultivators, were not the type to comply obediently. Witnessing the lowly cultivation levels of the outer disciples of Qing'er sect, they were seized by a rebellious urge to charge forward. The law does not punish the masses. Even a prestigious sect like Qing'er cannot brazenly slay us all, can they? No matter how formidable Qing'er sect may be. They cannot expect us to await our demise. Indeed, this decree is clearly a death sentence for us. Aren't they just a bunch of unseasoned brats? When I was battling in the cultivation world, you were still suckling at your mother's breast. What are we waiting for? Let us charge at them. Do they truly believe they can slaughter us all? After exchanging glances, several burly men with scarred faces, weary from travel, began to shout in protest while secretly pushing through the crowd, eager to incite a collective charge. The remaining scattered cultivators, upon hearing this, began to waver. After all, the miasma from the ancient mountain could spread at any moment, and remaining here meant certain death. Leaving this place was no less perilous. Even if they could miraculously escape the encroaching miasma, where would they flee? Within 100 miles, this was the only place with sufficient spiritual energy to support their cultivation. and outside lay treacherous mountains teeming with malevolent cultivators and fearsome beasts. To sit idly was to invite death, and leaving also likely spelled doom. The only option left was to charge through. However, just as many scattered cultivators were swayed and prepared to force their way through, the long-haired youth revealed a faintly amused smile, as though he were anticipating some grand spectacle. The Huan, who had been observing him closely, keenly sensed something amiss. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the youth's hand, which was resting behind his back, trembled slightly, a glimmer of cold light flickering from within his sleeve. That a low-grade spiritual weapon. Before Huan could contemplate further, in the next instant, a streak of silver light flashed before the eyes of the crowd, a swift and agile sound of a sword resonating through the air. Bang! The burly man at the 9th level of Qi refinement, who had been the most vocal instigator, widened his eyes in shock, clutching his throat as he collapsed to the ground. Vivid crimson blood seeped through his fingers, quickly staining a large area of earth. Judging by his stiffening body and vacant gaze, it was evident that he had drawn his last breath, that he is dead. How could this be? Wasn't he at the 9th level of Qi refinement? How could he perish without even putting up a fight? A low-grade spiritual weapon. Its power is undoubtedly that of a low-grade spiritual weapon. The scattered cultivators were instantly horrified, their faces paling as they recoiled in fear. Terrified that they might be the next to fall in a pool of blood, standing at the back of the crowd, Huan was equally astonished. This was his first experience witnessing the full might of a low-grade spiritual weapon. It was capable of silently and effortlessly dispatching a cultivator of the 9th level of Qi refinement. This is the depth of the sect disciples. No wonder they exude such confidence. Perhaps their earlier display of bullying was all a deliberate act, meant to showcase this brutal demonstration. How cold-blooded! In that moment, Huan gained a new understanding of these sect disciples, this time. The long-haired youth scanned the faces of the scattered cultivators, which were still marked by fear, and revealed a satisfied smile. Snap! He lightly snapped his fingers, and the sharp silver light swept through the air. Hovering above his palm, as the silver light dissipated, the crowd finally discerned that he held a palm-sized flying sword, radiating a silvery sheen. Even though its edge was currently concealed, it was enough to instill fear in the hearts of onlookers. A flying sword. It is indeed a flying sword. Among all low-grade spiritual weapons, this must be one of the finest. The faces of the scattered cultivators grew even grimmer with the appearance of this flying sword. Their thoughts of forcibly breaching the gates were utterly extinguished. Who knew what other spiritual weapons or treasures these Qingyang sect disciples might possess? Is there anyone still foolish enough to test the consequences of defying the orders of my Qingyang sect? The long-haired youth chuckled lightly. The entire area fell into a profound silence. No one dared to step forward as a provocateur. Only a few quick-thinking scattered cultivators recalled his earlier words and tentatively inquired, "May I ask, how might one obtain the decree issued by Qingyang sect? Can outside cultivators receive this decree?" A fine question. The long-haired youth appeared quite pleased, stroking his chin as he replied, "Our Qingyang sect intention this time is to provide aid and maintain order in the market, which is why we are imposing restrictions on cultivators entering and exiting. Only those who can earn our approval and pose no threat to the greater situation may receive the decree to enter and exit the market." Alas, what a burdensome task. While speaking, he gently pinched his index and thumb together, a smile playing on his lips that held deeper meaning. The crowd understood. This was a request for benefits. The long-haired youth, seemingly unconcerned about being too obvious, continued. As for whether someone is an outside cultivator, that is quite difficult to determine, requiring considerable effort on our part. His fingers began to pinch even faster. Huan quickly grasped the implication. This is a matter of monetary compensation. Following this insinuation from the long-haired youth, the gathered scattered cultivators found themselves divided in sentiment. Some rejoiced while others despaired. Those with ample resources and spiritual stones were naturally delighted, finally seeing a glimmer of hope. Yet such cultivators were few and far between. For the majority present, not only could they not afford to bribe the gatekeeping disciples with extra spiritual stones, but they also struggled to meet their own daily cultivation needs. Were they to resort to theft? Yet even if they did, finding a target now was quite challenging. After all, the scattered cultivators in this area were mostly concentrated here. And this just happened to be within the market's jurisdiction, where combat was strictly prohibited. What to do then? At that moment, the long-haired youth casually turned to converse with his fellow disciples behind him. Wang Shidi, if I remember correctly, the sect's order only requires us to guard the market gate. Any incidents occurring outside should not concern us, right? The junior brother immediately grasped the hint, nodding in agreement as he replied loudly. Indeed. Xixiang, in these perilous times, it is already exceedingly difficult for us to guard the market gate. As for other matters, we are powerless to intervene. This was almost a blatant invitation for those scattered cultivators lacking spiritual stones to seek assistance from others. Should any unpleasant incidents arise during the process of borrowing, no one would intervene in an instant. The atmosphere within the crowd shifted. Those few scattered cultivators with well-filled pockets, who had just appeared calm and composed, now found their expressions stiffening, acutely aware of the hostile glares directed their way from all sides, and they were thoroughly unsettled. One by one, they raced desperately to the market gate, neglecting all else. Eager to offer up their valuable possessions and spiritual stones in a rush, they simply wished to gain entry into the market as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if they delayed even a moment longer, not only would their spiritual stones be snatched away, but they might also lose their very lives. Meanwhile, the long-haired youth and his fellow disciples from Qingyang's sect watched the scattered spiritual stones and treasure strewn about, exchanging glances filled with smug satisfaction and avarice. Good, good, good. You appear to be a well-behaved cultivator. You may enter. The cultivator with a hooked nose and triangular eyes, his long sword still stained with black blood, dressed in the garb of a malevolent cultivator, was allowed entry. You are also acceptable. Though you look a bit fierce, I can see your pure heart. You may enter as well. A burly man with a face full of flesh and a hint of malice between his brows was permitted entry. Who do you think you are to look down on? Others, bringing mere earthly currency to taint our eyes? You are clearly a crafty little schemer. Begone! An elderly monk, hunched with age and limping on one leg, picked up the coins scattered on the ground, leading his emaciated granddaughter away with a heavy heart. Meanwhile, in the distance, some members of the crowd were already stirring restlessly, beginning to target other scattered cultivators nearby. It is easy to imagine the ensuing scene would be one of sheer carnage. Huan glanced at the disciples of Qingyang's sect at the entrance of the market, grinning broadly as they amassed wealth, then turned to observe the scattered cultivators beside him who had already begun to brawl, destined to become yet another hell on earth. He pressed his lips together. Is this the lofty path of the immortal sects? Is this what true cultivation entails? In the brief span of a few blinks, he had witnessed an elderly monk fall into a pool of blood and several inexperienced youths, barely embarking on their journey of cultivation, being severed in half. That a few women from the shanty town were being thrown to the ground by brutish men, their garments torn, preparing for unspeakable indignities. Their husbands either lay in blood, uncertain of their fate, or were caught in the chaos, on the brink of succumbing to blades and swords. Huan stood at the rear of the crowd, observing these tragic scenes unfold with an impassive expression. He was merely a cultivator at the 5th level of qi refinement. There was little he could do. This was the world of cultivation, brutal and bloody, where compassion was but a cruel joke. In chaotic times, the first to be slain are the benevolent. Develop cautiously and steadily. That is the true way. Such tragedies were not confined to this place, but occurred incessantly in various locales. Perhaps he would address them once he grew stronger. These thoughts echoed repeatedly in his mind, as if a teacher were tirelessly imparting wisdom in his ear. Indeed, he was but a 5th-level qi refinement practitioner. Were it not for following these neighbors and relying on the authority of his Baibao pavilion token, he too would have been among the slain. Huan nodded, muttering to himself. Then, to hell with it. He strode toward a burly man, grinning wickedly as he loomed over a hapless mortal woman. With a flick of his sleeve, a small black sword hidden within was transformed into a beam of dark light. Shooting forth, thud. The sword's tip pierced the man's back, blood gushing forth in vivid splendor. You, the man in pain, turned to look, his eyes wide with rage, pointing at Su Huan as if to say something. But Su Huan did not afford him the opportunity. He calmly approached, bent down, and grasped the black sword embedded in the man's back, forcefully pushing it further and thud. The man's eyes bulged like copper bells. Filled with regret and disbelief, he lamented that as a 6th-level Qi refinement practitioner, he had sensed Su Huan's approach the moment he moved, but upon seeing merely a 5th-level youth, he had scoffed and ignored him, continuing to tear at the woman's garments. Little did he know that this disdain would cost him his life. He could not fathom why this young practitioner would meddle at such a moment. Su Huan seemed to perceive his confusion and calmly stated, "Oh, the woman beneath you smiled at me 3 years ago. So I came to take your life, the man." Bang! With that, Su Huan kicked him off the woman, then casually retrieved a garment from his storage bag and tossed it over the disheveled woman. Without a second glance at the man's fate or the woman, he continued on his way. Only the woman remained. Clutching the garment Su Huan had thrown her, gazing tearfully at his retreating figure. Next, he employed a mid-grade talisman along with 3 low-grade talismans, using them in conjunction with the black sword to ambush a 7th-level Qi refinement practitioner poised to strike the elderly man. This elder had purchased pills from him 6 years prior, and despite Su Huan's low cultivation, had not haggled excessively, making him a decent fellow. Then came the 3rd and 4th targets. He navigated through the crowd, striking time and again until he finally drew the attention of several foreign malevolent cultivators who surrounded him. Who would have thought that a mere 5th-level Qi refinement practitioner would try to play the hero at a time like this? I wonder how you've managed to survive this long. Faced with these formidable and menacing foes, Su Huan remained composed, drawing the Baibao Pavilion token from his waist and displaying it before them. "I am a guest elder of Baibao Pavilion." The expressions of the malevolent cultivators shifted, but they gritted their teeth and replied, "So many are destined to die here today. What does it matter if you are a guest elder of Baibao Pavilion? Can you truly track us down?" Su Huan nodded, conceding that they had a point. He then produced a stack of mid-grade talismans from his robe. "Oh, I also have these." When he lifted his gaze again, he found a space before him utterly devoid of adversaries. Stowing away the talismans and token, Su Huan glanced back at the blood-soaked crowd, choosing not to intervene further, and turned toward the entrance of the market. This time he had done his utmost. Unburdened by guilt, he stepped forward, the morning sun filtering through layers of trees, casting dappled light upon his back. In that moment, he felt an ineffable sensation, elusive yet profoundly immersive, as if the entire world had begun to transform before his eyes. Then, with a sudden crash, as that sense of the profound dissipated, a soft sound echoed within him. He felt as though some shackles had been shattered. Upon introspection, he realized it was a breakthrough in his realm. The 5th level of Qi refinement was now complete. Chapter 49. The enormous benefits of enlightenment. All are but chives. The unexpected moment of enlightenment left Su Huan in a daze for quite some time. Prior to this, every breakthrough he made in his cultivation realm had felt akin to squeezing toothpaste, relying solely on copious amounts of pills and time to achieve progress, never experiencing such fluidity. It had required almost no effort on his part. It was as if he had naturally ascended to a new level. Not only that, but upon carefully examining his current cultivation level, he arrived at a conclusion that filled him with immense joy. This moment of enlightenment had not only elevated his cultivation to the pinnacle of the 5th level, but had also subtly increased the purity of his spiritual power, solidifying his foundation to an unprecedented degree, flawless as a white jade. The remnants of pill toxins accumulated from consuming vast quantities of pills, impurities absorbed from the natural spiritual energy, and the byproducts of consuming grains, which could never be entirely expelled, had all been completely cleansed with this breakthrough. Su Huan felt an unprecedented lightness coursing through him. Even his steps had become considerably more agile. And oh wonder the saying in the cultivation world goes, a moment of enlightenment surpasses a century of arduous training. He had merely grazed that profound state for the briefest instant, without the chance to savor it, yet it had bestowed upon him immeasurable benefits. The elevation in his cultivation was merely a bonus. Far more significant was the purification of his spiritual foundation. Previously, with his frail and fragmented foundation, reaching the 9th level of Qi refinement on his own would have yielded a success rate of less than 10%. Even with the stroke of luck of obtaining a foundation establishment pill, it would not exceed 30%. But now, his success rate for foundation establishment had increased by at least 20%. And if he were to acquire a foundation establishment pill as assistance, it could reach 50%. This was nearly comparable to the dual spirit root prodigies within the inner sect of Qing'er sect. Truly, one could not discern whether this was a blessing or a curse. After so many years of caution, perhaps today, impulsiveness was more rewarding than all those years combined. Huan could not help but marvel at the capriciousness of fate. Yet he also began to grasp the underlying truth. This fleeting moment of enlightenment was not mere luck. It stemmed from his first act of defiance against his inherent nature of seeking benefit and avoiding harm, choosing instead to follow his heart's desire. The path of cultivation is, after all, the celestial law governing mortals' unwillingness to succumb to aging and death, a choice to defy fate, to challenge the heavens for life, aspiring to attain immortality and coexist with the universe, shining alongside the sun and moon. Persist in yielding and evading, to forsake the brilliance that should reside within a cultivator's heart. How could one hope to alter their fate? Yet, even with such realizations, one must not become overly extreme due to today's gains and losses. There remains a time for prudence and recklessness. Huan reminded himself while tidying his thoughts on cultivation. His earlier actions, though seemingly rash, had been considered and deliberate. He had ensured that, given his current status and the array of mid-grade talismans he possessed, he could not possibly fall into the hands of these ragged cultivators before boldly taking action. Enlightenment is indeed wonderful, but it pales in comparison to the value of one's life. That Huan understood this principle well. Soon, he successfully navigated his way out of the meat grinder of scattered cultivators. Thanks to the prominent Baibao Pavilion guest elder token and the talismans he occasionally displayed, reaching the queue at the entrance of the market, brother. By a curious twist of fate, the two individuals ahead of him were none other than Jiang Changhai and Shunting. Those two elderly gentlemen. Upon spotting Huan, their previously despondent expressions instantly brightened, as if they had encountered a life-saving beacon. That Huan was equally delighted to see familiar faces. After assessing their condition, he noted that aside from a slight pallor, they appeared largely unscathed, which greatly relieved him. Brother Jiang, Brother Chun, seeing you both safe brings me immense comfort, he expressed warmly. Jiang Changhai responded, we owe our survival to your timely warning. Brother Su, otherwise, I fear we would not be standing here, unscathed, conversing with you. As he spoke, he inclined his body in a gesture of deep respect. Huan quickly assisted him arise, and after a brief exchange of inquiries, he learned the details of their predicament. That it turned out that the outbreak of miasma from the ancient wilderness mountain was even more severe than he had anticipated. Earlier that day, a portion of the miasma had infiltrated the slum area adjacent to the mountain, and Jiang Changhai's residence was located in that very zone. Fortunately, after returning home from his meeting with Huan, he had carefully considered the latter's advice, though reluctant to abandon the position he had diligently managed in the slum for many years. He had decided to relocate, thereby narrowly escaping the impending disaster. Sadly, the other inhabitants of that area were not as fortunate. Within mere moments, many had perished or sustained injuries. The cultivators fared somewhat better, as their spiritual power allowed them to withstand the still mild miasma temporarily, but the ordinary citizens had met with utter devastation. The slum was now a scene of chaos, with bodies strewn across the ground and cries of anguish echoing throughout. It was no wonder that so many cultivators had congregated in that area, all seeking refuge from the calamity. Huan sighed deeply, filled with empathy. Let us not speak of idle sentiments, Brother Su. I, Jiang Changhai, shall forever be grateful for your life-saving intervention, and if there is anything I can do to repay this debt, do not hesitate to ask. I would toil ceaselessly without hesitation. Jiang Changhai declared earnestly. Ting mirrored his sentiments, adopting a similarly earnest demeanor. Recognizing their sincerity, Huan acquiesced. In these tumultuous times, having more allies was undoubtedly advantageous. Moreover, these two elderly gentlemen were of fine character and commendable cultivation, making the prospect of genuine friendship beneficial in the current climate. What are your plans now? Huan inquired. Jiang Changhai replied, We can no longer remain in the slum. We intend to find a secluded spot in the wilderness surrounding the market for the time being. And then we will devise our next steps. Su Huan responded, puzzled. Why not simply stay within the market? Is it not safer than the wilderness? At his words, Jiang Changhai and Qin Qing'er exchanged glances, both wearing wry smiles. Ensuring no one was eavesdropping, Jiang Changhai lowered his voice. Brother Su, do you truly believe that these disciples of various sects are so easily satisfied? What do you mean? Are their travel permits not genuine? Su Huan asked. No. The permits are indeed real, Jiang Changhai replied, his lips curling in disdain. However, the permits issued today do not guarantee validity for tomorrow. Su Huan was taken aback. It was astonishingly unscrupulous. These disciples of sects could rival the most cunning merchants. As for Jiang Changhai's words, Su Huan had no reason to doubt them. After all, he had managed the slum for many years and had access to certain unique channels of information. Meanwhile, he glanced at the throngs of scattered cultivators who had expended their entire fortunes to obtain permits, joyfully entering the market, and the chaotic crowd behind him, filled with shouts and scuffles. Su Huan momentarily found himself at a loss for words that those lofty sects. These scattered cultivators were merely crops waiting to be harvested. No, it wasn't just them. He too was in the same precarious situation. Only his turn had not yet come. Contemplating this, the initial sense of pride Su Huan had felt dissipated, replaced by a renewed sense of urgency. Without achieving foundational cultivation, one was but an insect. His current pace of progress was far too slow. If this continued, he might find himself facing the Grim Reaper sooner than expected. It seemed time to instigate some changes. At the very least, he needed to acquire the means to protect himself before the scythe loomed overhead. Su Huan gazed resolutely at the imposing baibaoge in the depths of the market, silently formulating a plan. Some matters could no longer remain concealed. Chapter 50. The method of leaving this place soon. It was the turn of Su Huan and his companions. Just as Su Huan prepared to retrieve his spirit stones, the disciple from the Qing'er sect noticed the baibaoge token hanging from his waist, instantly transforming his demeanor from aloof to warmed up. A fellow of baibaoge. No need for formalities. You may enter directly. Su Huan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, smiling as he clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, fellow. Not at all. By the way, our Qing'er sect is currently short-handed in disaster relief efforts. I wonder what your specialties are. Would you be interested in joining us? The disciple from the Qing'er sect gestured towards the mound of spirit stones piled on the ground. But these do not belong to the Qing'er sect. It wouldn't be appropriate, would it? Su Huan replied, slightly bewildered. The disciple waved his hand dismissively. What does it matter? We are all here to assist in disaster relief. There are no barriers between sections. To my knowledge, several of your baibaoge colleagues have already joined us. Moreover, he glanced at the long line of people behind him and chuckled softly. Such an opportunity is rare. Do you not wish to share in the spoils? Su Huan's expression shifted as he battled with the temptation. Ultimately, sighing softly, to be honest, I would like to join, but I am currently overwhelmed with alchemical responsibilities and must hasten to complete my tasks within the pavilion. I cannot spare the time. I see. Then I shall not impose further, the disciple of Qing'er sect said, his attitude cooling as he offered a casual salute. Once Su Huan and his companions had departed, he scoffed. Refusing free benefits. No wonder even the monthly tasks for baibaoge are such a struggle. Perhaps he won't even retain his guest qualifications soon. What a waste of my breath, Brother Su. That was an excellent opportunity. Why did you decline? Qin Qing'er inquired, puzzled. Su Huan shrugged. Brother Qin, have you ever seen a greedy wolf willingly share its meal? No, Qin Qing'er replied. Then there you have it, Su Huan chuckled. Setting aside their dubious morality and the resentment they would undoubtedly incur, their very act of offering up benefits was enough to raise suspicions. If he had agreed, he would have inevitably faced considerable trouble, only to be left with the aftermath once they had taken everything and vanished. In these tumultuous times, it was wise to maintain a distance from such sect disciples. Upon hearing Su Huan's reasoning, Qin Qing'er's eyes widened in understanding that as expected of Brother Su. Your foresight is commendable. Jiang Changhai nodded silently in agreement. Unlike Qin Qing'er, who was straightforward and failed to perceive the hidden dangers. Jiang Changhai's years of experience managing affairs had made him acutely aware of these sect disciples' tactics. Initially, he had worried that Su Huan's youth might lead him to make a rash decision. But to his surprise, Su Huan displayed a level of maturity beyond his years. His recent response was impeccable, both risk-averse and non-offensive. The disciple from the Qingyang sect was left bewildered, entirely unaware of the underlying tension. Is Su Huan truly concerned about failing to complete any tasks for Bai Baoge? Impossible, Jiang Changhai thought. He had witnessed Su Huan's extraordinary alchemical talent firsthand. The young man treated elixirs as mere trinkets, effortlessly producing them in abundance. Well then, brothers Jiang and Shun, I must make my way to Bai Baoge. I shall take my leave first, Su Huan announced at Ah. Before I go, he added, if circumstances allow, it would be prudent for you to relocate to Lingxi Alley. I have a strong feeling that the repercussions of the ancient wilderness mountainous opportunities will extend far beyond just the miasma. This may merely be the beginning that I in the days to come. Things are likely to become increasingly dire. With that, Su Huan departed. Left behind, Jiang Changhai and Chen Ting pondered his word for quite some time, ultimately finding them to be quite sensible, especially Jiang Changhai, whose faith in Su Huan had only deepened since the latter's previous warning had come to fruition. Brother Su is right. Living in the wilderness is not a long-term solution. With the emergence of the cave dwellings in the ancient wilderness mountain, once news spreads, scattered cultivators and disciples from nearby sects may very well intrude. To that point, danger looms. Jiang Changhai spoke gravely. Chen Ting nodded in agreement. It seems that the savings I have hoarded for so many years will finally find a purpose. Indeed, you are quite perceptive, Jiang Changhai replied, but on the other side. In the treasure pavilion, Su Huan stepped inside and discovered that only the old shopkeeper was present. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he curiously inquired, Old shopkeeper, I have heard rumors that the remnants of a high-level gold core master have appeared in the ancient wilderness mountain. Is there any truth to this? The old shopkeeper nodded and replied, From a phenomena observed when the cave dwelling manifested last night, it appears to be true. Such a spectacle could not have been conjured by mere foundation establishment practitioners. Su Huan, sensing an opportunity, probed further, will our treasure pavilion take any action? After all, this is the cave of a gold core master, and who knows what kind of legacy might be left behind. The old shopkeeper cast a knowing glance at him. A smirk playing on his lips. Su Daoyu, this is not typically your concern, considering you are the one who would willingly sell even a human skin map. With his intentions laid bare, Su Huan felt no embarrassment and promptly complimented. Old shopkeeper, you truly live up to your reputation, possessing not only keen eyesight but also a discerning heart. The old shopkeeper laughed heartily, increasingly fond of the young man for his eloquence. To be frank, the recent developments surrounding the ancient wilderness mountain have made the situation in Qingyang Square increasingly tense. The incident of the miasma eruption last night has left me quite unsettled, Su Huan confessed, his face reflecting his anxiety. He then asked, might the treasure pavilion have any teleportation arrays that could facilitate a safe exit from this place? A teleportation array? The old shopkeeper's eyes widened in surprise. Su Daoyu, you certainly hold this pavilion in high regard. Such techniques are only possessed by second-grade formation masters, and to teleport directly out of this vast mountain range would likely be beyond the capabilities of an ordinary second-grade master. Realizing he had made an erroneous assumption, Su Huan chuckled awkwardly, aware of his lack of knowledge regarding formations. Yet he had hoped for a stroke of luck. However, the old shopkeeper stroked his white beard and continued. Though we lack a teleportation array, there are indeed alternative means to depart safely from this location. What might those be? Su Huan's eyes lit up with anticipation as he pressed for details. The old shopkeeper explained, every 3 months, a large spirit vessel from the main pavilion arrives here to transport goods, and there will be a few available spots for passengers. Should you manage to secure a place on the vessel, you would be able to leave safely. And how does one acquire such a spot? Su Huan inquired. It is not difficult. In previous years, a single spot required merely 100 low-grade spirit stones. And even with potential price increases, it should not be exorbitant, the old shopkeeper replied. The only caveat is that this opportunity is restricted to second-grade guest elders and above. Chapter 51. Su Huan is truly helpful. Upon hearing this condition, Huan was not overly surprised. Such large spirit vessels fell within the realm of medium-grade spiritual artifacts. Their rarity and value were evident. Thus not everyone could qualify to board. He continued to ask, "Old shopkeeper, may I inquire about the requirements to become a second-grade guest elder?" The old shopkeeper raised an eyebrow. "That is indeed a challenge. The qualifications for a second-grade guest elder are not as easily granted as those for a third-grade elder. The standards are high, and the slots are strictly controlled. Each application for a second-grade elder must be personally reviewed by a designated official from the main alliance. That AS for the criteria. One must at least be an exceptional alchemist capable of consistently refining top-quality first-grade elixirs to have a chance at applying for promotion." It certainly sounded daunting. Yet for Huan in his current situation, it was not entirely out of reach. He simply required a bit more time. With a plan forming in his mind, Huan felt considerably more at ease and bowed slightly, saying, "Thank you, old shopkeeper, for clarifying my doubts." Seeing his calm demeanor, the old shopkeeper grew curious. "Daoist, do you perhaps have the confidence to advance to a first-grade alchemist?" Huan turned and smiled, refraining from a direct answer. The recent pressures had indeed pushed him to improve his alchemical skills significantly, but whether he could successfully advance remained to be seen. "You are keeping me in suspense." The old shopkeeper felt a surge of excitement, his anticipation growing. "I shall await your good news. If you truly manage to ascend to the rank of first-grade alchemist in such a short time, I will exhaust my connections accumulated over the years in the Alliance to secure a dedicated official for you." Huan was overjoyed at this prospect and immediately bowed deeply. "I must thank you in advance, old shopkeeper." Such a fortuitous opportunity was not one to be turned down, even if it meant owing a favor. He could always seek a chance to repay it later. Mutual benefit was the way to go. Embracing the principle of making the most of his visit, Huan took out a batch of recently refined elixirs, planning to sell them to accumulate spirit stones for future tickets. The old shopkeeper opened the containers and was taken aback. Over half of the medium-grade elixirs were of superior quality. "Daoist, your alchemical prowess has indeed progressed by leaps and bounds. No wonder you possess such confidence." Huan chuckled, thinking this was merely a small portion of what he had brought. He had a considerable stock at home, not to mention the vast quantities already consumed. If he had brought all of it, the old shopkeeper would likely be astonished beyond measure, and might even confine himself to a small room, tirelessly refining elixirs day and night to ensure his own safety. Huan decided to keep a low profile and not boast excessively. After the old shopkeeper finished counting, Huan's storage bag was replenished with 120 low-grade spirit stones. This price was nearly double what he had received previously, especially for the healing and detoxifying elixirs. The old shopkeeper confidently stated that their prices would continue to rise, possibly reaching 3 or 4 times their current value. The reasoning was not difficult to surmise. The recent developments surrounding the ancient wilderness mountain had solidified their significance, compounded by the miasma outbreak, leading to a frenzy among cultivators for such elixirs. While it remained uncertain whether those reckless enough to venture into the mountain would find any opportunities, Huan had already profited handsomely from the situation. By the way, old shopkeeper, please keep an eye out for any dual cultivation techniques of at least first-grade quality. If the price is reasonable, I shall not refuse. With the spirit stone secured, Huan felt emboldened and began to consider an upgrade. The old shopkeeper immediately revealed a knowing smile that, of course, if Daoist is in urgent need, I can directly request a volume from the main alliance, though it would incur an additional 30% service fee. How does that sound? That sounds wonderful. Thank you, old shopkeeper. Huan readily agreed. With Xia, he now part of his philosophical explorations. The original non-grade Confronting Huan technique was beginning to seem inadequate. He needed something more potent. As for martial techniques, he was not in a rush and planned to see if he could snag a good deal at the next auction. In Lingxi Alley, as Huan returned from Qing'er Square and approached the entrance, he spotted a group of cultivators gathered closely, among whom stood Zhang Si that moment. Zhang Si was not the respectful figure he usually presented before Huan. Rather, he stood tall and proud, exuding an air of arrogance. The surrounding cultivators wore expressions of obsequiousness, humbly beseeching him for something. As Huan drew closer, he couldn't help but laugh that he noticed that Jiang Changhai and Qin Qing'er were also among them. their faces flushed with embarrassment. "Brother Jiang, Brother Chun, what are you up to?" "Bargaining," Su Huan teased. Upon recognizing Su Huan, the two elders exchanged exasperated glances. "Brother Su, we are merely following your advice to rent a place in Lingxi Alley." "Oh, that sounds promising. We can be neighbors once more, providing mutual support," Su Huan replied. However, Chun Ting's expression turned sour. "It's quite the challenge. The properties here have become extremely sought after. Rents have doubled, and availability is scarce. We're currently scrambling for a spot." Jiang Changhai chimed in, cautioning Brother Su, "It would be wise to keep your distance. A scuffle might break out at any moment. Indeed, we just had a tussle earlier. Look at this large bump on my forehead. It was caused by some scoundrel in the chaos." Chun Ting lamented, his face a picture of indignation. Gazing at the swollen bruise on Chun Ting's forehead, Su Huan struggled to suppress his laughter. "Brother Chun, you truly stand out in a crowd." At that moment, Zhang Si, who had been surrounded by the crowd, spotted Su Huan and immediately broke away, approaching him with great enthusiasm. "Su guest elder." Seeing Zhang Si approach, Su Huan nodded slightly. "Little Si, I didn't realize you had taken on a side job." Zhang Si scratched his head in embarrassment, chuckling. "Well, there hasn't been much going on in the pavilion, so I decided to find some extra work." As he spoke, he turned to Jiang Changhai and Chun Ting, who were standing beside Su Huan, and inquired, "Gentlemen, are you friends of Su Keqing?" "Indeed, they are my closest friends. They have come today to seek a residence in Lingxi Alley, but it appears that the endeavor may not be as straightforward as anticipated." Su Huan replied with a hint of implication. Zhang Si immediately pounded his chest and proclaimed, "Since you are friends of Su Keqing, renting a house is but a trifling matter. I shall take care of it." "Then I must trouble you," Su Huan said with a smile, casually handing over a bottle of elixir. Although it was merely a low-grade rejuvenation pill, Zhang Si's eyes lit up with delight as he eagerly tucked it away, his smile becoming increasingly obsequious. Without further ado, he personally led Jiang Changhai and Chun Ting to view available properties. Meanwhile, a group of onlookers, envious and red-eyed, remained behind. That not Su Huan. After just a few days, he has become so well-connected. Had I known, I would have gladly served him like a beast of burden. It is one thing to fall short of that Qin Qing'er, but now even these two old fellows are rising alongside Su Huan. It must be said, Su Huan is truly adept at building relationships. He genuinely assists when needed. Regrettably, I failed to establish a good rapport with him in the past, among the crowd. Many hail from the slums, and witnessing Su Huan's transformation into a person of true stature swiftly resolved the rental dilemma for Jiang Changhai and Chun Ting. With just a few words, they felt a profound sense of regret. Lamenting their missed opportunities. Chapter 52. The Gifts of the Two. The Return of Mu Hongyao. To ensure mutual support in the future, Jiang Changhai and Chun Ting deliberately rented a house just a few steps away from Su Huan's residence. The house consisted of a single floor, covering merely dozens of square meters, and its decor was rather antiquated, hardly comparable to Su Huan's opulent mansion, yet it sufficed for their shared living arrangements. Both elderly gentlemen were thoroughly content, showering Su Huan with endless gratitude. Jiang Changhai even produced a blood-red booklet from his bosom and unceremoniously thrust it into Su Huan's hands. "Isn't this your renowned signature technique? The Crimson Blood Blade art, Brother Jiang? This is far too precious," Su Huan exclaimed upon opening the crimson booklet, revealing the title Crimson Blood Blade art inscribed in vermilion on the first page. He was astonished, having known since his days in the slums that Jiang Changhai had maintained his position of authority not only due to his cultivation at the 7th level of Qi refinement, but also because of his mastery of a formidable blade technique. With the Crimson Blood Blade art in his possession, he had thrived in the slums, and even cultivators at the 8th level dared not provoke him lightly. Jiang Changhai, with a wistful expression, insisted, "Compared to the kindness you have shown me, this mere low-grade martial technique is nothing. Please accept it. Otherwise, my conscience would not rest easy." "Very well, since Brother Jiang insists, I shall graciously accept it." After a moment's contemplation, Su Huan ceased his refusals. Jiang Changhai's expression shifted to one of relief. He had feared that his gift might be perceived as too trivial for Su Huan to appreciate, which is why he had hesitated to present it. Meanwhile, Qin Qing'er, not to be outdone, bent down to remove his long boots, and, after some fuss, retrieved an ancient piece of yellowed paper from a hidden compartment in the sole. The sight of this drew curious looks from Huan and Jiang Changhai, prompting Jiang Changhai to jest. "Brother Chun, I thought hiding your savings in your pants was already quite creative, but it seems you have an even more clandestine spot. Clever as a cunning rabbit with 3 burrows." Qin Qing'er shot him an exasperated glare, retorting, "What do you, a single old man without a wife, know?" Turning Su Huan, he continued, "Brother Su, while I lack any top-grade martial techniques, I was fortunate enough to enter the ruins of a foundation-building elder's cave many years ago, where I risked my life and obtained this half-scroll. Regrettably, my aptitude is lacking, and despite 2 decades of diligent study, I have failed to comprehend its mysteries that I hope you will not disdain it." Upon hearing that it originated from a foundation-building cave, Su Huan felt reassured and accepted the scroll. He noticed that there were no words on the scroll. Instead, it depicted a majestic giant bird soaring through the winds, its entire body radiant gold. Its enormous wings obscured the sky, casting darkness upon the land, and when it flapped its wings, it appeared capable of tearing apart the very fabric of the heavens. What a fearsome creature! Could it be a high-level demon beast? Jiang Changhai speculated, leaning in for a closer look. However, while he could not decipher its meaning, Su Huan recognized that the so-called giant bird bore a striking resemblance to the legendary golden-winged great pung from his previous life. To his astonishment, the ancient divine beast of legend truly existed in this world. A surge of exhilaration washed over him as he silently tucked the scroll away, resolving to study it further upon his return. As long as the scroll concealed some martial techniques or similar knowledge, he was confident he could unravel its secrets. After all, with his enhanced comprehension abilities, even if he could not understand it now, he would eventually grasp it through discussions with Xia He about the philosophy of life, thereby boosting his insight. Surely, he would come to comprehend it one day. Thank you both for your thoughtful gifts. I shall shamelessly accept them. In the future, let us support one another and weather challenges together. With that, Su Huan bid farewell. "You are too kind, Brother Su. Safe travels." After parting ways with the two, Su Huan took a few steps and returned home. Before entering the courtyard, he glanced over at Mu Hongyao's residence next door and noted that the yard remained desolate, strewn with dead leaves, showing no signs of a return. What a pity. She was such a splendid neighbor. And now she has vanished without a trace. Su Huan's gaze momentarily hardened, followed by a deep sigh as he turned and stepped inside. Unbeknownst to him, a small pool of freshly congealed black blood had appeared atop a few of the dried leaves in Mu Hongyao's courtyard. Though the main door was firmly shut, a wooden window adjacent to Su Huan's direction revealed a pair of bloodshot, fatigued peach blossom eyes, watching his every move with intense vigilance, their gaze flickering. Only as Su Huan's sigh resonated and he entered his home did Mu Hongyao's wariness gradually dissipate. She collapsed against the wall, sliding down to the ground as if all her remaining strength had been drained. At that moment, she was barely breathing, clad in a tattered crimson dress that appeared to have been shredded by countless blades, blood seeping through her entire being, her once flowing black hair now a disheveled mess. Devoid of her former grace and poise, that wretched brother dares to curse his sister. Humph. Once I recover, the first thing I shall do is smash your doghead next door. Yet the question remained, would she ever recover? Habitually, Mu Hongyao picked up a copper mirror, gazing at her reflection, which, despite its tragic state, could not conceal her exquisite beauty. She was momentarily entranced as she noticed a bizarre, fiery red flower, faintly visible on her previously smooth forehead. With wisps of dark energy emanating from the petal's imprint, it was chilling and eerie. On the other hand, as soon as Su Huan leisurely stepped inside, he abruptly slammed the door shut, his expression changing dramatically as he activated several formations set behind the door. This unusual behavior startled the two women in the kitchen, who were preparing lunch. "What happened, my husband?" Qin Qing'er asked, rushing to Su Huan's side, her face filled with concern. "Is someone chasing you again? I've recently crafted several concealed weapons and was just lamenting the lack of a target to test their power." "I'll fetch them right away." "Summer," he exclaimed, dashing toward her bedroom. Moments later, she emerged with a few oddly shaped crossbow arrows, her face brimming with excitement as she prepared to set them up. Ever since she took charge of the household's various defenses, she had become enamored with crafting concealed weapons. The sleeve arrows she modified possessed significantly enhanced power, and Su Huan was pleased with her progress, providing her with ample materials for experimentation. These crossbow arrows were the fruits of her labor. Although their lethality was not on par with fireball spells, their sheer number made them a headache, even for mid-level Qi refinement cultivators. Under the watchful gazes of the two women, Su Huan observed the commotion outside, squinting as he remarked, "There's someone next door." Chapter 53. Kitchen springtime. He currently in trouble. That wicked woman. No, that woman has returned. Summer he almost let slip her thoughts. I cannot tell. There are no signs of the door being opened. Only a previously closed window that now has a small gap. Furthermore, I sense a prying gaze emanating from within. If Mu Hanyao had returned, why would she need to be so stealthy? Su Huan replied, uncertain yet drawing conclusions based on the clues at hand. That makes sense. Summer he nodded in agreement, her excitement palpable. So what should we do now? Shall we investigate who is up to no good? Su Huan cast a sidelong glance at her. So eager. Are you quite acquainted with Mu Hanyao? Not at all, came the reply. Then what's it to us if someone at her home is up to no good? Su Huan retorted sharply. Whoever is next door, as long as they do not threaten our safety. We should refrain from meddling and focus on our cultivation. After receiving a reprimand, Xiaohe found herself at a loss for a counterargument. She could only make a face at Su Huan's retreating figure before obediently retrieving a mat. Settling down beside Su Huan to cultivate, Su Huan turned her head, her expression tinged with curiosity. Why aren't you practicing in your room? Xiaohe puffed her cheeks and muttered, I wanted to be closer to you. Is that a problem? Huh, no problem at all, Su Huan replied with a smile, reaching out to tousle her soft silver hair. Don't touch my head. It'll make me stupid. Xiaohe protested. Su Huan merely acknowledged her with a playful "oh," and continued to ruffle her hair with even more vigor, transforming the once smooth strands into a chaotic nest, erupting into hearty laughter. Xiaohe was fuming, her chest nearly bursting with indignation, yet the scale of her frustration was too small to garner Su Huan's attention. She could only huff and mutter to herself, vowing to reclaim her dignity later that night in bed. Meanwhile, Qin Qing'er, watching the intimate exchange between the two, felt a blend of joy for Xiaohe and a tinge of loneliness. Unlike Xiaohe, who possessed spiritual roots and could craft hidden weapons, she was merely immortal, utterly helpless in such situations, unable to offer any assistance. Surely, her husband would gradually forget about her, she mused. Shaking her head vigorously, she chided herself for such foolish thoughts. Her husband was not that kind of person. Even if such a thing were to occur, it would only be her own inadequacy that was to blame for not being able to support him. Best to prepare lunch quickly. Her husband and he would likely be hungry soon. Qin Qing'er gazed affectionately at Su Huan's back, as if to engrave his image in her heart, before turning away and heading back to the kitchen. The mundane tasks of cooking and cleaning were hers to bear. Just as she suppressed the bitterness within and began washing vegetables, she suddenly felt warmth enveloping her waist. Two strong arms encircled her slim figure. Startled, she heard Su Huan's gentle voice behind her. Qing'er, you work so hard managing this household every day. I've neglected you during this time. It's my fault. Upon hearing these words, Qin Qing'er was overwhelmed with emotion, her eyes reddening as tears spilled uncontrollably. No, Qing'er is not the one who suffers. It is you who truly bears the burden, as long as you do not disdain me for being useless. I am content. Foolish girl, Su Huan said, turning her to face him, gently wiping away her tears. He gazed into her eyes, filled with a myriad of tender emotions, and spoke earnestly. You are my first companion in this life. Without you, I would not be who I am today. And no matter what happens in the future, you will forever be an irreplaceable part of my heart. With that, Su Huan lifted her chin, and in the midst of her shy gaze, he leaned in and kissed her, savoring the sweetness of her soft lips. His hand, which had been resting on her waist, gradually slid downward. But isn't there a rogue next door? At that moment, Qin Qing'er had no time to ponder Su Huan's strange words. She felt herself melting in his possessive embrace, breathlessly replying, It's fine. The defensive array is already set, and there has been no movement next door. Su Huan spoke while mischievously starting to unbutton her top. But this is the kitchen, and he is still outside. Qin Qing'er protested, clinging to the last vestiges of her reason. There's nothing to worry about. The kitchen is far more exciting. Su Huan dismissed her concerns with a grin. He is already in deep meditation and cannot hear us. With each button undone, more of Qin Qing'er's fair skin was revealed, leaving Su Huan entranced by her beauty, which surpassed the finest jade. Be good, Qing'er. Turn around and lean on the counter. As the last remnants of her resistance crumbled, Qin Qing'er, her eyes filled with allure, obediently turned her back to Su Huan, presenting herself like a flower ready to be picked. A sound of suppressed yearning escaped her lips as the essence of spring quietly seeped through the window, filling the entire room. After their intimate encounter, the night drew on in the courtyard. The sound of clashing blades echoed. Mingling with the howling night wind, a chill in the air, Su Huan was diligently practicing the blood blade technique he had acquired from Jiang Shanghai, each move executed with utmost seriousness, though somewhat clumsy. His efforts were solid and grounded. With each repetition of the technique, he could distinctly feel his progress. This was the advantage of heightened comprehension. Otherwise, with his previous level of understanding, even possessing this low-grade martial art would have been futile. The blood blade technique consisted of two forms: the explosive blood draw and the bloodbath slash. The first form, explosive blood draw, centered on gathering one's vital energy, condensing it at the juncture of the blade and sheath. Hidden and dormant, accumulating power, the very moment of drawing the blade. One would unleash the gathered energy along the blade's edge, resulting in a sudden explosion of force. Mastering this technique would enable one to draw the blade with such swiftness that the sound would arrive only after the blade had already struck, accompanied by the explosive energy akin to a long-dormant volcano erupting. It's might truly terrifying. The essence of the first technique lies in a singular character. It emphasizes the ability to strike first, delivering a lethal blow without granting the opponent any time to react, thus categorizing it as an unorthodox blade style in contrast, the second technique, known as the bloodbath slash, focuses on a more orthodox and fierce confrontation style. Designed to compensate for the shortcomings of the first technique, as the name suggests, it embodies the spirit of fighting tenaciously and growing bolder with each battle. The momentum of the blade resembles a surging tide of blood, with each strike building upon the last, intensifying in ferocity and impact exponentially. If a single strike proves insufficient, one can always deliver several more, ultimately ensuring the opponent's demise. However, its flaw lies in its slow initiation and an astronomical consumption of spiritual energy. The greater the accumulated force, the greater the expenditure of energy. Given Su Huan's current reserves of spiritual energy, executing 3 consecutive slashes would essentially signal his departure from the battlefield. This is precisely why the red blood blade technique is notoriously difficult to master. Primarily due to its draining nature, an ordinary practitioner, without compromising their cultivation progress, could only manage to practice for half an hour at most before exhaustion sets in. Su Huan, however, is an exception, with an ample stock of elixirs at his disposal. He employed a rather extravagant method of channeling high-quality mid-grade recovery pills into his dantian, allowing him to persist in practicing the red blood blade technique for 2 solid hours. The results are evident. He has barely grasped the fundamentals of the first technique, the explosive blood draw. While he may not yet achieve the terrifying swiftness akin to thunder, he has carved out an unconventional path, honing a silent draw that is nearly imperceptible. Coupled with his exceedingly subtle techniques, he has managed to execute his draw so that opponents of equal rank can scarcely perceive his movements. Before they can react, the blade is already descending towards their visage. It is a veritable essential skill for surprise attacks during travel. Su Huan is quite pleased with this development. As for the second technique, the bloodbath slash, he has no intention of pursuing it. Its aggressive nature, characterized by an exchange of injuries and life, does not align with his style, rather than squandering time and energy on a technique that is likely to be of little use. He would prefer to specialize in one technique and master it to its zenith, that if the draw proves ineffective, he can simply turn and flee. Who would be foolish enough to remain stationary? Continuing to engage in a futile struggle, After another round of practicing the explosive blood draw, Su Huan exhaled a long breath, tossed another recovery pill into his mouth, and then sat down to meditate and restore his spiritual energy. With the addition of this elusive draw technique, he is confident that he can contend with practitioners at the early stage of the 6th level of Qi refinement. The only regret is that he currently lacks a suitable blade. Though a long sword forged from ordinary iron can barely facilitate this technique, its power is significantly hampered, and due to the nature of the explosive blood technique, it is exceedingly wasteful. Over the course of these 2 hours, he has already rendered 2 blades unusable, and this is now the last one remaining. Should he ruin it, he would have to resort to practicing with a kitchen knife. If only he could obtain a low-grade spirit blade, or even a broken low-grade spirit blade, he would be confident in eliminating a practitioner of the 6th level of Qi refinement with his draw technique alone. Of course, this combat capability does not even account for the stack of talismans he possesses. Otherwise, he would dare to confront a practitioner of the 7th level of Qi refinement without hesitation, no longer needing to rely on surprise attacks like he did at the market entrance. As for that mysterious fragment inscribed with the image of the golden-winged rock, he has already attempted to comprehend it, but found it utterly incomprehensible, likely due to his insufficient insight. Su Huan is not anxious. However, he believes in taking his time. Just then, a peculiar sensation suddenly enveloped his spiritual awareness. It was a kind of sinister energy that nearly contradicted spiritual power, laced with a hint of beguiling allure. Su Huan's brow furrowed in concern as he traced the source of the energy, his gaze momentarily freezing. Is this the residence of Mu Hongyao? He observed a wispy, cold black mist seeping through the cracks of the window from the neighboring house. Though the mist was not dense, it nevertheless managed to drift into his abode next door. Damn, I'm not seeking trouble, yet it seems trouble is finding me. Su Huan cursed inwardly, deliberating for a moment before making his decision. He would summon assistance. Within Lingxi Alley, there exists a patrol team specifically tasked with ensuring the safety of the residents, all of whom possess cultivation at the 7th level of Qi refinement or above. Such evidently dangerous matters are best handled by professionals. He would not be foolish enough to put himself in harm's way. With this thought, Su Huan promptly stepped outside and quickly located the nighttime patrol team. After briefly relaying the situation and offering a few spirit stones, the patrol team readily agreed to assist him. But a group of them, brandishing torches, marched towards Mu Hongyao's residence, with Su Huan following closely behind. Feeling a renewed sense of security. Knock, knock, knock. Pardon the intrusion. We are the patrol team of Lingxi Alley. We have received reports of unidentified gas leaking from your residence, which violates neighborhood safety regulations. That we kindly request that you open the door for us to conduct an inspection. The captain of the patrol team knocked robustly on the door. There was silence within. Knock, knock, knock. He continued to knock, yet still received no response. The captain furrowed his brow. Being so close, they could indeed see that black mist was emanating from inside. Although they lacked the spiritual awareness to discern the sinister nature of it, as Su Huan did, it was clear that something was amiss. He prepared to forcibly breach the door. However, just as he gestured to the others behind him to prepare a spell to break the door down, the door creaked open. Chapter 55. The Allure of Mu Hongyao. Bewitched and distracted. The door swung open, revealing Mu Hongyao clad in a moon-white silk nightgown, rubbing her eyes, exuding a languid demeanor, and gazing nervously at the group. What brings you here so forcefully? Has this little girl committed some heinous act? Her voice was soft and gentle, and her enchanting peach blossom eyes shimmered with a glistening hue, resembling a frightened maiden. The members of the patrol team, upon witnessing her pitiable appearance, were instantly filled with a surge of protective instinct. The captain of the team quickly altered his previously stern demeanor, waving his hands and smiling apologetically. Not at all, Daoist Mu. You overstate the matter. We merely noticed some unusual circumstances in your home and were concerned for your safety. Hence our visit. This sudden change of attitude caused Su Huan, who was lurking behind the team, to scoff. With such weak willpower, they dare call themselves a patrol? Yet one must admit, Mu Hongyao's sudden reappearance after such an absence seems even more beguiling than before. Every gesture and movement exudes an intoxicating allure that tempts one to succumb to her charms. It is quite alarming to, oh dear, I must have frightened you all. On the other side, Mu Hongyao finally sighed in relief, patting her chest, causing a ripple of movement. The patrol team members were rendered speechless, their attention entirely diverted from the black mist and safety concerns, barely able to contain their drool. Fear not, fear not. With us here, Daoist Mu, whatever happens, you can always seek our assistance. Thank you for your concern, but I merely encountered a slight mishap while crafting a new talisman that I never intended for you to make a trip here, so late at night. I truly feel remorseful. Mu Hongyao continued to explain with an abundance of charm, her eyes sparkling, captivating their very souls. Oh, it's nothing. It's our duty. The patrol team members, now thoroughly entranced, could only gaze at Mu Hongyao with dreamy eyes. Nodding fervently, it has grown late. You all should return to rest. Otherwise, I would feel quite guilty, and Mu Hongyao pouted playfully. Of course. The patrol team nodded repeatedly, reluctant to leave, glancing back multiple times as they walked away. Oh, Mu Hongyao called out once more, please, just pretend you never came to my humble abode tonight. If word gets out, my reputation will be tarnished. Of course, we never came. Rest assured, Daoist Mu, we shall keep your secret. The patrol team members, resembling obedient chicks, immediately patted their chests in assurance before turning away. Dazed and confused soon, Huan found himself alone in the vicinity. He watched the retreating figures of the patrol team, initially criticizing their lack of resolve and how they brought shame to male practitioners. Yet the longer he observed, the more he felt something was amiss. These practitioners seemed excessively obedient, almost as if they were puppets manipulated by an invisible hand. Their demeanor rigid and devoid of any lively spirit, it struck him as vaguely familiar. Suddenly, a memory of a rainy night from a few days prior flashed through Su Huan's mind, causing him to shiver. That day, Su Shan, who had pursued him, had been led away by Mu Hongyao in precisely this manner. He turned his head and, as expected, saw Mu Hongyao hiding behind him, her delicate fingers gripping a heart-concealing talisman that flickered with a ghostly purple light in the pitch-black night. Coupled with the dark malevolence emanating from the Mu residence and her peculiar behavior of stealthily returning home, Su Huan's heart immediately sounded alarm bells, and he instinctively turned to flee. However, it was too late. Mu Hongyao had already noticed Su Huan lurking at the back. Seeing him attempting to escape, a faint smirk curled at the corner of her mouth as she swiftly appeared at his side. Her slender hand rested on his shoulder, and her enchanting voice floated through the air. Dear brother, it's been a while. Why do you want to run away upon seeing your sister? That truly saddens me. Feeling the chill emanating from her touch, Su Huan silently lamented, nearly convinced that Mu Hongyao's outing had indeed brought about some bizarre change, making her even more perilous. Yet at this juncture, he could only bide his time and keep her calm. He turned back, forcing a smile. How could that be? I merely noticed the night was growing late and felt a bit weary. Just as Sister Mu needs a rest, perhaps I should come to visit again tomorrow morning? So good night, sister. With that, Su Huan feigned fatigue, bid her farewell, and yawned as he attempted to retreat. However, Mu Hongyao's hand on his shoulder did not loosen. Instead, a terrifying strength surged forth, pulling Su Huan back just as he had taken 2 steps. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. If you're truly that tired, why not come and take a nap on my bed? Who knows, you might even encounter some delightful surprises. Mu Hongyao licked her lips, her crimson mouth appearing even more luscious. At the same time, a vivid scarlet mark of a flower appeared on her smooth forehead. As the exquisite petals unfolded, an uncanny enchantment seemed to emanate from them. Su Huan found himself entranced by a single glance. Unable to extricate himself from the allure, his consciousness gradually becoming muddled, in a daze, he perceived Mu Hongyao as the most beautiful woman in the world. Willing to do anything just to remain by her side, to feel her warmth and the intoxicating fragrance that surrounded her. I will listen to sister, he muttered, nodding blankly, following Mu Hongyao like a puppet as she led him through the door. Across the main hall, and directly in her boudoir, where he sat on the edge of her bed, gazing at the room adorned in red and pink, he fell into a stupor. The last remnants of his will seem to question how he ended up in such a place. Silly brother, why are you dazed? Hurry up and come over. Sister has been waiting for you. At that moment on the bed, Mu Hongyao, her skirt half undone, gazed at him with dreamy eyes, her smooth and fair arms lightly draping over Su Huan's shoulder, whispering sweetly into his ear. With that, Mu Hongyao simply shifted from the bed to his lap, the vast expanse of her exposed, flawless skin instantly filling Su Huan's vision. Her long, voluptuous legs wrapped around his waist, the silky touch rendering him unable to resist. Whisking away the last vestiges of his clarity and doubt, he instinctively embraced Mu Hongyao's slender waist, playing with her freely to Su Huan. You are truly naughty. The most sensitive part of her waist was under siege, and a faint flush rose on Mu Hongyao's delicate round face, her voice tinged with a sweet tremor. Hee, worse things await. As Su Huan's consciousness further succumbed, he became enmeshed in softness and whiteness. Mu Hongyao gasped, resting her chin on the back of Su Huan's head, her disheveled dark hair cascading around them, her whole being languid and pliant, her fair skin glowing with an alluring blush. Simultaneously, the flower mark on her forehead deepened in crimson, strands of dark aura silently wafting into the air. Chapter 56. Daring Enchantress. How dare you tamper with my mind? Just as the dark malevolence enveloped them, the ember of the soul, devouring flame within Su Huan stirred from its slumber, suddenly erupting with ferocity, ravenously consuming the vile and eerie spiritual energy. The enchantment that had ensnared Su Huan was swiftly devoured by the soul-devouring flame. Su Huan soon regained his clarity, the dazed and infatuated look in his eyes gradually fading. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with vast expanses of pristine white. Su Huan was momentarily taken aback as fleeting memories of his enthrallment flashed through his mind, and he instinctively shoved the menacing Mu Hongyao away. Daring Enchantress, how dare you tamper with my mind? That doesn't seem like my line. He disregarded the thought. That night, he had almost fallen prey to this enchantress. Risking his virtue, Su Huan recalled his prior state of mind with a shiver. Whether or not he preserved his virtue was of little consequence to him. The more pressing issue was the tendrils of dark malevolence that had emanated from the flower mark on Mu Hongyao's brow, attempting to invade his consciousness. Clearly, this was not something that could be dismissed lightly. Had it not been for the timely appearance of the soul-devouring flame to consume it, the consequences could have been dire. With this realization, Su Huan's gaze turned icy in an instant. He adjusted his trousers, retrieved a long blade from his storage pouch, and summoned his spiritual energy, ready to confront any residual trickery from Mu Hongyao. At that moment, Mu Hongyao unceremoniously pushed onto the bed, let out a soft whimper, rubbed her temples, and slowly opened her eyes. She found Su Huan seated beside her, glaring at her with fury, and blinked in bewilderment. Su Huan, what are you doing here? As she spoke, her gaze drifted downward, and upon noticing her silk nightgown was half undone, exposing vast expanses of her fair skin, her pupils widened in shock. Hastily, she pulled the blanket to cover herself, looking at Su Huan with a mix of anger and embarrassment. What did you do to me? Upon seeing the blade in Su Huan's hand, her expression turned incredulous. You actually planned to assault me first and then kill me. You, Su Huan, who usually pretends to be a paragon of virtue. How could you be so vile, taking advantage of me? Mu Hongyao's face turned crimson with rage. Had she not been in disarray, she would have leapt up to confront Su Huan. This enchantress, even at this juncture, still feigned innocence. Faced with Mu Hongyao's hypocritical accusations, Su Huan scoffed coldly. Sister Mu, it is just the two of us here. There is no need for pretense. Pretense? Pretense of what? Mu Hongyao maintained her facade of ignorance. Have you lost your memory? Noticing her apparent confusion, Su Huan furrowed his brow. What further aroused his suspicion was that the flower mark on her forehead had vanished, along with the captivating and eerie power that had ensnared him, which had been significantly diminished, as if she had returned to her normal state. Seeing that Su Huan did not genuinely intend to assault her, Mu Hongyao paused, then seemed to recollect something, her face turning pale. Oh, you remember what just happened? Su Huan probed cautiously, and Mu Hongyao mechanically shook her head, her large eyes filled with even greater bewilderment. I don't know. What just happened? Su Huan, slightly speechless, quickly recounted the events that had transpired. As he spoke, he remained vigilant of Mu Hongyao's demeanor to prevent any further trickery. Fortunately, Mu Hongyao merely listened, showing no signs of abnormality. Her fair, round face growing increasingly flushed as he vividly narrated the encounter. By the end, her face was as red as blood, even her earlobes tinged with a delicate pink eye. Rest assured, nothing happened. Mu Hongyao. Not mentioning it was one thing, but once it was brought up, Mu Hongyao felt even more mortified, her face burning as if on fire. Turn around. After a long pause, Mu Hongyao barely managed to stammer out a few words. Su Huan, however, was resolute. No, I need to get dressed. Not turning around either. Who knows if you might stab me in the back while I turn. I'm nearly stripped of my clothes. How could I have a knife to stab you? Mu Hongyao bit her lip tightly. Su Huan rolled his eyes. Firstly, you took your clothes off voluntarily. Secondly, even if I believe that everything earlier wasn't your intention, how can you guarantee it won't happen again? Again, Mu Hongyao's teeth nearly ground to dust. She had never had a man speak to her in such a manner before. Besides, even if I were to succumb to you, am I not beautiful enough? Don't I deserve it? All right, if you want to get dressed, do it quickly. After all, I've already seen everything that should and shouldn't be seen. What is left to hide? Su Huan urged impatiently, thinking that women were truly troublesome. Always fussing over trivialities, he was eager to settle accounts with her. Had he not feared being overpowered, he would have restrained her long ago. It is said that the enchanting woman, after just a few days of absence, has remarkably intensified her aura, astonishingly reaching the 8th level of Qi cultivation. Could it be that she has truly encountered some extraordinary fortune? Might that dark, sinister energy within her and the ephemeral mark of the ethereal flower on her forehead be the fruits of this serendipity? TSK. Clearly, it is not a proper fortune at all. Meanwhile, witnessing Su Huan's unwavering demeanor, Mu Hongyao found her temper dissipating. After all, it seemed this time she was indeed in the wrong and could only endure her embarrassment, awkwardly using the quilt to cover herself as she hastily donned her attire. Yet the fleeting glimpses of springtime beauty still provided Su Huan with considerable delight. Indeed, one must admit, her complexion is quite fair. And rather fierce, Su Huan silently mused, until he caught sight of Mu Hongyao, his ireful gaze, prompting him to adopt a serious expression. All right, let us hear your explanation. Observing Su Huan's mischievous demeanor, Mu Hongyao took a moment to compose herself before sighing. If what you say is true, then I must have fallen into demonic madness. Demonic madness? Su Huan furrowed his brow, searching his mind for clarity, but found nothing, ultimately resorting to conjecture based on his past life experiences. Is it a case of losing one's way in cultivation? Mu Hongyao cast him a puzzled glance. You don't know about demonic cultivators? My understanding differs slightly from yours. Perhaps you could elucidate. Su Huan replied awkwardly, having spent his time since transmigration in a dilapidated area, followed by a decade of seclusion in cultivation, leaving him rather ignorant of many common matters. Mu Hongyao explained. In simple terms, a typical cultivator or immortal practitioner draws upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for their cultivation. However, demonic cultivators are entirely different. They rely on demonic energy. Su Huan ventured. Mu Hongyao shook her head. They consume humans. Chapter 57. Enchantment. Is my dear brother truly afraid? Upon hearing this revelation, Su Huan fell silent, retreating 2 steps back. Indeed, he had nearly been consumed just moments prior, and was fortunate it was merely a brush with danger. Observing Su Huan's sudden wariness, Mu Hongyao could only helplessly tug at the corners of her mouth. Why are you so fearful? I've yet to finish my explanation. Oh, please, continue. Su Huan remained resolute in his distance. Mu Hongyao sighed. Demonic cultivators can be categorized into various types, each employing different methods of consumption. Some cultivate by absorbing the essence of a cultivator's flesh and blood, while others draw upon a cultivator's yang energy. So, you must belong to the latter, right? Su Huan inferred. Mu Hongyao rolled her eyes in exasperation. I am not a demonic cultivator. But you just claimed you had fallen into madness. Falling into madness merely signifies being tainted by demonic energy with a corrupted Tao heart. There remains a considerable distance before one truly becomes a demonic cultivator. Then, how far are you from that path? Su Huan seized the opportunity. This time, Mu Hongyao fell silent, and after a long pause, she murmured in confusion, I do not know. How did you become tainted by demonic energy? Was it in the ancient wilderness mountain? Well, during the last auction, I did not intend to sever ties with you or establish boundaries. Mu Hongyao spoke softly. Was it for that human skin map? How did you know I purchased that map? Mu Hongyao's face registered shock. Su Huan chuckled. Oh, I merely speculated. I had no confirmation it was you. Mu Hongyao. Nevertheless, Su Huan continued, the human skin map you acquired indeed came from me. Mu Hongyao. After a brief moment of confusion, she suddenly realized. So, that night, Su Shan pursued you solely for that human skin map? Su Huan nodded. Indeed, Mu Hongyao was baffled. To possess such fortune is a dream for many cultivators. Why would one choose to auction it off? Upon hearing this question, Su Huan remained silent, his gaze fixed on her, a smirk dancing on his lips. Mu Hongyao grasped his implication, rolling her eyes in frustration. She had spent her entire fortune to acquire something that Su Huan had already marked for execution. Had she known this, she would not have gone to such lengths to avoid him. Otherwise, she likely would not have found herself in this predicament. Realizing the implications, Mu Hongyao felt even more disheartened. By the way, how did you awaken just now? You are merely at the 5th level of Qi cultivation. Yet upon my return, you are nearly at the 6th level. Mu Hongyao finally noticed Su Huan's current cultivation, her astonishment evident. She distinctly remembered that when Su Huan first moved to Lingxi Alley, he was only at the initial stage of the 5th level of Qi cultivation. In just over a month, he had jumped 3 minor realms to reach full mastery of the 5th level. How could he possibly surpass her, who possessed 3 spiritual roots? Su Huan grinned. Luck, pure luck. Mu Hongyao, however, was not swayed by his claims, casting him a penetrating glance. You little rascal, it seems I misjudged you. Yet, something fell amiss. Even if he had attained full mastery of the 5th level, he should not have been able to escape the allure of my demonic state. Well, as a gentleman, it is only natural for me to possess a stronger will than most. Right? Su Huan asserted with a straight face. Mu Hongyao shot him a sidelong glance. Was that the same gentleman who was caught staring at me without clothes, bleeding from his nose? Then she adopted a pitiful expression, her doe-like eyes pleading. Good brother, do you possess any special techniques to rid oneself of demonic energy's influence? Please share with your sister. Whether I can escape this demonic energy now hinges entirely upon you. Can you bear to witness your sister being controlled by this energy, transforming into a woman whose sole purpose is to entice men? Su Huan longed to retort that he truly did not care, but feared Mu Hongyao might resort to desperate measures, leaving him in a state of indecision. Observing his lack of a definitive refusal, Mu Hongyao sensed an opportunity and boldly declared, Good brother, as long as you agree to assist your sister, I shall comply with any request you make. Really? Su Huan's eyes lit up at her words, beginning to scrutinize her from head to toe. Being so openly examined for the first time made Mu Hongyao feel a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Yet after a moment of internal struggle, she acquiesced, subtly accentuating her figure. Unexpectedly, this gesture made Su Huan step back with a look of distaste. Please. Don't do that. That is not what I meant, what? Mu Hongyao's eyes widened in disbelief. You find me undesirable? Su Huan candidly replied. To be honest, I do not find you objectionable, but I certainly do not wish to risk being drained of my yang energy for a fleeting moment of pleasure. Upon hearing this, and seeing his expression of lingering dread, Mu Hongyao couldn't help but laugh, recalling how he had nearly succumbed to her earlier advances. It turned out that her little brother possessed lustful thoughts, but lacked the courage to act on them. In response to such juvenile provocation, Su Huan shrugged indifferently. Well, it's simply isn't worth it. I have 2 exquisite wives at home, he added with a smirk, none of whom are any less than you. Mu Hongyao felt exasperated yet again. Having lost count of how many times this man had frustrated her, he seemed to be her nemesis, always managing to outwit her while she found herself without a means of retaliation. Su Huan's wives, Qin Qing'er and Xiahe, were indeed breathtakingly beautiful, rivaling her own allure. In a moment of impulsiveness, Mu Hongyao defiantly declared, "What are you afraid of? If you truly possess a way to suppress the demonic energy within me, you may do as you please without fear of being drained." Huh? You truly mean that? Su Huan was taken aback, but on the other hand, Mu Hongyao immediately regretted her words, realizing her statement implied her willingness to let him do as he wished. Yet, seeing Su Huan flustered was a source of amusement for her, transforming her intended rebuttal into a playful taunt. "What's the matter? Is my dear brother afraid?" Having reached this point, Su Huan could no longer back down. "Afraid? Not in the slightest. Just wait. We'll see who ends up being frightened. Bring it on. Whoever is afraid is a little puppy." Agreed. Two individuals stared intensely at each other, exchanging sharp retorts, neither willing to yield. Yet the atmosphere that should have been fraught with tension gradually transformed into something more enchanting. Chapter 58. Unable to hold back, dear brother, quickly assist your sister. Outside the window, the moonlight was hazy, while inside, the red candles flickered dimly. As the plot began to take a more frivolous turn, and the warmth of the moment threatened to dissipate, Su Huan cleared his throat twice, shattering the enchanting ambience. Mu Hongyao, returning to her senses, felt a blush rise to her cheeks. Unable to meet Su Huan's gaze directly, she turned her head aside, her eyes darting as she asked, "Can you speak now?" Su Huan knew precisely what she was referring to. Nodding, he slowly opened his palm, his thoughts stirring. In an instant, the soul-devouring ghostfire seed appeared in his hand, the purple flames flickering, exuding both searing heat and chilling coldness. Mu Hongyao was momentarily taken aback. Then recalled something, her expression filled with astonishment. "Isn't this the soul-devouring ghostfire seed from the auction? You actually managed to acquire it." Su Huan chuckled. "I owe it all to you, Sister Mu, for your extravagant spending. Otherwise, I could never have afforded it." Upon hearing this, Mu Hongyao felt a wave of indignation, casting him a reproachful glance. "Naughty brother, just know how to tease your sister, don't you?" Su Huan laughed heartily, then adopted a serious demeanor, pointing to the soul-devouring ghostfire seed in his hand. "But aren't you curious how I regained my clarity just now? It was thanks to this. Isn't it said that the soul-devouring ghostfire is the most useless of inferior spirit fires?" Mu Hongyao questioned, puzzled. Su Huan did not argue, simply stating, "You'll find out if you try. Can you actively trigger the demonic energy within you?" Upon hearing this, Mu Hongyao hesitated slightly. "I can, as long as I release the suppression. But once I do, the demonic energy will likely surge uncontrollably. If I cannot restrain it in time, I may completely succumb to the demonic influence, with no chance of redemption." Clearly, regarding such a matter that could determine her fate, Mu Hongyao was reluctant to place all her trust in Su Huan. Should she fail, she would become a target for all practitioners in the cultivation world, and whether she could leave Lingxi Alley alive would be uncertain. "Very well, this is your choice. I shall not interfere, but the opportunity is but this once. If you are unwilling, after tonight, I will not wade into these murky waters again." Seeing her hesitation, Su Huan refrained from further persuasion, leaving her with this remark before turning to depart. He was not some saint, nor would he lower himself to be a sycophant simply because Mu Hongyao was beautiful. Put it bluntly, he was the one holding the reins of power now. Were it not for Mu Hongyao's considerable cultivation and her exceptional talisman crafting skills, which held value for him, he would not have wasted his time here. At that moment, witnessing Su Huan's resolute and domineering demeanor, Mu Hongyao panicked. Despite her usual glamorous appearance and the admiration of countless cultivators, today was different. If news of her potential fall to demonic corruption spread, everything she had would vanish like smoke. Not only would everyone shun her, but some self-righteous individuals might even take drastic measures under the guise of exorcising demons. "Wait," realizing her predicament, Mu Hongyao leaped from the bed, disregarding the fact that she was clad only in a gossamer silk nightgown. She hurried a few steps and wrapped her arms around Su Huan's waist, softly weeping. "That I promise you, I will agree to anything. Please do not give up on your sister." Having achieved his goal of making her relent, Su Huan halted, turned, and said, "Then let us begin." Mu Hongyao, her eyes downcast, nervously swallowed hard, then slowly closed her eyes. gradually releasing the spiritual power that had been suppressing the demonic energy within her. In an instant, the mark of the other shore flower on her forehead reappeared, blood red, as if stained with life's essence. And her entire demeanor transformed. The inherent allure that captivated hearts now reached its zenith. Each smile and frown was like the most potent of love poisons, ensnaring the beholder. Had Su Huan not prepared in advance? With the soul-devouring ghost fire seed in his palm, continuously burning and consuming the seductive energy emanating from Mu Honyao, he would have surely repeated past mistakes. Meanwhile, the demonic energy swirling from the other shore flower mark on Mu Hongyao's forehead grew more intense and potent than before. In an instant, the soul-devouring ghost fire in Su Huan's palm seemed to sense a tremendous threat and temptation. The once gently flickering purple flames surged with frenzy, like a beast lurking in the shadows that had found its prey. It revealed its sharp fangs at that moment. The terrifying, devouring power of the soul-devouring ghost fire reached its peak, greedily absorbing the dark demonic energy that filled the air, devouring, refining, and then strengthening itself. The flames of the soul-devouring ghost fire expanded at a visible pace. In just a few breaths, it grew from the thickness of a finger to the size of a woman's wrist, the swirling energies of yin and yang within it rising steadily, on the other side. Mu Hongyao's previously dazed eyes gradually regained clarity as the demonic energy at her forehead was slowly drawn away. It truly works. Su Huan's heart leaped with joy at the sight. His willingness to assist Mu Hongyao in dispelling her internal demonic energy was precisely for this moment, to nourish the soul-devouring ghost fire seed with demonic energy. Allowing it to evolve into its true and complete form. It appeared that success was within reach. Compared to the constantly growing yet still juvenile cold yin energy within Xiaohe, the demonic energy at Mu Hongyao's forehead was evidently much more mature and formidable, providing far greater sustenance for the soul-devouring ghost fire. However, just as Su Huan believed everything was proceeding smoothly, the subsequent developments caught him off guard. The demonic energy drifting from the other shore flower mark on Mu Hongyao's forehead showed no signs of abating. In fact, it grew even more intense and tumultuous. Conversely, the soul-devouring ghost fire exhibited an unusual state. The speed at which it absorbed the demonic energy gradually slowed, and the flames no longer displayed any significant signs of growth. It seemed that the volume of spiritual material it had absorbed was too much to refine at once. Damn it, this thing can actually overindulge. Su Huan suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. He quickly grasped Mu Hongyao's delicate shoulders and shook her vigorously, attempting to rouse her. Sister Mu? Mu Hongyao, Enchantress, this is enough for now. Wake up, repress it again, and we can continue next time. Yet the situation was evidently beyond Mu Hongyao's own expectations. When she tried to mobilize her spiritual energy to suppress the demonic energy at her forehead, she found herself utterly devoid of strength. The primal and wild desire began to rise within her. Overwhelming her senses, she gazed at Su Huan's handsome face, so close before her, and her yearning grew unbearable. She longed to be held in his embrace, to be indulged as before, struggling to retain the last vestiges of her rationality. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and her red lips parted. Dear brother, I can't hold back. Please help your sister, I won't absorb your yang energy. Chapter 59. Subduing the Enchantress. Leaning against the wall, she stumbled out. Damn it. This has gone awry. As Mu Hongyao became lost once more, beginning to consciously loosen her garments, her long, graceful legs unexpectedly found their way around Su Huan's waist. He cursed under his breath. Forget it. With the soul-devouring ghost fire to protect me, I need not fear being drained by the Enchantress. Now let's do this. Gritting his teeth, Su Huan swiftly wrapped an arm around Mu Hongyao's slender waist and strode toward the bed. You asked for this. Don't blame it on me later. Almost. Mu Hongyao, her eyes glazed, nodded slightly, her arms entwining around his neck. With a gentle pull, Su Huan found himself falling into a soft embrace. Hey, Enchantress, dare you act so ferociously? Let me subdue you. For the first time being pushed down by a woman, Su Huan was immediately displeased, drawing his dragon sparrow sword from its sheath at his waist. With the sword aimed forward, he charged ahead. With a pained whimper from the Enchantress, Su Huan regained control of the battlefield, officially declaring his takeover. What followed was a tempest of sword energy, shattering the silver vase and sending water splashing everywhere. The red candles flickered, the curtains swayed gently, and the scene was filled with the essence of spring. Through a single dual cultivation with Mu Han Yao, his physical strength increased by 6. Current compatibility with Mu Han Yao as a partner, 77. Physical level, not classified, 610, pure physical strength equivalent to the peak of immortal. After dual cultivating with Mu Han Yao twice, his physical strength rose by 12. Compatibility with Mu Han Yao increased by 5. Current compatibility with Mu Han Yao as a partner, 82. After dual cultivating with Mu Han Yao 3 times, his physical strength surged by 21. Compatibility with Mu Han Yao increased by 3. Current compatibility with Mu Han Yao, 85. Physical cultivation level. Second layer of Qi refining, 3950. A sleepless night. The following morning, Huan leaned against the wall as he stepped outside. Last night, in order to allow Mu Han Yao to fully expel the rampant demonic energy within her, he toiled tirelessly 6 times. 6 times. While this may not seem excessive, considering it matched his usual workload with the 2 women, there was a significant difference. After all, Mu Han Yao was a practitioner at the 8th layer of Qi refining, and her physical prowess and needs were beyond compare. In summary, it was akin to a beautiful serpent capable of ensnaring one to death. The words of this enchantress rang true. Demonic cultivators indeed possess an insatiable appetite. Had it not been for Huan's extensive experience in battles, he might have found himself unable to rise from the bed. Huan appeared utterly drained, his steps wafting as if he were floating on air. Yet upon recalling the vividly alluring scenes from last night, his heart stirred uncontrollably. Born with a captivating charm, Mu Han Yao had only recently tasted the pleasures of the mortal realm, yet her prodigious talent allowed her to master various enticing and intricate postures with ease. Leaving Huan utterly astonished and craving more. It was not that he lacked resolve. Rather, it was that this enchantress was simply too skilled. He could hardly withstand it. Moreover, beyond the sheer satisfaction derived from Mu Han Yao's stunning performance, what thrilled him even more was the enhancement he gained from their dual cultivation, an increase in his physical strength. It is worth noting that in this world, practitioners can be considered pure Qi refiners, wielding formidable techniques without focusing on physical training. Their physical strength typically exceeds that of mere martial artists by only a slight margin. Only those who recognize their inferior spiritual roots and forsake hopes of ascension would pursue an alternative path of honing their bodies, often with lackluster results. It was rare to hear practitioners achieving physical strength comparable to that of foundational cultivators. The true masters of physical sanctification were primarily the elite among demonic cultivators, who relied on devouring the essence of practitioners to fortify their bodies. However, such individuals were exceedingly rare, and due to centuries of relentless extermination efforts by practitioners, demonic cultivators had largely vanished from the world. Even if any remained, they had become reclusive, wary of revealing their identities. With this in mind, was it not possible for me to cultivate both spirit and flesh? Upon this realization, Huan felt a surge of excitement. His arduous efforts from the previous night had indeed elevated his pure physical strength to the 2nd layer of Qi refining. A wave of warmth coursed through his limbs, and aside from a slight deficiency in his kidney energy, his vitality surged abundantly throughout. Bang! Huan threw a tentative punch, and the immense force shattered the air, producing a deep sonic boom. Refreshing. With a single strike, Huan felt an unparalleled flow of energy coursing through him, invigorating and exhilarating. Returning to the courtyard, he spotted the copper effigy he had used for sword practice the previous night, and suddenly had an idea. Of course, with my enhanced physical strength and significantly increased vitality, would the power of the Crimson Bloodsword technique also elevate? Let us give it a try. Without hesitation, he retrieved his long sword from his storage bag, focused his mind, gathered his energy, and with a slight mental shift, the abundant vitality within him surged forth like a colossal wave, coalescing upon the blade. Crack, crack, crack! The tempestuous vitality surged violently, causing the sword sheath to begin cracking before Huan could even unleash his strike. Unable to wait any longer, he executed the blood-burst sword draw with a swift motion. He drew the sword, and a clear, sharp sound resonated. Boom! As the blade sliced through the air, the terrifying vitality enveloping it erupted dramatically, utterly obliterating the copper effigy before him. Shards of copper flew like grains of sand, showering down as if a golden rain had fallen. Gasp. Seeing this scene, Huan inhaled sharply, hardly believing his eyes. This power could likely slay even a 7th-layer Qi refining practitioner with a single stroke. The only drawback was the toll it took on his weapon. Glancing down, he noticed that his finely crafted iron sword was now marred with spiderweb-like fractures, resembling the state of the sword sheathed at this rate. A single more strike would leave him with nothing but the hilt. Just then, the door swung open, and Xiaohi emerged, rubbing her eyes and staring at him with large dark circles. Upon seeing the swirling copper dust in the courtyard, her eyes widened in disbelief. Huan, have you taken an aphrodisiac? How could you be so fierce? Huan shot her a glare. What are you talking about? Am I not fierce unless I take medicine? Xiaohi pouted, pointing at his left hand, which instinctively supported his lower back. Then why are you holding your waist? Furthermore, she shifted her tone, her little face filled with grievance. You didn't come home last night. What were you up to? Don't lie to me. I saw you sneak into the house of the woman next door with a lewd expression. Huan hesitated. Well, it's a long story. Xiaohi pointed at her dark circles and chuckled. No worries, I waited all night. A little longer doesn't matter. Come on, let us go inside and talk slowly. Looking at Xiaohi's face, resembling a little wronged wife, and recalling how he had been busy subduing the enchantress while she had been waiting, Huan felt a twinge of guilt. Yet soon, he realized that this time, mere words wouldn't suffice, that if he wanted Xiaohi to quiet down, he would have to take decisive action. Damn it, here goes. Huan steeled himself, vigorously massaging his waist before striding forward. In the face of Xiaohi's bewildered expression, he swept her off her feet, cradling her in his arms. Little girl, see how impressive I am. Watch as I teach you a lesson. Xiaohi. Ah, Huan, you beast. How do you still have the strength? Chapter 60. Mu Hanyao is existential crisis, spiritual fire advancement. As Huan demonstrated a whip technique, imparting lessons to Xiaohi in the adjacent room, Mu Hanyao stirred from her slumber. Upon opening her eyes, she felt as if her entire body had fallen apart, an indescribable soreness overwhelming her as she struggled to sit up. The covers slipped away, exposing her flawless skin to the air, and simultaneously, she noticed a blood-red plum blossom quietly blooming upon the bed sheets. Stunned for a full 3 seconds, Mu Hongyao's eyes widened, her pupils nearly vacant. Who am I? Where am I? What on earth happened last night? Just then, as the remnants of sleep faded away, the memories of the previous night gradually resurfaced in her mind. 15 minutes later, Mu Honyao stared blankly at the beams of the ceiling, her eyes devoid of focus. Did I really sleep with that scoundrel Huan last night? No, at the beginning I was indeed the one who took the initiative, but after that, 1, 2, 3, 6 times, he was the one in control. 6 times, a complete 6 times, that damn scoundrel. No wonder I felt like questioning my very existence. As she thought of this, Mu Hongyao's pretty face turned pale with anger. She felt an urge to grab a knife and storm next door to confront Huan. However, as the memories of her own embarrassing actions last night flooded back, she slumped down, feeling as deflated as a punctured balloon, her hands covering her burning face, softly sobbing, I can't face anyone anymore. Woo woo woo. That scoundrel. Not only did he show no pity, but he also left me without a second thought, clearly a heartless wretch. How could I, a woman of such wisdom, fall into his trap? Mu Hongyao muttered to herself, her cheeks growing increasingly flushed. The most unbearable thought was that when she reflected on the previous night's escapades, her first reaction was not repulsion or hatred, but rather this scoundrel is too formidable. Besides, why do I feel an inexplicable sense of longing? Could it be that I have truly become the enchantress he spoke of? How infuriating, reflecting on how Huan, after his initial attempts at persuasion failed, grew increasingly reckless, to the point that he toyed with her like a plaything, making her in a state of madness plead for mercy. Mu Honyao gritted her teeth in frustration. If it weren't for the fact that he had temporarily helped suppress her demonic energy, she would have stormed next door for a serious discussion about life with this man who had taken such liberties. Scoundrel brother, just you wait. There will come a day when you will be the one begging for mercy. At that moment, next door, having achieved dual cultivation with Xiaohe, Huan felt invigorated as he stepped out of her chamber, completely unaware that Mu Hongyao was secretly plotting a counterattack against him. Under the iron-fisted rule of his whip technique, Xiaohe had transformed into a little lamb, reluctantly surrendering. This posture is quite nice. I should try it more often, Huan mused silently as he recalled the experience. Just then, Qin Qing'er descended from upstairs, kindly offering him a handkerchief to gently wipe away the beads of sweat from his forehead. Husband, you must be tired. Shall we have some breakfast? In the presence of the gentle and tender Qin Qing'er, Huan felt a great sense of comfort, realizing that it was indeed his beloved Qing'er who understood him so well. Good Qing'er, let us dine together, he said, taking her delicate hand and leading her to the dining table. What about He? Should I call her to join us as well? Just as Qin Qing'er was about to knock on Xiaohe's door, Huan swiftly pulled her back and cleared his throat, saying, No need. I just had a little talk with her. She is currently reflecting in solitude. Upon seeing the slightly awkward smile on his face, Qin Qing'er instantly comprehended everything, smiling in acknowledgement, choosing not to expose him. After a sumptuous breakfast, Huan accompanied Qin Qing'er to plant flowers in the courtyard for a while before returning to the alchemy room. He vaguely sensed that the seed of the devouring spirit flame within him seemed somewhat unusual. Manifest, he uttered softly, and the seed of the devouring spirit flame appeared in his palm. However, unlike before, this time it was no longer a mere flicker of flame, but a proper orb of deep purple fire. Its aura was markedly different from what it had been previously. The current seed of the devouring spirit flame was not only more vigorous, but also exhibited a far more stable burning state. Devoid of the previous restlessness that seemed on the verge of exploding, in short, it had matured. Could it be that it had advanced? Huan gazed at the revitalized spirit fire in his hand, momentarily taken aback, before promptly rummaging through the nearby bookshelf. Before long, he discovered an ancient tome titled The Record of Spirit Fires Across the 9 Prefectures. Despite its imposing name, it was merely a hodgepodge of accounts pieced together by Qi refinement practitioners based on various legends. The book was rife with omissions and contained much self-invented content. Nonetheless, it still held some value, particularly in its detailed descriptions of the devouring spirit flame. This was largely due to the flame's notorious reputation, which had become widely known, making it difficult not to provide thorough details. Comparing the descriptions in the book with his own observations, Huan quickly reached a conclusion. Indeed, his seed of the devouring spirit flame had genuinely advanced. It could now officially shed its title of seed and be entirely recognized as the devouring spirit flame. Think that he had cultivated a low-grade spirit fire with almost no effort in less than a month. As he gazed at the deep purple flames before him, Huan couldn't help but feel a moment of daze, quickly followed by overwhelming joy. This was truly a low-grade spirit fire. It was sufficient to rival the existence of low-grade spirit artifacts. Even if it were somewhat useless, it was still a spirit fire of considerable caliber. Not to mention, from the various instances, it was clear that the devouring spirit flame was far from the useless entity spoken of in tales. Rather, it was profoundly mysterious that it could even consume the malevolent energy that instilled fear in countless cultivators. How could it be deemed useless? It was evident that they simply had not discovered the correct method to harness the devouring spirit flame. If it could continue to devour at this pace, its potential was boundless, a notion that was utterly unimaginable. With this thought in mind, Huan felt an uncontrollable surge of excitement and immediately retrieved 10 low-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch, attempting to feed them to the devouring spirit flame. Sizzle! As anticipated, the advanced devouring spirit flame returned to a state of hunger, devouring all 10 low-grade spirit stones in the blink of an eye. What a significant gain! There was no growth limit. This characteristic was astonishing even in the online games of his past life. Moreover, in this authentic world of cultivation, it equated to infinite possibilities as long as he provided enough sustenance. Concerns about insufficient power were non-existent. Just as Su Huan was immersed in his fantasies of the future, an incredibly pure surge of spiritual energy suddenly flowed from the devouring spirit flame in his palm, infusing into his dantian. Feeling a slight increase in his cultivation, Su Huan's eyes widened in astonishment. Was this a form of reciprocation? The 61st chapter, The Perils of Miasma, a tremendous opportunity at this moment. The shock in Su Huan's heart was indescribable. Surely this couldn't be an illusion. If it could truly provide reciprocation, it would indeed be a monumental breakthrough. With this thought, without any hesitation, he once again pulled out 10 low-grade spirit stones to feed to the devouring spirit flame. Then widened his eyes, fixating intently, fearing he might miss any detail. Buzz! As the 10 low-grade spirit stones were completely consumed by the spirit fire. After a few moments, the devouring spirit flame flickered slightly, and a wisp of deep purple light descended from the flames, gradually permeating Su Huan's palm and entering his body. Within his dantian, the dormant spiritual energy surged once more. Hiss! Su Huan immediately inhaled sharply, his gaze sparkling like the stars, his face radiating ecstasy that it was true. It was indeed real. So, the complete form of the devouring spirit flame possessed such an extraordinary effect. Yet, if this were the case, how had such a remarkable spirit fire come to be labeled as useless? Could it be that his devouring spirit flame harbored some unique qualities? Su Huan pondered deeply, yet in light of this astonishing discovery, the truth seemed of little consequence. What mattered most to him now was the realization that if devouring low-grade spirit stones could provide him with pure spiritual energy, what about consuming other spiritual substances? Would it yield similar effects? Based on his earlier observations, the ratio of devouring to reciprocation appeared to be 10. One at the consumption of 10 low-grade spirit stones resulted in a return of spiritual energy equivalent to that contained within a single low-grade spirit stone. While it seemed like a loss, it was not entirely so. Though low-grade spirit stones contained spiritual energy, their low quality and excessive impurities rendered them unsuitable for direct absorption during cultivation. Similarly, spiritual substances like malevolent energy could not be directly absorbed either, lest one risk succumbing to madness. However, if the devouring spirit flame could purify these substances and then return them to him, it would be incomparable to merely a few low-grade spirit stones. After all, the reason the devouring spirit flame had managed to advance to its complete form in such a short time was due to the abundant and concentrated malevolent energy within Mu Hongyao. If he could indeed achieve his wish, he would no longer need to worry about his slow cultivation speed. All he would need to do was seek out spiritual substances that the devouring spirit flame could consume. No, it seemed he needed to make another visit next door. With this thought, Su Huan immediately stood up, recalling the devouring spirit flame, and hurriedly heading out the door to the neighbor's residence. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it so early in the morning? Mu Hongyao exclaimed impatiently, stumbling to the door. Upon opening it, she was met with Su Huan's fervent gaze and excited demeanor, causing her expression to change dramatically. And then, bang, she decisively shut the door. Click! She even locked it for good measure to sister, don't misunderstand. I have serious matters to discuss with you. Please open the door. Su Huan quickly surmised the reason for Mu Hongyao's sudden change of expression and explained with a wry smile. Yet, from within, only a chilling laugh echoed back. Humph. You think such clumsy tricks can deceive me? Dream on. I was tormented enough by you last night. Do you think your body is made of iron? After such a short rest, you want more? No way. Go home and find your lovely wife, Mei Wan. Outside the door, Su Huan pleaded. No matter how much I try to explain, Mu Hongyao is utterly unconvinced, resolutely denying him any chance to enter. Helpless, he could only return home, planning to wait until her anger subsided before trying again. Just as he turned around, he saw Jiang Changhai and Chun Ting hurrying back from Lingxi Alley. Looking flustered, so early. Where are you two brothers rushing off to? Su Huan inquired curiously. However, Jiang Changhai wore a grave expression as he replied, Su brother, I was just about to look for you. Do you know that the shantytown has completely fallen? What? Completely fallen? Su Huan's expression changed immediately. Jiang Changhai nodded, his face pale with fear. Last night, The miasma from the ancient mountain erupted once more, completely enveloping the entire shantytown. Those who couldn't evacuate in time have nearly all perished. Qin Qing'er sighed beside him. Given the current situation, it seems that the miasma will continue to spread shortly. Who knows when the Qingyang sect protective formation will be completed? Speaking of this, Jiang Changhai's frustration bubbled over. Those sect disciples are nothing but a bunch of good-for-nothings. Since their arrival, all they've done is exploit the situation for profit and indulge in debauchery. Forget about building formations. Even if they did, who knows if they'd be effective? At present, the marketplace was rife with complaints and anxiety, while outside the market, blood flowed like rivers and corpses littered the ground, in my opinion, instead of sitting here waiting for death. We might as well leave this place early. Even if we were to die on the road, it would be better than waiting here to be slaughtered. Speak up. Both turned to Su Huan. Brother Su, what is your perspective? You have saved our lives. If you wish to leave as well, we shall stake our very lives to escort you and the two ladies to safety, at present. Su Huan had become the cornerstone of their small group, with every matter requiring his counsel. Meanwhile, after listening to the impassioned declarations from the two, a bold idea suddenly sparked within Su Huan's heart, causing his eyes to gleam with a flicker of hope. For the others in the market, this was a calamity of life and death. Yet for him, it seemed to present a rather unique opportunity. The miasma was so terrifying that even cultivators found it hard to withstand. It should be considered a form of spiritual substance, worthy of experimentation. However, not now. Acting in the daylight would be too conspicuous. He would wait until nightfall when the world was still. After a brief contemplation, Su Huan suppressed the stirring of his heart and told the two, "There is no rush. Perhaps there lies a twist of fate in this matter. Let us wait and see that a twist of fate." The two exchanged bewildered glances, confused as to how there could be any shift when the miasma was approaching. Su Huan, however, spoke with an air of mystery. What if the miasma simply dissipates on its own? The two were even more perplexed, beginning to doubt their own hearing and whether age had dulled their senses. This miasma had lingered in the ancient mountains for countless years. If it could vanish, wouldn't it have done so by now? Yet, just as they were about to inquire further, Su Huan yawned and said, I did not rest well last night. I must return to catch up on sleep. You two should also head back and rest early if the sky falls. There are tall men to hold it up. Let's observe the changes." With that, Su Huan strolled leisurely back home, leaving the two in a state of near stupor. "Brother Chun, did you understand what Brother Su meant?" After a moment of silent exchange, Jiang Changhai was the first to speak. Qin Qing'er furrowed his brow and thought for quite some time before suddenly slapping his forehead, his eyes gleaming with insight. I understand. Brother Su implies that a formidable figure will surely appear to resolve the miasma crisis. Jiang Changhai. Chapter 62. A Frantic Advancement. Night fell. The moonlight was particularly hazy tonight, with stars twinkling brilliantly in the sky. Under the cover of darkness, Su Huan donned a black robe and stepped outside. Uncertain of the current situation in the shantytown and wary of encountering reckless, malevolent cultivators lurking outside, he deliberately retrieved a long-preserved concealment talisman, infused it with spiritual energy, and activated it. As the ethereal light flickered, his figure gradually faded, merging completely into the profound night. He then proceeded to stealthily advance towards the shantytown at full speed. 15 minutes later, as familiar dilapidated wooden houses came into view in the distance, Su Huan reached the outskirts of the shantytown. He refrained from proceeding further, for within a 10-jong radius ahead, the entire area had been completely enveloped by a thick veil of miasma. Taking a cautious sniff, he detected the pungent scent of blood mingled with the noxious miasma in the it was easy to imagine the horrifying scenes that now unfolded within the shantytown. Yet, this was not what concerned him. The tragedies that had occurred over the past few days had desensitized Su Huan. He quickly detached from the emotions of betrayal and began to observe his surroundings. In the desolate night, silence reigned, with no sound other than the sound of his deliberately suppressed breath. Not a single blade of grass grew within a 10-mile radius. Even the towering trees, aged over 100 years, had not survived the miasma's encroachment, and not a single bird or beast remained. It could be said that the current shantytown had become a true dead zone. Yet, this suited him perfectly, once he confirmed that there were no potential dangers nearby. Su Huan immediately summoned the devouring spirit flame. Buzz! As soon as the devouring spirit flame appeared, the eerie purple flames flickered violently, exuding an air of excitement, as if it could hardly wait to indulge in this grand feast. Observing this, Su Huan focused his thoughts. Devour! In the next moment, the devouring spirit flame leaped from his palm, heading straight for the miasma-covered area. Upon contact with the pervasive miasma, the flame, which had been just the size of his palm, rapidly expanded. Boom! With a soft sound, the eerie purple flame dispersed from the epicenter, transforming into countless tiny sparks that scattered throughout the shantytown. Immediately, thousands upon thousands of sparks unleashed their fangs, launching a full-scale assault under the cover of night. At this moment, each spark resembled a small vortex, greedily sucking into miasma that permeated the The countless vortices converged. They formed a terrifying tempest of ghostly flames. The sheer power of it was so astonishing that even Su Huan, the instigator, could not help but swallow hard, utterly astounded. This is the complete form of the devouring spirit flame. It was simply terrifying. After holding back for so long, Su Huan could only find this one adjective to describe the shock within him. Soon, as the devouring spirit flame consumed more and more miasma, pure spiritual energy began to quietly manifest within the tempest, drifting directly toward Su Huan. Could it truly work? Seeing this scene, Su Huan felt a storm of excitement surge within him. Without any hesitation, he immediately sat cross-legged on the ground. Clearing his mind and entering a state of cultivation, he had a premonition that this night would herald an unprecedented breakthrough. As for safety concerns, should anyone discover the anomaly here and come to investigate, the tempest of devouring spirit flames would serve as his most loyal protector, alerting him at the first sign of danger. Thus, Su Huan had no worries whatsoever. Buzz! As the devouring spirit flame nourished him with spiritual energy, his dantian suddenly resonated with a hum, pure spiritual energy gradually merging and refining within him, like a heavenly rain of spiritual power. And he was the sole recipient of this divine gift. His aura surged as if propelled by a rocket in less than 10 breaths' time. Boom! A soft sound reverberated from within, and his cultivation successfully broke through the barrier of the 5th level of Qi refining. Stepping into the 6th level, another 10 breaths passed. Mid-stage of the 6th level of Qi refining. Then came the late stage, followed by the peak of the 6th level. After a stick of incense, boom! The immense wave of gathered spiritual energy only paused momentarily before crashing through the robust barrier of the peak 6th level. Su Huan officially entered the early stage of the 7th level of Qi refining. But this was still not the end. Although the miasma surrounding the shantytown had dissipated significantly after a long journey, its total quantity remained abundant, having existed in the ancient mountains for hundreds of years and thus not easily consumed. Even though Su Huan's devouring spirit flame had unleashed its full might, consuming without restraint, it had still only devoured a small fraction of the miasma. Therefore, the advancement continued. Mid-stage of the 7th level, late stage of the 7th level, peak of the 8th level. Only when his aura stabilized completely at the peak of the 8th level did Su Huan suddenly awaken from his cultivation. It was not that there was nothing left to devour. Rather, the immense commotion had attracted the attention of nearby wandering cultivators. Someone is coming. Noticing that wandering cultivators were approaching, Su Huan waved his hand, summoning back the devouring spirit flame that hovered above the shantytown. He also took a glance at the current state of the shantytown. The once gloomy air had returned to normal, with the miasma that had permeated the area diminished to almost nothing after the rampant consumption by the devouring spirit flame. While some remnants remained, they were of little consequence. Tonight's harvest had been substantial enough to leave him momentarily dumbfounded. The surging spiritual energy within him and the overwhelming aura surrounding him were both staggering. The speed of his ascendance was too rapid. He found it somewhat disconcerting. Su Huan affixed another concealment talisman to himself. He adapted to the overwhelming spiritual energy within and quietly departed into the night. Just as Su Huan left, a team of Qingyang sect disciples hurriedly arrived. Leading them was none other than Li Mingshan, the outer sect disciple who had once stood guard at the entrance of the market and extended an invitation to Su Huan. Brother Li, who in their right mind would venture to this cursed place now, unless they are seeking death? Indeed, Brother Li, that wretched location is now shrouded in miasma. It is perilous. I have only a few detoxifying pills left. What I suggest is that the noise we just heard was likely a new outbreak of miasma. When that happens, the protective formation may not hold, and we might as well return to the sect early. As a group of outer disciples journeyed onward, their complaints echoed through the AI. Ally Mingshan was not oblivious to their grievances. Over the past few days, the inner disciples and elite members who had come to lead the expedition had nearly condemned this place to a grim fate, believing that the ordinary protective formations would surely falter against the terrifying outburst of miasma. Yet, the matter at hand concerned the prestige of the Qing'er sect, and even if it was merely for show, certain actions had to be taken. They could only pose as authoritative figures before the scattered cultivators, but when faced with the higher-ranking inner and elite disciples, they still had to play the role of subordinates, enduring the dirty and laborious tasks. Oh, let's not dwell on this, Li Mingshan sighed. Worst. We'll just take a distant glance and then return to appease the senior brothers. They likely won take it to heart. Just as he spoke, one of the outer disciples at the front suddenly faltered, collapsing to the ground and tremblingly pointing ahead. That Li, look at what? What has gotten into you? Have you seen a ghost? Li Mingshan exclaimed, exasperated, but the outer disciple stammered in a daze. Greater than a ghost. The miasma. It's gone. Nonsense. That miasma has lingered in the ancient mountains for centuries. How could it simply vanish? Li Mingshan had only spoken halfway when he witnessed a scene that would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. With a clatter, his sword fell to the ground, and he stood frozen in place, finally managing to utter a few words. By the heavens, I truly have seen a ghost. Chapter 63. The Impact of the Disappearing Miasma. A turbulent wave. At the Qing'er market, the usually crowded Hongyan Tower was eerily empty tonight, with not a single soul on the first 4 floors. Only on the top floor, in the number 1 flying celestial pavilion, was there a gathering of young men and women clad in the standard robes of the Qing'er sect. They reveled in the exquisite performances of the dancers, indulging in sumptuous delicacies worth hundreds of low-grade spirit stones. In stark contrast to the lamenting crowd of scattered cultivators outside, who bemoaned their fate, it was evident that they had reserved the entire venue for themselves, unlike the green robes worn by the outer disciples. The majority of these inner disciples donned deep azure garments, adorned with jade belts. At the forefront sat a young man in his late 20s, his countenance resembling jade, exuding an extraordinary demeanor. His robe was not only azure, but also etched with ethereal cloud patterns, signifying his status as the sole elite disciple leading the expedition down the mountain for the Qing'er sect. Yu Chengfeng, hailed as the most gifted talent of the sect in nearly a century, had reached the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, possessing the exceptionally rare singular sword spirit root. Upon entering the sect, he was taken under the wing of the current sect master, and, at the mere age of 27, had achieved the 9th level of Qi refinement, a mere step away from foundation establishment, that he was already informally designated as the next sect master. This descent from the mountain, ostensibly for disaster relief, was in truth a means to accrue prestige. Therefore, the news of the miasma's resurgence last night, which had led to the complete downfall of the shanty town, was a source of immense headache for Yu Chengfeng. It wasn't that he genuinely cared about the potential casualties should the miasma spread. Rather, if the mission to provide disaster relief failed, it would yield no merit or reputation, rendering his descent from the mountain meaningless. Contemplating this, he gazed at the lavish spread before him, his appetite completely vanishing, even the exquisite dancer swirling beside him losing her allure in his eyes. Master Lu, is there truly no way to set up a sufficient protective formation against the miasma? He inquired, turning to the elegant middle-aged man seated beside him, who was currently indulging in the dancer's charms. This was none other than Lu Chengwen, a guest elder of the Baibao Pavilion and a top-tier array master, who had met Su Huan previously. Upon hearing Yu Chengfeng's question, Lu Chengwen reluctantly withdrew his hand from the dancer's bosom, pondering for a moment before stroking his chin. Friend you, it's not that my skills in array formations are lacking, but rather that the rampant miasma has exceeded our original expectations. Ordinary protective formations can only offer temporary respite. If you wish for a more permanent solution, Lu Chengwen paused, contemplating. We would require more and better array materials to achieve the desired effect. In simpler terms, the funding was insufficient, and additional resources would come at a cost. Wai Yu Qingfeng was acutely aware of the implications of his words. However, the array materials allocated by the sect for this journey were far from adequate, and to procure more would mean digging into his own pockets. Furthermore, array materials were not like ordinary spirit materials. They were exceedingly expensive, even as an elite disciple with a generous monthly allowance. Facing such a substantial expense would inevitably be burdensome. Wai Yu Qingfeng's eyes flickered with indecision as he suddenly raised his gaze towards the gathered inner disciples. Clearing his throat, he declared, "Dear junior brothers and sisters, you are all aware of the current situation that if this disaster relief fails, it will tarnish the reputation of our Qingyang sect. Not only will there be no rewards from the sect, but there may also be punishments. I, Yu Qingfeng, am not afraid to bear the consequences, but I do not wish for any of you to suffer the same fate. Thus, it will be far better for us to pool our resources to upgrade the protective formation and address this urgent crisis." Upon hearing this, the previously lively private room fell into a profound silence. If it were merely a matter of accepting a task and enjoying a leisurely outing while reaping benefits, they would have readily agreed. However, the prospect of contributing from their own pockets was an entirely different matter. As for the potential punishments, they could be disregarded, as if the elders in the sect truly cared about the lives of these scattered cultivators. At most, it would result in some verbal reprimands, and then be brushed aside. Consequently, the inner disciples exchanged glances, each unwilling to be the first to step forward as the sacrificial lamb. Witnessing this, Yu Qingfeng's anger simmered. They might be indifferent, but he cared deeply. This was tied to his future reputation as sect master. Without a moment's hesitation, he cast aside his usual composure and admonished them. How outrageous! As inner disciples of the Qingyang sect, how can you treat the sect's mission with such levity? Lives are at stake. Do you truly hesitate to part with a few spirit stones from your storage bags? This unexpected reprimand rendered the inner disciples speechless, unable to believe that this was the same elder brother who was usually gentle and amiable to all disciples. Just then, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached from outside. The door burst open. Enli Mingshan stumbled in, his face alight with excitement as he proclaimed, "Congratulations, senior brother Yu, an extraordinary phenomenon has occurred in the shanty town. The miasma has dissipated significantly. You need not worry any longer." Once again, the private room fell into a profound silence. All eyes turned to Li Mingshan, making him feel uneasy, his heart filled with confusion. What was happening? This reaction was not what he had anticipated. Wasn't this the greatest news? Even if senior brother Yu did not reward him on the spot, he at least expected a few words of praise, at the very least, if they doubted the news. They should have voiced their skepticism before he led them to the scene for a first-hand look. Everyone would be delighted. What he did not realize was that this bizarre scene stemmed from the lateness of his announcement. Had he arrived a bit sooner, before Yu Qingfeng's ire had flared, to share this good news, the outcome would have been entirely different. Alas, now that Yu Qingfeng's harsh words had been spoken, the carefully crafted persona he had maintained for years had crumbled in an instant. What was even more awkward was that after paying such a heavy price, the very issue that had caused him distress had been resolved effortlessly. Yu Qingfeng felt a surge of frustration, glaring at the bewildered Li Mingshan, wishing he could haul him up for a beating. Couldn't you have come sooner? Yet, even so, years of self-cultivation allowed him to quickly regain his composure. His expression shifted from stormy to sunny as he clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "Is it truly so? That is splendid news. Come, fellow junior brothers and sisters, let us cast aside our earlier displeasure and go see for ourselves what has transpired." With that, he rose without hesitation and strode toward the exit. While the inner disciples followed, their faces a mix of suppressed laughter and disbelief. Moments later, outside the shanty town, Yu Qingfeng gazed at the remarkably clear atmosphere, with only a few remnants of miasma lingering in the area. His expression one of astonishment. Indeed, hardly a trace remains, Such a dramatic turn of events. Could it be the work of a foundation establishment cultivator? No, to eliminate such terrifying miasma in such a short time. Even a typical foundation establishment cultivator would find it challenging. Could it be a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator? Or perhaps a golden core master? Meanwhile, not only were the disciples of the Qing'er sect left speechless, but the Qing'er market was also stirred into a frenzy as a result. Chapter 64. The turmoil of the mysterious master. Mu Hongyao's speculation. In the Qing'er market's tavern, a group of scattered cultivators sat in pairs, drowning their sorrows in drink, their faces etched with worry as they downed cup after cup. Even the usually loquacious tavern attendant appeared despondent. Having mistakenly delivered the wrong drinks multiple times, it was evident that the outbreak of miasma had thoroughly dispirited them. They could only numb themselves in this manner, unable to face the grave situation. That moment, a travel-worn cultivator suddenly pushed open the door and entered, excitement radiating from his face as he exclaimed to the patrons within the tavern. "Hey, have you heard? The miasma in the shanty town has dissipated." Instantly, the clinking of cups ceased, and the tavern fell silent as everyone turned to stare at him in astonishment. "Is that true? You must be jesting with us." That miasma could turn the entire shanty town into a hellish nightmare overnight. A burly man, who had reached the 7th level of Qi training, set down his cup and questioned skeptically. Indeed, wasn't it said that those disciples of the Qing'er sect were utterly helpless against the repeated outbreaks of miasma? Seeing that the crowd was unconvinced, the scattered cultivator grew anxious, thumping his chest loudly. "How could it be false? I just passed the shanty town and saw it clearly. The once murky miasma now only lingers in a faint trace. At that level, even I, a 5th-level Qi practitioner, could withstand it for a good quarter of an hour." The crowd remained dubious. However, outside the tavern, the street suddenly erupted into commotion, filled with the sounds of drums and gongs, creating a lively atmosphere. Many patrons hastily set down their cups and rushed outside to discover the truth. They beheld a group of Qing'er sect disciples striding confidently towards them, their faces brimming with pride. Behind them, a throng of scattered cultivators joyfully clanged their gongs. "The miasma in the shanty town has vanished. We no longer have to await our demise." At this moment, Yu Qingfeng took the opportunity to step forward and address the crowd on the street, proclaiming loudly, "Fellow cultivators, the miasma in the shanty town has dissipated. There is no need for fear any longer. With the Qing'er sect protecting you, you shall be safe." Witnessing this scene, the crowd finally believed, their frowns lifting instantly as they erupted into applause, celebrating the good news. "Wonderful! We no longer face death. This night calls for a grand celebration. We shall not return until we are intoxicated." Tavern attendant, "Bring forth your finest drunken immortal brew," boomed the burly man. The other cultivators quickly followed suit, as the oppressive atmosphere of the tavern transformed into one of merriment, relieved from the shadow of impending doom. It seemed these Qing'er sect disciples were not mere gluttons after all. They had finally achieved something noteworthy. Indeed, given their greedy demeanor over the past few days, I'd often berated them in my mind. But it appears I spoke too soon. I heard that the youth who just spoke is the Qing'er sect's foremost genius, Yu Qingfeng, and seeing him now, he truly possesses an extraordinary bearing. The crowd remarked in admiration. Yet at that moment, the scattered cultivator who had initially announced the good news scoffed and said, "The Qing'er sect, the dissipation of the miasma, has nothing to do with them. They are merely a group seeking fame and recognition." "What do you mean by that? Is there some hidden truth here?" Since his earlier words had proven accurate, the crowd was inclined to trust him. Their curiosity piqued. The scattered cultivator nodded, a proud expression on his face, and said, "To be honest, I was the first to discover the miasma's dissipation in the shanty town. Those Qing'er sect disciples were nowhere in sight. It was after I observed the celestial fire phenomenon in the shanty town that I relayed the news to the gatekeeping disciples." "Celestial fire phenomenon? Friend, please take a seat and elaborate." Tavern attendant, "Bring this friend a jar of drunken mortal brew and put it on my tab." The burly man invited, and the other scattered cultivators expressed their interest as well. Seeing this, Wang Shire willingly acquiesced and recounted how he had seen the celestial fire filling the sky while passing by the shanty town. He concluded with, "When Yu Qingfeng and his group went to investigate, I followed closely behind them. Based on a speculation, this is likely the work of a master at the Golden Core stage." A Golden Core master? Upon hearing this, the last shred of doubt vanished from the eyes of the crowd. That makes sense. Such a terrifying miasma could not possibly be dealt with by these blood-sucking parasites. It must have been the intervention of a Golden Core master. They recalled how those at the Golden Core stage often shunned worldly affairs. Devoid of emotions, treating scattered cultivators as mere ants, it appeared there were exceptions. After all, if only we could learn the name of this mysterious master, I would surely return to erect a longevity tablet in his honor. Ah, now that is a true master, possessing such celestial power and saving the common folk without seeking recognition is truly admirable. Indeed, in comparison, these Qingyang sect disciples are utterly contemptible, attempting to take credit for the deeds of others. The crowd expressed their sentiments in unison. As the saying goes, there are no walls that do not let the wind through. Soon, the tale of the mysterious master who intervened to rescue the scattered cultivators of Qingyang market spread far and wide. That night, nearly every household erected a nameless longevity tablet to express gratitude to that enigmatic Golden Core master, for the disciples of the Qingyang sect, while none dared to openly criticize them. They had become the subject of ridicule and jest behind closed doors. Upon hearing of this, Yu Qingfeng was so enraged that he spat blood, nearly suffering a setback in his cultivation due to his fury. Alas, no matter how furious he became, he could not silence the voices of the masses. That night, he returned to the Qingyang sect, simmering with frustration, accompanied by a group of inner disciples. Meanwhile, when the news reached Lingxi Alley, the most astonished were the two elderly men, Jiang Changhai and Chun Ting. "Brother Chun, I never expected your words to come true. You truly foresaw that a master would intervene," Jiang Changhai exclaimed, trembling as he struggled to steady his teacup. He had initially dismissed Chun Ting's interpretation as a joke, but to his astonishment, it had indeed come to pass within just a few hours. Sitting across from him, Qin Ting was equally stunned, taking a long moment to regain his composure as he quietly mused. "This is no mere prophecy of mine. It is clearly Su Brother's foresight. Indeed, it is remarkable that Su Brother could predict such an event. It leaves one both perplexed and in awe." Both men were filled with myriad emotions. While everyone was left wondering about the identity of the mysterious master, Mu Hanyao, upon hearing the news, found herself inexplicably seized by a bizarre speculation that even she deemed absurd. The miasma dissipated, the celestial fire phenomenon. Why does this seem oddly familiar? Could it be? No, it can't be. No matter how extraordinary he is still just a fifth-level Qi practitioner. How could he possibly eliminate such terrifying miasma? Yet even so, the image of Su Huan controlling the soul-devouring ghost fire to purge the demonic energy within her resurfaced in her mind. After all, she had never imagined that the fearsome demonic energy could be eradicated. The more she thought about it, the more her heart felt like it was being scratched by a cat. After much hesitation, she could no longer contain her restless heart and silently rose to dress before heading out. Applying a concealment talisman, she resolved to sneak next door and investigate for herself. Chapter 65. On-the-spot arrest. Mu Hanyao is flustered. At this moment in Su Huan's home, within the alchemy chamber, Su Huan was seated in meditation, acclimating himself to his suddenly surging cultivation. Tonight, he had thoroughly experienced what it meant to leave affairs behind and conceal both merit and fame. Though the feeling of quiet satisfaction might not be as overt as being revered by thousands, it was far safer. After all, he was not the so-called Golden Core master that the scattered cultivators in Qingyang market spoke of. Even with his newfound cultivation, he was merely a minor character at the early stage of the 8th level of Qi training, not yet having reached the foundation establishment stage. With such a cultivation level and possessing such extraordinary abilities, he was indeed a common man who was guilty merely for possessing treasure. If anyone were to discover this, it would not be long before his life was in jeopardy. It was better to remain hidden as he was now, developing cautiously, and forego any notoriety. In a remarkably swift manner, Su Huan acclimated to his newfound abilities. Achieving a flawless command over the surging spiritual energy within him, deftly controlling its release and absorption, his already unparalleled spiritual consciousness, which far exceeded that of others at the same level, surged exponentially during this phase of cultivation. Now, even with his five senses sealed, he could perceive everything around him solely through his spiritual awareness, which could extend a radius of 100 meters when fully unleashed at in the flower bed. An ant was laboriously carrying a morsel of food across a withered leaf. A cultivator at the 8th level of Qi refinement hurried past on the stone-paved alley. As the night breeze rustled the leaves of a large locust tree outside the courtyard. The sound was crystal clear, resonating in his mind. Just as he was about to retract his spiritual perception, an unusual shadow flickered in the night, capturing his attention. This disturbance was exceedingly subtle, akin to a gentle breeze, scarcely drawing attention. Yet, it did not evade Su Huan's keen awareness. He immediately focused intently, pinpointing the exact location of the shadow. Upon realizing that the shadow emerged from the home of Mu Hanyao and was heading towards his courtyard, a smirk of amusement danced at the corners of Su Huan's lips. Mu Hanyao, what could she possibly want at such a late hour? With the identity of the visitor determined, his wariness diminished slightly. Regardless of her intentions for this late-night visit, his current cultivation at the 8th level of Qi refinement rendered him unafraid. Driven by curiosity and mischief, Su Huan silently rose, casting a concealment talisman, and seamlessly blended into the darkness. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mu Hanyao had infiltrated Su Huan's courtyard. After a brief search, she effortlessly discovered a loosely shut window at the side of the house and chuckled to herself. This troublesome younger brother, usually so cautious and meticulous, had left a window ajar. How careless, she thought to herself, her eyes gleaming with mischief as she lightly stepped onto the ground and quietly leaped through the window. Unbeknownst to her, she had already fallen into Su Huan's trap, with every moment of her intrusion meticulously observed by him, including the very window she had unwittingly found, which Su Huan had just opened for the sake of indulging her in this late-night escapade. Soon, after an unfruitful search on the first floor, Mu Hanyao ascended to the second floor, where she immediately noticed the door to the master bedroom slightly ajar. Through the gap, she clearly saw Su Huan seated cross-legged on the bed, deeply engrossed in his cultivation. He found you, troublesome brother, she thought, delighting in her discovery, holding her breath as she employed her agility to stealthily enter the room, intending to surprise him. However, just as she stepped across the threshold, a sudden clap echoed, the oil lamp inside extinguished, and Su Huan vanished from her sight in an instant. Before she could comprehend the situation, the half-open door behind her slammed shut with a decisive click. At that moment, even Mu Hanyao, though not particularly dim-witted, realized that the circumstances had taken a turn for the worse. She might have been detected. Yet, she remained relatively unperturbed, for in her mind, Su Huan was merely at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Even if he advanced a step further, he would only reach the 6th level, barely a match for her. She felt confident that with her own cultivation at the 8th level of Qi refinement, she could retreat unscathed without revealing her identity. However, her reverie was abruptly shattered by the sudden embrace of powerful arms that ensnared her like a towering mountain, lifting her effortlessly. With a dull thud, she found herself thrown onto the bed. Just as she prepared to channel her spiritual energy to rise swiftly, a flicker of violet flames ignited, and an overwhelming pressure descended upon her, rendering her immobile. In the next moment, a mid-tier binding talisman struck her forehead, sealing her spiritual energy entirely. Only then did she hear Su Huan's teasing voice whispering in her ear. Tiska. Truly, the world has fallen into decay, and human hearts are no longer what they used to be. What times are these, that there are still little thieves about? This simply cannot stand. I must teach this little thief a lesson about the grave consequences of intruding upon another's abode. Listening to the unmistakable mirth in Su Huan's tone, Mu Hanyao immediately realized her ruse had been exposed, turning her head to see Su Huan's face adorned with a mocking smile. You. Let me go. Let you go? Su Huan replied with a smirk. Sister Hanyao, your late-night visit has truly caught your little brother off guard. Could it be that in the long, lonely night, You found yourself yearning for my company? Bah, who would yearn for a lecherous scoundrel like you? Mu Hongyao retorted, her cheeks flushing crimson. Oh dear, why are you so flustered, sister? It's you who chose to play the thief in the dead of night. Was it not to sneak away with someone? Su Huan teased, and Yu Hongyao's chest heaved with indignation, ready to retort, when she suddenly realized something else, her expression shifting to confusion. Wait a moment. How did a fifth-level Qi refinement like you discover me? Wait. At that moment, she abruptly recognized that the aura surrounding Su Huan was no longer that of a fifth-level Qi refinement practitioner. He was evidently at the same 8th level as her. Moreover, his aura was far more refined and his spiritual energy more potent than hers, sending shockwaves through her mind, her voice rising in disbelief. When did you break through to the 8th level? In response, Su Huan shrugged nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. That I simply had a few insights and casually broke through a few levels. Nothing extraordinary, and Yu Hongyao was left utterly dumbfounded. Enough about my cultivation for now. Sister, what truly requires your attention is how I shall punish my mischievous sister, Su Huan declared. A mischievous grin spreading across his face, the sense of impending doom washed over Mu Hongyao as she realized she had unwittingly walked into a trap. Sure enough, in the next instant, Su Huan waved his hand, and with a whoosh, her long skirt unfastened itself, buttons flying open until she was left in a pristine state, akin to a delicate lamb. Bad brother, I was wrong. Please spare me, Mu Hongyao implored, recalling the tempestuous events of the previous night, her face flushed with embarrassment, her doe-like eyes glistening with innocence. Call me brother, Su Huan sang, reveling in his triumph. Brother, she relented, choosing to bide her time, planning to escape this predicament and later seek her revenge. She vowed to bind him to the bed and exact her own form of retribution, ensuring he would call her sister, nay, even grandaunt. Yet she underestimated Su Huan's resolve. Very good, dear sister. Now the time has come for your punishment, Su Huan exclaimed, laughter spilling from his lips as he cast a spell to muffle the sounds of the room. Moving toward her as her eyes widened in shock. Bad brother, you tricked me. How can this be considered trickery? I never said that calling me would earn you a reprieve. Bad brother, you're a big liar. Ah, but you must call me brother. Not a chance will you call me or not. I won tea. I was wrong. Anya was wrong. Brother, speak louder. I can't hear you. Brother, now that's more like it. The crimson drapery sways gently, and soft, melodic murmurs resonate throughout the entire chamber. Take tea first. Mu Hongyao felt a mix of shyness and indignation, yet she quickly succumbed to the pleasures of the moment, yielding to Su Huan as he explored a myriad of intricate positions with her. After 3 rounds of mutual cultivation with Mu Hongyao, his physical strength surged by 24, and his affinity with her as a partner increased by 5. Current affinity with Mu Hongyao, 90. Physical level. Qi refining stage 3, 63,200. For Yu Qingfeng, this night would undoubtedly be unforgettable. In just a few short hours, he experienced a roller coaster of emotions, from the collapse of his persona to unexpected joys, and from being revered by the masses to becoming a subject of ridicule. He ultimately returned to Qingyang's sect, brimming with frustration and trepidation. He had anticipated that his efforts to win the hearts of the people would fail, resulting in a reprimand from his master. Lu Tianhuan, the current sect leader of Qingyang's sect, perhaps even leading to his disappointment. However, to his utter astonishment, upon learning everything, Lu Tianhuan merely pondered for a moment before allowing him to depart, showing no signs of disappointment or reproach. In fact, Yu Qingfeng discerned a hint of delight in Lu Tianhuan's gaze, leaving him utterly bewildered. The reputation of Qingyang's sect was tarnished, and there were rumors of a golden core cultivator lurking in the ancient wilderness mountain. Surely these were all unfavorable developments? Particularly the latter. The emergence of a cave dwelling belonging to a golden core expert within the territory of Qingyang's sect was bound to belong to them in the end. Hence, the appearance of this mysterious golden core cultivator was evidently a significant threat. Especially with the Supreme Elder nearing the end of his life and entering a closed-door meditation, the sect's power had swiftly waned, and their combat capabilities had diminished considerably. Yet, upon hearing of this matter, Lu Tianhuan seemed unfazed. If it were merely ordinary rogue cultivators, it would suffice for Qingyang's sect to intervene and drive them away. But this was a golden core cultivator. How could such a matter be brushed aside so lightly? Yu Qingfeng was utterly perplexed. After he departed, within the grand hall, Lu Tianhuan, draped in a sky-blue robe and seated upon the sect leader's throne, allowed a sly smile to flit across his lips. A golden core cultivator, after baiting for so long, had a great fish finally taken the hook? Yet, it was not enough to achieve his grand ambitions. He needed to attract more substantial prey. With this thought, he waved his hand, and from the shadowed corner of the hall emerged a sinister-looking elder, who promptly knelt before him. Go. Amplify the dissemination of the news regarding the emergence of the Golden Core cave dwelling in the ancient wilderness mountain, preferably drawing the attention of the two nearby sects as well. I refuse to believe those greedy old men want to be tempted. Lu Tianhuan's tone turned icy as he continued. After all, our Qingyang sect is but a soft persimmon. They have long desired to squeeze us. Yes, sect leader. Since the peril of the miasma in the slums was alleviated, the rogue cultivators in Qingyang market had once again enjoyed a spell of tranquility. Moreover, as time gradually passed, the remnants of the miasma in the ancient wilderness mountain dissipated entirely. The long-suffering rogue cultivators, having healed their scars, forgot their pain, and once more surged into the mountains in search of opportunities. Although the Golden Core cave had emerged, the formidable defenses surrounding it remained intact, deterring them from approaching too closely. However, they dared to test their luck nearby, hoping to lie in wait around the cave, seizing the chance if the fortunate inheritor happened to be among them. Almost all the rogue cultivators entering the mountains harbored this fantasy. Simultaneously, aside from these unremarkable rogue cultivators, the two major sects near Qingyang sect, Lingjian Mountain and Yunqi sect, upon hearing of the opportunities in the ancient wilderness mountain, sent their elders and disciples to partake in the spoils. Such a disgraceful humiliation that Qingyang sect would agree to this only served to incite ridicule from numerous rogue cultivators and even the elders of the two sects, who mocked Qingyang sect for its decline. However, these celestial affairs had little to do with Huan, who was primarily concerned with the assessment for the second-tier guest elder position at the Baibao Pavilion. After a period of diligent dual cultivation, his alchemical skills had finally transcended the shackles of a mid-level alchemist, officially advancing to a high-level alchemist 7 days after he submitted his application for the second-tier guest elder position to the old steward. The day finally arrived for the Total Alliance's personnel to conduct an evaluation. Chapter 67. 2 months of achievement. These past 2 months have been exceptionally fulfilling for Huan. Beyond his thrice-daily dual cultivation sessions with Qin Qing'er and Xiahe, the neighboring Muhongyao would also occasionally come at night to exchange unique insights on the philosophy of life. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the inferior dual cultivation technique requested by the old steward from the Total Alliance, providing him with a robust supply of essence, Huan feared he might have been drained to a mere husk. Truly, a bittersweet experience. Fortunately, 2 months of relentless toil bore exceptionally bountiful fruits, in addition to his alchemical skills advancing to high-level status. His comprehension level had officially surpassed the median, ascending to an upper-tier status. His pure physical strength had even reached a level comparable to that of the 6th stage of qi refining. As for the most crucial aspect of his cultivation realm, with the assistance of the cold spiritual energy within Xiahe and the demonic energy at Mu Hongyao's brow, he made consecutive breakthroughs. Leaping from the early stage of Qi refining level 8 to the completion stage of Qi refining level 8, now only 1 step away from Qi refining level 9, that such a rapid rate of advancement was astonishing. The proud and haughty Mu Hongyao, who typically enjoyed flaunting her superiority, was left utterly stunned by Huan's progress over these 2 months. She was completely captivated, transforming into a docile kitten, allowing Huan to guide her in various aspects. During this time, Huan also made a point to attend 2 Baibao Pavilion auctions, successfully acquiring 2 valuable items for 200 and 400 low-grade spirit stones, respectively. The first was a low-grade spirit weapon in the form of a long knife, named Xuanfeng. The blade was etched with a unique wind-type spiritual pattern, infused with wind spiritual power, enhancing its swiftness and providing a slight boost to the speed of strikes. making it exceptionally compatible with Su Huan's blood-boosted sword technique. The second was an inferior technique, named Lianxi Ju. This technique, once practiced, offered no enhancement to cultivation speed or spiritual power, but allowed the practitioner to retract the spiritual energy radiating from their body, enabling them to evade the scrutiny of other cultivators' divine senses. Even foundational cultivators, if not wholly focused, would be misled. This was precisely what Su Huan urgently needed, to obscure his true cultivation level, creating confusion in critical moments while maintaining a low profile to avoid drawing suspicion and envy due to his rapid advancements. Qing'er, I shall be heading to Baibao Pavilion today. Would you accompany me to explore the market? Ah, really? We can go together. Upon hearing this, Xiaohe, who had been meditating in the main hall, leaped up from her mat, her delicate face brimming with excitement. Ever since moving to Lingxi Alley, the situation around the market had become increasingly perilous, and they had scarcely stepped outside the doors of Lingxi Alley, remaining cooped up indoors day after day. While their safety had been assured and their living conditions significantly improved, prolonged confinement inevitably led to feelings of restlessness. Qin Qing'er also wore a cheerful expression, but soon recalled something and shook her head, saying, "Husband, perhaps you should take He instead." "Why? Does Sister Qing'er not wish to go?" Xiaohe was quite perplexed. Yet Su Huan immediately detected the concern in Qin Qing'er's eyes and replied with a smile. "Qing'er, do not worry about being a burden. With the arrival of disciples from various sects, the situation in the market has stabilized considerably, and it is rare for wicked cultivators to dare cause trouble at this time. Moreover, today, you are not merely going out for leisure. You must also cheer me on, especially you. Qing'er, your presence is crucial to my success in passing the assessment for the second-tier guest elder position." Su Huan spoke earnestly. Although Qin Qing'er was but a mortal, she was the only one among his three partners whose affinity was at its peak, possessing a silver bond enhancement, as long as she remained within a 10-zhang radius of him. She could elevate his alchemical success rate and the quality of his elixirs by 30, but this was his greatest reliance for the upcoming assessment, and he needed to leverage it, seeing Su Huan's serious demeanor that brooked no dissent. Qin Qing'er couldn't help but chuckle, her already stunning features becoming even more radiant. "Very well. I shall abide by my husband's wishes. I will wholeheartedly cheer you on." Xiaohe also nodded, raising her chin with a hint of pride. "Fear not, Su Huan. Though you often bully me, I am magnanimous and will not hold past grievances against you. I shall support you." Su Huan cast a glance at her, amused. "Upon further reflection, it seems your attendance is not of great significance after all. I was mistaken." Xiaohe, momentarily taken aback, quickly retracted her chin, adopting a demure demeanor. "What should I call you?" she inquired. The term husband rolled off her tongue with complete capitulation. "Now that's more like it," Su Huan remarked as he affectionately ruffled her snowy hair and embraced both women as they exited a tea that moment. Mu Hongyao, clad in a form-fitting red gown and adorned with exquisite makeup, happened to open her door just as they passed. Upon seeing them, a look of surprise illuminated her face. "Isn't that Su Huan's younger brother? What a coincidence. Where are you headed with your lovely wife?" "Meiwan, times have changed. Now, she could only take advantage of Su Huan from the outside, and she was not one to let such an opportunity slip by. Su Huan, with his formidable spiritual awareness, had already sensed that Mu Hongyao had been lurking behind his door, waiting to pounce. However, given the throngs of cultivators milling about, he refrained from retorting and merely replied with a slight smirk. "I'm heading to the pavilion for a matter." "What a coincidence. I'm also planning to visit the Baibao. Why not accompany me?" Mu Hongyao said, her peach blossom eyes twinkling with mischief. "All right, fine." Su Huan was reluctant, for his relationship with Mu Hongyao remained clandestine, undisclosed to the two women. Mixing their affairs could easily lead to a chaotic scenario, but to prevent Mu Hongyao from causing further mischief, he reluctantly acquiesced, casting her a warning glance when the others weren't looking. "Behave yourself, or I might just deal with you tonight." Mu Hongyao pouted, feigning ignorance as she trailed behind him. "You go ahead." Suddenly, Su Huan's voice rang out from the front. Mu Hongyao giggled. "Does Su Huan wish to gaze upon me a while longer?" Su Huan chuckled lightly. "No, It's merely that if danger were to arise, you should take the lead." Mu Hongyao laughed heartily. While Qin Qing'er, somewhat concerned, gently tugged at Su Huan's sleeve and whispered, "Husband, might this offend Daoist Mu?" Su Huan smiled reassuringly. "Not to worry, she cannot harm your husband." Qin Qing'er then felt at ease. Meanwhile, Mu Hongyao, with gritted teeth, simmered in frustration but could only swallow her indignation, silently parting the way for the three of them. Thus, amidst the astonished gazes of surrounding cultivators, Su Huan arrived at the Baibauge, flanked by three women. Chapter 68. The Jealousy of Lu Chongwen. The chief examiner is a woman. Su Daoist, you have finally arrived. As soon as Su Huan stepped through the grand entrance of the Baibauge, the old shopkeeper hurried over with a look of urgency. "What troubles you, old shopkeeper? Has there been some unforeseen development?" Su Huan, noticing the rare expression of anxiety on the shopkeeper's face, furrowed his brow. As anticipated, the old shopkeeper, with a bitter smile, whispered, "Did I not promise to use my connections accumulated over the years to request a familiar face to preside over the examination for you? Indeed, are we to assume that the plan to utilize backdoor dealings has been uncovered?" Su Huan conjectured. "Not quite," the old shopkeeper shook his head. "It's just that the acquaintance I had arranged for has been replaced at the last moment. The individual taking over as examiner is none other than the most prominent and least amiable guest elder from the Alliance in recent years that I see." Su Huan exhaled in relief. As long as it wasn't a backdoor scandal, he could manage. At worst, the examination would be more stringent. Given his current alchemical prowess and the support of Qin Qing'er's bonds, he felt confident in passing. What piqued his curiosity was the rationale behind this sudden change. "Old shopkeeper, is the Alliance's last-minute replacement also related to the relic cavern in the ancient wilderness mountain?" Su Huan inquired. The old shopkeeper nodded. "Indeed, the three major sects have congregated at the ancient wilderness mountain, intending to explore the relic cavern together. However, they have been thwarted by the barrier formation surrounding it, unable to gain entry for quite some time." "How can that be? They cannot breach the barrier? Surely the golden core cultivators have yet to intervene." Su Huan exclaimed in astonishment. The old shopkeeper, however, spoke cryptically. "It is precisely because even the golden core cultivators have been unable to dismantle the barrier that the typically conflict-averse alliance has been drawn in." Su Huan quickly grasped the implications of the shopkeeper's words and gasped. Could the relic cavern possibly be related to the nascent soul? Before he could finish, the old shopkeeper's gaze interrupted him. "Hush! This matter is of great significance. Su Daoist, you must tread carefully with your words." Su Huan nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. "Very well. Consider this news a small compensation on my part. The forthcoming examination will depend entirely on your own fortune." With that, the old shopkeeper returned to his counter. Su Huan then settled Qin Qing'er and Xia in the main hall of the Baibauge, requesting the old shopkeeper to keep an eye on them during his examination. Such trivial matters, the old shopkeeper would not decline, for he had long recognized Su Huan's extraordinary talent in alchemy and was eager to cultivate a good relationship with him. Subsequently, traversing a corridor, Su Huan and Mu Hongyao arrived at the inner courtyard of the Baibauge to await the examination's commencement. This assessment for ascending to the rank of second-tier guest elder was not exclusive to him. Three others were also present. Among them were two older alchemists, their hair grizzled, each at the early stage of the 8th level of qi refinement. They appear to be familiar acquaintances, exchanging insights on their alchemical experiences. Upon Su Huan's arrival, they merely greeted him with a casual nod before resuming their conversation. The remaining participant was none other than Lu Chongwen, still adorned in his scholarly attire, his demeanor exuding arrogance and aloofness. Upon noticing Su Huan and the others, he momentarily froze, then approached with evident delight, his eyes fixated on Mu Hongyao. "Daoist Mu, how did you know I would be participating in the second-tier guest elder examination today?" Clearly, he assumed Mu Hongyao had come specifically for him. Mu Hongyao was momentarily taken aback before responding coolly. "Daoist, Lu has misunderstood. I am here accompanying my husband." "Husband?" At this revelation, Lu Chongwen's smile faltered. Disbelief etched across his features as he pointed at Su Huan. "You mean to say him?" "Of course. Is there anyone else here?" Mu Hongyao retorted, her gaze akin to that of someone regarding a fool. Previously, she had acquiesced to Lu Changwen due to his status as a first-tier formation master and his cultivation at the 8th level of Qi refinement. However, now she too had reached the 8th level and possessed a secret legacy. Her combat prowess far exceeding that of her peers. Moreover, with the prodigious Su Huan by her side, there was no longer a need to indulge this hypocrite. Lu Changwen, oblivious to her newfound strength, scoffed derisively at Su Huan. Hong Yao, how could a mere 6th-level Qi refinement cultivator ever be worthy of you? Do not jest. If you truly seek a partner to cultivate the Tao together, it should be me. To his surprise, Mu Hongyao's expression turned icy. Daoist Lu, please conduct yourself with decorum. Su Huan lazily interjected. Indeed, Daoist Lu, for someone of your age, how can you still act so frivolously? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Lu Changwen seethed with rage. Yet, times had changed. Su Huan would not indulge him as he had previously. With a chuckle, he remarked, as fellow guest elders of the Bai Baoj, does Daoist Lu truly believe you hold an advantage over me? Lu Changwen, furious, could only muster a forced laugh. Very well. I hope that once I pass the examination, you will still possess the audacity to speak to me. Although he appeared youthful, he was well over 50. Having immersed himself in the study of formations for decades, honing his skills at the first-tier level for nearly 10 years, thus, he had no doubts about his advancement to second-tier guest elder. Just as tensions escalated between the two, a cold voice emerged from within the inner hall. Since everyone is present, let the examination commence. In an instant, a youthful envoy emerged, guiding the group into the assessment venue of the cabinet. Mu Hongyao, not being a participant in the assessment, could not accompany Su Huan inside. Instead, she adopted a delicate demeanor, proactively adjusting his attire and bestowing a kiss upon him as a gesture of encouragement. This scene ignited a surge of jealousy within Lu Changwen, nearly driving him to madness. It was at this moment that he belatedly realized that Su Huan, much like himself, was also a candidate for the second-tier guest elder assessment. However, he did not dwell on it for long, for this was not his first attempt at the assessment. He had applied nearly every year, suffering no less than 10 failures to him. Su Huan seemed to be harboring a similar stroke of luck, destined to fail as well. Meanwhile, Su Huan paid no heed to Lu Qingwen's gaze, instead measuring the distance as he walked. Fortunately, although the cabinet and the outer cabinet were quite a distance apart, the straight-line distance remained within 10 zhang. The bond of Qing'er could indeed take effect. With this akin to a cheat code buff, Su Huan felt confident about the upcoming assessment. Soon, the group arrived in a spacious and well-lit room filled with various instruments. To everyone's astonishment, seated in the position of the chief examiner was an extraordinarily young and stunning woman. Chapter 69. The assessment begins. The breaking realm pill. Before the grand entrance stood 3 tables made of rosewood. On either side sat 2 elderly men clad in brocade robes, exuding a profound aura and an air of arrogance. The elder on the left bore intricate patterns embroidered on his robe, while the elder on the right displayed the familiar alchemical symbols known to Su Huan. They were evidently a second-tier formation master and a second-tier alchemist. Meanwhile, seated at the central rosewood table was the young woman. She was breathtakingly beautiful, appearing to be in her early 20s, dressed in immaculate white garments untainted by dust. Her long, slightly curled eyelashes resembled frost, and her eyes were calm and deep like a bottomless well, radiating a chilling grace. Coupled with her expressionless demeanor, she exuded an air of aloofness that seemed to keep others at bay. However, what astonished Su Huan the most was the subtle, yet fathomless pressure emanating from her. A mere glance sending a shiver down his spine. This sensation was even more intense than mysterious foundation stage elder presiding over the 3rd floor of the treasure pavilion. It was evident that this woman was not only at the foundation stage, but likely beyond the early stage. This was truly a prodigy. Su Huan silently lamented, realizing that compared to this woman, the Qingyang sect Su Qingfeng was merely an ordinary genius struggling at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. At this moment, the second-tier formation master on the left cast a glance at Su Huan and the others, then spoke in a measured tone. As per tradition, let us introduce ourselves. Lu Changwen, being the most familiar, stepped forward confidently, addressing them respectfully. "Greetings, esteemed lords. I am Lu Chengwen, 47 years old, at the late stage of Qi refinement, a first-tier formation master, and have been with the Treasure Pavilion for over a decade." The formation master nodded slightly. Although Lu's age was considerable, with some cultivation, he still had the potential to advance to a second-tier formation master. Hearing this, Lu Chengwen's expression brightened with surprise, and he bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Following suit, the two alchemists beside Su Huan stepped forward in turn, bowing deeply. "I am Zhang Wu, 67 years old, at the mid-stage of Qi refinement, a first-tier alchemist, and have been with the Treasure Pavilion for over 30 years. "I am Li Huangsheng, 73 years old, at the peak of Qi refinement, a first-tier alchemist, and have been with the Treasure Pavilion for precisely 35 years. The introductions of the two elders did not draw much attention. The alchemist responsible for the alchemical arts merely nodded. When it was Su Huan's turn, he approached without the same display as Lu Chengwen, simply bowing respectfully and discreetly applying his concealment technique to its utmost. "Oh, so young and having just joined for half a year." The alchemist's eyes gleamed upon hearing this. "It's a pity, though. Your spiritual root is rather poor, and your cultivation is somewhat low. It will likely take you many years to advance to a second-tier alchemist." In response, Su Huan managed a wry smile. Just when he thought he had successfully blended in thanks to his concealment technique, the white-clad woman, who had remained impassive, suddenly lifted her gaze and cast a fleeting glance at him. Her eyes pierced through him like frost-coated blades, instantly chilling his spine, as if all his disguises were laid bare beneath her gaze. Fortunately, just as Su Huan's heart was in turmoil, the white-clad woman withdrew her gaze. Not truly piercing through his concealment technique, merely revealing a fleeting hint of curiosity in her otherwise tranquil eyes. "Su Kaching, is there anything unusual?" inquired the formation master, noticing the woman's expression. The white-clad woman shook her head, speaking sparingly. "None. Very well. That I in that case. Su Kaching, let us officially commence this assessment for guest elder qualifications," the formation master stated. The white-clad woman replied, "Agreed." Thus, the assessment for guest elder qualifications officially commenced. As an alchemist, Su Huan was tasked with concocting a first-tier superior quality pill known as the Breaking Realm pill. The time limit was 1 hour, with a requirement to produce at least 10 pills, including a single superior quality one. This difficulty, though seemingly manageable, was in fact quite the opposite. The Breaking Realm pill was exceedingly rare, and for a scatter cultivator like Su Huan, possessing even the formula was an impossibility. In other words, within this brief hour, he would have to start from scratch, learn the method for concocting the Breaking Realm pill, and then produce the required quantity and quality of pills. Had it been the past Su Huan, he would have struggled even with a first-tier inferior quality pill like the Rejuvenation pill. Having faced countless failures, upon receiving the assessment task, Su Huan was initially taken aback, but then his heart swelled with joy. Regardless of whether he could successfully pass this assessment, even in failure, he would at least acquire a rare pill formula. Winning would be a windfall, while losing bore no loss. Su Huan glanced at the two elderly alchemists beside him, noticing their content expressions, and a suspicion formed in his mind. And oh wonder these two old men, despite having little chance of passing, still chose to participate. They were likely here for the consolation prize. Just then, he suddenly felt an intense gaze upon him. Following the direction, he saw Lu Chengwen at the opposite end of the room, holding his assessment task with a self-assured expression, making a provocative gesture towards him. It seemed he was entirely confident in his abilities. Su Huan disregarded his trivial taunts, refocusing his thoughts to meticulously study the formula in hand. Although they were all in the same room, the soundproof array ensured there would be no interference. Meanwhile, at the 3 wooden tables on the other side of the room, the second-tier formation master Du Xian and the second-tier alchemist Wang Changkong were observing the 4 candidates, engaging in idle chatter. "Old Du, that Lu fellow on your side appears quite composed, and his formation techniques are rather seasoned. It seems he will likely pass this assessment," remarked Wang Changkong. That Du Xian nodded, a slight smile gracing his lips. Indeed, while there are some minor details that need refinement, to perform so well on his first encounter with the Breaking Spirit formation suggests he should have no issues passing the assessment. "Old Wang, your 2 candidates are also decent, After decades of immersion in alchemy, their techniques rival some second-tier alchemists. Wang Changkong sighed softly. Alas, it's a pity they are too old, due to their cultivation qualifications. They have no hope of reaching the foundation stage, and thus their journey will end as first-tier alchemists. Indeed, as for Su Huan, he had been studying the formula for a quarter of an hour, without even opening the furnace or igniting the flame, leading the observers to dismiss him as merely a formula-seeking pretender. Yet, just as the two elders were about to engage in mundane conversation, suddenly, with a surge of ethereal fire, the entire room was illuminated in an instant. The two elders turned to see the source, both taken aback. Even the white-clad woman's gaze was momentarily captivated by the flickering light that alternated between brilliance and obscurity. Is that low-grade spiritual fire? Chapter 70. Exploding Furnace. The low-grade spiritual fire they referred to was, of course, Su Huan's devouring spirit fire. Du Xian, with a look of astonishment, remarked, I never expected to find a Qi refinement stage alchemist possessing spiritual fire in this humble Qingyang market. Such luck is truly extraordinary. On one side, upon witnessing Su Huan's spirit devouring ghost fire, Wang Chengkong's previously indifferent expression gradually transformed into one of solemnity. He shook his head and remarked, it is not merely luck. The ability to master inferior spiritual fire at the first-tier alchemist level indicates that his spiritual consciousness is remarkably powerful, and his foundational control of fire is exceptionally solid. Although it is merely the most unremarkable spirit-devouring ghost fire, it is still quite rare. To be fair, even I, in my earlier days, would not have had complete confidence in my ability to fully control an inferior spiritual fire. Upon hearing this, Du Xian became intrigued, raising an eyebrow and saying, it seems this young man has indeed caught your eye. Wang Changkong stroked his chin, nodding in agreement, based solely on this, should he manage to refine 10 boundary-breaking pills. Even if they lack superior quality, I would make an exception and consider it a success. As he spoke, he turned his gaze towards the woman in white. Su Keqing, what do you think? The woman in white withdrew her gaze from Su Huan, her expression impassive as she replied, it is permissible. However, the subsequent scene caused their eyes to widen in astonishment. Su Huan, the last to ignite the fire for alchemy, once he commenced, exhibited no hesitation, effortlessly refining the medicinal materials in succession. The spirit-devouring ghost fire, under his command, danced with precision, at times fierce as a dragon, at times gentle as a lamb. Each medicinal herb, scorched by the flames, transformed into a pure medicinal liquid, filling the room with an enchanting aroma. Goodness, I must admit, I underestimated him. This young man's fire control technique surpasses my expectations. Wang Changkong exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Indeed, the last time I observed your alchemy, it hardly seemed this fluid. Even Du Xian, a formation master, was thoroughly captivated by Su Huan's seamless technique, causing the previously praised Lu Changwen to fade into insignificance. Fireflies dare not compete with the brilliance of the moon, Wang Changkong remarked. In no time, as the two elderly alchemists prepared for their second attempt after their initial failure, Su Huan was already at the final stage of his refinement, condensing the pill. Meanwhile, Lu Chengwen was also concluding his formation, perhaps spurred by Su Huan and Mu Hongyao's earlier performances, as he executed his techniques with remarkable finesse, even managing some high-difficulty maneuvers that he typically could not. I see. What is merely an inferior spiritual fire? Relying on the might of spiritual fire is nothing extraordinary. Soon, you shall witness what true strength entails. Lu Chengwen noted the striking spirit, devouring ghost fire beneath Su Huan's cauldron, and, fueled by the anticipation of showcasing his true formation prowess, quickened his pace. After a quarter of an hour, with the final stroke imbued with spiritual energy, a superior quality first-tier boundary-breaking formation was officially completed. A low hum resonated through the air. A milky white glow of spiritual energy swirling above, casting a semicircular light curtain that enveloped a portion of the room. The sharp aura of the formation radiated, instantly instilling a sense of foreboding, as the flowing spiritual energy was abruptly stilled, forming a vacuum where spiritual power could not circulate. Excellent. Observing Lu Qingwen's superior boundary-breaking formation, Du Xian's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but applaud. I knew I had not misjudged you. The power of this formation could likely challenge even an ordinary ninth-layer Qi refinement cultivator. Indeed impressive, Wang Changkong echoed, although it is merely a first-tier superior boundary-breaking formation. It has managed to impose even the slightest obstruction on my foundational Qi. The profundity of formation techniques is truly remarkable. As the two elders lavished praise upon him, Lu Chengwen felt as though he were in a dream. Overwhelmed with joy and repeatedly expressing his gratitude while secretly sneering that, Su Huan, let's see what you have to counter me with. Yet, before he could revel in his triumph, a thunderous explosion suddenly erupted from the other end of the room. Boom! Like a clap of thunder from above. Lu Chengwen instinctively turned to look, momentarily stunned, before his face broke into a wide grin of mockery. The source of the deafening noise was none other than the sound of an exploding cauldron. In the center of the billowing black smoke was precisely where Su Huan stood. Su Huan had blown up the cauldron. Had it not been for the presence of 3 esteemed guests, Lu Chengwen would have laughed out loud. There you have it. You dared to be arrogant. You seized the woman I had my eye on. Now look at you. Not only did you fail the assessment, but you might also incur a scolding. Even without knowledge of alchemy, he recognized that a cauldron explosion was one of the most taboo and rudimentary errors in the art of pill refining. It was akin to a swordsman breaking his own sword while practicing, an egregious embarrassment. Not to mention, how could such a lowly mistake be tolerated by a guest of the Bai Baoge at this moment? Wang Chengkong's expression soured as he observed the thick smoke and shatter cauldron. Just moments ago, he had been boasting about discovering a promising talent, only to see that talent blow up the very cauldron he was refining in. Where could he hide his face? Just as he prepared to reprimand Su Huan, a delicate hand suddenly reached out, stopping him. Wait. The one intervening was the previously silent Su Qianqian. Wang Chengkong, though perplexed, complied with Su Qianqian's wishes and forcibly suppressed his anger. Before long, as the dust settled, Su Huan stood amidst the ruins, disheveled and coughing, his alchemist's white robe marred with charred stains. This sight caused Lu Chengwen to chuckle uncontrollably. Su Daoyu, are you refining pills or practicing explosives? Su Huan, struggling to tidy his attire, cast a faint glance at him and pointed to a specific spot amid the debris. Look, isn't that a pill? The others followed his finger, spotting a dark, misshapen pill at the base of the nearly split cauldron. However, aside from its color, the pill's surface was pockmarked and riddled with peculiar cracks, making it difficult to ascertain whether it was a pill or poison. As Lu Chengwen prepared to laugh at this bizarre and unsightly concoction, Wang Changkong suddenly gasped in astonishment. In the next moment, he swiftly moved, teleporting from behind Lu Chengwen to stand before Su Huan, scrutinizing the strange pill in the ruins with an expression of disbelief. This is a pill pattern? Wang Chengkong's astonishment was mirrored in Du Xian's face as he stepped beside him, pointing at the pill. Old Wang, are you mistaken? Are you suggesting this is a superior boundary-breaking pill? Do you think I'm a counterfeit second-tier alchemist? How could I misjudge this? Wang Chengkong shot Du Xian an irritated glare before slowly explaining. In the realm of pill crafting, there are 3 grades: ordinary, superior, and exceptional. Only pills of exceptional quality bear pill patterns on their surface. This unfinished boundary-breaking pill clearly exhibits the embryonic form of an exceptional pill pattern. As he spoke the last words, his voice grew increasingly fervent, his gaze towards Su Huan aflame with excitement, as if he had discovered a rare gem. You young lad, I never anticipated you would bring me such immense surprise. Before Su Huan could respond, Lu Chengwen, seemingly unable to accept the reality before him, exclaimed, but he clearly failed in refining and even blew up the cauldron. Hearing this, Su Huan exhibited no desire to defend himself. Instead, a hint of derision graced his lips. Oh, has he truly broken down? How bold of him to publicly question a second-tier alchemist. As expected, upon hearing this, Wang Chengkong's expression darkened abruptly, a terrifying pressure emanating from his foundational qi. As he coldly snorted, "Are you instructing me on how to conduct my duties?" Slap. Lu Chengwen felt as if struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground as he sensed the overwhelming pressure weighing down on him like a mountain. His face turned as pale as a sheet as he realized the folly of his actions, hastily begging for mercy. Wang Changkong did not spare him a glance. Instead, he turned his gaze back to Su Huan with a smile. Su Huan, my young friend, would you explain why this outcome has transpired? Which step was executed improperly? Is this a test of my abilities? Do you wish to discern whether I was merely fortunate to have nearly refined an exceptional boundary-breaking pill? A flicker of realization sparked within Su Huan, who remained entirely unperturbed. With a broad smile, he replied, in response to your esteemed self, I assure you, I have committed no indiscretions. Rather, it is the alchemical furnace provided by the Baibao Pavilion that is excessively fragile, unable to withstand the intense heat required for crafting superior elixirs. Upon hearing this, Wang Changkong erupted into hearty laughter, his gaze toward Su Huan becoming increasingly amiable. Ah, young lad, you possess quite the audacity to subtly suggest that my Baibao Pavilion is rather stingy. Su Huan chuckled sheepishly. I dare not overstep, esteemed sir. I merely speak the truth of the matter. Such honesty is commendable. In light of this, I shall not be miserly either. Wang Changkong stroked his beard with mirth before waving his grand sleeve, summoning a glimmering light. Before Su Huan appeared a quaint yet profound alchemical furnace. Behold, this is the Beast Cauldron, a low-grade alchemical furnace that has accompanied me for over a decade. I now bestow it upon you. What say you? Gazing at the intricately carved furnace adorned with the inscriptions of myriad mythical beasts, Su Huan's heart swelled with joy. Such a generous gift from the elder. I am truly humbled. I express my deepest gratitude for your kindness. This low-grade alchemical furnace was far more precious and rare than an ordinary low-grade spiritual artifact. Not to mention, should one be fortunate enough to encounter one for sale, it would likely cost no less than 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Now, having acquired it for free, it was evident that this Beast Cauldron was of superior quality, a standout even among low-grade alchemical furnaces. This was indeed a tremendous stroke of fortune. Su Huan happily accepted the furnace. Indeed, no need for modesty. Your character aligns well with my tastes. Wang Changkong mused, increasingly fond of Su Huan, admiration evident in his expression. Su Keqing, although Su Huan has experienced a furnace explosion, it was not without cause. It merely highlights his exceptional talent in alchemy that I wish to make an exception and consider him passed. What do you think? Turning to Su Qianqian, Wang Changkong offered a respectful gesture. Very well, she replied, her tone still frosty. Yet beneath her icy gaze, a hint of intrigue flickered towards Su Huan in the distance. Simultaneously, Su Huan felt a burgeoning curiosity towards this succinct and aloof beauty. Su Keqing, though merely young and at the foundation level, commanded respect from the two elder alchemists, making her position all the more intriguing. After all, these two were both at the foundation level themselves. One is second-tier formation master, and the other is second-tier alchemist. Individuals who would be revered anywhere. Yet their deference towards her suggested her worth extended beyond her cultivation talent. Moreover, when he had previously caused the furnace to explode, even Wang Changkong, who now admired him, had initially failed to notice the incident. While she had not, could it be that she possessed not only extraordinary cultivation talent, but was also a more formidable alchemist than Wang Changkong? The mere thought left Su Huan astounded. She truly was a remarkable talent. In comparison, he felt he still had a long way to go and must not grow complacent or stagnant. With this in mind, his previously buoyant emotions began to settle. Restoring his composure, he silently vowed to strive even harder in the future. Arrogance would only lead to a fate akin to Lu Chengwen, who, despite riding the winds of fortune, ultimately faded into obscurity. Before long, after navigating a series of intricate procedures, Su Huan's original third-tier guest token was exchanged for a second-tier one. This signified a significant elevation in his status within the realm of cultivation. If the third-tier guest token was akin to an outer disciple of the Qingyang sect, then he was now at least an inner disciple, likely among the elite. After all, while there were many inner disciples within the Qingyang sect, the number of second-tier guests in the Baibao Pavilion was exceedingly rare, merely a handful. Simultaneously, the long-anticipated ticket for survival was now officially available for him to purchase. This meant that even if calamity befell the ancient mountains, he would have a means of escape. unlike other wandering cultivators who were left to await their demise. Moreover, upon officially becoming a second-tier guest, Huan was also presented with a tome titled 100 Elixirs Book, a compendium of alchemical knowledge. As he flipped through its pages, astonishment and elation coursed through him. For within the 100 Elixirs Book were recorded over 100 recipes for first-tier elixirs, many of which were rare and seldom seen in the marketplace. For instance, the exceedingly rare Breaking Realm elixir had over a dozen recipes listed within. Yet what astonished Huan the most was the content on the final page of the tome, the recipe for the Foundation Establishment elixir. Indeed, it was the very elixir that countless wandering cultivators yearned for, willing to risk their lives for its formulation, to stumble upon this treasure without effort. This is the advantage of joining a powerful faction. Huan mused, his heart racing with excitement as he pored over the intricate recipe for the Foundation Establishment elixir. However, it was not long before Huan sensed a problem, and the joy on his face began to wane. Unlike the other elixir recipes in the 100 Elixirs book, which provided meticulous instructions, the recipe for the Foundation Establishment elixir was alarmingly succinct, glossing over the necessary materials and procedures. Indeed, alchemy demands an extraordinary level of precision. As the saying goes, a slight miscalculation can lead to disastrous results. Even a minor discrepancy in temperature during any given step could obliterate an entire batch of materials. Thus, the prospect of independently discerning the method for crafting the Foundation Establishment elixir seemed utterly fantastical. Is this some sort of jest? Have I celebrated prematurely? Huan, feeling dejected, sought out Wang Changkong, hoping to extract even a fragment of knowledge regarding the crafting method for the Foundation Establishment elixir. However, Wang Changkong, too, found himself at a loss. With a resigned expression, he explained, Huan, my young friend, it is not that I am unwilling to share. The method for crafting the Foundation Establishment elixir is a foundational secret of the major factions, one that cannot be divulged lightly. Only a loose faction like our Wanbao Merchant Alliance would dare to provide such a rudimentary recipe. Were it any other faction, they would not even disclose a single ingredient. Huan, perplexed, inquired, if that is the case, why then record it in the 100 Elixirs book only to leave one with an unattainable treasure? At this, Wang Changkong displayed a peculiar expression. According to official statements, this is intended to encourage young second-tier guests like yourselves to diligently study the art of alchemy, with the hope that you might soon ascend to second-tier alchemists, thereby granting you access to the complete recipe for the Foundation Establishment elixir. Official statements? Is there an alternative explanation? Huan asked. Intrigued, Wang Changkong stroked his white beard, his eyes glinting mischievously. It is said that the elder who authored this 100 Elixirs book was quite obsessive. A single missing recipe would cause him great distress. Yet, due to confidentiality, he could only offer such a cursory overview. Huan was left speechless. And oh wonder, obsessive tendencies were said to be formidable. They could not even be alleviated through cultivation. Noticing Huan's bewilderment, Wang Changkong burst into laughter. Do not lose heart, young one. While the recipe may be infuriatingly simplistic, at the very least, all the requisite materials are listed. Perhaps through your own exploration, you may yet devise the method. Do you think this is akin to cooking? As long as the ingredients are sound, any method will suffice, Huan retorted, exasperated. Alchemical errors can be fatal. Wang Changkong, like a mischievous elder, shrugged. I do not believe it. But that is how they advised me in my youth. It has since become a tradition. Ha ha ha. Very well, esteemed elder. Farewell, Huan said, turning to leave. Without a method, there is nothing to be done. He would regard it as a mere aspiration. Perhaps, in the future, if his understanding deepened, he might indeed uncover the secret himself. When that time came, he would ensure that this old rascal was left utterly astonished. As he exited, Mu Hongyao approached him with an anxious expression. How did it go? Did you succeed? Huan grinned, brandishing the token at his waist. What do you think? Splendid. Just as I expected from you. It seems that henceforth, people will address you as my lord. Mu Hongyao exclaimed, her joy palpable. She stepped closer, entwining her arm with his, playfully brushing against him with her soft curves, her demeanor charming and alluring. Huan relished the moment, his expression reflecting satisfaction. Indeed, you are quite perceptive. I have high hopes for you, Dada. So you are indeed a second-tier guest, wielding quite the authority. Mu Hongyao teased, her eyes sparkling. Su Huan cast a sidelong glance at her. This is merely the beginning. There are far greater titles awaiting you. My enchanting temptress, with glimmering eyes and a soft voice. Mu Hongyao replied, Hee, then this little girl shall await you tonight, my lord. Indeed, Su Huan nodded gravely. The two of them laughed and chatted as they made their way to the main hall of the Baibao Pavilion. Besides the two women who had been waiting, the old shopkeeper's expression was one of even greater anticipation. Upon seeing the second-tier guest token at Su Huan's waist, his previously murky eyes suddenly shone with brilliance as he strode forward, offering his congratulations. Congratulations, Daoist Su. Congratulations, esteemed Daoist Su. It is truly astonishing that you have ascended to the rank of a second-tier guest elder in the Baibao Pavilion in less than half a year. You have certainly delivered an immense surprise to this old man. I dare say, within the vast expanse of the Wanbao Merchant Alliance, you must be among the most dazzling talents among the alchemists. The old shopkeeper was so elated that his beard trembled with excitement. Su Huan, however, did not let his newfound status inflate his ego. He smiled and replied, This achievement is largely thanks to your constant guidance. Old shopkeeper, I also owe my gratitude to you for inviting me to join Baibao Pavilion. Upon hearing this, the old shopkeeper felt a surge of pride, repeatedly affirming that he had not misjudged Su. If there are no other matters, I shall take my leave. Su Huan was about to bid farewell when he noticed the old shopkeeper's hesitance, realizing he must have something he wished to discuss. He promptly said, Old shopkeeper, considering we're old friends, please feel free to speak your mind. Since Daoist Su has said so, I shall not hold back, the old shopkeeper replied. Nodding, he continued, Daoist Su, I trust you have received the unique Baidan book that comes with a second-tier guest elder status? Indeed, Su Huan confirmed that I have heard that the Baidan book contains the formulas for over 100 types of first-grade elixirs, including the foundational elixir. Daoist Su, do you have the confidence to concoct it? The old shopkeeper inquired, his face brimming with hope. It's not a matter of confidence, but rather a lack of opportunity. Su Huan could only manage a wry smile as he revealed the truth. The old shopkeeper fell silent for a moment, eventually sighing, I see. What a pity that he had been stuck at the 9th level of Qi refinement for many years, having attempted to break through to the foundation establishment stage multiple times. All to no avail, as he aged. The difficulty of establishing a foundation only increased. The only glimmer of hope lay in the assistance of the foundational elixir. Yet such elixirs were exceedingly rare. Even as the shopkeeper of Baibao Pavilion, he lacked the qualifications to purchase 1.T or have a second-tier alchemist from the Wanbao Merchant Alliance personally concoct. It was equally out of reach, leaving him to pin his hopes on Su Huan, only to find them dashed once more. That a sense of despondency began to take hold. How laughable that I have spent considerable effort over the years searching for a few foundation fruits, only to find them ultimately useless. It seems I am destined to remain unestablished in this lifetime. That moment. While the old shopkeeper lamented his fate, Su Huan's eyes suddenly sparkled with inspiration. Foundation fruits, ISNT, that the most precious and rare primary ingredient among the materials needed to concoct the foundational elixir, as a substance capable of enhancing the probability of success in establishing a foundation. The value of the foundational elixir is self-evident. Among the numerous spirit herbs and flowers required for its concoction, the rarest is undoubtedly the primary ingredient, the foundation fruit. This spiritual fruit demands an exceptionally rich aura in its growing environment and takes 100 years to mature. With each priced at 500 low-grade spirit stones, often found only at exorbitant prices. The primary reason Su Huan had previously harbored little hope for researching the foundational elixir was precisely due to the prohibitive cost and scarcity of the foundation fruit. Unless he applied to the Wanbao Merchant Alliance, obtaining even a single fruit for experimentation was nearly impossible. However, if he were to apply, the exorbitant premium was beyond his current means. Yet unexpectedly, the old shopkeeper had been secretly collecting foundation fruits all along. This was indeed an opportunity. Su Huan's eyes brightened as he asked, Old shopkeeper, how many foundation fruits do you currently possess? 5, the old shopkeeper replied. I have invested nearly my entire life savings into these. only to find it all for naught in the end. However, Su Huan's gaze grew ever more radiant. 5 foundation fruits meant 5 opportunities. There was indeed a possibility to try. With that thought, he couldn't help but lick his lips and said, "Old shopkeeper, would you be willing to sell these foundation fruits to me?" Taken aback, the old shopkeeper exclaimed, "You wish to buy?" Su Huan nodded. "I currently lack the spirit stones to purchase all 5. But if you are willing to sell, I will sell everything I own and work tirelessly day and night to concoct elixirs. In less than a month, I will surely gather the funds." At this moment, the old shopkeeper was less concerned about Su Huan's ability to pay than he was puzzled. But isn't the formula for the foundational elixir in the Baidan book incomplete? Wait, the old shopkeeper suddenly realized as he looked at Su Huan's eager expression. "Are you planning to research the method of concocting the foundational elixir yourself?" "Indeed, I see it as a mere attempt. Even in failure, I believe I can accumulate some experience in alchemy. Don't you think?" Su Huan replied with an innocent smile. Yet the old shopkeeper fell into an unusual silence, staring at Su Huan for a long while as if weighing something. After a struggle, he finally spoke. "Daoist Su, I can offer you these 5 foundation fruits without requiring any spirit stones." Su Huan understood there was no such thing as a free lunch, and immediately recognized that the old shopkeeper had his own motives. The old shopkeeper continued, "Consider it a gamble on my part. These 5 foundation fruits shall be a gift to you, Daoist Su, should you ascend to the rank of second-tier alchemist in the future and acquire the complete formula for the foundational elixir. I hope you will remember this old man and concoct one for me." "And what if I disappoint you, old shopkeeper?" Su Huan queried. "Then it is simply fate. It seems I am destined to remain at the Qi refinement stage for this lifetime." The old shopkeeper replied with a bitter smile. Having reached this point in the conversation, Su Huan found no reason to refuse and readily agreed. After all, why spend money when he could receive something for free? As for the old shopkeeper's request, it posed no difficulty for him that it was only a matter of time before he ascended to the rank of second-tier alchemist, and concocting a foundational elixir would be a trivial task at that point. His urgency to study the foundational elixir's formula as a first-tier alchemist stemmed primarily from a desire to secure a backup plan. He had come to realize that under the immense temptation of the mysterious ancient mountain and its legacy, even the typically conflict-averse Wanbao Merchant Alliance could not resist the urge to stake a claim. Who could predict what would transpire in the future, just as one should not place all their eggs in a single basket? He could not afford to pin all his hopes for establishing a foundation on Baibao Pavilion or the Wanbao Merchant Alliance. Only by becoming truly powerful could he navigate the treacherous waters of the cultivation world safely. Otherwise, the seemingly prosperous facade would shatter at a mere touch, revealing nothing but illusions. After receiving the 5 foundation fruits that the old shopkeeper had treasured for years, Su Huan departed Baibao Pavilion with the 3 women. They wandered through the market, purchasing various daily necessities and new garments for Qin Qing'er and Xia he before returning to Lingxi Alley. Unlike previous visits that went unnoticed, this time, as Su Huan stepped through the gates of Lingxi Alley, he drew the attention of gazes from every direction. Initially, it was undoubtedly due to the presence of the 3 women beside him. One was delicate and gentle, another was pure and lively, and the last, an enchanting beauty coveted by countless male cultivators in Lingxi Alley, Mu Hongyao. Each of these 3 women, in their own right, could captivate any audience. With all 3 gathered around Su Huan, how could they not attract attention? Goodness, how is it that we have not seen such extraordinary beauties before? And now there are 3 at once. What virtue does he possess to be surrounded by these 3? Wait, isn't that Mu Hongyao? How could he have captured the heart of such a celestial being? What right does a mere 6th-level Qi refinement cultivator have? The residents of Lingxi Alley gossiped, particularly the male cultivators, whose jealousy was palpable. However, their attention was soon diverted by the conspicuous white jade token hanging from Su Huan's waist. Upon recognizing the inscription and the emblem of Baibao Pavilion, they collectively inhaled sharply that a second-tier guest elder of Baibao Pavilion. Am I seeing things? Isn't that status comparable to an inner disciple of the Qingyang sect? Inner disciple? You underestimate the power of the Wanbao Merchant Alliance behind Baibao Pavilion. This second-tier guest elder status may be just a hair's breadth away from being an elite disciple of the Qingyang sect. It's no wonder he could win over Mu Hongyao. A significant figure indeed, not someone to be trifled with. The group of male cultivators, who had just been filled with righteous indignation, immediately altered their demeanor upon realizing Su Huan's status as a second-class guest elder. They approached him with exaggerated servility, their faces adorned with obsequious smiles as they greeted him warmly. Among them were many familiar faces who had previously looked down upon Su Huan with disdain. At this moment, they all seemed to bow and scrape, their expressions filled with such ingratiation that one might think they wished to humble themselves to the very dust. Su Huan, having long since discerned the fickle nature of human relationships, was not particularly surprised by this transformation, but he graciously accepted the neighbors' cordial salutations and, at their enthusiastic invitation, offered several suggestions for the betterment of their community before returning home. As soon as he arrived home, Xiaohe collapsed onto the lounge chair, her fair, delicate legs draped over the armrest, her burgeoning figure on full display, clearly exhausted. How is it that after just one outing, these neighbors have transformed so completely? Displaying such enthusiasm, Su Huan sat beside her, caressing her smooth, supple legs, and chuckled. "Now you see my true power, don't you?" "Indeed," Xiaohe replied, unusually in agreement, nodding earnestly. "There's even more impressive prowess to behold. Would you care to witness it?" Su Huan smiled, his expression laden with significance. Before Xiaohe could react, she felt a sudden vertigo. By the time her vision cleared, she found herself thrown onto the bed. "Sister," she called out pathetically, glancing toward the edge of the bed. To her surprise, Qin Qing'er and Mu Hongyao were approaching, following her husband. As for her husband, he regarded her with an expression that seemed almost predatory. "Oh dear." Wicked husband. Engaged in dual cultivation with Qin Qing'er once. Alchemy experience 10. Alchemy level. Intermediate alchemist. 38565000. Engaged in dual cultivation with Xiaohe once. Comprehension 7. Compatibility with Xiaohe. 8. Current compatibility with Xiaohe. 97. Comprehension level. Average 3271000. Engaged in dual cultivation with Mu Hongyao once. Physical strength 24. Compatibility with Mu Hongyao 5. Current compatibility with Mu Hongyao 95. Physical strength level. Qi refinement 6th layer 163200. Thus, it is said that power serves as the finest aphrodisiac in this world. Su Huan's newfound status as a second-class guest elder of the Baobao Pavilion had brought about a palpable shift in the attitudes of those he encountered on his way back through Lingxi Alley. The subservience of the crowd gradually transformed into a sense of uncontainable ambition within Su Huan at that moment. He even felt that having merely 3 partners was insufficient for his aspirations to cultivate. The influence of power extended beyond him. The same could be said for the 3 women, not to mention the typically compliant Qin Qing'er and the outwardly proud, yet inwardly earnest Xiaohe. Even Mu Hongyao, who usually preferred discretion, took the initiative to shed her inhibitions before the other 2. After a vigorous session of dual cultivation, the 3 women lay breathless upon the bed, while Su Huan finally released the pent-up fervor that had been yearning for an outlet. Yet soon, clarity returned to him. With just 3 partners, he felt his vitality waning. What if I were to engage with 10? The mere thought of practicing martial arts alongside 10 female cultivators made him envision a frail, emaciated figure, as though he had been drained and left to wither under the sun in the courtyard. The prospect was indeed grim. No, it absolutely cannot come to that. Dual cultivation must not cease. I must summon external aid, pills, techniques, body arts. I desire it all. In an instant, Su Huan's mind was flooded with long-term plans for his future, particularly concerning the foundation of his cultivation. Point 10. For the sake of my beloved consorts and to ensure their happiness, I shall take on 100. Indeed, moments of reflection were essential. Husband, what occupies your thoughts? At that moment, the most adept among them, Mu Hongyao, had recovered from the recent exertion. Her cheeks flushed, she gently rested her exquisite arm upon Su Huan's shoulder, her body brushing against his back as she spoke. "I am pondering." Su Huan felt the clarity of his thoughts slipping away. "Were you contemplating?" Mu Hongyao inquired with a playful glint in her eyes. Sensing the shift in his demeanor, "I'm thinking about rising from bed in a few days," she giggled. engaged in dual cultivation with Mu Hongyao a second time. Physical strength 24, engaged in dual cultivation with Xiaohe once. Comprehension 7, engaged in dual cultivation with Qin Qing'er once. Alchemy experience 10. As Su Huan and his enchanting companions formed a harmonious union, the tumult surrounding the ancient mountain's legacy cave did not cease for a moment. On the third day following Su Huan's participation in the second-class guest elder examination, an event unfolded that sent shockwaves through the entirety of Qingyang Square, impacting every wandering cultivator and faction alike. It was announced that Lingjian Mountain and Yunqi sect were officially establishing a presence in Qingyang Square. Unlike their previous discreet visits, this arrival was grand and ostentatious, signaling the establishment of branches right beneath the watchful gaze of Qingyang sect. However, what was peculiar was Qingyang sect's seemingly passive acceptance of this audacious maneuver, which could be likened to a slap in the face. They refrained from any form of retaliation and even dispatched disciples to welcome them from miles outside of Qingyang Square. They're coming, just a few more miles. I heard even the eldest disciple of Qingyang sect has gone to greet them, came the whispers. The leaders of the two sects were their law enforcement elders. Accompanied by their most formidable disciples, Qingyang sect could not afford to underestimate them. What is happening? Why are they being allowed in? Be cautious, do not speak recklessly. Within Qingyang Square, countless wandering cultivators stood atop their rooftops, peering cautiously into the distance. Those with keen eyesight and higher cultivation levels could already make out the minuscule dark spots on the horizon, resembling birds in flight. Before long, these dark spots grew larger, gradually revealing themselves to all. They turned out to be the remarkably expensive, energy-consuming spirit power airships. Depending on their size, spirit power airships could accommodate varying numbers of passengers, and they not only boasted incredible speed, but could also be equipped with offensive or defensive formations, rendering them formidable tools of war. Particularly, the vessels belonging to Lingjian Mountain and Yunqi sect were instruments of mass warfare. In the past, the mere approach of these airships to the vicinity of a rival sect would incite vigilance and even lead to confrontations. Yet now, these two sects brazenly brought several airships into Qingyang sect's territory, and Qingyang sect allowed them to do so without resistance. It appeared that Qingyang sect had truly fallen from grace. Observing the radiant spiritual light and the runes of the formations shimmering on the airships, the scattered cultivators watching from afar felt a pang of sorrow, but a sense of unease began to spread among the many wandering cultivators in Qingyang Square. Is this the might of a sect? Indeed, it is astonishing. Su Huan stood atop his roof, astounded as he gazed at the airships gradually enlarging in the distance. The foundation and strength of the sect were indeed beyond the comprehension of ordinary wandering cultivators. Just the spirit power required to operate these airships was unfathomable to them. The audacity with which these two sects entered Qingyang Square, coupled with Qingyang sect's decision to actively guide them, was simply unimaginable. Mu Hongyao stood behind Su Huan, equally astonished as she observed the leading airship, where a young man was animatedly conversing with those in front of him. She recognized him. He was Qingyang sect's prodigy, a candidate for the next sect leader. Indeed, these matters between sects are beyond the grasp of us mere wandering cultivators, Su Huan remarked with a knowing smile. The interplay of power between factions was devoid of any moral compass. Whatever they chose to portray as a faction could not be trusted. Chapter 75. A unified front, Lingjian Mountain and Yunqi sect were not merely putting on a grand display upon their arrival. By the following day, when Su Huan heard the subsequent details, he couldn't shake the feeling that the two sects were contemplating relocating their headquarters to Qingyang sect, as if they intended to coexist harmoniously within its precincts. To be precise, both sects had dispatched nearly all their available martial forces to Qingyang Fang City. The elders above the foundation establishment stage had practically emptied their nests. Just observing the scale of their personnel mobilization made it evident that they were resolutely determined to achieve their objectives this time. It was only logical, considering the opportunity for a nascent soul-level inheritance was at stake. The strongest foundation of each sect was merely at the completion stage of the Golden Core, while the gap to the nascent soul level was akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. The allure of this nascent soul opportunity was simply terrifyingly potent. On the third day, As Su Huan wandered through the streets, he noticed an influx of practitioners dressed in garments distinct from those of Qin Yang sect, yet bearing a similar style. They were disciples of Ling Jian Mountain and Yunshi sect. The scattered cultivators in Qin City regarded these sect disciples with utmost trepidation, scurrying past them in fear of provoking any disputes. Consequently, in the crowded streets of Qin City, wherever these sect disciples stood, invisible zones of avoidance naturally formed around them. These disciples wore haughty expressions, seemingly relishing the apprehension they instilled in those around them. As they meandered through the marketplace, they scrutinized the surrounding shops and stalls, occasionally displaying expressions of disdain. Meanwhile, the scattered cultivators behind those stalls could only muster obsequious smiles, enduring the indignities without complaint, lest they offend these living ancestors before them. Though Su Huan harbored no fear of them, he had no desire to court trouble. He subtly stepped aside, distancing himself from these individuals. Before long, he arrived at the Baibao Pavilion. "Ah, Su Dao Yu, what brings you here today?" The elderly proprietor of Baibao Pavilion was just attending to a disciple from Ling Jian Mountain when he noticed Su Huan's arrival. He immediately signaled to a steward to continue the conversation with the disciple, while he came out to greet Su Huan. The disciple, initially engaged in a lively discussion with the proprietor, felt a surge of dissatisfaction upon witnessing the proprietor's cordial reception of a cultivator unaffiliated with any sect. "This way, esteemed guest. Allow me to show you our collection," the steward interjected, blocking the disciple's line of sight. "Who is this guest?" The disciple from Ling Jian Mountain, unable to direct his frustration toward the Baibao Pavilion, pondered silently. "This is our esteemed second-ranking guest, Su Qing'er," the steward replied, but a shrewd individual, he quickly discerned the underlying tension. If it were an ordinary person, he would hardly bother. Yet this was different. Su Qing'er was a genuine prodigy in alchemy, and both their pavilion and the alliance held high expectations for his potential. His future would undoubtedly extend far beyond the humble confines of Qin City. Second-ranking guest. The Ling Jian Mountain disciple could not help but express his astonishment upon hearing this identification. How close he had come to offending someone beyond his reach. "Su Qing'er is a true genius alchemist in our pavilion. Even the alliance is optimistic about his prospects," the steward continued, gesturing for the disciple to follow him. The Ling Jian Mountain disciple complied obediently, leaving the scene. Once the other party had departed and the room was devoid of outsiders, Su Huan finally took a seat. "It still feels somewhat amiss regarding the large-scale influx of the two sects yesterday," he remarked, addressing the purpose of his visit. The situation around Qin sect, or rather the vicinity of Huanggu Mountain, was growing increasingly tense, with so many forces congregating, particularly after he learned that even one Bao Merchant Alliance had sent experts. He felt an urgency to depart. Hence, he sought to inquire about when the Merchant Alliance's spirit ship would arrive, so he could hasten his departure. "Fear not, Su Dao Yu. The spirit ship from the Merchant Alliance will arrive within 7 days at most. I shall ensure someone informs you," the old proprietor replied with a smile upon hearing Su Huan's inquiry about the ship's arrival. "That is excellent news that I will rely on you, old proprietor," Su Huan replied, relieved to learn that the spirit ship would arrive within a week. During this time, Su Dao Yu, when you venture outside, please display the token of our Baibao Pavilion's second-ranking guest prominently to prevent any misjudgments from the unwise. "Thank you. I will heed your advice," Su Huan acknowledged. After bidding farewell to the old proprietor, he made his way back to Lingxi Alley. Along the route, he contemplated the situation, deciding to keep the second-ranking guest token in hand, displaying it prominently. "Now, you cannot claim ignorance of this token," he mused. The circumstances compelled him to flaunt it for the first time. Indeed, as he returned, he noticed a significant increase in the number of glances cast his way. Not only did the scattered cultivators who understood the token's significance regard him with caution, but even the sect disciples looked upon Su Huan with newfound friendliness, devoid of any malice. Upon reaching home, Su Huan entered a mode of intensive cultivation, even going so far as to keep Mu Honyao confined within the house, with 3 major sects converging in the small Qin City. The potential for conflict was inevitable. Venturing out at this juncture could easily lead to collateral damage. Besides, Su Huan's training was ideally suited to be conducted within the comfort of his home. Thus, he began a diligent routine of alchemy during the day and attending to Qin Qing'er, Xia and Mu Hongyao 3 times each by night. 7 swift days passed, and Su Huan received word from the old proprietor that the Huan Bao Merchant Alliance's spirit ship had arrived at the outskirts of Qin Yangfang City. It was currently anchored there, awaiting a suitable time for him to purchase a ticket. Isn't the spirit ship responsible for transporting goods? Why hasn't it departed? Su Huan pondered, perplexed by the news. Hearing Su Huan's inquiry, the old proprietor sighed with resignation. What troubles you? Su Huan felt an ominous thought creeping into his mind. The allure of the inheritance is captivating, the old proprietor remarked, shaking his head. What could it be? Su Huan gazed incredulously at the old proprietor. Wasn't Huan Bao Merchant Alliance a neutral entity? To prevent attracting larger forces into the fray, the 3 major sects and the Merchant Alliance have united to commence exploration of the ruins. The old proprietor explained. But why? Su Huan remained baffled. Who could have anticipated that the ruins of Huanggu Mountain were tied to a nascent soul-level being? The old proprietor shook his head in resignation. Nascent soul-level? Su Huan gasped in astonishment. Chapter 76. Mu Hongyao. My little husband, based on the situation during this period, coupled with the old proprietor's earlier hints, Su Huan had long suspected that the inheritance within the Huanggu Mountain ruins would be extraordinary. Otherwise, Qin sect would not have been unable to safeguard such an opportunity. Resorting to alliances with the other 2 sections, however, he had not anticipated that this cave would indeed be left behind by a nascent soul expert. The mere thought of this reminded Su Huan of the human skin treasure map he had acquired. If only he had received the information sooner, or delayed the auction. No. In an instant, Su Huan regained his composure. Had he hesitated at that time, he might have already met his demise. After all, at that time, he certainly lacked the capability to confront a sect steward. For him, it had always been a latent threat rather than an opportunity. Moreover, the essence of the spirit-devouring ghost fire, obtained in exchange for that item, was far more suited to him. Just look at how fortuitously the spirit-devouring ghost fire has matured several times. It has not only aided him in alchemy, but also exerted a tremendous influence on his cultivation. In that fleeting moment, Su Huan's expression shifted numerous times, all of which did not escape the keen gaze of the old shopkeeper across from him. He could comprehend why Su Huan reacted in such a manner. However, upon witnessing Su Huan quickly regain his composure, even exhibiting a sense of calmness, the old shopkeeper couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Only someone who can both grasp and relinquish such opportunities is truly deserving of their innate talents. Having given him a few foundation-building fruits, proved to be a wise decision indeed. Both parties tacitly chose not to dwell further on this topic. Once it was confirmed that the alternative route remained viable, Su Huan took his leave. Yet, on his way back, he noticed a seeming decrease in the number of loose cultivators and sect disciples in the market, exploring the ancient ruins of the archaic mountain. The 5-person team was still 1 member short. With a preference for those skilled in talismans, they sought to recruit array masters of any rank, as long as they could comprehend the array patterns. As he passed a certain street, he observed a crowd of loose cultivators gathered, amidst a cacophony of shouts. "Brother, what is happening here?" Su Huan inquired, pulling aside a loose cultivator at the periphery out of curiosity. The cultivator, about to express his irritation, halted upon noticing the second-tier guest token in Su Huan's hand. "Ahem, my lord, they are currently recruiting a team for an expedition to the ancient ruins of the archaic mountain." An expedition to the ancient ruins of the archaic mountain? Su Huan raised an eyebrow. Isn't that absurd? That place has even lured major forces like the Huan Bao Merchant Alliance. When did it become the turn of loose cultivators to participate? Surely, you are not trying to deceive me. Su Huan frowned slightly. My lord, how could I dare to deceive you? This is led by the 2 major sects, Lingjian Mountain and Yunqi sect, allowing us loose cultivators to explore inside. The cultivator hurriedly explained, visibly anxious. The 3 major sects have stated that if we make any discoveries after evaluation, they will permit us to take away 40%. The loose cultivator continued, somewhat excitedly. Though the conditions set by the 2 major sects are quite harsh, it is precisely because of this that we feel they are not attempting to swindle us. After all, a sect that is not stringent or exploitative is hardly a sect. They would simply be luring people to their doom. Su Huan released the cultivator's collar, speechless, allowing him to depart. This truly feels like being manipulated. Something seemed to miss outside. If there was no urgent matter, it was best not to venture out. Upon returning home, Su Huan sought out Mu Hongyao. "What are you talking about, brother?" Upon hearing Su Huan's words, Mu Hongyao turned back to glance at him, exuding charm. "I am not joking. The situation outside is rather peculiar and genuinely dangerous. Also, you must address me as husband." With that, Su Huan playfully slapped her. This prompted a soft hum from Mu Hongyao, who had been holding back that "You are my husband, my little husband." She gasped, her arms resting on the table to keep herself upright. "Little husband?" Smack. This time, a red mark appeared on her fair skin. "No, I meant great, great big husband." Mu Hongyao's nostrils flared, her voice laced with a tender allure that almost compelled Su Huan to make a hasty promise. After engaging in dual cultivation with Mu Hongyao once, his physical strength increased by 24. Current affinity with Mu Hongyao, 95. Physical level. Qi refining 7th layer, 206400. That I truly wonder how you cultivate. You seem to grow stronger by the day. As she caught her breath, Mu Hongyao found herself seated on Su Huan's lap, their bodies intimately pressed together, feeling each other's subtle movements. It was worth noting that she was a Qi refining 8th layer cultivator. She felt as if she were on the verge of collapsing. Were it not for the fact that she sensed no decline in her own strength, she might have doubted whether Su Huan had some insidious method of absorbing yin to supplement yang. Yet the reality was, she felt wonderful. Not only was her mind and body at ease, but her cultivation realm experienced a slight loosening. Su Huan, on the other hand, was becoming increasingly fierce. Isn't that good? Su Huan also silently regained his breath, feeling a sense of quiet pride. In the beginning, he wasn't entirely confident in surpassing Mu Hongyao, but now, with a bit more effort, he could truly compel her to kneel and sing his praises. "By the way, I've asked the old shopkeeper at Baibaoj to help me gather dual cultivation techniques." Su Huan suddenly mentioned that. Mu Hongyao trembled slightly. This caused Su Huan to involuntarily become alert. With the elevation of his body cultivation realm, his recovery speed seemed to accelerate. Mu Hongyao shrank back in fright, attempting to rise. "What are you doing?" Su Huan seized the opportunity of her movement to adjust her position, making her straddle him. With the sword sheathed, the sword energy surged. A wave of sword energy surged along her spine, causing her muscles to relax completely, rendering her unable to resist and collapse against Su Huan's shoulder. "I'm telling you, the level of involvement in this expedition to the archaic mountain ruins is beyond what we can participate in. Do not mention that you've been there before." Su Huan spoke, as if he were bouncing on a trampoline. His words unaffected by his movement. "What do you mean?" Mu Hongyao's thoughts became muddled, her mind clouded by the sword energy. The archaic mountain ruins may involve nascent soul-level inheritances. Currently, besides Xingyang sect, Lingjian Mountain, and Yunchi sect, even the Wanbao Merchant Alliance has joined in, Su Huan stated. Ugh. The shocking news left Mu Hongyao tense. The forces at play were reciprocal. Her anxiety pressed against Su Huan, whose strength reverberated back to her. Compounded by the shock of the news. Chapter 77. The Wanbao Merchant Alliance enters. After dual cultivating with Mu Hongyao twice, physical strength increased by 24, current affinity with Mu Hongyao, 95. Physical level. Qi refining 7th layer, 230,400. Must you always say such things at the worst possible time? After a moment, Mu Hongyao finally caught her breath, lying atop Su Huan, her chin resting on his sturdy shoulder, weakly murmuring. Time is of the essence. I must seize every moment. Su Huan caressed Mu Hongyao's damp hair, inhaling her scent. Although her hair was wet, it bore no trace of sweat, instead emitting a subtle fragrance. Inhaling this aroma ignited within Su Huan an urge to draw his sword and unleash a wave of destruction. Stop! I can't take it anymore. We must discuss serious matters. Perceiving the stirring beneath him, Mu Hongyao hastily shook her head. It's fine. We can take our time. There is still plenty of time. The long sword was sheathed once more. But this time, Su Huan merely accompanied their breathing in a gentle rhythm. Gradually, their breathing began to synchronize. Their tender exchanges ushered them into a state of harmonious unity. Now, The Wanbao Merchant Alliance's spirit ship had reached the territory of Qingyang's sect, and they likely brought their experts. Otherwise, they wouldn't involve themselves in this expedition to the ruins. Su Huan shared his insights and speculations. He relished the novel experience. After all, this was suspected to be a nascent soul-level inheritance. And even the Wanbao Merchant Alliance, with a nascent soul present, would not mind acquiring another nascent soul inheritance. Mu Hongyao straightened, brushing aside a lock of Su Huan's hair. Her disheveled, damp locks clung closely to her skin, contrasting sharply with her jade-like complexion. However, her long hair also obstructed Su Huan's view that he swept her hair behind her, relishing the sensation of it gliding across him. If so, then it is likely that Qingyang's sect will erupt into a battle at the Golden Core level. Upon hearing Su Huan's information, Mu Honyao instantly understood the inevitable outcome of the situation. After all, this was a nascent soul-level inheritance, and no faction would willingly relinquish it. Su Huan took a deep breath amidst the gaps of the rabbit, then spoke. Her scorching breath made Mu Honyao involuntarily inhale deeply. What shall we do then? After a long while, Mu Honyao could not help but voice her concern. Rest assured, I've already made arrangements with Baibao Pavilion. When the time comes, we will simply board their spirit ship and depart. You all can leave first. I will assess the situation further. Upon hearing Su Huan's words, Mu Honyao felt an inexplicable sense of loss. The second-tier guest elders of the Wanbao Merchant Alliance had limitations on the number of family members they could bring. Exceeding the quota would require personal expenditure. Furthermore, the tickets for Baibao Pavilion were rather expensive. In both emotional and financial terms, she felt unqualified. Woman, look at me. Su Huan tucked a strand of hair behind Mu Hongyao's ear, gripping her chin to force her to meet his gaze. That Mu Hongyao's eyes flickered. Unwilling to reveal her vulnerable side to Su Huan, not overthink. The ticket issue is my concern. However, as Mu Honyao gazed into Su Huan's resolute eyes, her own shimmered with suppressed emotions. You are my woman. If you dare to leave me, I shall not let you off easily. I am your woman. Suddenly, Mu Honyao embraced Su Huan tightly, her face buried in his shoulder. Due to the dampness, Su Huan could not discern whether the moisture was sweat or tears. Physical level, Qi refining 7th layer, 254400, ancient mountain ruins. The rules for distribution have already been communicated to everyone, so we shall not dwell on that further. On a high platform at the periphery of the ancient mountain ruins, an inner disciple of Lingjian Mountain stood, surveying the multitude of scattered cultivators below. Behind him, disciples from Lingjian Mountain and Yunqi sect, along with the accompanying elders, as well as a few experts from Qingyang's sect, stood solemnly in silence. This time, to explore the ancient mountain ruins, the two major sects alongside Qingyang's sect had mobilized nearly all their resources. This time, they were determined to bring something back. I did not expect such a large gathering. Just as they were about to announce the mobilization of all scattered cultivators, a hearty laughter from afar heightened the vigilance of the elders on the platform. Who is it? As their voices faded, a group of people gradually approached from the distance. It is the people from Baibao Pavilion. No, wait, it is the Wanbao Merchant Alliance. Wanbao Merchant Alliance? What brings you here? The foundation-building elders of the three sects fixed their steely gazes on the approaching members of the Wanbao Merchant Alliance. At the forefront stood Su Qianqian, the white-clad woman who had presided over Su Huan's advancement assessment. Flanking her were three elders, alongside a mysterious foundation-building elder who resided on the 3rd floor of Baibao Pavilion. In total, there were 5 foundation-building powerhouses. The sheer number incited considerable apprehension among the three sections. While the three sects indeed outnumbered the Wanbao Merchant Alliance in terms of foundation-building experts, their internal discord meant that, should a conflict arise, they would not be as united as the Wanbao Merchant Alliance. In such a scenario, they might not stand a chance against these 5 foundation-building experts. The three sects have gathered here and summoned so many scattered cultivators. Are you planning some event? An elder standing beside Su Qianqian inquired with a smile. What intentions does the Wanbao Merchant Alliance harbor? This is not your territory. Finally, an elder from Qingyang's sect spoke up. We heard that the three sects are gathering allies to explore the ancient mountain ruins. We seem to be able to participate as well, the elder continued. This was discovered by our Qingyang sect. An elder from Qingyang sect could not help but interject. Since when has the ancient mountain been under the influence of your Qingyang sect? An elder from the Wanbao Merchant Alliance burst into laughter. Friend from the Wanbao Merchant Alliance, why not join us on the high platform for a private discussion? We wouldn't want the younger generation to witness any disgrace. An elder from Yunshi sect stepped forward to mediate. The elder from the Wanbao Merchant Alliance immediately turned his gaze to Su Qianqian, who simply nodded in agreement without uttering a word. Very well. Let us negotiate properly. The members of the Wanbao Merchant Alliance ascended the high platform in succession. No one knew what they discussed or how they decided on the distribution. Regardless, shortly after their departure, the disciple from Lingjian Mountain, who had previously announced the commencement of the exploration, returned to the edge of the platform to declare that the exploration had officially begun. Chapter 78. Cultivators as bait for spirit stones. In O1 can precisely account for the number of scattered cultivators surrounding the Qingyang market, or rather, those living off the ancient mountain. However, today alone, the number of scattered cultivator teams heading to the periphery of the ancient mountain ruins exceeded 100. Furthermore, with most teams comprising over 5 members, the total number of scattered cultivators in the vicinity of the ancient mountain ruins astonishingly surpassed 500. In contrast, the total number of disciples from the 3 sects was merely around 200. Yet, even with such disparity, this 200 was enough to instill fear in the hearts of the scattered cultivators. This was primarily because among them were several foundation-building elders. The difference between foundation building and Qi refining was akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. With so many foundation-building elders present, they could easily crush all the scattered cultivators present into pulp. Why do you allow these scattered cultivators to enter the ancient mountain ruins? With the capabilities of your 3 sects, you could explore the ruins far more efficiently. Couldn't you? Once all the scattered cultivators began entering the periphery of the ruins, Su Qianqian, the guest elder of Baibao Pavilion, inquired of the elder from the 3 sections. Unlike these scattered cultivators, the disciples of the 3 sect had received the most orderly and comprehensive training, with their strengths well balanced. Unlike the scattered cultivators who often specialized in niche practices, they clearly held the advantage in exploring and developing these ruins. Moreover, why would they allow scattered cultivators to share in their gains? Su guest elder, you may be unaware, but while the ancient mountain ruins are indeed enticing, having our disciples personally develop them is indeed more efficient. An elder from Qingyang sect replied with a smile. After all, it was their proposal to involve scattered cultivators in developing the periphery of the ruins. However, this inevitably leads to certain unnecessary casualties. By employing scattered cultivators, we can simply expend a trivial amount of peripheral resources to gain numerous fearless pawns. As Su Qianqian ceased her inquiries, feeling an unsettling dissonance, such an open approach towards outsiders. Even scattered cultivators starkly contradicted the past avarice and ruthlessness exhibited by these sections, yet, being a newcomer, she found herself at a loss for the moment. On the other hand, several elders from the Wanbao Merchant Alliance nodded in agreement. By relinquishing a small portion of their interests, they could keep their own disciples unscathed, a deal too advantageous to pass up. With Qin Qing'er, after 2 rounds of dual cultivation, alchemy experienced 20, alchemy level, first tier upper grade alchemist, 1846500. Only 2 opportunities remain to break through to first tier intermediate alchemist. Should I? Su Huan pondered, glancing at the languid Qin Qing'er beneath him. Yet he soon realized that she lay on the bed, overwhelmed by the intensity of their engagement. Her eyes hazy and her consciousness slightly blurred. As an ordinary mortal, she could barely withstand the onslaught. If it were the previous Su Huan, solely focused on Qi refining, he might have managed to hold back. However, now he was practicing both body refinement and Qi refining, with the former nearly catching up to the latter. In such moments of physical confrontation, it was indeed a case of a mortal confronting the extraordinary. Qin Qing'er's perseverance thus far could only be attributed to her deep love for Su Huan. Good Qing'er, you've worked hard, gently pushing aside the strands of hair clinging to Qin Qing'er's forehead. Su Huan placed a soft kiss on her fair brow. Husband, at that moment, it seemed Qin Qing had finally returned to her senses from the recent ecstasy. She then felt Su Huan's sword still unsheathed. Husband, as a mere mortal, I feel truly ashamed. Qin Qing'er felt a sense of guilt, realizing she could not even fulfill the most basic expectations of her husband. Qing'er, do not overthink. Simply allow yourself to feel. Huan pulled the blanket from the side, covering Qin Qing'er's fair form, then lay on his side, allowing her to rest her head on his shoulder. Current affinity with Qin Qing'er, 5. Current affinity with Qin Qing'er, 105. Perfect. As Huan gently caressed Qin Qing'er's hair, his hand paused momentarily. What's wrong? Qin Qing'er immediately sensed the unusualness of the person beside her. It's nothing. I just suddenly recalled some matters, Huan replied with a smile, planting another kiss on Qin Qing'er's forehead and drawing her into his embrace. Husband, simply resting against Huan's chest. Qin Qing'er could even perceive the indescribable joy radiating from him. You all are my treasures. My husband loves you dearly, Huan said, his hand brushing over the quilt that covered the face of Xiaohe, who revealed only a cascade of silver hair. This proud young woman, though already a wife, remained extraordinarily shy. Even atop the bed, after their union, she would shyly cover her face, resembling an ostrich burying its head in the sand, oblivious to the amorous happenings on the bed. Feeling Huan's large hand traverse her hair, the white-haired little proud girl trembled slightly. It's getting late. Let us retire early, Huan chuckled. He could feel the tension in the petite figure beneath his hand, easing ever so slightly. Came a faint sound from the quilt, resembling the buzz of a mosquito, as the light in the room gradually dimmed. A small hand cautiously emerged from the blanket, gently grasping Huan's larger hand, in the darkness. Huan sensed the little hand's nervousness and resolve, a smile gracing his lips. Quickly, we need a physician. Why did we only receive such a meager sum of spirit stones for our hard-earned treasures? This is impossible. These unfamiliar runes should not be so inexpensive, the crowd clamored. Help! We've struck it rich. Below the high platform at the outskirts of the ancient wilderness mountain, the scene resembled a chaotic marketplace. Various wandering cultivators who had explored the perimeter of the ruins had returned, some with bountiful gains, while others bore the scars of numerous traps and ambushes. In just one day, over 50 wandering cultivators had suffered severe injuries or even death. Yet this did not deter the throng. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Within a mere day, their gains surpassed those of several previous months. The allure of wealth was irresistible, though they understood full well that the three sects would undercut their profits. Nevertheless, this income was undeniably real, and they were more than willing to accept it. The pursuit of wealth leads men to their demise, and cultivators are not immune to the allure of spirit stones. From their vantage point, the foundational elders of the three sects looked down on the bustling crowd, their expressions devoid of compassion, tinged instead with a hint of mockery. Only Su Qianqian, her face veiled in white gauze, seemed to detect the scent of blood in the air, wrinkling her brow in distaste. When shall we break the barrier? I cannot endure the foul stench any longer, she spoke again. Chapter 79. The Supreme Boundary-Breaking Pill is complete. Breakthrough to the 9th layer of Qi training. Su Keqing, please wait a moment. The perimeter has yet to be fully explored, and our gathered information is still incomplete, replied a woman elder from the Yinchi sect, seated with an air of confidence, while the elders from Qingyang sect and Lingjian Mountain nodded in agreement. Hurry up. Su Qianqian ceased her inquiries. Typically, she was a person who cherished cleanliness, to the point of having a mild obsession with it. Being amidst the ancient wilderness mountain and inhaling the surrounding foul air was indeed unbearable for her. However, as the appointed leader of the Wanbao Merchant Alliance dispatched to manage affairs concerning the ancient wilderness ruins, she could not leave without having conducted a thorough investigation. Thus, she was left to endure the discomfort. Yet, she was not without her precautions. Upon determining that entry was not feasible in the immediate future, she produced a mid-tier defensive talisman and affixed it to her chair. This talisman's primary function was to filter the air, preventing impurities from entering the protective circle, with the air purified. Su Qianqian's expression relaxed slightly. Nonetheless, the talisman's effects were fleeting, requiring her to replace it periodically. Over time, the disciples from various sects could only look on enviously at Qin Qing'er's lavish measures. Within Huan's alchemical chamber, the sound of violent impacts emanated from the alchemical furnace before him. It seemed as though a wild boar was thrashing about inside, relentlessly battering against the walls of the furnace. At the height of the commotion, even the feet of the furnace lifted slightly off the ground. Yet Huan, seated before the furnace, remained unfazed, his countenance solemn as he focused intently on controlling the soul, devouring ghost fire beneath the furnace. Under his infusion of spiritual energy, the flames, already as thick as a grown man's arm, erupted spectacularly as though doused with gasoline. The beast patterns etched upon the 100 beasts' cauldron shimmered and twisted, appearing as if they had come to life in the flickering glow. Huan harbored no concern for the furnace's tumult. After all, the 100 beasts' cauldron was a low-grade alchemical furnace. While it was indeed the most basic of its kind, it was far superior to the previous substandard furnaces. For instance, while he had previously attempted to refine the boundary-breaking pill in a regular furnace, those had been prone to explosions from the intense heat. Yet under the 100 beasts' cauldron, it merely emitted a resonant sound before calming. Fortune favors the bold, with the soul-devouring ghost fire, the low-grade furnace. The enhanced strength of Huan and the 30% increase in success rate and quality thanks to Qin Qing'er's quiet waiting in the room. Success is imminent. Bang! The lid of the 100 beasts' cauldron sprang open of its own accord. Within, 5 radiant pills glimmered atop the blazing furnace, their intricate patterns shimmering with a brilliance that seemed to encapsulate the mysteries of the universe. The supreme boundary-breaking pill, complete. I've finally succeeded. Huan rose with exuberance, gazing at the cauldron, his hand, seemingly impervious to the furnace's searing heat, effortlessly grasped one of the supreme boundary-breaking pills. Though crafted from medicinal materials, it now resembled a sculpture of white jade, its semi-transparent surface glowing under the light, emanating a chilling sensation akin to stone. It was hard to believe that it had been resting in a furnace heated to a fiery red. With the boundary-breaking pill in hand, it was time for my own breakthrough. Huan's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the 8th layer of Qi training. However, without the aid of the boundary-breaking pill, a simple breakthrough would not be easy. Though it was possible to advance without pills, the risks involved were considerable, with failure leading to a fall in cultivation being a mild consequence, in an environment fraught with peril. He was reluctant to place his fate in the hands of fickle fortune. Even for the boundary-breaking pill, he sought nothing but the finest, aiming to minimize risk. With the supreme boundary-breaking pill now in his possession, he could finally proceed with confidence. Qing'er, I will enter seclusion to enhance my cultivation. Please ensure that no one disturbs me, Huan declared loudly. Yes, my husband, rest assured, came Qin Qing'er's immediate reply from outside the door. Meanwhile, Xiaohe, feigning indifference as she crafted hidden weapons, had her ears keenly attuned to Huan's alchemical chamber. Upon hearing his words, she wasted no time in preparing her defenses outside the door. As for Mu Hongyao, although she remained in the adjacent room, she had already ascended to her rooftop, gazing down at Huan's courtyard. Her expression appeared unchanged, still adorned with that enchanting smile. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern the glimmer of admiration and affection lingering on her lips. Inside the alchemical chamber, the temperature of the 100 beasts' cauldron gradually decreased, while Huan, seated in quiet contemplation, began to feel a warmth enveloping his body. This warmth stemmed from the soul-devouring ghost fire he had drawn back into himself, now working in tandem with his breath to eliminate impurities from his spiritual energy and the pill toxins accumulated from his previous consumption of pills. This process could only be achieved through the increased mastery over his body that accompanied his rising strength and cultivation. As the impurities within him were systematically purged, his spiritual energy became exceptionally pure. The newly rejuvenated spiritual energy began to fill the void left by the expelled impurities, paving the way for a breakthrough to the 9th layer of Qi training. At this moment, the efficacy of the supreme breaking boundary pill began to manifest prominently. The barrier, which had previously seemed as impenetrable as cowhide, was now being worn away layer by layer. Gradually, under Huan's perception, the obstructive force began to wane, rendering the nearby resistance as fragile as garlic skin. He did not rush to break through this barrier. Instead, he commenced gathering spiritual energy. He aimed to unleash a singular, powerful strike. The spiritual energy converged within his sea of qi, gradually coalescing into an unstoppable current. Under his guidance, it surged through his meridians like a torrential flood, crashing forward against the constraints of the ninth layer of qi refinement. With a soft pop, the subtle obstruction was effortlessly shattered. The spiritual energy of the eighth layer, having transcended the barrier, seemed to amplify as if magnified by some unseen force, its power and quality rapidly escalating. This newly birthed spiritual energy acted as a catalyst, circulating within Su Huan's body, gradually transforming his surrounding energy into that of the ninth layer of qi refinement. Meanwhile, his body, nourished by this energy, began to evolve towards a more optimal state. Chapter 80. The Anomaly of Mu Hongyao. What does it feel like to be at the ninth layer of qi refinement? His body felt enhanced, his strength increased, and his thoughts sharpened. Beyond that, all the marvels lay in the minutiae, with no astonishing transformations occurring. After all, the ninth layer of qi refinement was merely that, not a fundamental metamorphosis. When Su Huan rose from his meditation, he found the beast cauldron outside to be chilling to the touch. Even the 4 breaking boundary pills inside continued to radiate a brilliant glow. This was due to the cauldron's ability to securely lock in the medicinal properties and spiritual essence of the pills. This also explained why Su Huan did not hastily remove the pills from the beast cauldron. That a low-grade alchemical furnace was not only resilient in material, but also served as the finest storage vessel for pills. However, he needed to retrieve these breaking boundary pills, as he was about to concoct other elixirs. After procuring 2 vials specifically for the breaking boundary pills, Su Huan divided the 4 pills into 3 parts. Placing them into the vials soon, he intended to sell one of the pills at the treasure pavilion that he sought to enhance his presence within the treasure pavilion, or rather, within the 10,000 Treasured Alliance. What could possibly garner more attention and importance than being a first-tier alchemist capable of refining supreme breaking boundary pills? Incrementally increasing the 10,000 Treasures Alliance's regard for him would ensure his safety. The more indispensable he became to them, the more accommodating they would be, making it less likely for them to refuse his reasonable requests later on. "Darling, you've come out?" Upon opening the door to the alchemy chamber, Su Huan was met with the joyful gaze of Qin Qing'er. Xiaohe, who stood guard at the outer door, also turned her head in excitement. "That you're only just coming out now?" But upon seeing Qin Qing'er throw herself into Su Huan's embrace, she forcibly adjusted her expression to one of neutrality. Nonetheless, the flicker of excitement and joy in her eyes was impossible to conceal. "I apologize for causing my wives worry," Su Huan said with a smile. "As long as my darling is well, that is all that matters." Qin Qing'er merely clung to Su Huan, while Xiaohe appeared somewhat stiff, a hint of blush coloring her cheeks. Who is worried? It's merely a breakthrough, and with the elixirs, what is there to worry about? Yet she stubbornly held her chin high, feigning indifference. Su Huan did not counter her words, but simply beckoned to Xiaohe. "What do you want?" Although Xiaohe feigned resistance, she took a few steps closer to Su Huan. "Good," Su Huan chuckled. Xiaohe had yet to register the situation when Su Huan suddenly pulled her into his embrace. Amid Qin Qing'er's laughter, Su Huan lifted both women and fell onto the bed. Scoundrel! Outside the courtyard, Mu Hongyao, who had been partially focused on Su Huan's room, displayed a hint of discomfort on her face. Yet, despite her words, her attention remained unwavering. Soon, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Just breaking through and indulging like this. Aren't you afraid of breaking your waist? She spat disdainfully before hastily leaping down from the rooftop. Returning to her room, there was no choice. The mark of the other shore flower on her forehead was uncontrollably emerging. It needed to be suppressed. After engaging in dual cultivation with Qin Qing'er once. Alchemy experience 10. Alchemy level. First tier superior alchemist. 1886500. After engaging in dual cultivation with Xiaohe once. Comprehension 7. Comprehension level. Superior. 5171000. That as Su Huan embraced the 2 women on the bed, An oppressive aura suddenly emanated from the adjacent room. He recognized that energy all too well, causing him to furrow his brow. What is happening? Darling, what is wrong? The most sensitive to changes, Qin Qing'er looked at him with concern. There seems to be an issue with Mu Hongyao. I must go check. Huan dared not delay and immediately rose, worried that Mu Hongyao might have encountered a mishap in her cultivation, leading to a loss of self-control. Then hurry over. Qin Qing'er quickly made way for him. Yes, you both should rest early. I'll take care of things. There is no need for you to worry, Huan reassured them, donning only his inner garments as he stepped outside. Despite their close relationship, Mu Hongyao insisted on residing in a separate courtyard. The two courtyards were naturally separated by formation. However, akin to their relationship, both held tokens permitting entry into each other's courtyards. Thus, upon sensing something amiss with Mu Hongyao, Huan rushed into her room immediately. Upon entering, he found Mu Hongyao seated in a bathtub, the water within seemingly boiling and roiling. The mark of the other shore flower on her forehead glowed with a strange luminescence. Upon noticing Huan's entrance, Mu Hongyao, who had been desperately suppressing the bizarre, spiritual energy of the other shore flower with her eyes closed, suddenly opened her eyes. Good younger brother, you've come. Her voice, imbued with an intoxicating sweetness, sent shivers through Huan's bones. He felt an alluring force attempting to ensnare his spirit. Struggling to maintain his clarity, he asked, Sister Mu, do you still possess your rationality? Concerned, he wondered if she had fallen into a state of madness. Why, dear younger brother, what are you thinking? Am I not your sister Mu? Hearing his words, Mu Hongyao raised her hand to cover her mouth, letting out a beguiling laugh. That moment, the beauty of her visage nearly ensnared Huan completely. Indeed, you are my sister Mu. His heart wavered, on the brink of losing control. But then, the devouring soul flame surged to life again, devouring the enchanting force that sought to control him. Damn it, Mu Hongyao, sensing Huan's escape from her grasp, cursed in frustration. Who are you really? At that moment, Huan finally realized something was amiss. What could be described as madness was, in fact, a complete alteration of personality within Mu Hongyao. Dear younger brother, I am indeed your sister Mu, she said, beckoning with a hand, drawing Huan uncontrollably toward her. Damn it. Huan struggled fiercely, but found himself utterly powerless against her strength. This was certainly not Mu Hongyao. In that instant, he was certain a body cultivator. She could not possibly possess such formidable spiritual manipulation abilities. Sensing danger, Huan unleashed the devouring soul flame. Damn it. Not again. The binding force that had controlled him instantly dissipated, and he plummeted from the air. Humph. Regardless of what you are, perish beneath the devouring soul flame. Huan commanded the flame, enveloping Mu Hongyao. In an instant, the water in the bathtub began to bubble violently. Chapter 81. Gradually, he began to accelerate. The devouring soul flame, with its consumption of demonic energy, grew steadily stronger. Its size had expanded many times over since its inception, enabling it to absorb an even greater quantity of demonic energy. Ordinarily, within a short span, the devouring soul flame would completely consume the demonic energy within Mu Hongyao. Logically, after their prolonged intimate contact, the demonic energy within her body should have been nearly depleted. Yet today, its sudden eruption was both unexpected and overwhelming to dear brother, what are you up to? Oh, dear brother, I feel so hot. Come quickly, and let us revel together. Even as the ethereal flames of the soul-devouring fire engulfed her, the enchanting and seductive voice of Mu Hongyao still resonated from within the flames. Yet, Huan could ascertain with certainty that it was not Mu Hongyao who was currently controlling her own body. What on earth was happening? Furthermore, it was expected that, as the demonic energy was consumed and stripped away by the soul-devouring fire, Mu Hongyao's control over herself would gradually increase. Most of the time, even a mere extraction of a few strands of demonic energy would see her regain her rationality, allowing the two to swiftly collaborate in expelling the demonic energy. But why, this time, had it taken so long? And Mu Hongyao still showed no signs of change. Moreover, the voice speaking to him, while still alluring to the core, carried an entirely different sensation that I felt as though That was not Mu Hanyao. Could it be that the demonic energy could engender a second personality? Su Huan abruptly shook his head. Impossible. How could that be? Yet, what was this situation? Su Huan truly found himself at a loss for words. However, he could not afford to be distracted. He had to maintain control over the soul-devouring fire, which incessantly consumed the seemingly endless flow of demonic energy. Fortunately, the soul-devouring fire had now matured into its complete form, allowing it to simultaneously devour the demonic energy while integrating and strengthening itself. Otherwise, it would have been rendered powerless by now. Speaking of which, Su Huan believed that one of the wisest transactions he had ever made was trading that seemingly worthless human skin treasure map for the soul-devouring fire. First, there was the chilling energy from Xia He, and then the demonic energy from Mu Hanyao It had even indirectly facilitated their fated bond. Ironically, it was Mu Hanyao who had purchased the human skin treasure map. Had she not ultimately used it, this would have been, was there a more advantageous trade than this? Ahem, of course, Su Huan had no ulterior motives in this matter. It was all pure serendipity. This was evident from the closeness the two women exhibited towards him. Perhaps it was due to his enhanced strength that he could remain calm in the face of the uncontrollable Mu Hanyao, while controlling the soul-devouring fire to consume the demonic energy. He found himself with the leisure to indulge in fanciful thoughts. Oh, dear brother, release me, and I shall present you with a surprise, shall I? Would you like to see a different side of me? I can grant you that, dear brother. This eruption of demonic energy seemed crucial for the entity hidden within Mu Hanyao in her desperation to escape the clutches of the soul-devouring fire. She was willing to propose every condition imaginable. To be honest, Su Huan felt a flicker of temptation. Yet recalling that this was not Mu Hanyao, he managed to rein in his emotions. Humph, you have no idea what awaits you. If that is the case, then prepare to meet your doom. It seemed that Mu Hanyao could not fathom how Su Huan could maintain his composure in the face of such temptation. And she suddenly shouted in fury. The demonic energy erupted violently, even breaking through the encirclement of the soul-devouring fire to surround Su Huan. However, in the next moment, the soul-devouring fire once again enveloped the demonic energy. Su Huan was affected only slightly, feeling a surge of exhilaration. What is happening? Did I just lose consciousness? Within the flames of the soul-devouring fire, Mu Hongyao's voice conveyed a hint of disarray. Her once charming tone now, tinged with uncertain, the demonic energy dissipated. The soul-devouring fire gradually receded back into Su Huan's body. Obscured from view by the soul-devouring fire, Mu Hanyao finally beheld Su Huan before her. At that moment, due to the influence of the demonic energy, Su Huan's complexion appeared flushed, akin to that of someone intoxicated, his gaze somewhat unfocused. Nevertheless, Mu Hanyao could discern the nature of his gaze. This demonic energy felt decidedly inappropriate. Observing Su Huan's current state, Mu Hanyao understood how to assist him. Yet, this was indeed quite improper. Reluctantly rising, she emerged from the water, revealing her exquisite form. With Su Huan's eyes wide in astonishment, Mu Hanyao slowly approached him. She leaned over the edge of the bathtub, presenting him with her flawless back. Then, gradually, she began to unfasten Su Huan's robe. One hand gently descended, caressing him. I shall owe you for this for the rest of my life, you great adversary. Before bowing her head, Mu Hanyao glanced up at Su Huan, whose expression was one of impatience. Observing the flush on his face, she inhaled deeply, lowering her gaze. The exquisite sensation made Su Huan involuntarily gasp. The subsequent delightful experience caused his toes to curl, nearly lifting him onto his tiptoes. Slowly, gradually, he began to, after engaging in a dual cultivation with Mu Hanyao once, his physical strength increased by 24. Physical level, 8th layer of Qi refinement, 206800. The demonic energy was expelled with the perfect completion of their dual cultivation, prompting Su Huan to contemplate. Ever since his physical level had caught up to his Qi refinement level, it seemed that his progress had begun to slow. Su Huan theorized that this was likely due to the previous significant disparity between his Qi refinement level and physical level. Thus, under the nurturing of spiritual energy, his physical level had risen more swiftly. However, as both levels drew closer together, the rate of his progress began to decelerate. Perhaps It was returning to a normal pace. He estimated that once his physical level matched that of his qi refinement, his rate of improvement would diminish further. What on earth happened to you? How did you suddenly lose control? Submerged in the bathtub, Mu Hongniao sat in Su Huan's embrace, playfully toying with his fingers. Their fingers intertwined, conveying their unspoken sentiments. I had intended to take a bath after hearing you two entangled together. But who could have known? As Mu Hongniao recounted the events of that moment, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a perfectly ripe peach, sweet and succulent with juice. She hadn't merely gone awash. She had gone to cool off. And then, gazing at Mu Hongniao's alluring posture, Su Huan felt himself on the brink of drawing his sword once more. Then, when I regained my senses, you had already drawn your sword against me. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Mu Hongniao boldly submerged one delicate hand beneath the water. The long sword was seized, and combined with the warmth of the water, Su Huan could not help but emit a muffled groan. Well, are you rebelling against me? Water splashed everywhere, as sword energy surged forth, and the air was filled with an intoxicating sensation. Chapter 82. I want all 3 dual cultivation techniques. After engaging in dual cultivation with Mu Hongniao 5 times, his physical strength increased by 24. Physical level, 8th layer of Qi refinement, 302800. When dawn broke, Su Huan meticulously dried off the nearly unconscious Mu Hongniao and laid her on the couch. He pulled over a fine cotton blanket to cover her, shaking his head repeatedly. Gone, not a single drop left. Last night, Su Huan could clearly sense her fear through her actions. She was frightened of the uncontrollable demonic energy within her own body. Yet, being a strong individual, she would never voice her fears. However, in order to vent her emotions, she had expressed her fear in another form. The consequence was that, even with a physical level of the 8th layer of Qi refinement, Su Huan still felt his back muscles aching. As for Mu Hongniao, she had become so exhausted that she could hardly speak. Despite having triumphed in this arduous battle, Su Huan felt no exhilaration. Instead, he began to ponder. It seemed that a new dual cultivation technique was urgently needed. He just wondered if the old shopkeeper had already received the new dual cultivation techniques. Noticing that the time had grown late, Su Huan activated the defensive array in Mu Hongniao's courtyard and returned to his own abode. Upon his return, he found that the 2 women had prepared breakfast and were waiting for him to join them. After sharing a warm meal together, the 2 ladies busied themselves with their respective tasks, prompting Su Huan to depart from home. As he walked through the streets of the marketplace, he could distinctly sense that the foot traffic was diminishing. Even the door to the residence rented by Jiang Shanghai and Chun Ting was tightly shut. Nonetheless, Su Huan was aware of their whereabouts. They had joined an exploration team organized by the 3 sects to investigate the ancient mountain ruins. Hoping for a stroke of luck on the outskirts, Su Huan did not impede or caution them. They were both seasoned practitioners, fully cognizant of the risks involved in their endeavors. After all, as independent cultivators, every moment was a struggle for survival. If they were to hesitate and ponder, how could they possibly advance on the path of immortality? Upon entering the Baibao pavilion, Su Huan was surprised to see the old shopkeeper appearing somewhat fatigued. Old shopkeeper, what troubles you? Did you overexert yourself last night? Su Huan jested, having grown familiar with the man. Overexert. The shopkeeper was taken aback, then quickly realized, it's just the commotion surrounding the ancient mountain ruins. Oh, what has happened there? Su Huan inquired with curiosity that on the outskirts of the ancient mountain ruins, the independent cultivators have gathered countless useful and useless items, and they need to be appraised, the shopkeeper elaborated. Though the 3 sects can provide an estimate of the item's value, when only they were present, the independent cultivators had no recourse but to accept their undervalued prices. However, since the Wanbao Merchant Alliance has joined the fray, the situation has changed. Although the Wanbao Merchant Alliance is not a sect, it upholds commercial integrity that I do not know who proposed bringing in the appraisers from Baibao Pavilion to assess the value. But astonishingly, all the independent cultivators agreed. Naturally, the 3 sects were unwilling and even suppressed a few instigators among the cultivators. Yet this may also be a minor retaliation from the independent cultivators. They showed no signs of submission and even staged a silent protest against the 3 sections. Ultimately, It was the Wanbao Merchant Alliance that mediated the situation and eased the tension between the two sides. That it was decided that if the independent cultivators felt the three sects' appraised prices were too low, they could pay for a second evaluation by the Wanbao Merchant Alliance. Thus, the items would still be collected by the three sects, while the Wanbao Merchant Alliance would only charge an additional appraisal fee. At this point, the credibility of the three sects was put to the test, as the majority of independent cultivators opted to have their uncertain items re-evaluated by the Wanbao Merchant Alliance. The Wanbao Merchant Alliance would not show favoritism to the three sects. They would set prices based solely on the true value. Some items had their prices skyrocketed, while others were devalued. However, the independent cultivators cared little for those that sold for less. They were primarily concerned that some items had their values multiplied after being appraised by the Wanbao Merchant Alliance. Consequently, the business of the Wanbao Merchant Alliance flourished to the point that even the old shopkeeper could scarcely keep up. Of course, in the end, the overall purchasing price for the three sects did not suffer significantly, while the Wanbao Merchant Alliance inexplicably reaped substantial profits. Only the unfortunate majority of independent cultivators found themselves losing money. Their returns significantly diminished. Listening to this peculiar turn of events, Huan felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. This was not to say he looked down upon the independent cultivators. Rather, as independent practitioners, their limited perspectives and resources meant they would never be in a position of advantage in such transactions. However, the intervention of the Wanbao Merchant Alliance seemed to serve as a trustworthy intermediary for both parties. Ensuring their involvement was essential. "Why do you have time to visit today?" the old shopkeeper asked, curiosity evident in his gaze. Huan rarely ventured out except for routine deliveries of medicinal pills. If he were aware of the cultural norms of another world, he would recognize this behavior as characteristic of a homebody. "Did you forget what I asked you for?" Huan raised an eyebrow with a smile. "Oh, that," the old shopkeeper exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Though it was not a matter of great urgency, he had noted it but had not devoted his full attention to it. "Indeed, I have collected some good items. Wait a moment while I retrieve them." The old shopkeeper rose and moved to the back. Huan sat calmly, sipping his tea. After a while, the old shopkeeper returned, cradling a box in his hands. Due to the upheaval surrounding the ancient mountain ruins, the independent cultivators have indeed been clearing their inventories. "I have gathered some excellent items." Opening the box, he revealed 3 books. This one, Dragon and Phoenix in Harmony, is suitable for partners with similar cultivation levels to practice dual cultivation. While practicing together, their spiritual energies can merge and enhance each other, allowing for a slight acceleration in their progress, the old shopkeeper remarked, lifting the topmost book. "This one is appropriate for practicing with Mu Hong Yao." Huan replied, noncommittally. "This one, Song of Ascendance, may appear to be merely a melody, yet it is in fact a dual cultivation technique that utilizes mutual breathing and vocalization to harmonize body and mind, while simultaneously strengthening the spirits of both partners. Enhancing the spirit is quite beneficial." Huan nodded in agreement. "This one is precisely what you were seeking." The old shopkeeper presented the final book. Huan's eyes brightened instantly. "The Heaven and Earth Convergence, lacking a rank, is suitable for both mortals and cultivators. Moreover, the stronger the partner's abilities, the greater the benefits one receives." The old shopkeeper chuckled. "Perfect! This is exactly what I wanted." Huan exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. "That I will take this one." "No, I shall take all 3. "Ah, I knew you would want them." The old shopkeeper laughed, his eyes crinkling with delight. Though the 3 dual cultivation techniques were not of high grade, their combined value was not insignificant. After settling the payment, Huan gazed at his now empty purse, feeling a wave of bemusement wash over him. If outsiders were to witness him depleting his finances for the sake of dual cultivation, they would undoubtedly mock him as a prodigal. Yet he alone understood how pivotal dual cultivation was for his future. Alas, what a painful dilemma this is. How much of the perimeter has already been cleared? On a high platform at the outskirts of the ancient mountain ruins, Su Qianqian sat in meditation, while the foundation-building elders of the 3 sects remained silent. Only a handful of elders responsible for coordination maintained their lively demeanor as they observed the independent cultivators bustling below. However, as time passed, even they began to show signs of fatigue. Yet they dared not return to rest, fearing that other factions might exploit their absence to explore the ruins that we have cleared over 70% of the perimeter. Most of the traps and formations have been dismantled. They reported a massive map of the ancient mountains spread before them, dotted with flags of various colors. Brothers, shall we strike now, or wait until the perimeter is entirely cleared? One of the foundation-building elders from Qing'er sect asked, a hint of amusement in his tone. Naturally, we should wait until it is completely cleared. Who knows what formations may be laid down specifically to thwart those entering the ruins? A foundation-building elder from Lingjian Mountain interjected promptly. Indeed, the intricacies of formations are often bewildering, especially those established by a master. Another elder from Yunshi sect nodded in agreement. The elder from Qing'er sect did not refute them, but merely smiled and nodded in acquiescence. Observing their behavior, the representatives from the Wanbao Merchant Alliance sensed something amiss, though they could not quite pinpoint the source of their unease. What kind of elixir are you attempting to concoct? Why have you used so many precious herbs? In Su Huan's home, Mu Hanyao, unusually absent from her usual talisman crafting, sat idly with him. Upon observing the items he was preparing, her curiosity got the better of her. I am preparing to refine a foundation establishment pill. The foundation establishment pill. No wonder. After all, it is exceedingly rare and valuable. Mu Hongyao nodded thoughtfully, before quickly realizing, you are truly attempting to refine a foundation establishment pill. With an expression of utter disbelief, she gazed at Su Huan. The foundation establishment pill. It is indeed the foundation establishment pill. This is a medicine that one consumes only upon reaching the pinnacle of the 9th layer of qi refinement to break through into the foundation establishment stage. Once one attains the foundation establishment stage, regardless of their age, they can become a distinguished guest in any faction. And now, her little man has actually begun attempting to refine the foundation establishment pill. What does this signify? It signifies that her little man now possesses the qualifications to stand shoulder to shoulder with the formidable beings of the foundation establishment stage. Indeed, I am currently attempting to refine the foundation establishment pill. Su Huan stated, unreservedly nodding in acknowledgement. However, this is merely my first attempt. After all, I do not possess any certainty of success with such a pill at this moment. Although the foundation establishment pill is purportedly a type of pill that even a first-grade alchemist can refine, its complexity can render a typical first-grade alchemist in a state of utter distress merely from attempting to balance the medicinal properties. Furthermore, the rarity of the herbs required to concoct this pill means that only a second-grade alchemist often succeeds in its refinement. And even then, the success rate is not particularly high. While the 100 Pills tome records the necessary herbs, it lacks the methods of refinement, leaving Su Huan to explore the process on his own. This first-grade pill, with a difficulty level akin to that of a second-grade pill, seems like a glaring oversight. Nevertheless, Su Huan remained unfazed. He had ample margin for error and, moreover, 2 capable assistants at home, one to enhance his success rate in alchemy and another to elevate his comprehension. With this combination, he could hardly believe he would falter like an ordinary first-grade alchemist. Well, I shall refrain from conversing with you so as not to distract you, Murong Yao remarked, ceasing her attempts to engage Su Huan in conversation. It wasn't just her. The other 2 women in the room also seemed to have muted themselves, fearful that their movements might disrupt Su Huan's analysis of the medicinal effects. The rare herbs used in the foundation establishment pill possessed intricate properties, many of which were mutually antagonistic. In order to utilize them all, Su Huan needed to harmonize and allocate them carefully, refining and isolating the conflicting properties based on their sequence. This was merely the extent of knowledge accessible to him at present. There were still many precious secret herbs that, when combined, would yield entirely new properties. Should conflicts arise, it would then depend on Su Huan's mastery of alchemy. All right, I am ready to begin refining the pill. After meticulously selecting and planning the order of herb additions, Su Huan rose. The 3 women behind him immediately stood up in excitement. My husband will surely succeed, Qin Qing'er exclaimed, her heart entirely devoted to him. Go for it. You are the best. Murong Yao flashed Su Huan a charming smile. You can do it. Summer He, on the other hand, seemed hesitant, her lips moving as if she were trying to speak. But her voice was barely audible, akin to a whisper. After speaking, Summer he turned her face away, only to catch a glimpse of Murong Yao's enigmatic smile, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. With your blessings, I shall undoubtedly have a smooth endeavor, Su Huan replied with a smile. Deep down, he also felt uncertain about the outcome. Yet, gazing at the three women in the room, who were undoubtedly the closest to him, he inexplicably felt at ease as the door to the alchemy chamber closed. Murong Yao took her position outside to guard it, while Qin Qing'er, unable to assist, sat idly, somewhat at a loss. Sister, let us tidy up the room. Summer, he suggested. Yes, we should clean up. Otherwise, when my husband comes out, the disorder will surely affect his mood. Qin Qing'er replied, her eyes lighting up. That I'll help you, Summer, he exclaimed, rolling up her sleeves, seated in the courtyard. Murong Yao couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing the two women's conversation from inside the room. However, she understood. Much like herself, she too harbored a flicker of anxiety, though she had perfectly concealed it. Don't be nervous during your first attempt. Just consider it practice. Inside the alchemy chamber, Su Huan steadied his breath as he observed the beast pill cauldron before him. Chapter 84. 2 Failures One by One. The precious herbs were placed into the beast pill cauldron under Su Huan's careful guidance. These rare herbs, under the refinement of the soul-devouring ghost flame, immediately unleashed their extraordinary medicinal properties. As the soul-devouring ghost flame burned, the impurities within the medicinal properties were progressively purified. However, as Su Huan added more herbs, the very issue he had feared came to pass. Upon introducing a sprig of Qilin grass, the previously harmonious mixture suddenly reacted as if cold water had been poured into hot oil. The once tranquil surface of the medicinal paste erupted into a flurry of bubbles, and a terrifying wave of heat surged forth. Despite Su Huan's utmost caution, half of the medicinal liquid burst forth from the beast pill cauldron, plunging into the soul-devouring ghost flame, which consumed the liquid without waste. However, this attempt at refining the foundation establishment pill was now irrevocably ruined. With a resigned sigh, Su Huan withdrew the soul-devouring ghost flame, gazing helplessly at the beast pill cauldron. Devoid of the flame's activation, the medicinal liquid within began to congeal into a viscous paste. This was the state of the liquid before it could coalesce into a pill. Yet regrettably, alchemy does not allow for second chances. The current medicinal paste had become something Su Huan could not even identify. Further heating would only alter its properties again, preventing it from becoming the foundational liquid necessary for the foundation establishment pill. Well, it seems this has become your good fortune, Su Huan muttered helplessly as he reignited the soul-devouring ghost flame. Directing it into the beast pill cauldron, in an instant, the cauldron erupted in a blaze akin to a fire meeting oil. Soon after, the flames of the soul-devouring ghost flame receded, revealing the cauldron completely emptied. After clearing the cauldron, Su Huan refrained from hastily continuing with the process. After all, there were only a limited number of foundation establishment fruits. If he proceeded recklessly, he would likely waste them all. He meticulously reviewed all his previous actions in his mind, striving to recall the state of the medicinal liquid after each step. Perhaps the root of the foundation establishment pill, the foundation establishment fruit, should not be the first ingredient added. A sudden realization struck Su Huan. He suddenly felt enlightened. He had been misled by his prior experience in alchemy, always believing that to refine any pill, one must first introduce the primary material to determine the medicinal properties. But must it necessarily be so? Not at all. It primarily depends on how the alchemist manipulates the properties to achieve beneficial combinations. After mentally replaying this several times and confirming the validity of his hypothesis, Su Huan reopened the beast pill cauldron. 1 herb, 2 herbs, 3 herbs. The medicinal liquid began to converge within the cauldron, and there were no signs of instability. Wonderful. Su Huan's eyes sparkled, yet he remained even more cautious, for it was time to introduce the foundation establishment fruit, though this was merely the first step in refining the pill. He could not afford to err again. The foundation establishment fruit slowly ascended and fell into the beast pill cauldron. The soul-devouring ghost flame swirled above, gradually roasting the fruit skin as if sweating. The surface of the foundation establishment fruit showed no visible change, while droplets of juice began to seep out, akin to perspiration. The juice coalesced into a single drop, slowly falling into the tranquil medicinal liquid, creating ripples without causing any turbulence. Success! Su Huan felt a surge of clarity. After extracting all the medicinal liquid from the Foundation establishment fruit, the remnants flew out of the cauldron, and its lid promptly descended. Su Huan's consciousness immediately immersed itself within the beast pill cauldron. The first step had been completed. The true test was now at hand. Bang! 2 hours later, the lid of the beast pill cauldron shot up, striking the protective array on the ceiling, igniting a burst of light. Failed. Su Huan accepted this outcome with neither surprise nor joy that he had anticipated this result an hour prior. Yet he had persevered, hoping to validate more possibilities. 1 hour of endurance had reached its limit. He could no longer control the aberration of the medicinal liquid, resulting in another explosion. Thankfully, the low-grade beast pill cauldron was sufficiently robust. It merely propelled the lid into the air, while the cauldron itself remained unscathed. Phew! No more refining. It is time to relax. Understanding level. Supreme 8271000. It seems I must enhance my comprehension. Perhaps breaking through to the supreme level will allow me to glean insights from my previous 2 failures. With this thought, Su Huan felt no pressure, calmly unraveling the array that sealed the alchemy chamber and opening the door. Outside, Qin Qing'er and Xia were diligently scrubbing the floor, tirelessly repeating the task. As the door to the alchemy chamber swung open, the two looked up at him in confusion. Both wore expressions of concern, fully aware that the alchemical process could not possibly conclude in such a short time. At that moment, Mu Hongyao also entered. Indeed, it was a failure. Observing the hesitant expressions of the 3 women, Su Huan shrugged helplessly. Do not worry. It was merely a single failed attempt. I am perfectly fine. Why the long faces? Noting their solemn expressions, Su Huan remarked, if one did not know better, they might think I've perished. Nonsense! My husband must not speak so. Qin Qing'er hurriedly rushed over to cover Su Huan's mouth. Beside them, Xia regarded him with a worried look. Ha! As long as you are well, that's what matters, Mu Hongyao said, recognizing that Su Huan was genuinely unaffected by the failure. The art of alchemy should not be rushed. This failure will undoubtedly serve as the foundation for future success. Next time, I shall surely succeed. Su Huan wrapped an arm around Qin Qing'er, playfully biting her delicate, jade-like finger, causing her to blush and lower her gaze shyly. Well, after all this effort, I am quite hungry. I asked their food. Su Huan changed the subject. I shall prepare a meal for you right away. Qin Qing'er, momentarily forgetting her shyness, dashed out of Su Huan's embrace. What do you plan to cook? Come, let us go out and dine as a family of 4. With a wave of his hand, Su Huan pulled Qin Qing'er back into his arms. Mu Hongyao followed suit with a cheerful demeanor. Xia, my dear little aunt, please lead the way. After taking a few steps, Su Huan glanced back at the still motionless Xia. Who is this little aunt? Xiao's cheeks flushed, yet she slowly followed behind. By this time, dusk was approaching, yet Qingyang Square remained as bustling as during the day. As they strolled down the lively streets, passers-by were taken aback by Su Huan, flanked by 3 enchanting women. Glancing back in astonishment, each woman possessed a distinct charm and allure, but their proximity to Su Huan elicited jealousy among the surrounding cultivators. However, upon catching sight of the second-tier guest token from the Wanbao Merchant Alliance in Su Huan's hand, they quickly averted their gazes, fearful of being perceived as rude, and no wonder he could attract so many beauties. He is not to be trifled with. Chapter 85. 7 times in one night. Self-taught, the 3 women likely seldom had opportunities for such outings, particularly one as carefree as this. Throughout the journey, even the aloof Xia, he seemed to relish the joy of this excursion. After a satisfying meal, Su Huan parted ways with Mu Hongyao at the entrance of their home. Mu Hongyao preferred solitude, especially as the hidden dangers surrounding her remained unresolved, making it unwise to cohabit with others. Particularly since Qin Qing'er was merely an ordinary person, utterly defenseless against her demonic aura. She certainly did not wish to unintentionally harm Su Huan's first woman, as that could create a rift between them. Upon returning home, Su Huan wasted no time, promptly pushing Qin Qing'er onto the bed. Xiao's face flushed crimson. Just as she intended to leave, she suddenly found her wrist seized. not by Su Huan, but by Qin Qing'er. Despite her delicate hands, an ordinary person could easily break free with a mere flick. Yet Xiaohe felt as though she were ensnared by a binding spell, her entire body rigid and unable to move. "Husband, won't you help me?" Qin Qing'er giggled playfully, originally busy atop Su Huan. She turned to see Xiaohe's unusual expression. "Come here, you." Without waiting for resistance, Su Huan pulled Xiaohe down onto the couch. In the next moment, before she could react, Su Huan tore away her clothing, the fabric ripping under his force. "My clothes!" Xiaohe finally voiced her distress. He clothes? I think you should be more concerned about yourself. Little lady Su Huan loomed over her, rubbing his hands together in a mockery reminiscent of the big bad wolf confronting Little Red Riding Hood. I am not afraid of you." Xiaohe defiantly crossed her arms, her expression resolute. "How about this?" To her surprise, Qin Qing'er joined in the playful assault. Sister." With her ear being nibbled, Xiaohe's demeanor instantly softened. In the next heartbeat, her arms were pried open, allowing Su Huan to pounce. "Ugh." Xiaohe instinctively wrapped her arms around Su Huan's neck. However, this only fueled his fervor, intensifying his advances. Just then, Qin Qing'er targeted her other ear as well. Caught in a double assault, Xiaohe quickly crumbled. Having engaged in a dual cultivation session with Xiaohe, Su Huan's comprehension increased by 7. Understanding level, Supreme, 9581000. As Su Huan immersed himself in the act, he sensed the tremors beneath him, astonished to find himself unexpectedly gaining a boost. Realizing this was a possibility, he dove back in. Under the overwhelming pleasure, Xiaohe, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears that were indistinguishable as either joy or sorrow. Yet, given her flushed cheeks, it seemed unlikely they were tears of sadness that a sleepless night passed, and Qin Qing'er succumbed to exhaustion, drifting into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, at the dining table in the living room, even Xiaohe, despite her cultivation, could only muster the strength to sit atop Su Huan. Conversely, Su Huan seemed to have activated some hidden prowess, growing increasingly vigorous in their encounters, even when pinned beneath. His relentless counterattacks nearly toppled Xiaohe. After several exchanges, Xiaohe collapsed weakly onto Su Huan. One should pursue the remaining strength to vanquish the fleeing foe. One must not seek fame while imitating the tyrant. Su Huan, fueled by determination, overturned Xiaohe onto the table and launched a full-scale assault. Exhausted, Xiaohe managed to fend off a few attempts before her limbs gave way, ultimately succumbing in the next moment. Su Huan's forces breached the central command. Both sides simultaneously declared the battle concluded. Having engaged in dual cultivation with Xiaohe 7 times, Su Huan's comprehension increased by 7. Understanding level, self-taught, 0-1000. As he lay atop Xiaohe's rare, feverish form, Su Huan caressed her cheek, his mind meticulously contemplating the advancement of his understanding level. Following the upgrade, he felt no distinct change in his cognition. However, whenever he pondered challenging questions, an abundance of ideas sparked in his mind, resulting in swift clarity on previously perplexing matters. Although he could not yet validate the accuracy of these explanations, Su Huan felt an innate certainty that they were indeed correct. When considering the various challenges encountered while crafting foundation-building pills, countless thoughts surged forth, illuminating many previously insurmountable issues with newfound clarity. All that remained was for him to verify each one. Su Huan took his time, lifting the limp Xiaohe into his arms, and the two entangled themselves as they returned to the bed. While the crafting of foundation-building pills was undeniably crucial, without a sound mental state, even the greatest inspirations would be hindered by a weary mind. Qin Qing'er was weary, as was Xiaohe and Su Huan. His waist ached. However, when dusk arrived, the 3 of them gradually roused from their slumber. As the 2 women rose to freshen themselves, Su Huan boldly sought to join them. Yet the 2, still shaken from the previous night's fervor, resolutely barred him from entering. Su Huan, feeling helpless, insisted that he too needed to cleanse the sweat from his body. Nevertheless, the 2 women implored him to hasten to the neighboring room where Mu Jie was. With no other choice, he reluctantly made his way next door. Upon reaching Mu Hongyao's quarters, he beheld her standing by the window, delicately holding a brush, meticulously inscribing runes on a piece of talisman paper. Under the enhancement of her spiritual energy, each stroke she made infused the runes with ethereal essence. With each successive rune, faint crackles of thunder seemed to dance around them. Su Huan chose not to disturb her, instead standing quietly behind her, observing her intense concentration as she crafted the talisman. This was none other than the damaged, lightning summoning talisman he had previously bestowed upon her. Glancing around the room, Su Huan noted the disarray. Scorch marks marred many surfaces. It appeared that the destructive power of failed talisman attempts had wreaked havoc within the confines of the room. It was likely that while he had toiled through the night, Mu Hongyao had likewise devoted herself to studying the lightning summoning talisman. In one success is ever a mere stroke of luck. Every individual you see basking in success has labored diligently in ways you cannot fathom. Su Huan pondered these thoughts. He suddenly felt an eruption of lightning from the paper beneath Mu Hongyao's hands. The talisman she was crafting transformed into a charred mass before she could react. A plume of black smoke quickly enveloped her hand and cheek. Su Huan hastily channeled his spiritual energy to disperse the smoke surrounding her. Yet traces of black marred her once pristine skin. That moment, Mu Hongyao seemed entirely oblivious, merely turning to Su Huan with an expression of innocent bewilderment. Chapter 86. The Charm of the Bathtub. Refining the Foundation Establishment Pill, once more seeing Mu Hongyao's rare, endearing expression, Su Huan couldn't help but smile indulgently. "Little brother, are you mocking me?" Mu Hongyao glared at him. Flustered, "No, I genuinely adore you, to the extent that your presence brings me joy." Su Huan reached out to wipe a streak of black from her cheek, his happiness only deepening. "Little brother, I've gone an entire night without rest. I need to freshen up." Mu Hongyao's enchanting eyes locked onto Su Huan's unblinkingly. "What a coincidence. I also wish to refresh myself. Shall we do so together?" "That sounds splendid. We can conserve some water as well." "Then let us. I want you to carry me," Mu Hongyao declared, extending her arms like a child, her expression one of complete reliance. "Very well. I shall carry my big baby to the bath." Su Huan scooped her up in his arms, and Mu Hongyao nestled against his waist. Their foreheads touched, and their breaths quickened. The water in the bathtub splashed rhythmically. "Is it dirty? Is it smelly?" "Don't go there. What about here?"